just brand new Krispy Kreme donuts.
Was it warm?
No, not warm, but they were fresh. Like they weren't stale yet. Dude, I used to light those motherfuckers up.
And number two, not to change this concept of the podcast, but we're talking about food or whatever.
Yeah.
Just to get this wrapped up. You also have to listen. I did the Rogan podcast, man. Between you and I, as friends, and we and the church people who listened to it, whatever, you liked it. I was kind of ashamed by it. I was kind of ashamed that Rogan let it go. But hold on. That Rogan let it go there. But I should have done that on Tom Segura's podcast.
I laughed. I was on the treadmill. Hold on. I'm going to stop you. I was on the treadmill. So I said, when the Rogan's podcast started, I said, there's going to be 3+ hours of something I want to see. Three of my favorite human beings just bullshitting, getting high and drinking. And I was like, I'm in. So I said, I got on the treadmill and I'm going to start watching. And there was a slow build. The first hour was like a slow build. No, not even an hour, 30 minutes. It was like, getting warm. Everyone's getting a little bit of a buzz. Man, there was a part where I am holding on to the sides of my treadmill, doubled over laughing, and I start tweeting, Joey Diaz is killing me right now. Killing me. I was on the treadmill for the entire fucking podcast. Walking and running, not running the whole time, but walking and running. So I'm listening. It was one of my favorite podcasts I've ever listened to. You were so funny that I called Tom, right, so with the conversation we were having about later, I called Tom immediately when I was after, and I was like, Dad, I was like, what, tell me about it. Like, just tell me about it. He was like, Joey's the fucking next level, man. He's the funniest guy that we know. We've been doing this for 6 years now. Yeah.
This is what I do 2 nights a fucking week. And I'm trying to write a book, so these memories are fresh in my mind. These crazy fucking things I bring up from the dead, like, oh my God. I was telling my wife today that at my mom's funeral, at the wake, my best friend, with white powder in her nose. There's 200 people in the thing. It's the second night. And she goes, I gotta tell you something. I don't like half the people in this fucking room. And I go, sorry. And she goes, I'm telling you. And your mother didn't like them either. She went up by the casket and in broken English, she's like, can I have your attention, please? And she goes, listen, nothing. I see a lot of you people having a good time drinking. There's a lot of people in this room that you didn't like Denora didn't like you.
All your muscle.
Do me a favor, finish your drink, get the fuck out of here. Like that, I got shit for days that I sit here and go, what the fuck just happened?
That's the thing about you that makes you different than I think.
But then again, you met with what's his name? You're the fucking whatever for thesis for a book. You were the #1 party kid in fucking Tampa, Florida and shit. People were driving up 8 hours just to have a drink with you or some shit.
Yeah, but but
thickness of your life matters. On stage, I talk about how I had a childhood. Even though my mom died and stuff, I still remember going to Dunkin' Donuts by White Castle and putting my dick on the glass. Going to the counter, putting my dick on the glass and ordering donuts, and then ordering a donut from underneath. And the lady would see your dick. That's childhood. No matter what was going on in my fucking life,
I'm glad I wasn't one of those kids that came out to LA and at 27 had a lot of heat, and everyone was like, I did have a lot of heat at 27, but I'm glad I wasn't the guy that, nonsense, but I'm glad that I had to struggle, and then I'm glad about that when we all got into podcasting, we were all looking for something, and we were hungry for something, and we all did something at the right time for us. And if this podcasting goes away tomorrow, I'm cool with that.
I'm cool with this.
Yeah,
I'm cool with this. I learned a big lesson. I learned a very big lesson. And I had assumptions. And this is something that you cannot doubt me on. Because I have my friend over there that'll tell you every assumption I had. When you say that, when you look at this cup ball, like you're a guy in the desert, you never seen water before. every assumption I've had with you has come true, especially when it's come to podcasting. I saw the growth. I was on the road. You're on the road. You see the interest.
Yeah.
You see the interest.
The number one thing people say to me is, "Hey, thank you for the free content."
All the time.
I was driving a forklift and I listened to you and Joey Diaz for 3 hours, and you guys got me to lunch. And you're like, dude, fuck, dude,
tremendous.
Yeah,
tremendous.
That's the best compliment I can get.
I've been in New York City. I'm about to take the ferry. This is great. I went and did Opie and whoever Sam, and I fucking take a cab to whatever. And I'm staying in Weehawken, so I take the ferry over. I'm out there. It's freezing. Somebody goes, "Hey, I'm listening to you right now." We start talking.
It's the greatest feeling in the world.
We start talking, and he goes, "You wouldn't happen to have one of those stars dead on you, would you?" I go, "You know what? It's your lucky day, motherfucker. Listen, this kid lit up." I still had it. I just found this card about 3 months ago in my drawer. I have a card clip. Yeah. He's like, "Listen, you and Joe Rogan ever want a fucking box at a Jets game?" And he gave me his card, and it was like New York Jets. And I was like, wow. I showed Rogan.
Yeah.
I go, "Rogan, forget me, no Rogan, I don't want to go to a fucking Jet game." So it was just crazy that this guy went to the fucking Jets. He was about to go to work. He had 2 cell phones in his fucking hand, but you could tell the dude was somebody, nice suit. And he stopped what he was doing, and he was like, "Hey, what about this one that I told Rogan the other day? I've done some great, listen, some weird shit has happened in the last 5 years that even I have been blown away." The family who came up to me in front of Tom Segura in Portland, a family. A mom with her 3 daughters going, "We listen to your podcast." And the little girl's like, "Yeah, cocksucker." And I'm like, oh my God. Was 3 weeks ago when I went to get this haircut. I went to jiu-jitsu. I took like a Puerto Rican shower. I wiped down with that thing. I went to the clean jiu-jitsu, where it's always really clean. I go to 2 different places some weeks. Yeah. And I went over there to get a haircut with a 245. 245 on fucking, my haircut's at 3. Yeah. I can't come all the way home. It's right by Porto's. I'm right by Porto's. Okay, yeah. The line's too long. I don't even have time to wait for a fucking sandwich and get to the barber. I'm watching, and there's fucking hundreds of people walking in Magnolia. Magnolia is dead. All the way up to Porto's, and then from Porto's for about a half a mile. It's rocking. Yeah. In the daytime, they got a Cuban coffee shop in Cotadito. They got a pie place. They got a
Red Wing shoe place.
Yeah. There's what's that?
Isn't the makeup store they have that they have lines outside?
Don't they have like a famous donut place or something?
Isla gets her hair cut around there.
Something, I guess. So I went over there. And I parked right on Magnolia, and I'm a fucking savage. I'm a savage. What do you think I do? I got 15 minutes to kill. I gotta get a haircut. This is the first time in there. Light a chick.
Light a number.
You know I did. I put the air on, and I opened up the windows. And I'm watching these white people in Burbank looking around for who's smoking, and I'm blowing clouds out of the sunroof with the fucking air blasting, you understand, with the music on, like nobody's even in the car. And I'm sitting there like an undercover cop. You know me, I got tactics. I'm an expert.
There's just smoke coming out.
Oh,
There's no one in it.
No, when I got the air on, and then from time to time I opened up the back window, and it was right on the corner. It was right on the corner, so people who were crossing the street could smell it. Opening up the windows, so now I leave the windows down. After the joint was done, I put it back in the tube. The perennial Gajou tube, I put it back in the tube. And I put it in the door handle, so when I walk out, I take it with me and dump it on the fucking garbage. So I sit in the car another 10 minutes, boom, it's 3 o'clock. I pull up the windows, the car's all aired out, I spray it for breeze, and I walk across the street. I walk to the corner. I don't even walk out of my car and jaywalk, because Burbank, they're kind of weird. Yeah. Burbank, they see you, they're looking at your phone, you're getting 2 tickets. Don't fuck around at Magnolia, Jack. Oh, yeah. By the 7-Eleven, that's where they kill you. They wait at that light, and if you know when you're at a light like this, What's the first thing you do in your own life? You're fidgety, right? Yeah. You got 12 fucking clicks till the fucking guy puts his hand on it and it becomes a yellow. That means actually you got, from the time the fucking light turns yellow to red, it's 3 seconds. So if it says 12, if you can reach to your left and you go like this in Burbank, yeah, and just to see what time it is, and that cop is over there, you get pulled over. Yeah. So, here I am, reeking of fucking reefer. Reeking. I closed my car door, and I walked the proper way onto the sidewalk, and I walked to the crosswalk. Well, guess who's at the fucking crosswalk? Now I know that this don't smell like reefer, because I smell some Febreze on me, but you always got that essence of patois. When you smoke a joint in your car, it just sinks into your clothing. With my luck, guess who stands next to me? Who the fuck do you think comes and stands next to me? Worse than a cop. Especially for guys like me and you, because we understand where they're coming from. A kid. That's a mom with a kid, with a stroller, with a kid. And I am embarrassed, and I feel like the biggest piece of shit junkie there is. I really need to smoke a joint at Magnolia. Really, Joey? Yeah. Really, Joey, 54 years old. And I'm standing, I look up, and there's like 92 clicks left. I'm not going anywhere. She's standing next to me. She's going to smell the weed with her kid. She's going to comment. I would. It's fucking 2 o'clock. Really, Joey? You really going to be high at fucking 2 o'clock? Do you know that we take 10 steps together? She looks over at me, and I see her take a double look. And by the time we get to the sidewalk, I walk over first to let her in. You know, you have to, if you have a child, you have to go to that side. Right? Yeah. And the whole time she was looking at me, and she was saying, man, I love you on the Joe Rogan podcast. And I literally shit my fucking pants. She smelled the reefer. That's why she was smiling. Oh, do you know how good I felt? That's the first time. That's a redeeming. Really, a guy like me, anybody who comes up and says, hey, I see you on a podcast like this, suck your dick. The ideal situation. And this woman was a Burbank. Yeah. You understand me? I understand you. You understand. I understand you. When she looked at me and smiled like, wow, this is... Burbank is the expensive part of the valley. Yes. That's where when you live, it's Burbank.
I had no idea. I didn't know. And like those little small houses are astronomical prices.
First of all, tomorrow we'll get high and we'll take a clicker with us. See how many houses are for sale in Burbank. We'll take a clicker. People don't sell their house in Burbank because it's a great school district. Amazing school. It's like the people don't sell. It's insane. Where Joey and I live, people are buying houses for $2 million. That's how good the school district is. And we're in the cheap on that. Like, we're not living in the mansions. I'm renting. And I love it. And we look around and we're going to find the right fucking thing one day and we're going to catch somebody asleep. Yeah. That's it. Either that or we're praying for an earthquake. Once the earthquake hits, these motherfuckers run out of here. We're building a pool. We're not going anywhere. You are going underground. Leanne is fucking happy. She's happy. She's got the car she wants. She's got the house she wants. The girls are happy. They love their high school, their middle school. I think they're going to go to private school. I think they're both going to go to private school next year. Why? Because George's going to go to high school, and North Hollywood High School isn't the best high school. But I think there's like a zoo magnet that's really good. I don't know. I'm only listening, but I think Leanne wants her to never go to this private school that our friends get. Right now, you work very hard. You're on the road. You earn every dollar. You get the podcast. You got your little TV shows. When you were 25, did you ever think that you were going to be coming home to support a family and not blink an eye? When I was 25, you couldn't get $1 out of me. I didn't give a fuck if you were my wife and that was my kid. You understand me? I'm the one that was digging trenches. Joey, we're in London. I'm doing a show in London. I'm doing a podcast in London. I fly the girls over, right, in like a sofa bed on New Zealand Air. I can fly them over, not first class, but in a nice thing. I fly over first class, right? I get us a driver
we go out to go see this castle with our friends, and we go up to this little inn on the Thames River on the way to go to this castle we're going to. And the driver hops out, and I'm getting ready to hop out, and Leanne stops me. She goes, "Take 2 seconds and feel really proud of yourself." I said, "Why?" She goes, "Your silly little jokes afforded all of this. Like, just you coming up with silly jokes. You just," and it's one of the things I love about stand-up. It's like I had that moment where I went like, "Oh yeah, man, I just have like I think I'm a good person. I think that's number one. That's why I work. I'm a good person. But I like being silly and I like giggling. I like having a good time. But I had a great moment that I thought, not only can I afford to pay for their lunch, but I can afford this trip off of stand-up comedy." And then I called stand-up one night. It's one of my favorite stand-up stories, and it's not a great story, but it's nuanced. I think if you're a comic, you get it. I call stand-up. I'm sitting in the man cave. I'm having a cocktail. Every now and then we'll just call and just talk for a little while. I just called him up. I go, "Hey, what are you doing?" He's like, "Sitting outside the fun house, having a cigarette, having a vodka in my pajamas, just trying to think of some goofs." I said, "What?" He goes, "Just thinking of some goofs, some like goofs, like goofy things." I go, "You're 50, and your life consists of sitting around in your pajamas, having a cocktail, thinking of goofs." I go, "That is the fucking dream job right there, is being 50 years old and just sitting around and daydreaming about something that's silly, It's the best. If you said dream job is you on Rogan the other day, and you go changing flavors. When I heard that, I was doubled fucking over, and I went, "That's no job. That's for anyone else. That's no job, but that's your job." Oh, it's the fucking. I might be too fucked up to have these thoughts.
I'll never forget that teacher. Like, I farted.
It's changing flavors.
What happened? I farted. And they took over the bus for about 20 minutes, right? And it was those windows that you had to open up this way.
With the two, you had to pinch them and drop them.
That never worked.
And they had the windows open, and they're like
it's
this.
changing
They're
flavors.
smelling out the window, right?
Oh my God.
Going, "Oh, that's terrible." Half the people went like this, right? So then it settled down for like 20 minutes. And about 20 minutes later, my stomach is fucking hurt. It's on fire. I'm like, "Oh my God, I can't fart again." And all of a sudden, I felt that warm air just slip out of my hands. Oh, and I was on the outside seat. It was 2 men per seat. And the guy next to me never even said it's coming from here.
But paralyzed him or something. They nerve agent.
The beauty of this was that, so that the first fart took over for about 20 minutes, and they were like actually like cheese. I think like it is the beauty of it that like one by one they were going.
What flavor was the first one?
It was death. The first time. So now they're taking their hands off, and this is what I remember. I never forget that they were like, "Is it safe?" I'm like, "Oh my God, the cheerleaders in front of the bus." They're like, "Oh, that was so bad." We were in the back, and some of the guys are giggling. And there was a dude like Mutz. He was like 300 pounds, and all he ate was mozzarella cheese. Mutz. He was the first one they were looking at. God bless his soul. There was a couple dudes that were a little chubby. At that time, I was 140, 148. Really? It didn't really look like it come out of me. I just ate like a bad steak-um.
Yeah, a bad steak-um.
Oh my God! And next thing you know, I feel that warm air coming out of my head.
You feel it coming out.
Here's the funny thing. But it was quiet for about 2 minutes. And also you hear somebody go, "Oh no." And people like, no. And also the teacher smelled it. He goes, "He's changing flavors." Oh, it was terrible. And next thing you know, it was bad. This one was like the thickness of it. I dropped 3 of them that night. That was the second one. The second one had them going fucking bananas. Like, "Oh no, bus driver, please pull over. I'm gonna get sick." Like that shit. Like that type of shit. And the people were saying, puke in your bags if you need to puke. And I'm sitting there howling. And then all that howling, I drop another one. Like, I gave him 20-minute breather in between the first and the second one. This one was a trembler. I hit him with one, and like 6 minutes later, they got the core of the asshole, and they could not deal with it. The cheerleaders were crying, it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. Maybe it's not the... They started blaming it on the engine.
It's the engine,
They were
man.
blaming
Diesel.
They were blaming it on everything they could. To this day, those people don't know that it was my juicy asshole.
They don't know.
The only reason why I didn't say that was me is because of cheerleaders. You're a fucking freshman. Yeah, I'm going to be known as the kid who stunk up the bus by all those girls. None of those girls are going to date me. So I couldn't come out and say I'm the guy. If that was just a bus filled with football guys, oh my God, I would have pulled my own finger. I would have got up and lit my asshole on fire. That's what happened. The second time, he goes, oh no, he's changing flavors. And he held on to his face.
Stop saying
I was on the treadmill, and I grabbed onto both the handlebars on the side and was double over laughing. It's funny because it's like you're watching Joe lose his shit, Tommy lose his shit, and you're oblivious to the fact that it's that funny.
I took the comic to Brea. I was booking Brea on Wednesday nights. Vinny Lightbulbs, a.k.a. Vinny Capola, moved to North Hollywood, and I bumped into him, and I asked him if he had a cake, and I gave him. And in front of Vinny, I told the story about that place in Tennessee. Where I went on stage, and the chick was, the husband was,
Yeah.
she blew me, and then she went back in.
You told me that story one night, but not on the podcast, just talking.
Like, who does that happen to?
Man,
Like,
not me.
so who goes to Knoxville? Comedians and
I like that club. I've never been to that club, but I've seen it.
the new club.
You know, the old one, the one that was like that white box or that box.
This was when I was there. It was in a hotel. It belonged to Hef.
Oh, okay.
It was a 2-nighter.
Half
It was a
a
Friday.
in?
Hef from Charlotte.
Yeah, I don't know that guy.
All those guys. Yeah, creative entertainment.
They're brothers or something?
I don't know. I don't know what the deal was. The deal when I moved to LA, there was a manager here that I signed with, and he had just left creative.
Yeah.
They were huge because they had Carrot Top. They were huge.
Yeah.
He was huge at that time. They had just shot the movie, and the three guys were like, "We can't fight over Carrot Top, so let's just split them 3 ways." We're not part, you know. They got greedy because it was 3 guys, and they one of them said we should manage them, and
of course, because it's 3 guys, they want the big deal. It's not about like getting this career off the ground.
You know, Bert, you said something interesting. Joe Rogan has been saying it for 20 years. Ralphie said it to me today when I spoke with him, and I realized it 6 years ago. We're stand-up comics. I was a mediocre stand-up comic until I started this podcast. Mediocre at best. I was a funny guy that didn't know how to organize anything. And I started listening to Rogan. I started going back to the Comedy Store. 6 years I've been back, 5 years, whatever it is. I started watching DeLee and Sebastian and Ron White and Chappelle. And, you know, I remember going to Columbus the first time congested and just eating a bag of dicks the whole weekend. He didn't book me for years. And I'm like, I know why. Because I ate a bag of dicks. I wasn't really headlining. Now we got it down. Now it all came together at the same time. The stand-up, the form, the fucking technique. Now you add this aspect to it. You add the aspect of coming onto a podcast, telling your point of view about something, but at the same time explaining why you're saying that point of view. You lived it. You have to give it a chance and let it breathe for a few days. Yeah. You can make assumptions, you know. It's like what happened today. Shocked the fucking world. I mean, shocked me. I had just gotten some weed and I put it in front of the heater to dry. I left it in front of the heater to dry. And I went to take Mercy swimming. And while I'm sitting there watching Mercy swimming, I'm like, I forgot to take the heater off. So while they were showering and getting dressed, I ran home. The heater was off. I was so high, I forgot that I fucking turned it off. Yeah. But as I was walking out, Lee called me and said that John Jones had been, whatever, with the steroids. It was a kick to my fucking stomach. Like, it was a kick to my fucking stomach, you know. I went back. My wife was putting Mercy in the car. I gotta tell you something. You're not gonna believe this.
Johnny Kim's no longer a thing. We need to redo this. Kind of unprofessional, isn't it? The poetry thing.
The two biggest stages in all of football.
Delicious.
That's exactly where our players want to be. I just can't wait to watch them compete. Where you're all. Your quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, said this week, it's important to be aggressive but not reckless. How do you help balance that? Courageous, never careless, and trust your training. Trust your instincts. And I have great confidence in that.
13-0 team in the Rose Bowl. How do you define the magnitude of this day for you and for your program?
Well, just do what we do, you know. Make sure you give it your very best. That way you can feel good about what you accomplished. Play as hard as you can, as fast as you can, as hard as you can, but don't work.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Enjoy it.
So on the note, it's one of the things that have stuck in Michigan's side. They've won 6 consecutive bowl games. And in the playoffs, they got blown out by Georgia in their first trip, where Harbaugh has admittedly said anything that happened after beating Ohio State winning the Big Ten. With icing on the cake. Last year, a different story. Michigan was favored against ECU. They played an uncharacteristic, sloppy game and lost to the Horned Frogs, who went on to the national championship.
You know that up front, they come out with an attitude. They're going to run the football, and they don't mind going for it if they get in a fourth and short situation, which they did 3 times against Ohio State.
7 times Nick Saban has led his team to national championships, 6 of them at Alabama. He is equipped Bear Bryant, and most people's judgment the greatest coach in Alabama history and the college football history. The first 4 Heisman winners have come under Nick Saban, and now 16 national championships, so Alabama claims 2 more. Nobody claims more wins than the Wolverines, 1,002. Their Heisman winners, including our friend Desmond Howard. They might be pretty good. Alabama and Michigan. I mean, look, these 2 programs, controversial, they're not the most popular teams around. Not long ago, Nick Saban visited with ROTHSCHILD.
Coach
And this bitch is hot.
told us the resilience of this team is what got them. Here, how does it help them today?
The 2 biggest stages in all of football today, that's exactly where our players want to be. I just can't wait to watch them compete. Maybe you're wrong. Your quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, said this week, it's important to be aggressive but not reckless. How do you help balance that? Courageous, never careless, and trust your training. Trust your instincts. I have great confidence he'll do that. 13-0 team in the Rose Bowl. How do you define the magnitude of this day for you and for your program? Well, just do what we do. Make sure you give it your very best. That way you're going to feel good about what you accomplished. Play as hard as you can, as fast as you can, as long as you can. Don't worry. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Enjoy it.
So I've noticed one of the things that has stuck in Michigan's side, they've lost 6 consecutive bowl games, and in the playoffs, they got blown out by Georgia in their first trip, where Harbaugh has admittedly said anything that happened after beating Ohio State winning the Big Ten was icing on the cake. Last year, a different story. Michigan was favored against TCU. They played an uncharacteristic, sloppy game and lost to the Horned Frogs, who went on to the national championship.
The 2 biggest stages in all of football today, that's exactly where our players want to be. I just can't wait to watch them compete. Maybe you're wrong. Your quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, said this week, it's important to be aggressive but not reckless. How do you help balance that? Courageous, never careless, and trust your training. Trust your instincts. I have great confidence he'll do that. A 13-0 team in the Rose Bowl. How do you define the magnitude of this day for you and for your program? Well, just do what we do. Make sure you give it your very best. That way you're going to feel good about what you accomplished. Play as hard as you can, as fast as you can, as long as you can, and don't worry.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Enjoy it. So on the notice, one of the things that has stuck in Michigan's side.
I know that little dog in you, really.
Make some people great and break some people. How you deal with failings is probably one of the most important things that you can do in life, but it's also one of the most important things you can do in competitive sports.
Jalen Milroe's adversity began week 2 against Texas when he threw 2 interceptions.
That is a disastrous play.
Alabama suffered its only loss of the season. And 1 week later, redshirt sophomore was forced to watch the Tide struggle from the sideline.
Nick Saban expected to make a change at quarterback today, going with Tyler Buckner.
He got benched the South Florida game, but he was still one of the first people to come out of the tunnel. He was still boosting all the players.
After that USF game, we came in, we had a team meeting. His message was, play for the man beside you. It doesn't matter if that person is starting over you. It doesn't matter if he's second team. I mean, he really, really meant that and felt that, and that's just a testament to his humility.
Now, when asked to reveal his favorite moment from the 2023 season, Milroe didn't respond with his thrilling 4th and 31 last-minute miracle at all from the Iron Man.
It's high! Touchdown, Alabama! On a 4th and a mile!
Nor did he bring up snapping number 1 Georgia's 29-game winning streak in the SEC championship.
My favorite moment was USF. We found out who we were as a football team. We found out what our DNA was. And that honestly got us to where we're at now. Because everyone looked in the mirror and acknowledged what we need to do to be a better football team.
Jalen really showed the leadership that I was looking for, and so I think he's earned the opportunity to be a quarterback.
To the turbo, Milroe! Goodbye! Touchdown, Bama!
Since being reinstated as the starter after the USF, Milroe has accounted for 28 touchdowns, just 4 interceptions, and become one of the Tide's unquestioned leaders.
It's all about really gelling our brotherhood and playing for one another.
I always like to be one of the first guys to shoot. Yeah, we work at that 6:30. I'll come in at like wake up 5:30, come in at like 5:45. There'll only be one other car there before me.
I wake up at 4 a.m. every single day. I wake up, work out, and then I watch film in the morning. I try to do my best, being around the guys, and eat lunch with them, or doing something that I can do to be a better leader.
Hey, family, forget about me. I love you. It's not take it home, bro. It's that 4-3, 1-2-3.
I just feel like the companies are so game by game, they just start clicking right on time.
People really haven't really seen the real data. We're continuing to see flashes, game in and game out. I mean, the guy really is a playmaker to take over the game, man.
And Milroe will keep it again. It's his game right now.
My dad taught me this when I was younger. Make all your strengths stronger, make all weaknesses your strength. And so, my biggest thing is looking in the mirror, figuring out what I need to improve on to be the best quarterback I can be. If anything, I'm not a finished product, and I always try to look to get better.
This Michigan defense that Milroe will face today leads the nation in scoring defense. They're top 10 and limiting 20-yard plays. But look how Milroe has played over the last 5 games. And also, within that span, Desmond, he has 2 games in which he scrambled for more than 100 yards. Yes. Michigan has allowed fewer than 200 scramble yards all season. Yeah. But this is a different kind of cat that they're dealing with today. Big up, strong, second fastest guy on the team. Yeah, something's got to give. I'll tell you what. Jalen Milroe, just his journey to how he got to where he is today has been an amazing one. Don't forget, Bill O'Brien told him that he should not play quarterback, change positions. What I like about him a lot is that he bet on himself, stuck with the quarterback position, and now he's about to start the semifinal game for Alabama. Let me show you how his journey started this season when he was like just kind of hesitant. Okay, first-year starter against Texas. He escaped to the right side, and he's going to look down the field. But he's really hesitant. Doesn't know if he should throw the ball, if he should run the ball. He pump fakes it, and then eventually he just runs out of bounds. After that game, it was this USF game, and then he started again. And now he became much better, much more comfortable. He has a running lane. He escapes through the running lane, but he keeps his eyes down the field with his ball caught and aimed, so he's able to throw it once he sees a wide receiver running wide open in the end zone. I was at this game, man, against LSU. He was on fire, made great decisions. He said, if I'm going to do this, tuck it and run it. That's what he was about that night. Look at this play right here. Everyone's covered. He isn't hesitant. This guy's like a running back when he tucks it. I almost went in untouched. And then here, this is the game. I thought he really started to get his feet under him as far as the passing game and getting rhythm with Jermaine Burton, who's the transfer receiver from Georgia. Just as his go-to guy. He's going to look for Burton at crucial times in this game today. You have to make sure you keep an eye on Jermaine Burton if you're a part of Michigan's secondary. I just love the fact, guys, that he bet on himself. He's stuck with the quarterback position. And like you said, RD, he has a lot of discipline. He has a lot of leadership qualities and traits. And that's why he is who he is right now. And that's why he's where he is today.
Made big plays in the passing game, among the top 2 or 3 in the nation in terms of throwing the ball deep. Over 50% of his deep shots, hasn't turned the ball over, particularly after that Texas game very much. And he is a huge key, but as you swing down to the other end of the field, the men wearing the maize and blue, they haven't had as many of those explosive plays, but they have been stunningly efficient. They never lose yardage, and a big reason why is Blake Corum.
Yeah, it starts up front for Michigan. When you don't have any penetration in your backfield, you don't lose yards. And you watch his offensive line work, and it's all for this guy right here, Blake Corum. We always show his runs because it's always physical, it's always downhill, and he always finishes going forward. That speaks to his strength. And you see this is an unblocked linebacker coming through the hole. So it's sort of a stalemate. He makes one cut, and now it's on. It's Blake Corum versus safety. Anybody, anywhere, has got everything they have. Blake Corum to be a safety, head up when he sees them coming. This is against Ohio State. Once again, there's some stalemate, and there's another head up, man to man. That's one of the best athletes. That style is one of the best athletes on Ohio State's entire football team. Head up with Blake Corum, and he finds a way to win. Once again, you got to get low. Low man wins, and he just wasn't low enough. And Blake Corum wanted to get in the end zone much more than that defense wanted to stop him. He's done that for the last 2 years, and now, like as you mentioned, he came back to finish this thing off. That's why they're sitting here today with a chance to play against Alabama in the semifinal.
The one thing that will be a little bit different, and Michigan had to finish the game against Ohio State and play the game in the Big Ten championship game against Iowa without Zach Center. Now, Michigan won the Joe Moore Award, which goes to the nation's best offensive line the previous 2 seasons. This year's offensive line, not quite as good. That's not to say they aren't good, they are. But they were dominant last year. They haven't had the big plays, and now they're having to deal with playing against Alabama without their best guy up front.
Yeah, you're talking about a consensus, unanimous first-team All-American in Zach Center. The offensive coordinator, Sharon Moore, has done a really good job of putting this offensive line together. They've had 4 weeks to figure it out. Now, after the Ohio State game, they had to play Iowa in the Big Ten championship game. And they really had to deal with Zach's absence. Since then, they've had 4 weeks to fill that gap and try to come together as a cohesive unit to get ready for this Alabama front seven. So we're going to see how it all going to shape out today.
And it's an attitude. It's an attitude up front for those guys. You can tell by the red hair.
Sharon Moore right there. That guy, Sharon Moore, not only is an elite offensive coordinator, but he has established himself as maybe the best offensive line coach, certainly one of the best in the country, future head coaching candidate. He's done a great job when he's led the team in Jim Harbaugh's office.
Yeah, when you think about Jim Harbaugh being suspended for 6 games this season, and the first coach in this but those last ones, so plays Ohio State, and Sharon Moore is your coach, and what he's done with this team, this lets you know the way they built this team. I spoke to Ward Manuel earlier this week, just to say congratulations on the way this thing is built, the way it's structured. Even without Jim Harbaugh, there was no ball. They went to the biggest game of their season without their head coach, and they didn't take one step back. They only got better.
Also very creative in the way they block the run game. I mean, so they have been for several years. And the one thing that Harbaugh has instilled in this team is the fact that they don't turn the ball over. They've turned it over 5 times all year. So they're not going to get anything easy. Somebody put it this way. You cannot get bored playing Michigan because they're just going to keep grinding on you, keep pounding on you. And that Alabama defense, now when they've been in heavier personnel on defense, they haven't been as vulnerable to the run. But Nick Saban's won 6 national championships in Alabama. Only one of them is that rush defense that is ranked lower than 2nd in the country. This one's first. Now they've been a little better, as I said, when they're not in nickel, but they've been in nickel most of the time.
You have this guy on the outside, Dallas Turner, who can certainly get to the quarterback, Chris Braswell on the other side. Can those middle guys hold up?
Yeah, and the middle guys really, their job is to take up two blockers.
Yes.
And that lets the linebackers run free. And that's when you watch a defense operating correctly, and Alabama does this as well as anyone in the country. They have every gap filled, but it starts with the inside, which allows Dallas Turner to get man-to-man on the outside. It allows Lawson and those other linebackers to run free. And they did it very well in their last game, the SEC championship game. And the reason why they beat Georgia was their ability to make the stops on the third and shorts, which is what they're going to have to do against Michigan. This is a 3rd and 1. And you can see there ain't nobody stepping back. Nobody. And look, when the running back gets the ball, they need 1 yard. It looks pretty good. If they're going to get 1 yard, right up until he gets ready to line of scrimmage, about 3 guys are ready to line of scrimmage because it starts inside. Once again, this is 3rd and 1. The running back has the ball. It looks like this is a really positive play for Georgia on a 3rd and 1. Here comes the corner, and here comes the Cowboys. Once again, 3 guys in the backfield meeting. Another 3rd and short. There's your double team on the inside. Dallas Turner gets a stalemate. Hey, here we go. 3 guys once again in the backfield. Because their D-line knows their assignment. They know that they want to set Dallas Turner free. No linebackers let them run. They do a good job of it.
It's over a half hour away from kickoff. And these two teams across college football, if you aren't a Michigan fan, if you aren't an Alabama fan, there's certainly been some controversy here. So both of these teams feel as if they've been spotted, whether it was the sign stealing situation with Michigan or Alabama getting the nod to the final spot in this playoff over an undefeated Florida State team. So both of these teams have taken a few slings and arrows along the way, as it were, too. Now this Michigan defense, they have been dominant. They haven't faced a lot of high-quality, elite offenses over the course of this season. That hasn't really stopped the fact that they've been dominant. They stop the run. They get off the field and get the ball back up to the offense. They really do it. That guy right there, that's Will Johnson, one of the best, if not the best, cover corner in all of college football. He was not available for the Big Ten championship game against Iowa, but he had 4 weeks to get healthy. He looked great in practice while they've been out here. Let me show you some guys on defense like Will Johnson. This is against the political winner, right? MJH. So Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to run a slant. Will doesn't budge. He stays right there and gets fixed to the slant. He runs the slant back. That's Marvin Harrison Jr., the best receiver in the country. And also when he's in zone, plays zone extremely well, keeps his eyes on the quarterback, stays in his area, and the thing is, man, he doesn't drop interceptions. Like, he catches the ball very well. Mike Sainristil, probably the best playmaker on the field at all times. Number 0, he's like a Swiss Army knife. Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator, moves him all around. It's a big hit against Travion Henderson in the Ohio State game when they needed it. But this is how smart. Look at his football IQ. He reads this is a big play. So what does he do? He lets his man go out there. He comes in, picks the ball up. Look at his balance, Joey. Puts one hand down, keeps his balance, and then turns it into a pick 6. Mike Sainristil came to Michigan as a wide receiver. They said, hey, we need some defensive backs. Raise his hand, put me in, coach. I'll do it, no problem. Mike Sainristil is a playmaker at all times for the Michigan Wolverines defense. He's an incredible leader. This guy, man, comes up with big hits, interceptions, and he's going to play big this afternoon, too, for that defense. Look at the way Michigan plays, and they play a lot of cover-free zone. How will that affect what if they do that, if that's the game plan against Alabama, how will that affect the scramble and the deep shots that Milroe's going? You know, RD, I think that Jesse Minter, you look at him, he's a defensive coordinator, has NFL pedigree in his background. He came from the Baltimore Ravens and then went to Vanderbilt, so he knows NFL defenses. He's going to try to trick or make sure he has some disguise coverages with Jalen Milroe to confuse him, to make him hold the ball so then the rush can get to him and try to sack Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, when you put a cover 3 back there, you want to take away the deep ball, but you also want to bring that safety down in the box. Then you have to keep your eye on Jalen Milroe. Yeah. You have to spin the guy that has the athleticism to chase Milroe if he leaves the pocket, so we might see some cover 3 just because it allows you to bring the strong safety down in the box and keep 3 guys deep to stop the long ball.
And the anticipation on this stage, and we talk about it every year when we come to the Rose Bowl. The setting, about 60 degrees, perfect, not a cloud in the sky. Sun will settle in San Gabriel, not far away. Michigan, this has been the ultimate destination for a Big Ten team for a long time, but the Wolverines have a bit of a thorny history in the Rose Bowl. It's been a place of frustration over the years, but this could be a place of triumph if the #1 team in the land could advance to the national championship game by winning at Pasadena and knocking off Alabama. Wolverines and the Crimson Tide coming from Pasadena in under half an hour.
Everything we build is from the ground up. Every great idea, every crazy idea, every next idea, every truck, and everything in it. Everything you hear, everything you see, everything you feel when you drive it. We put everything we have into our trucks, so you get everything out of them. We're Ram. Trucks are what we do.
I'm a guy who lost a bet and my dignity. As if watching my team lose wasn't punishment enough. What are you looking at, huh? It's a 1-speed. If you have a cut rate car insurance, odds are you'll be paying for that yourself. So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem, like me. Hey, I'm walking here.
Soda's back. Like, actually back. The twist? It's good for you this time. You deserve that mouth-watering swirl of bold flavor and refreshing bubbles without feeling bad about it. Because cravings aren't a crime, people. So, when you're hiding cans at the bottom of your recycling bin or sipping sparkling water to your burger and fries, it's time to love soda again. Like, right now. Because we're officially bringing soda back.
Can a handyman fix my leaky faucet? How much does it cost to have my HVAC checked? How do I know I have it leaked? What water bank screens?
Fun questions don't have to keep you up at night. Get peace of mind with Thumbtack. We'll connect you with local pros for any home project, from a small fix to a big remodel. See transparent prices, read verified reviews, and book with just a tap. Thumbtack, the easy way to care for your home.
This is the Ram Trucks College Football pregame.
Michigan versus everybody means to me is one big family against whoever and whenever. Doesn't matter what it is, doesn't matter who it is.
It means exactly what it says. You're not rocking that music. You're not for the block, man. You ain't it over here. You ain't for us. It's us versus the world. It's us for sure.
Just blocking out all the outside noise, all the distractions, all the dumb stuff, focusing on just one thing. That's one thing.
It's us! Everybody!
A lot of people want to be the bad guy, but you got to be the bad guy to be the bad guy.
Michigan versus everybody. 3 years ago, the bowl season and certainly the college football playoff commenced without Michigan or Jim Harbaugh, and they were plenty wearing maize and blue. Who wondered, instead of Michigan versus everybody, whether Michigan should go with anybody other than their favorite son quarterback. But since then, third straight trip to the college football playoff, he has reestablished his place as a conquering hero, a Victor Valiant among the Michigan faithful, no matter who else considers him a villain. A complete conversation with Marty Smith.
Is this Michigan's best team in the Jim Harbaugh era?
Stay out of the wrong way. Good special.
Michigan will beat Ohio State in 2023. Big Ten champion, Michigan Wolverines.
To galvanize the team, like the best way to go, play for each other. It's a daily thing. It's about treating others as you want to be treated. The choice to be the best version of yourself on and off the field.
Jim Harbaugh found himself off the field half of the regular season after serving 2 suspensions. The first 3 games of the season stemming from an NCAA investigation into alleged violations during the COVID-19 pandemic. The last 3 violating the Big Ten's sportsmanship policy in an alleged sign-stealing scheme.
What was it like for you to have to watch those games this season away from the team?
It wasn't just that. I mean, it just started a little bit earlier than that. I mean, people were questioning just how good our team was. They got a weak schedule and everything. Sign stealing. That's why they were good. They're questioning these savage warriors.
The sign steal. Michigan and Harbaugh were accused of sending an assistant coach to games of future opponents to gain knowledge of their signals for the last 3 seasons. Allegedly using in-person advanced scouting and technology methods banned by the NCAA.
And not only questioning why they're good, but you just said it, sign steal. That's an integrity thing. How does it feel for you as the leader of this, that your integrity would be questioned?
Yeah, I would love to talk about that. Unfortunately, as part of that, I'm not allowed muzzle when it comes to that. But I was very clear the day that it came out, statement exactly where I stood on that.
Jim Harbaugh in a statement saying, I do not have any knowledge or information regarding the program illegally stealing signals, nor have I directed any staff member or others to participate in an off-campus scouting assignment. I have no awareness of anyone on our staff having done that or having directed that action.
Despite the in-season turmoil and calls for Michigan to be excluded from the CFP, they're here, playing in the Rose Bowl, a stadium and a game that holds a special place in Harbaugh's heart. He played in the game in 1987 and dreamed of it. His father was an assistant coach for Michigan in the 1970s.
You've lived the Rose Bowl mystique. How do you define the Rose Bowl mystique?
Yeah, for the Harbaughs, that was our one shot at a vacation. Growing up here in Ann Arbor, Michigan, we kept asking Dad, okay, Dad, on a vacation, take a vacation. We got to the point where he said, you want a vacation? I'll take you for a vacation. Load up in the car. He drove around the circle of the town where there's a fountain and everything. He goes, there's your vacation. The only chance we had a vacation was to go to the Rose Bowl. But then we did. 1977 and 1978, when a guy by the name of Rick Leach came along, led the Wolverines to the Rose Bowl. We were able to go out there and just living the dream.
This is a business trip.
There's no doubt about it.
This is a business trip this time. Third consecutive year in college football playoff. How will you use the past 2 experiences this time around, either to motivate or to hurt?
The first time, going to the college football playoffs, in a way, we're all honestly saying, anything that happens after this is icing on the cake. Last year was we got to win it all. We got to apex the mountain, and that's how we feel about it this year. We want to simply be known as champions.
It's been a while since Michigan has been champions. In fact, they haven't won a Rose Bowl since 1998 for the 97 season, which was the last time they got to share the national championship. They haven't won it outright since the 40s. Harbaugh's talking about how this is a motivating thing, and they've sort of been all in on this season.
Mr. Gangster.
Guys coming back, their key pieces returning. It's like everything has been building to this moment, and that's their mantra this year. It's like they understand the mission. I talked to running backs coach Mike Hart at the beginning of the season. He said, Desmond, these guys are focused. They understand what the mission is. They know that TCU game left a bad taste in their mouth, and they were destined to get back to this. And it's because they have great team leadership. Like, I've been part of some really good teams, and the best teams, and I know you have too, Joey, the best teams are the teams that can police themselves. When you have veteran leadership in the locker room, you don't have to rely on the coaches to always keep an eye on you, making sure you're doing the right thing, because you're able to police themselves. That's what they have with leaders like Mike Sainristil, Blake Corum, with guys like J.J. McCarthy. They have great leaders, and then that's why they were able to go through everything that they went through and still understood the mission with laser vision and focus, and came out on top where they're number 1 in the country right now. About to take on the Alabama Crimson Tide in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, it's rare in sports that you get another shot to right or wrong. That's true. You lose a game, you have a certain feeling. You go into that offseason, you're like, we want to get back. We make right what we just did. And it's rare that that actually works out. Michigan, because of the leadership, because of the coaches, the way they build this program, they could go a whole season, go undefeated, and get back. And it didn't matter what happened. It didn't matter if guys got suspended. It didn't matter all the talk on the outside of the building. They believed that they were destined to get back here, and they pulled it off.
You know, Alabama makes their way into this college football playoff, and you feel like that Alabama might have been a year away. They had quarterback questions, some of their key offensive linemen were freshmen, starting the secondary, Caleb Downs, the freshman. But in the college football playoff, 8 appearances, 6 times they made it to the championship game, won 6 in a row. They lost the first time against Ohio State, won 3 national titles. In fact, if they win this game in the BCS and playoff era, they'll have an opportunity to make championship game for the 10th time. Nobody else has made it more than 5. And as we mentioned, Michigan hasn't played for one during that span, too. So Alabama sort of feels as if it's their birthright to be able to be on this stage.
And early on, if you watch this team, nobody thought they would be here. And so as they built, you knew what Nick Saban was. Right? You knew if he could get this team to a certain place, then they would finish it off. And they did that SEC championship game, and it started to get this groundswell. Okay, Alabama's back. Here we go. Not the Alabama we see against USF. Right. The Alabama we see at the end of the season. Find ways to win football games and get to this position.
And the thing that jumped out at me when I watched Alabama play early
You
was
said Alabama's not winning another national championship in football this century. Will it be true?
You see a Nick Saban team, they're very buttoned up, they're very disciplined, and they don't beat themselves. Earlier in the season, they were making some uncharacteristic mistakes. He was able to correct that, and obviously they got Jalen Milroe on the same page as their offensive coordinator, Tommy Rees, and then things started to fall in place. They didn't have the greatest game against Auburn, their biggest rival, but they ended up pulling off the victory with a last-second Hail Mary, and then they went to the SEC championship game and took care of Georgia. You do see some of that inexperience rear its head. There have been a lot of offensive penalties, among the most in the country on that side of the ball. But there's such a rich heritage at Alabama, a championship heritage, one first established by Wallace Wade when he brought a team to the Rose Bowl and established Alabama as a national power and put Southern football on the map through Frank Thomas and Paul Bryant, and now to Nick Saban as they try to continue the legacy and make it to another championship game.
I take a lot of pride in wearing the A. It means a lot. It means a lot to a lot of people.
I feel like the legacy game here is going to win the consecutive seconds, in my opinion.
Extended day. You only understand to play here at Alabama. There's a sense of pressure in becoming a Alabama football player just because of all the great guys that came through here and left their legacy here.
I feel like it's just opportunity. You have opportunity to cement your name in with a lot of great players, guys who came before you. And it's an honor to go out there and represent those guys, put on the show.
For some folks, college football is a few humdrum hours in the summer. Rest of us, it's sacred. It's a yearly pilgrimage to the hills of Rocky Top. It's having your own safe haven deep behind enemy lines. It's getting all dolled up for a big night out. A place where being a volunteer is 100% mandatory. A place to stay up all night debating the merits of the air raid offense. A place to reunite with your actual family of 5 and your chosen family of 105,213. So go on then, get together. Get a place with a pool or a big old house with a grill. Assemble the band. We are Rammer Jammer. Go blue. Go nuts. That's what you get. And turn all those away games into home games in Verbo all year. Football away.
$1 million band from Alabama has left the field. Now the Michigan band is out, entertaining the crowd as you feel the anticipation and the energy continuing to rise. Just over 15 minutes away from kickoff in this first semifinal of the college football playoff. Texas and Washington will follow in the Super Bowl tonight. And the maize and blue seems to be a bit of an edge in maize and blue in the crowd here. This historic destination for Big Ten teams in Michigan trying to make its way into the national championship game and remain undefeated. So, guys, as we get closer and closer to kickoff, Des, who's going to win the game, Michigan or Alabama?
Well, it's probably more maize and blue here because the Alabama fans, we're just buying our tickets for Houston. That's how confident they are. But I tell you what, when you look at this Michigan team, we've talked about them at length now, about the mission, about who they are, and about the leadership. It just seems like they've been so resilient. They've been through so much, and they just will not be denied. This will be probably the most balanced offense that Alabama has faced all season long, especially with the quarterback with the talent, legs, being able to move the pocket, and then make throws on the throw. I think that's going to be the difference in this game. So I'm going with the Wolverines. Yeah, how many games you come into it and you're really excited to see how the front seven plays against that offensive line. To see the physicality of a football game. This will be the more physical football game out of between the two championship playoff games. Jalen Milroe. Sometimes we beat, sometimes we aren't. That makes this offense different for Alabama. I think it's something that Michigan is not. Sometimes we beat, sometimes we aren't. That makes this offense different for Alabama. I think it's something that Michigan has not seen yet. I'm picking Alabama to win the game.
Just listen to this for a second.
Take it all in, Joey. I want to take it in.
I'm going to tell you, we're about to embark on the era of college football, the 12-team playoff. And we're still going to have moments like this. This is what sets the sport apart. For all the problems that it has, you hear this crowd singing a well-known fight song, anticipation in your hail to the victor's valley.
I don't feel like this song, but it's amazing. You're feeling like that.
Go Blues! Time will be reverberating through the stadium, Michigan and Alabama, for all of their storied history. They really haven't met that often. Only 5 times. This will be the 6th. Alabama has a 3-2 edge all time. Only one of those meetings coming in the regular season. The last time that Michigan got a victory, they had a quarterback by the name of Brady, who led them on a fourth-quarter rally and won it in overtime, establishing himself further as a legend. Who will be able to do that today on this great stage of the Rose Bowl? Michigan and Alabama getting set to square off for a spot in the national championship game, and nobody better to lead us through than Chris Fowler, who called the game. Chris,
thank you. And aren't we all filled with gratitude to begin 2024 to be here in the grandest stage in sports, bathed in warm sunshine today? Really is a fantasy destination for football fans everywhere, but it's about to get very real for the Alabama and the Michigan players. This is a proving ground, a spot in the Houston championship game at stake here. Welcome to the College Football Playoff semifinal at the Rose Bowl game, presented by Prudential, America's New Year's celebration. And this is the Ram Trucks kickoff. Semifinal Monday begins here, shifts to New Orleans where the Huskies and the Longhorns will battle, and of course the winners will collide down in the state of Texas a week from today on January 8th. Welcome. Happy New Year. Chris Fowler from Kirk Street. On your
Like in the
16th
game?
Rose Bowl game. It's a record, brand new Hall of Famer, right?
Maybe.
You've seen a lot of these, partner. This one does feel different and special. It's the first playoff game at the Rose Bowl since that classic win by Georgia over Oklahoma here 6 years ago.
Well, you know, this game would be great no matter where it would be played, but I think this setting and the history, the soul of this stadium just comes alive on a day like this, and we're very fortunate to have these teams, these uniforms together, and San Gabriel Mountains looking over it. There's, hopefully it'll play out the way we can envision.
Star power, plot line, just the second collision between Saban and Harbaugh as head coaches. There was no pregame handshake, by the way. Michigan back-to-back Big Ten titles. They've stumbled the semifinal each of the last 2 years, but this season for Harbaugh and Michigan, totally unique. A 3-game suspension from the school early for minor recruiting violations. For the Big Ten, the last 3 games of the regular season for the sign-stealing scandal. But this Michigan coaching staff and team seem to be galvanized. They thrived against all that stuff. And now it's Michigan against everybody, and it feels real for them.
It does feel real, and I think it has a lot to do with their past. The last couple years, they've come up a little bit short from their goals. They had that magical year with Aiden Hutchinson, got to the game against Georgia, got embarrassed. Last year, a game that they felt they probably could beat TCU. The game got away from them. They weren't able to finish, and now they came into this game. All those distractions, in my opinion, not only brought this team together, there's been a
The quarterback who has not played well in the first two playoff appearances, extra determined. The only loss of his career as a starter was that loss to TCU. He's been dynamic. He's been pretty mistake-free, and he's gotten healthy because he wasn't down the stretch for Michigan.
No, he wasn't. He got dinged in the Penn State game. They didn't throw a pass in the second half, and he was able to get to the finish line. They knocked off Iowa. And now I think the 30 days really helped him more than anybody. His arm obviously is going to have to be a factor, but if you're not familiar with his game, Des just talked about it. His athletic ability, that it factor, that 3rd and 6, that 3rd and 8, when they need a play, if they win this game, J.J. McCarthy will will his team and have to make plays with his feet to keep some drives alive and eventually make some big plays.
Alabama, of course, dethroned two-time defending champion Georgia. Still need to answer questions whether they belong in the bracket. Nick Saban's team took a 10-point home field loss against Texas early. After that, they were really in must-win mode, and they had to fight from behind. 4 starts against Ole Miss and Tennessee, the miracle game against Auburn, and then they played their best game against Georgia.
Yeah, and I think it's a football team. If you look at the setback that they had against Texas, and then the next week against USF, they were really reeling, trying to find an identity as an offense. And give Tommy Rees, first-year offense coordinator, a lot of credit. They adjusted some things, got physical with the offensive line, able to run the football, and Jalen Milroe became a different guy. Ability to make throws downfield and to complement their running game. His vertical passing game, as good as anybody in the country. Do not sleep, of course, on what he can do with his legs. Michigan's entire prep is about building a pocket to try to prevent him from getting out of that pocket to make big plays the way he can off schedule.
Milroe symbolizes the improvement of this team. Played poorly against Texas, got benched. Finally got going, but not even Nick Saban or his play caller Tommy Rees is certain that Milroe can make a lot more dynamic plays than mistakes. This is his first playoff game with his team.
Yeah, you and I having a chance to meet with him at Holly yesterday, there was a confidence that you could feel that he's confident he can make the plays he needs to today.
He's come through in the clutch every time. We cannot wait for Michigan and Alabama to honor America first, though, to the field. The University of Michigan marching band under the direction of Dr. Richard Fry for the playing of our national anthem.
Baby.
Today.
Lunch? Yes, please. That'll be $23. You're at? Lunch? Yes, please. That'll be $23.
What up with the drinks?
Ultimate passengers. I'll just have water. Hey, Game Pro, check it out. Made with titanium. We do have free movies. Participate. I'll just leave my
AT&T gives everyone our best deals on any iPhone, any popular phone.
What do you want? You have 20 seconds to tell me. Go. $0. For real. I don't have any money. There you go. Oh, Yoshi. This one ain't looking good, Yoshi.
has defined its return to the playoff.
Touchdown. Our team earned the right to beat them.
Over the Georgia Bulldogs.
Guided by dreams,
Where would I rather be?
they could leave with the reality of a chance at a national championship.
This is it. We're here.
110th edition of this Rose Bowl game, one of the most anticipated. Two programs that won more games than anybody that have met here. Only 5 previous. Alabama has won 3 of the 5. The most recent was 19 Citrus Bowl. Michigan leading by 2 before Alabama dominated the second half to get the victory. Ram Trucks bringing you the series history between the Crimson Tide and the Wolverines. Michigan slight favorites at kickoff. This is team 144. They surpassed 1,000 all-time wins this season. Just 7 more than second place Alabama. These the Blue Faithful have waited a long time to see a Michigan team run on to this stage. 17 years. It's hard to believe. Chasing their first championship in 26 years. Saban, of course, looking for his 8th national championship. He won his very first at Alabama right here over Texas. I think perhaps a slight edge. Michigan fans closer to 50-50 than any Wolverines fans expected in that episode.
Yeah, maybe 60-40 Michigan, but what a scene. What a scene. Got a different feel in the air.
Dallas Turner leading the Alabama captains out. Big Trevor Keegan, the guard. Wolverine captains. Mikey Center still on the left. It's a Big 12 officiating crew, and Michael Vandervelde is the referee preside over today's coin toss.
Captain Smith, congratulations on a successful season and for your selection to the 2024 College Football Playoff Semifinal at the 110th Rose Bowl game presented by Prudential. My name is Michael Vanderbilt. I'll be your referee today alongside my umpire, Mr. Robert Richardson. And more importantly, it's my honor to introduce to you today the Tournament of Roses President, Mr. Alex Agazanian. And next, we have the Tournament of Roses Grand Marshal, Ms. Audra McDonald. Thank you for being here, and thank you for presenting today's coin. Gentlemen, today's coin features the logos of both teams. On this side, we have the Michigan Wolverines. And on the other side, we have the Alabama Crimson Tide. The winner of the toss will determine whichever team's logo is face up after landing on the ground. Alabama won the toss. Which team would you like to kick? So go ahead and get you back to that spot. You're going to kick that way? Great. Alabama, they won the toss. Deferred their choice in the second half. Michigan will receive the North End zone. Gentlemen, let's have a great ball game.
No surprise, the Saban defers. We'll see J.J. McCarthy and this Wolverine offense on the field. Great to have both Holly Rowe on the Michigan sideline and Laura Rutledge on the Alabama side. Laura with the Saban.
Thank you, Chris. Coach, what was your final message to your quarterback, Jalen Mills?
It's the same message I've been having with him all the time. Just got to distribute the ball, do what he does, play within himself, and be the point guard on the team that helps other people make plays. And he does that. He's had a great week, so we're going to try what he's been able to do.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck.
Thank you.
To Holly with Jim Harbaugh. Well, Coach, you get the ball first. You've been out here warming up with your quarterbacks, pounding them on the shoulder pads. What's the message that you've been saying to the start match right now?
Well, first of all, Happy New Year to everybody. And we're just ready to play. Holly, I mean, can't wait to watch our guys compete. We got the ball first, see if we can't get in rhythm here. If there's ever a game that's going to be 1-on-1, up front. I think this might be the one.
Thank you, Coach.
And the line of scrimmage hurt the framework with these two quarterbacks, but ultimately McCarthy and Milrow will have a huge say in this one. Playing within yourself is what Saban wants Jalen to do. Easier said than done.
Yeah, especially early, right? Michigan really focused on a fast start for these last couple years. These playoffs have gotten away from them against Georgia and TCU.
All-time NCAA scoring leader Will Reichert booted away for Alabama, and the electric true freshman Samaj Morgan deep to return this. Whether you're roll tide, go blue, or just happily neutral on this beautiful New Year's Day, sit back and enjoy the Rose Bowl with a spot in the championship game at stake. Most of Reichert's kicks pounded deep into the end zone. Here comes J.J. McCarthy, who's healthy. He's not thinking about the trouble game he had last year against TCU. A couple of pick sixes. How well can each quarterback get off to the start is so important today.
So important. And, you know, the tendency with Michigan is they like a lot of 12 personnel, meaning one back and two tight ends. Alabama's prone for that. But if Michigan, as we said, is going to win this game, they're going to hit some explosives. They've been known to dip into that bag of tricks from time to time, whether it's a halfback pass. But try to break some trends at some point early in this game.
Likeforlike, the 1,000-yard rusher, the left of McCarthy on this first play. J.J. on the move, scanning, and falls into traffic on the sideline, and it's intercepted. Caleb Downs, the true freshman safety, takes advantage of a terrible mistake by McCarthy on the opening play to tie set up in scoring position.
A mistake here early in the rollout. He actually has Roman Wilson, who's working out in the flat. Watch this coverage by Alabama, and watch how Wilson actually runs his defender right into an opposing defender from Alabama. He just doesn't see it, and he tries to throw it away. And the freshman All-American Caleb Downs takes advantage of it, gets up high, gets that left foot down, possesses the ball, and just like that, it's Alabama with the big break to give their offense great field position.
Hey guys, if I can interrupt, he jumped from out of bounds, touched the ball from an out of bounds spot. He did land in bounds, but he was an out of bounds player when he touched the ball. There's a conversation going on about that right now. Bill Lamagna joining us in the booth as always. Great spot, Bill. Mike Vanderbilt, the monitor's looking at Marcus Marsden, replay official. Hey, you can see Downs.
Not yet, but that left foot eventually steps out, Bill. I guess it's a matter that heel was down. Great catch there, Bill, early here.
So you would have to reestablish position inside the field to go up to make that grab? That's correct. Yes, get back inside. When he jumped from out of bounds, he's still considered an out of bounds player. Wow, and they're on the first play here.
Bill, there's the left foot. Never reestablishes itself.
The hat was dropped. You can see right there, the officials spotted it.
Yep. Boy, what a break for Michigan.
After review, the defender was out of bounds when he was.
So technically out of bounds when he possessed it because he never came back in bounds. Obviously, he caught the ball, landed in bounds. That's correct. So McCarthy can take a deep breath, Kirk, after that mistake.
The good thing for J.J. McCarthy, he gets two mistakes out of the way early, almost cost him. He misses it over to the receiver, then throws it away. Looks like it's an interception. But Bill, what a great job of catching that live. And now they come out and it's just second and 10 after the first 7 seconds.
He does look down. You got to feel he's going to have to regroup a little bit mentally after that play. Pushing it in. And that is Samaj Morgan. Good things happen when he touches the ball. They want to get it to him a lot today. Except just a couple.
Let's take a look at our impact players. We know about Blake Corum, of course, what they need to do running the football. These receivers are going to have to make plays. But Colston Loveland can get some mismatches at that tight end spot. Deontay Lawson, the great leader. Nick Saban always has a great leader in the middle of that defense against this run game. That's 32. And at Dallas Turner, 15. When they pass, watch out off the edges for Turner.
Michigan's been a very effective third and long team this year. Number 1 in the country in that stat, but they need 8 against this Bama defense.
Turner inside here.
He'll bring extra pressure. The pass is incomplete. Tried to squeeze it in there to the tight end, and Terry and Arnold broke it up. So Michigan avoids the turnover but goes 3 and out.
You know, Michigan faced a lot of zone coverage in the Big Ten, with the exception of Ohio State and maybe a handful of other games against Alabama, especially on third down. You're going to have to be able to get separation with your tight ends and receivers. This time, blanketing coverage. Turner, instead of rushing, he's just there as a spy. Good job of protecting, but no separation from the receivers on that third down.
Tommy Doman back to Upper Michigan. An outstanding season. And Caleb Downs, the freshman safety who made that pick that was nullified by replays back east for Alabama. And Downs comes up, waves for a fair catch. It's an fingertip grab at the 37-yard line. So here is Jalen Milroe, impressive guy, graduated in 3 years at Alabama, 3.5 GPA. He's a Texan who's so focused on this game today. Didn't really understand that if they win, they get to go back to Texas and play for a championship. That's how locked in he is up today.
Yeah, what an impressive guy, like he said. And very intelligent with his approach, plays with a chip on his shoulder like a lot of guys do in today's day and age. And think about it, starting early in the year, getting benched after a loss to Texas, getting the position back, and then leading your team to an SEC championship, and now here he is.
Play action on the first play. Milroe has surgery. He's sacked. Michigan flies in there. It's Braden McGregor off the edge. And pass protection's been a problem all season for the Tide.
Yeah, Cade Proctor is a true freshman on the left side. He's gotten better, but he's slow-footed. See his eyes? Look to the left, a little bit confused there with that look, with Sandstrom giving that blitz look from the outside. It caught the eyes of the left tackle, and the true freshman ends up giving up a sack on the first play.
44 sacks allowed. 7 times in games they allowed 4+. And way back from second and 23 now. Has time and gets it out quickly to C.J. Dupree, the tight end, to get about 10 of those back for the impact players in the time after football.
We'll see if Jason McClellan will be healthy enough to carry the ball for the majority of the night. They use a committee, but he missed the SEC championship game. It's good to see him back. Jermaine Burke, boy, number 3, gives them that vertical shot that they love to utilize. Mason Graham, a very talented defensive front. That's the strength of Michigan's defense. 55 in the middle. And keep it on Will Johnson. Again, a guy who missed the Big Ten championship. Healthy, will be matched up on these receivers on an island.
3rd and 12. Play clock at 5. Michigan brings some pressure again. Milroe tries to escape McKenna. What an opening series for this Wolverine defense as Josiah Stewart hit him that time.
Good job with the twist game here with Stewart. That's what they want to do, is push from the middle. Here's Stewart right here.
Little gangster.
Junior Colston as well. The challenge for Michigan, they know, is the ability to escape by Jalen Milroe. But Jesse Mentor, the defensive coordinator, says if we can get pressure from the interior, not let him step up, we got a shot to slow him down. That was a great job of doing that right there.
It's been a devastating pass rush by committee for Michigan all season. We see it on display. Random spot. It's Most. Trying to come up and make a high-risk catch there. Was Morgan, the freshman. The Tide say they have it. Strange things happen in these pressure playoff games, and that's going to be Alabama football.
That was dumb on Michigan's part. I love seeing that.
Like Robinson maybe got his hands on that.
First punt return of his career was an 87-yard touchdown against Iowa. This is
This ain't Iowa, kids.
It looks like Kadarius Robinson, the backup linebacker, 34, dives in there just before a Michigan player could get on it. And you respect what Morgan's trying to do. It's a chance to make a play, but with so much momentum going forward, he just loses the football. And now it's a free ball, and Bama capitalizes.
McClellan is in the game. He has his first carry, and it's downhill for about 6.
What a difference the last 5 games of the year for Alabama. Now, Jalen Milroe got a lot of the recognition, but I think Jaden Roberts on the right side, 77. When they inserted him from Darian Goldberg, it just became a different offense, much more physical. He took over around week 6, and it's just a powerful unit that Michigan, again, will have to stand up to.
Second and 4, ViralRabbi pulls it, keeps it, and shows his elusiveness of deep ended and will sneak free for first down yardage, get away from Makari Page.
What a play by Derek Moore. At first I thought he might be reading him, but he's not. Got a Michigan player down. Watch his play by 8 right. He took over around week 6, and it's just a powerful unit that Michigan, again, will have to stand up to.
Second and 4, ViralRabbi pulls it, keeps it, and shows his elusiveness of deep ended and will sneak free for first down yardage, get away from Makari Page.
What a play by Derek Moore. At first I thought he might be reading him, but he's not. Got a Michigan player down. Watch his play by 8 right here. Moore, 260 pounds, holds his own there against that block by the tight end, Dupree, and then forces it back the other way. But a heck of an effort by Milrow just to somehow keep that play alive.
Sean Benny was the Wolverine down on the field, a defensive tackle reserve who rotates in. We'll step aside. Bama will have a first down at the 34.
Now what? You say it when it feels like you're starting too late. At Prudential, we think you should ask it when you realize it's not too late to start. Like when you're
Oh, that was the movie, man.
new passion is now your life passion. Ask now what? Here's what. You come to Prudential and help ensure your retirement has income that lasts a lifetime. Who's your rock? Talk to an advisor and build a more secure retirement today.
For some folks, college football is a few humdrum hours in a summer. As for us, it's sacred. It's a yearly pilgrimage to the hills of Rocky Top. It's having your own safe haven deep behind enemy lines. It's getting all dolled up for a big night out. A place where being a volunteer is 100% mandatory. A place to stay up all night debating the merits of the air raid offense. A place to reunite with your actual family of 5 and your chosen family of 105,213. So go on then, get together. Get a place with a pool or a big old house with a grill. Assemble the band. We are Grammar Jam. Go blue. Go nuts. Technically, Buckeyes are. That's what you get. And turn all those away games into home. And Verbo all year. Football away.
At Break Clips, we use footnotes to save your haircut details, giving you the confidence to tackle game day. Even if you've never set foot on the field. Break Clips, official sponsor of the College Football Playoff.
Every year.
Oh, it's like a little move, bro. He's really good.
Falling hydration. Get yourself back in the game. Get yourself a Gatorade.
Even though he's been gone.
Rehydrate,
I
replenish,
haven't got
refuel.
7 hours for this year. He's just a baby. He's just quiet.
Well, look to be short of the line of the game. AT&T connected cam shows you the football in his right arm when he goes out of bounds is short of that marker. It's not automatic that they review these kinds of things. Be third and short. They do spot the ball back.
Pretty amazing effort there just to be able to pull that play down. It was designed to his left, come all the way back to the right, and almost get that first down. Comes a half yard short, like you said, because the ball is in that right hand. He's unable to extend it beyond that mark to make.
They're moving the chains back now.
Yeah.
How many design runs do you expect to see from Bill Rowe today? We know as a scrambler, he's been incredibly dangerous this year.
But I think the design runs a big part of the area that they've really grown. You know, he wasn't a big zone read guy early in the year, but Tommy Reese just started to, you know what, he's better with the reads. Let's do a little bit more of that. So it's not just QB counter and that type of play, but of course on third down, he can make a ton of plays by scrambling and creating.
Alabama, the hardest offense in the country, to stop on these third and short situations. But not much progress there. If you made it, you didn't get it by much.
That is really close. Like you said, they've been almost like the Philadelphia Eagles in college football, converting 83% of the time, 3 yards and less. It's the best in all of college football. That was a heck of a job there by the interior. That's the strength of Michigan's defense. Those guys get low, good leverage, good push.
It is a first down by inches.
How about this battle in the middle? Michigan's confident against McLaughlin, the center, that they can win that battle. Like you said, if he got it, it wasn't by much.
Shout out to that.
I'm sure
It
ready
was a
for
Belmont,
a
yes,
shot
a
here
Belmont
potentially.
president. Shout out to that.
That's Milrose.
And shout out, it was an ideal place for bikini. What's that Belmont place? Come on, baby, come on, baby, come on, baby. That Belmont place on Bridge.
34 yards as the time. Cash in.
On this one. Yeah.
Sanders still is back here.
Rise
What a
and
good
roll.
job up front by the offensive line. The big fullback gets in there, but now it's a one-on-one play in space. And Sanders, who's been outstanding his entire career, first as a receiver, last couple years as a defensive back, one of the leaders of this team, just misses that play in space against a very talented Jason McClellan, who scores the first touchdown of the game.
Tagging on the concern of both defensive staffs. You take a month off, you do limited tackling in practice. It was just a one-on-one battle that McClellan won against Sanderstill. So Alabama gets the short field as the freshman Morgan trying to make a big play. Didn't control the football, a little bit risky. Tide pounce on it and power it in on the ground. Alabama on top.
Calm before the storm? No. This is Jim's time shot. And Mike. And Jennifer. Helmet? Check. Oh, check. Checking that thing we just checked? Double check. We ain't got time to chill. We're out here driving this thing. This is when we get to work. To keep you connected. No matter what. Connect before the storm. Change how we weather them. Connecting changes every day. AT&T.
Here at Papa John's, we know our stuff. So try our newest cheese. Calzone epic stuffed crust pizza, made with a blend of ricotta and mozzarella hand stuffed into that Papa John's fresh, never frozen, original. Get it for a limited time only at Papa John's.
Drive never goes unnoticed. You deserve it. The market of fighting.
Just between us, you know what's better than mopping? Anything. Well, I switched to Swiffer Wet Jet, and it's awesome. It's an all-in-one that absorbs dirt and grime deep inside, and it helps prevent streaks and haze. WetJet is so worth it. You'll love it for your money back.
It's been a grind, but I think I've aged well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show who's the cheesiest?
Feel the cheesiest coming! Cheese It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Let's see it. The semi-final of the Rose Bowl game is presented by Prudential. Millions of people tap into the insurance, investment, and retirement expertise of Prudential. Who's your rock? And in part by
I'll be right here. It's been a
connecting changes everything. And cheese. Official sponsor of the college football playoff.
It's the Queen, Amy Stilatana, as opposed to near Arcadia High School. California. Hunter McDonald is the Grand Marshal. The parade was started. Debo on a float. Plenty of stuff to brag about for these. Two programs, the four Heisman winners from Alabama. You saw the national championship. There's of course, it's a very young-looking Nick Saban. For number 7 in Alabama, 8 overall, of course. Bo's favorite program, went over 1,000 wins all time this season. Yeah. Heisman guys too. Yes. National championship game. Co-championship here in '97 in Washington State. Shared the championship with Nebraska. A comfortable feeling of deja vu for the maize and blue curve with the start to this game. Because turnovers led to trouble each of the last 2 years in the playoff. And McCarthy running all the way. And dives. He's near the marker at the 38. They may spot him just short, which would give a 4th down decision right now to Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to hesitate. By the way, what a block here by Michigan. The man going in motion doesn't really. By Michigan, the man going in motion doesn't really just set the edge there to give McCarthy a chance to get to the corner. But I think they called that play to set up his potential attempt here on 4th down.
You need a full yard. Made 15 4th down conversions this season. This is the biggest. Straight ahead. Michigan power football easily in the first down of the 35.
That is a great push and a surge up front. Right in the middle of this defense, behind Nugent, Barnhart, the right guard. Keep in mind that this team, this offensive line, playing without one of their great players, Zach Center, the leader of this front. He went down in the Ohio State game. He's out for the year. Kind of playing with him on their mind. They moved some pieces around. Barnhart now the right guard. Trente Jones now right tackle.
The All-American center, most you've seen, he started off against Ohio State. Gordon scored on the very next play. Off inside of the veteran, Justin Whitby makes the stop.
Just to put in perspective, the importance that Zach Center is to this team, just a veteran, but a projected first-round pick. I mean, you're talking about the alpha of a physical defense. So, to me, give Sharon Moore a lot of credit for they've had to move some pieces around throughout this year, but to lose him with this big of a stage, it gives credit to the depth and the understanding what these others, especially Carson Barnhart, what he has to do.
Moore, the play caller, as well as the offensive line coach. Mullings is in the game. They fake it to him. McCarthy on the move again. Has some green grass, but decides to pitch it late. And the catch is made down inside the 20 by Mullings.
There's his legs, and that's man-to-man coverage. Boy, puts Lawson in a really tough spot here. Watch how he just tries to stay with the back. Once he gets out there, he loses him and actually goes down. That's man coverage, and that's a threat because I really thought that we might see J.J. McCarthy take off, but good job with his eyes downfield and eventually makes that throw to Mullings for big gain.
Mullings seldom used as a playmaker this season, makes a big one there. On the end around, it's Morgan taking the long way around the end and tackled at about the 7-yard line by Campbell. He says, just give me a chance to make a play to make up for that early mistake.
Yeah, but he's a difference maker. Young freshman made a mistake, and as you said, he wants a chance. Look at the speed out on the perimeter. The Indiana transfer, A.J. Varner with a nice block. Love that Jim Harbaugh doesn't even hesitate. Goes right back to the true freshman and trusts him to be able to make a play.
His actual height's about 5'8", but he says he runs angry and tough and plays bigger.
He really does.
He's 176 pounds. Got 6 on that play, second down. McCarthy, the end zone has a man wide open, and it's Corum walking in. Impressive drive as the Wolverines answer.
Well, you're going to get a lot of man-to-man coverage, and everybody has to be on the same page. There's a lot of traffic when you have man-to-man down in the red zone. Watch the linebacker here, Campbell, and watch how he tries to communicate. He's trying to match up with Blake Corum. He communicates, see the point, trying to get some help. Nobody helps him out. An easy read and a great drive and an answer by the Michigan offense.
Sure was. Corum got it started as a runner, finishes the drive as a receiver. Made that 4th down in the middle of the drive. 10 plays to cover the 75 yards. And Turner ties the game at 7. So Michigan mistake prone early, but this team showed a lot of grit and resolve, and they get even here late first quarter.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Because you know that just because it fits in the cup holder doesn't make it to go. And you know how to brake without breaking everything. And you're definitely not doing, okay, I don't even know what this is, but you're definitely not doing that. With Allstate, you're connected to a rate based on you.
When you're with Amex, you can get closer to what you love. That's the powerful backing of American Express.
Legacies rise from purpose, develop through passion, determination, and the power to follow through. This is where ambition meets opportunity. What happens next is up to you. The University of Alabama, where legends are made.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels, saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, we're cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
Introducing Mando, the whole body deodorant that I created with all body odor in mind. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, and I'm the inventor of whole body deodorant, like Mando. Unlike traditional and aluminum-free deodorants, Mando actually stops odor at the source. Bacteria. You just apply Mando like a lotion, and it stops odor anywhere you have it, but wish you didn't. It's like body odor never even happens, and you're going to be exceptionally stink-free and smell as good as humanly possible.
Chris, just to go back and look at this play, it's a big part of what Michigan wants to do is create confusion and just watch on the back end Alabama on this touchdown, trying to get everybody on the same page. Communication here. Watch this reaction right here. He's not really sure what's the call. He's looking. The ball's about to be snapped. And right at the snap of the ball, we have 2 guys break free. It's not just like Cora. Cornelius Johnson also breaks free. Alabama's pointing. So I guarantee right now on that sideline, the defensive coaches, Kevin Steele's upstairs, but they are communicating to make sure that there aren't any more busts on that back end.
The only guy shattering Blake was his teammate Johnson. He went out his first touchdown reception of the season. Led the FBS with 24 of them on the ground. So 7-7, and Jalen Milroe back to work here. Only had to attempt 1 pass so far, but sacked a couple of times.
What's that gangster?
Next season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
What's happening, Sheriff?
It's a transfer portal. It's out of control. We're losing our defense. No! Not our starting quarterback! We need him! No! You can't leave! Our offense is balls around you! If they're on their head, that's what Dr. Pepper is!
You can't let quarterbacks replace
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
At PGIM, finding opportunity in fixed income today helps secure tomorrow. Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience, helps investors meet their goals. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
This job, I don't know if it's possible. You need to intercept $500 million and avoid down the ship.
I'm
taking the goal.
You're taking the plane, the whole plane?
How hard to take half a plane.
Nice.
Ready? Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Lift. Lift. PG-13 coming soon. Only on Netflix.
Wasn't a difference a day made. 24 little hours. What the sun and the flowers.
Chipotle's carne asada is back. It's our most cut steak, grilled and seasoned with cumin, oregano, and coriander. Finished with fresh lime and hand-chopped cilantro. Carne asada. This is our best steak ever.
The Chevy Silverado. With available Super Cruise connected by OnStar. Only Super Cruise lets you drive hands-free and tow hands-free. It'll help you get to the adventure energized. And it'll help drive you home.
All right, now what moments brought to you by Prudential. Take it back to the Iron Bowl. Bama's going to score easily, right? First and goal, 2 disastrous plays. The low snap, he's not ready for it. Milroe takes a loss, crosses the line of scrimmage. That's a penalty. It sets up a 4th and 31. You got to have this to keep hope alive, and it's the gravedigger play, they call it. Isaiah Bond with 9 Tigers in coverage, found some space, beautiful throw, game winner.
Yeah, I mean, that's what college football is all about, a rivalry game on the road. You think Alabama's going to handle business, they're down, they have to fight, and then it comes down to that play. Unbelievable.
Bond was a big part of the win against Georgia, but that was his only touchdown in the last 5 games. Again, they test the middle of this Michigan defense. So much focus on the line of scrimmage. You don't say edge Michigan so far defensively.
No doubt about it. It's good against good up front. I'm going to tell you, as the fan is fired up, look at the blue skies here at Pasadena. 55 Mason Graham is an absolute ball player from Servite out here in Orange County. He is not the biggest, but a high school wrestler, leverage, quickness. He's a difference maker that Alabama's going to have to account for in the middle.
Second and 11, Milroe, the second pass attempt is incomplete. They tried to find Kendrick Law, who was tightly covered. It'll be 3rd and long.
Brought a little bit of pressure from Hausman, but the timing was just off. I think Milroe just trying to get plenty of time, but he's trying to make the throw right here. But watch the pressure from his right. There's Hausman blitzing. Michigan does a good job of just taking away any kind of opening at all in that zone coverage. Just right now, it's early in this game, but Milroe in the passing game, not a factor at all, just a couple of attempts.
3 receivers up to the left. 3, up the pass earlier, motions back in. Milroe from the pocket, steps up his hair, he's going to get there with his legs. He'll slide down awkwardly, well short of the marker. Not something he usually does in the open field. And comes the punt team.
Michigan has a twist up front. They don't blitz, but they open up the middle. Remember we talked about how they want to not allow him to step up, but a good job playing zones. Their eyes are on the football, so when he takes off, they spy him, but they were able to keep him short with those eyes on Milroe's potential threat as a runner.
Milroe focused on protecting himself that time, and turned his back and went down, so they stall. Morgan still got his bumper turn shot with the Wolverines, and the freshman drifts back, and this time makes the fair catch. The punter, James Burnham, is down on the field. There's not a penalty marker down. And a crowd booing that fact. We'll see what happens. This is on the follow-through, steady Aussie punter.
On the follow-through of Michigan, the player ran through. I'd love to hear Bill's thoughts on this. He doesn't rough it, Bill, but he just kind of runs through, even turns his head. What are your thoughts on that, Bill?
I've got minimally running into the kicker. He was part of his kicking motion.
Running into the kicker would have been a first down.
Would be a first
5 yards.
Yeah, that's 4th and 4.
I would have liked to see the flag on that.
Even though it's not roughing, you have to allow the punting motion to be completed without hitting him.
That's correct.
Bennett, that's not necessarily, I mean, his head had turned completely away from the punter, but he did physically make the contact, right, Bill? And easily could have been called for running into, which would have kept Alabama's drive alive. I'm with you, Chris, on the scramble by Milroe. There at the end, you'd think he may dive for the first down. Instead, he ended up going backwards, and he was still 4 yards to go, and 2 Michigan defenders coming towards him.
Out of character play, though.
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
Burnham's punt, although he was able to limp off, effective. Michigan has been back at the 19, trying to follow up that 75-yard touchdown drive. Hard collision right there with Lawson. Power for about 3.
Talked about how Bama looked confused on that one play in the red zone that led to Michigan's touchdown. Well, right here early in this first quarter, Michigan changing up their personnel grouping. You're seeing some formations with 2 tight ends, which they're known for, but also a lot of just the 1 tight end, 1 running back, 3 receivers. So trying to give Alabama, Nick Saban, a month to get ready, but giving them some different looks to try to create confusion, and now they go empty with Edwards motioning out.
5 receivers out. The 2nd and 6. McCarthy wanted to get the ball out quickly, which he typically does, and the catch is made by Morgan, who's got a first down. Laura, what do you have?
Well, Kirk is talking about that confusion that this Michigan offense is creating for Alabama's defense. Nick Saban went up to the DBs and he said, guys, when they shift, you have to go fast. That means the formation is changing. You got to go with them. He said, everything's on the perimeter, but you have to pay attention and move the second that they shift.
Absolutely. And part of that, Laura, I think is just settling into the game and making adjustments. In fact, that's one of the things Nick Saban said to us is these games are all about adjustments.
Two backs in the field here. This is Edwards on the end around. And it's a really solid first down game to stay ahead of the sticks.
And Chris, you said Mullings. We haven't seen a lot of Mullings this year, but we've seen a lot of Blake Corum and at times Donovan Edwards. But here's a two-back look now, right? So they motion just a lot of different looks, make Alabama have to react.
Mullings is a powerful back. He's a very good blocker, guy that made an important play, a negative play, fumbled against TCU down to the goal line in the playoff game a year ago. Final minute of this first quarter. Mullings again as a ball carrier, and he shows him how a flag comes in very late, deep way behind the play. Penalties few for Michigan this year, averaging just a couple a game.
Bredesen, 44, made a great block. He is an ultimate tough guy. But once he blocked Caleb Downs, he jumped on top of him. I don't know if it was that call, but boy, he is a physical player, man.
Kind of a hybrid 3-4 fullback tight end.
Oh, stud.
Very, very important part of this Michigan offense, even though he doesn't get a lot of touches. Just 2 carries this year. That would be an uncharacteristic mental mistake if he did taunt after the whistle.
Unnecessary roughness, number 44.
Yeah.
Offense. 15-yard penalty. Still the second down.
But he makes the block initially. Again, it's Caleb Downs who's coming down to try to make a play on the run game. But once he makes the block, he already puts him down. And then he gets on top of him, helmet to helmet.
Totally unnecessary. And instead of a first down, he backs them up. He's second and long. Have a look here.
Here's Caleb Downs. Comes down, there's the block. And that shows you. Dude's physical. The cost him there.
Reporting there's been some jawing between these two teams. Feisty already here in the first quarter. McCarthy takes off to the look. And second and 11. We'll pick up just 2. Brought down by Payne, and it's third and long.
That's a quarterback draw. The left guard out in front. Keegan, they're just trying to gain some more yards, give him a chance here on third down with Alabama rushing 3, dropping 8. And much like we saw Michigan's defense with their respect and eyes on the threat of Milroe, that's exactly what Bama does there.
So the ball punt set up Alabama with a short field. They drew first blood. Wolverines answer with a 75-yard touchdown drive. Capped by Corum. 7 apiece. You're watching the Rose Bowl game presented by Prudential on ESPN. Glad you're with us.
Every year, thousands of athletes disappear in clutch moments due to fall and hydration. They've been told how you feel yourself doesn't matter. And just like that, they're gone. Get yourself back in the game. Get yourself a Gatorade. Rehydrate, replenish, refuel.
Come on, guys, get.
So at Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Is this yours? Surprise!
I think I can do this.
It's yours now. On January 19th, who survives the water
The most valuable thing we have on board is a treatment for radiation sickness.
will be decided in space.
They told us to take the ISS by any means necessary.
The Russians got Seymour resist.
Oh, all right.
Rated R, only theaters January 19th.
Desmond Howard, here to see my college football collection.
Impressive stuff, little man.
Geico makes it easy to insure. My car and RV too.
Wow.
Gloves from your famous catch.
How'd you get those? Great smile. Just throwing a band right on the field?
Yep, 1982.
What is this?
Oh no, don't touch the.
Not so fast, my friend. Not so fast, my
It'll turn off eventually.
For all your insurance needs, from home to car to RV, it's easy to Geico.
Step over the second quarter of the Rose Bowl game presented by Prudential here. 63 degrees, warm California sunshine, and aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear, celebrating the challenge of road games everywhere. Are you ready for the road? Goodyear, more driven. Michigan, after that penalty, Bredesen set up here Kirk with a 3rd and 9 to begin the second quarter. Edwards motions back in. He is dangerous out of the backfield if he gets man coverage. Wilson comes in motion. McCarthy's across the middle, and the crossing route caught by Morgan. He's going to be slung down aggressively by Kool-Aid McKinstry, short of the marker. Almost something you'd see at WWE was effective, and it's 4th down.
Yeah, Kool-Aid McKinstry on man coverage, he actually does a good job of coming off of Cornelius Johnson. He was manned up on the other side, saw the ball in the air, and was able to make this play. If he does it, that's probably a 1st down. It looked like Arnold's going to pull away there. Morgan's going to pull away from Arnold, but a great play by Kool-Aid. Showing some physicality. Both these corners from Bama are big.
He's an All-American type player. High on Mel Kiper's draft board. Booted away by Galvin. Downs makes a fair catch at the 23. Of course, Monday night in Houston, the winner here will take on either the Huskies or the Texas Longhorns to follow us in New Orleans.
What a game tonight. Looking forward to next week. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens in that Washington-Texas game. Texas with the advantage up front with the line of scrimmage. Quinn Ewers looking to take some shots. I think it could be a shootout. I think Michael Penix with those receivers, that could be a heck of a matchup.
Different kind of a feel going in, right? This is two great defenses, premium on points, and have some festival of big plays we should run tonight. Justice Haynes is one of the 2 true freshman tailbacks that are part of the Alabama rotation. He's in the game. Barrett's going to be knocked down for the 3rd time. Michael Barrett, the 6th-year senior, came flying and got home.
Boy, what a good job of disguising and waiting until the last moment. Man, these linebackers, Junior Colson and special Michael Barrett, guy's been around for a long time. Nobody sees him coming. He disguises it. He's become such a good blitzer this year, has instincts, has worked himself into becoming the player that he is. And Jim Harbaugh fired up there on that 1st and 10 play by his defense.
What can the Tide do? They're going to have to clean up some pre-snap recognition from Milroy and this pass protection. Already 3 sacks. And a 4th. The Michigan pass rush overwhelming. That time it was Barrett's buddy Colson, the linebacker, who got him.
They are giving, just like the Michigan offense is giving Alabama a lot to deal with, this Michigan defense is doing the same. This time they come around here, they blitz here, they got effective communication up front. The blitz gets picked up, but the stuff coming around does not. Heck of a job there by Jenkins, and that pocket just collapsed on top of Jalen Milroe.
Absolutely overwhelming. 4 sacks. Only attempted 2 passes. Now the play clock is winding down. Or does Milroe see it? 2-1. Just barely got it off. This looks like a design run. He barrels forward and gets some of the yards back, but the conversation that's going to have to be going on that sideline after this possession.
Think about where this game was after we thought it was an interception by J.J. McCarthy, right? It looked like Bama they ended up waving that off. Then the drop punt, the muff punt, gave Alabama, it looked like, oh boy, if you're a Michigan fan, Here we go again after the last 2 years of the playoffs. And that drive and answer by J.J. McCarthy has flipped this game around completely. And Michigan right now in control of things, especially at the line of scrimmage on both sides.
It's a third 3 and out for Bama. They have 37 total yards so far in their 13 plays. Morgan safely makes the fair catch at the 30. So Michigan's pass rush flexing so far. J.J. McCarthy, the offense, back on the field. This 7-7 game, early second.
Human spider.
Fresh warm hot dogs. When I'm not selling hot dogs, I invest in a fund that advances innovations like robotics. Fresh warm hot dogs straight out of my torso. One for you, one for you. Oh, you're a messy one. Cool, right?
Anyone can become an agent of innovation with Invesco QQQ, a fund that gives you access to NASDAQ 100 innovations.
Hot dogs. Fresh warm hot dogs.
Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risk, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at Invesco.com.
$5 duo at Burger King. Double up flavors when hunger pings. Whopper Junior and Royal Crispy Rats for lunch, dinner, or late night snack. BK, having your way.
When this government took over our office and is using it to send out medical bills. Hospital bill for crime. Did you just say gap? He's talking about expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Good thing Coach Crab knows about. Say it one time. Because Aflac gets you money to help close that gap. How do we get this road out of here? Get one of my new homes.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Is an official sponsor of ESPN College Game Day.
Elephant would have been superior.
Those beans sprouted overnight into something spectacular.
Tis the season to work your magic.
Tacos, wings, pizza, curry, poke. Have you heard about poke?
Welcome back. Here on the Michigan sideline, it was a chaotic start to this game, but it did not rattle J.J. McCarthy. That's because he's done a ton of work on his mental health. Here he is today, about 2.5 hours before kickoff. He goes through an extensive meditation process. He's been doing this for a couple of years, but he told me he actually was a depressed young man in high school after changing high schools. He just Googled, how do I go through depression and treat it? He started meditating then, and he was calm. He was high-fiving his guys and ready to go.
He's on the sideline right now, Mom. This is Alex Orji, who's a very dynamic change of pace quarterback. Comes into the game in so big situations against Ohio State and Iowa just to spell McCarthy.
I just wonder if that's a predetermined thing. You know, at 1st and 10, McCarthy's going to come back out just because they have such a good flow, but they pick up positive yards. I mean, you see Orji come in. Keep in mind, watching him on the field pregame, I could not believe how big he is. He's listed at 236. He looks bigger than that.
In Texas, it was the scout team quarterback simulating Milrow, but they've got a package for him every game. It's an effective thrower as well. You got it for McCarthy's back in there, looking to throw, loops it downfield, and over the head of Cornelius Johnson, who had a step in front of Terrion Arnold.
Blake Horn does a good job of that right side of picking up Caleb Downs. Now it's just one-on-one. You're going to get these matchups. Ball is out early and just a little bit behind Cornelius Johnson. He got some separation at the top of that route. He came back downhill. But the ball, it was thrown early and a little bit back to his inside. Not a chance to execute there.
Braves a terrific third down team all season. Have yet to convert today. 0 for 3. Need 6. On the move, McCarthy goes far sideline, incomplete. Trey Amos was covering Roman Wilson. He's waving for a flag, doesn't get one. And here comes the punt team.
The reason Amos goes inside to the outside is Terry Arnold goes into the inside over the slot. And Amos has become that third corner, doing a very nice job to transfer out of Louisiana. Become a reliable third down option for the Crimson Tide defense. They do their job and get a 3 and out.
It's the first time that Wilson, who's a big playmaker, was targeted today. Doesn't have a catch yet. Bowman high, shortly, downs, waves, and makes the fair catch at the 30-yard line. So Bama's defense gets off the field. Offense hasn't yet gotten on tracks. It's two epic programs colliding for just the 6th time here today.
You know what? Really craving nacho fries. You guys got any of those?
Ads are working.
I don't know what you're talking about. What ads?
Over here. I put that there. See that, man?
I'm a parking gate and I'm all out of whack. It's going to take a lot more than a little ticket to get out of here. And if you have cut rate car insurance, this could leave you all bent out of shape. No! So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem. Yeah, like me. Someone has broken too, pal.
A force that moves everything about it. Intensity. That comes from deep down inside.
Just a pick. I'll just lose my Only AT&T. Just a pick. I'll just lose my iPhone. Only AT&T gives everyone our best deals on any iPhone with any popular model. Guaranteed. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
Chief, what are you gonna do next?
I'm going where cheese dreams come true. I'm going to Cheese World, baby.
He's an official sponsor of the college football playoff.
The CFP semifinal at the Rose Bowl game presented by ootd. Is brought to you by Allstate. You're in good hands.
And so many legends. Brady actually beat Alabama, not here in a Rose Bowl. It was a late comeback. Overtime. 89 season. We're going to start with this Michigan defense.
They have been in attack mode. Jesse Minter turning these guys loose on Mill Road, doing a good job. Keeping him in the pocket when he escapes. They're there. That's how fast Michigan, especially that last series, got in there to affect Mill Road.
Overtime puts it. Have gotten home 4 different guys. Have gotten them. You'd expect Bama to lead on the running game.
Running game, quick option, get him on the edge. Just Miller McClellan made that play when they were able to get a nice push on the right side. Play opened up, and it was him and one-on-one in Sandersfield, and he made it miss for their touchdown. Yeah. So Bama's going to be Bama. I mean, Tommy Reese has found an identity that's worked for him, and as bad as this thing has looked offensively for Alabama, it's 7-7 and 10:30 to go, and attacking and winning at the line of scrimmage. So middle screen, get the ball out on the edge, and then try to win that running game and get the ball running downhill.
Venture always has some wrinkles. They've got a month to get ready for what Saban calls a Ravens. Style defense first.
The amazing thing to me, because they keep bringing pressure, is how they're creating confusion up front, not just against the pass. but that was a run play, and Harold just came with the blitz coming to just outside of him. He gets slips inside, and nobody picks him up.
Buckle up, Jim. 5 receivers involved. And now before the snap, the timeout is taken by Michigan. Get their defense set.
On a curse and banks don't bite Dr. Pepper.
Caleb Williams, you gotta get out of here. Fansville is cursed.
Fansville's not cursed?
No!
And I'm on the cover of this magazine and this video game.
No!
Literally walking on the 3 left. There's a speed.
Flattery for you, no!
And have it like that.
Get out! Get out!
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Right now, get a free footlong at Subway. Like the new Daily Hero. About 1 footlong
When we started our business, we were paying like
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready.
Our cost from shipping, like we're cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
Many were surprised Milroe got the job beating out Tyler Buckner and Ty Simpson. The rough start against Texas, sat against USF. That was an ugly game. Worked his way back, Kurt, in the last 10 games. Undefeated. Jalen's parents, they're both military background. He hasn't quite seen an onslaught this early in a game like you see.
Especially up front, these start downs. Boy, it's been an average of 3rd and 10.
And Sanders still, who got beat on the touchdown run earlier by McClellan, cleaned that one up nicely, 4th down again.
You know, a lot of times when you have that jet motion, when a guy like Hall, because of his speed, it affects the defense here. They're playing zone. So they don't... It doesn't even affect them. They're not even worried about it. It doesn't mess with their eyes. They're for the design run, and they're right there to take him out.
Basically one good offensive play. Michigan made one defensive mistake. Other than that, Kurt, 4 3 and outs, abandons 5 possessions. Makes a smart decision, just backs up and lets it bounce. It's a good Alabama roll, but it would have been risky to field that one. Michigan was starting at the 16. Talking about J.J. McCarthy, he got in the game as a reserve against Georgia a couple years ago. Took over as a starter at the beginning of last year. Again, just the one loss at TCU. And look at that winning percentage. He gets one more W today. He equals Jameis Winston. We're going to go back to the black and white era of Jimmy Harris and the Wilkinson, Oklahoma teams. And Chuck Ely was pitching it around at Toledo. late 60s, early 70s.
I've had a lot of fun watching J.J. McCarthy, just again, a guy who's selfless with his approach, brings a lot of intangibles, an energy provider for this Michigan team and offense.
There's not one bit about stats, except for the W stat. There's Cora. Look at him, just makes his way patiently and then drives for 3.
And it's his leg drive on that play. I mean, an offensive line and a team can rally behind a little thing like that, and it's a big thing of what he brings, but it very easily could have been maybe a 2nd and 6, 2nd and 7 instead. That leg drive gets another 3 or 4 yards, and there they are playing on schedule, something Alabama has not been able to do. They've been behind the sticks this first half.
Rams still haven't converted on 3rd down, but gains like that. Fordham again has to dodge a tackle in the backfield. That was Boybe who got there in a hurry, but couldn't get the running back down, and it's a 1st down.
He just shoots the gap. Right here, watch how quick he gets underneath left guard, 77, Trevor Keegan trying to come around to make that block, but the quickness there and that call by Kevin Steele, he returns that defensive line back the other way, almost pays off, but there's the quickness and that vision, again, from Blake Corum. Good job of picking up that 1st down.
Corum stayed healthy, says he feels fresh. He's a month off from 7 carries already. The top Michigan running back. It's a handoff from the pistol. Tests the middle and picks up about 3. Holly?
Blake Corum is undersized, but he says his power and balance allows him to do what we see right now. He's been doing this work on a 2x4 that balances over like a medicine ball. Imagine a mini seesaw. He balances on that, bends down, and picks up a kernel of popcorn over and over. Oh, catches tennis balls with one hand. That's building that power and that strength in those legs, and we're seeing it show up today.
Good shot, Mike Hart, former Wolverine running back there. And to me, Mike Hart played the game very much like Blake Corum.
Running backs coach here. Working emotions around. McCarthy looks across the middle and tackles the ball to Colson Loveland to side in. Gets away from one man, moves the sticks right across the 45. Man from Idaho.
Well, the open motion and then the little flip. Watch him. You get motion here, a little flip to Edwards, and watch the reaction from the Bama linebackers. He's just trying to open that up, a little flip. The Bama linebackers react. Opens up a great throwing lane, and there's one of his best threats is Colson Loveland. Really good look at it there. Timing and rhythm. Well-designed play again by Michigan.
Loveland out 2 other tight ends in the game. Bredesen and Bonner. And Edwards who can throw it. Lobs it back to McCarthy. Who has to retreat to make a one-handed grab. And crosses downhill to Roman Wilson. Not exactly how you draw it up, but McCarthy is down in the field. Took a hit from Dallas Turner, which is never fun. Gets up slowly, but the big play moves it into Bama territory.
It didn't look like a dirty play at all from Dallas Turner. Turner's right here. He's just making a hustle play to get back. Roman Wilson's going to come right over here all the way over. And if he would have had time, 6 gets behind coverage. Johnson, they had a shot maybe at a big play, but a heck of an effort by J.J. McCarthy just to make this throw.
That's a backwards pass. He doesn't make a falling back one-handed catch. That's a huge.
That's right. Just to be honest, bring it in.
Looks to be okay. Corum off the right side. You see athleticism displayed in different ways by the quarterback. And not a very good throw by Edwards is really pretty accurate. That's tough.
Yeah, good job. Run over the shoulder like a baseball player just trying to make a play. Gets that right hand up. Now he has to turn his body. And here comes Dallas Turner of all people and gets enough on it for the big gain.
Kind of landed on top of McCarthy. Seems to be fine.
Turner actually goes out of the game. Hands on hips. A little bit tired.
Second down run, and this time the tie along the middle. Tim Keenan gets Edwards down in his 3rd and about 9.
Still trying to get that Rose Bowl song right out of his face mask there.
Well, Harbaugh unafraid to go for it. Be 4 down territory, but let's see what they can pick up on 3rd first. Pass time. Delivers across the middle. And the catch is made by Tyler Moss, who goes down the sidelines. Touchdown, Michigan. What a play. 38 yards. Thought they would have him corralled. He somehow stayed in bounds. And Morris with his first touchdown of the season puts Michigan on top.
They catch Michigan in man-to-man on third down. That's Deontay Lawson, who's trying to stay with him. Let's see if he stayed in bounds all the way down, tiptoeing, still in, gets pushed. Looks like he reaches and gets to the goal line. The pile out for a touchdown.
What an effort by Morris.
It's his first touchdown of the year. Only has 11 receptions on the season. What an outstanding job again by Jim Harbaugh of designing a play to get the matchup that he wanted.
And Michigan has a lead for the first time in their 3 CFP games, and they mess up the snap. Got a fall on this, or the time could have run it back. Normally very solid on the execution. Doman, the punter, is the holder. Snap there. This is from Lee Wagner. For the touchdown. Up 6, and the snap is just rolling back there. PAT misfires. And it's 13-7, Michigan.
Now what? You say it when things get out of hand. At Prudential, we think you should say it when you hand down something valuable, too. Like when you realize a recipe is just one gift you can give them. Ask, now what? Here's what. You get life insurance from Prudential and help protect your family like you protect a family recipe. Who's your rock? Ask your employer about Prudential benefits or speak to an advisor today.
The landscape of fitness was bleak. Toxic instructors, shady schemers, and this whole fake. Mother Fitness was angry. Megan the Stallion. Hello, my hot girl. Enough of this toxic nastiness. So she took her body to the judgment-free zone. Welcome to Planet Fitness, where everybody can work out in their own way. Listen to Mother Fitness. Join today.
Listen to the worst. Let's show them that in the salad for dinner degree.
The Jersey Mike's catering box is the
How about you
easiest
shut
way
the
to
fuck
feed
up?
your friends. The hard part is picking your sub. That's why we're having the draw. With the first pick, Sarah from Carolina selects number 13, the original Italian.
You know, I trust my gut, and that's exactly where the sub's going to go. So,
hold on, we've got a trade. Jake traded his second pick with me. That's on Star.
Freshly sliced subs to go wherever you and your friends go. Jersey Mike's, a summer boat.
What's a football? More than a football. And it puts 4 years of higher education at your fingertips. Provides medical, nutrition, and mental health support. Offers academic tutoring plus medical coverage even after college. Helps develop your brand and teaches you that the end zone is only the beginning. For college athletes, a football just means more. Rose, would you want to be inside the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day? Michigan on top by 6. What happened on that touchdown?
Well, I think you look right here to the safety and watch his play by Jalen Key. He's waiting on a deep crosser. The route actually comes underneath here, and he's waiting on something deeper to potentially be able to assist on. So they're able to make that throw underneath. In fact, Donovan Edwards matched up against Campbell. He could have thrown it the other way, too. So not great eye discipline yet again for the Alabama defense.
Kool-Aid McKinstry animated, talking to his teammates on the sideline after that one. Your coaches like Kevin Steele use the term eye discipline all the time. It's lacking so far, would you say?
It really is.
from the goal line. Kendrick Law gonna have a go, and he is hit hard and knocked down right at the 15 as the phase of blue come flying down there. Matthew Gibner on the stop there.
They got down there in a hurry, and here's a quick look at this. What a job here. The run after the catch by Tyler Morris works his way back into the field in case he does get caught up to give him some room. Look how close he is to the sideline. Works back to the middle of that field as far as he can. And eventually, Key tries to pull him out, and how high and fired up is Jim Harbaugh right now. And on the other end of it, Nick Saban frustrated again with the communication by the defense.
And again, brought to you by AT&T, showing you the body control of Morris's first career touchdown as Michigan converts the touchdown on the first third down conversion of the day. Milrow on the move, get out of that pocket, delivers downfield. What a throw! And the catch is made right along the sidelines there by Isaiah Bond.
That was a great throw. Love that they got him away from some of that pressure. Moore got to him a little bit more. That gives you an idea what Jalen Milrow can do. Not just a great athlete. First and 10, what a throw. And he finds Bond finally for a big play for this Crimson Tide offense.
Yeah, this is the second completion. Picked up 29.
Great job by Bonds. Focus on the football and then getting that foot down for the conversion.
Tide offense is needed as sparks. That's the touchdown run. Play action. Looking to launch downfield for Burton. And it's way out of bounds. No chance to make a play. Will Johnson was in coverage and got the safety help that time.
Chris, you'll love this. This is a stutter and go. Will Johnson's hurt for a month. Get ready. You're going up against Burton. They love the deep ball. He's going to the deep ball before Burton's going to the deep ball. That is a tough matchup for Alabama, and the one that they're going to have to win at some point in this game. Will Johnson's healthy, 6'2", 200 pounds. Remember, they left him ISO many times against Marvin Harrison in the Ohio State-Michigan game. Made a big interception early in that game. Plays with a ton of confidence.
Explosive plays, a big part of Milrow's arsenal all season. The Wolverines on the lookout for them. 1 second down, short of throw. Burton had a touchdown reception for Georgia against Michigan in the playoffs a couple years ago. 57-yarder. That was a big part of the Dogs pulling away.
Welcome to our world of college football. You just never know. You see Donnie Mitchell from Texas. He was in Georgia. He also left. You'll see him later tonight. It looks like he's going to go off the field. The guy that they love is Kendrick Law. Second half of the season started to make a lot of plays for Alabama. They found a nice role for him. He's like a running back, tight end, wide receiver, all combined into one. They like to get him the ball in the jet sweeps.
He's punched off to the right along with the freshman Jalen Hale on this third down. Trying to run for with McClellan, and he'll get there. First down inside the Michigan 45.
Pretty nice job, just collapsing the right side. Put a blitz down. Michael Barrett is picked up nicely by 81 right there. Good kick out block as well by Law, who we just talked about. Plenty of room, and that's where Alabama wants to live against this pressure. Throwing on 1st and 10, 2nd and 4, 3rd and 2. Much better until this game settles in. They're able to settle in a little bit more offensively with the communication on that offensive line.
Settled in there. It's a false start. First penalty for the Tide today.
False start. Number 56. Offense. 5-yard penalty.
Up in the center.
This offense had 39 yards of total offense coming into this drive. We're almost to halftime. This is the first time they've been able to start in their own territory and put together, at least we'll see where this ends, but put together some semblance of the rhythm that you'd expect to see from Milrow. And it all started on that 1st and 10 throw that he made to Isaiah Bond.
Definitely puts him back and brings that Michigan pass rush back into play here, perhaps. The play fake, Milrow has protection this time and launches down the middle, tries to find Law, and it's working out nicely. This Rod Moore, the safety, tracking the receiver.
Well, you can't make a play on the corners. Let's try to attack the safeties downfield. Rod Moore, who was banged up early, makes a nice play early in the season, makes a nice play. This time the offensive line does their job. It's not a blitz. They do a good job of giving Milrow the time. We just talked about Kendrick Law. Here's a matchup, one-on-one. Who's going to make the play? Great positioning by Rod Moore with his eyes on the football the entire time.
Firelaw is a special team star, as you said, versatile weapon on offense. Play clock winding down. Williams is the back as the time is still shifting. They just get the snap off. Milrow takes off. Right up the middle. This is an improvement the way he scrambled. Right, Kirk, early season we saw him looping around. Now he's knifing straight downfield.
That's exactly right. A step up. He also recognizes this right here. Linebacker Michael Barrett. He sees it. He's going to take the back. That thing opens up. Very surprised that Michigan freed up the middle. It's the thing they wanted to avoid. That time Monroe capitalizes.
First down throw over the middle. He finds the ball. It's not the athletic side end. Have more than 500 yards in scrambling in a season. That is big. They're two separate games where he scrambled for more than 100 yards. Take the time out here with 48 seconds to go. Second and 4. Coming up, stay tuned for the Mercedes-Benz halftime report. Reese, Dez, Joey Galloway down there in the corner. Promo Fiesta Bowl highlights. Big win for the Ducks. Looking ahead, of course, to semifinal number 2 in the All-State Sugar Bowl.
And it just feels like it's setting up for a classic second half. I mean, we had kind of an ebb and flow. It looked like Alabama early was potentially going to be able to establish a lead. J.J. McCarthy put together that big drive. Michigan started to create some confusion. Now Alabama has their chance to answer here near the end of the first half. It's almost like a great boxing match where they're just kind of working the body and scoring. Who's going to win those late rounds? That'll be our second half.
Rabbi, tell me, either side has the capability to blow out the other team, but more than likely it's going to be a close game. He expected it to come down to the last couple of possessions.
Yeah, I think it will. It's got the makings of a classic. Last time we were in here, you had brought it up in the pregame, the playoff moves in Georgia and Oklahoma. Maybe we'll get that kind of finish.
It's overtime. Big moments here, though, at the end of the half. Milrow was so efficient. Alabama building a lead against Georgia in Atlanta in this kind of a situation. Slant the ball, but the Wolverines are all over. They stop him for just a couple of yards. It'll be third down here.
What a player the junior Colson is. I saw him play in high school. He was out of Nashville at Ravenwood High School, and he can play with a cast on his hand as well.
On tempo for the first time from the time on this third down. And yet again, down goes Milrow. Derek Moore joins the sack party, a fifth for Michigan in this half. They push him down into out of field goal range, frankly.
Motion road Cordell Williams, you're exactly right, Chris. And then they bring the pressure here. Overload the right side. He doesn't have a back there to help him out. And they just have one man short. Not overly complicated. Sanderson does a good job of delaying that blitz and frees up he and Derek Moore to be able to get pressure off that right edge.
Spoke a little too soon because it is within Reichert's range, but kicker would be about 50 yards. They're going to kick one here before the half.
Who had 5 sacks for Michigan in the first half? 5.
I don't think those guys in Mason Blue thought they'd have.
No, I mean, and again, with Milrow's ability to escape the pressure, they have done such a good job of confusing Alabama's offensive line.
Michigan student section was talked about taking the regular season to the postseason for the student section contest, providing tickets for students at both schools. I'm not sure you can hear me over them, but they're having a good time on both sides. So, back the clock to 14 seconds remaining for this fourth down play. And Milrow unable to get the tide into the end zone, which could protect him there. Now Reichert will come out. Now he's come into this game as the all-time leading scorer. He's kicked 3 from beyond 50 this year, 3 for 3 actually. This is from exactly 50 yards away to cut this to a 3-point margin. The guy is so calm. He's kind of a flatline personality, frankly, which is not a bad thing for a kicker. Enjoyed my visit with him a couple of days ago. Very low-key about his accolades and his records. SEC Special Teams Defensive Player of the Year.
Well, they get 3 points. I'm sure they're thinking about trying to get a touchdown there, but they do get 3 points. And remember, they defer. So they do get the football to start the second half. So you kind of stop the bleeding, get 3 points, get this game at a 3-point advantage for Michigan. See what happens when they make their adjustments and come out in the second half. half for Bama.
You can imagine the conversations will be quite animated. Quarterback, offensive line trying to get this solid. I mean, Alabama under 100 yards total offense in this half. They had a lot less than that before that 52-yard run.
I think you're right about being animated. You're referencing, I'm sure Tommy Reese, who's a very tough guy himself. They're going to either simplify things or make sure that they clean things up from a communication standpoint with the offensive line and even on the defensive side for Alabama, making sure their eyes are in the right spot. But with all that being said, give Michigan, Jesse Minter on defense, Jim Harbaugh, Sean Moore, and the entire staff a lot of credit for the plan that they've come up with and the confusion they've created.
So Rutgers' 83rd career field goal. Time within 3. And you met the chief happiness officer, who else was he? Officially said.
Officially the chief happiness officer. We had a lot of fun this year with Benny. He's the first dog in the history of the Rose Bowl to get a credential. I didn't know they were giving him straps here. Look at him. The man's got a credential. He's in the booth, hanging out.
It's like a sensation around the country.
It's a golden retriever who's very, very docile and friendly. His tail never stops moving, and people love it. It's been a lot of fun. Glad people can see the love.
He's not always docile.
He can get a little frisky if he sees another dog once in a while.
He bet on it earlier.
He did. He attacked him in his cage, but we were okay. We pulled it back.
Michigan dominates the stats. Alabama converted the muff punt into their only touchdown so far. And let's hear from Jim Harbaugh and Holly.
Well, Coach, you said the line of scrimmage would mean everything. How do you assess how it's gone for your team?
Really good. I mean, I love the 3 and outs we got on defense. Put pressure on the quarterback and we're covering on the back end pretty darn well.
Thanks so much, Coach.
So muff punt and the bad snap of the PAT. Some special teams mess ups that could play a role. You never know. Every point might matter. Meantime, let's hear Nick State before.
All right, thank you. Coach, what adjustments do you want to see offensively in the second half?
Well, the big thing is we got to protect the passer. Been sacked 5 or 6 times, and those are all drive stoppers. So, we got to run the ball more effectively. We got to mix it up. We got to move the hawk a little bit. We got to do something to get them blocked up front because I think we got some plays down the field if we can just protect.
Thanks, Coach.
Saban, who's won 6 of his second semifinal games, said the other day it's all about adjustments. These games are all about adjustments because we got a month to get ready, come up with the wrinkles, and who can adjust better. About to find out. We are. Halftime. Wolverines 13, Crimson Tide 10. The Mercedes-Benz halftime report. Reese and the guys coming up right into these messages. You're watching the Rose Bowl game presented by Prudential on ESPN.
IHG One Rewards, 19 hotel brands, 6,000 global destinations, one loyalty program that lets you guest how you guest.
Continue straight. Continue straight. Continue straight. There are some things in life you can't trust. And there are some things you can, with up to 2 years of ink included. You can always rely on the HP Smart Tank from America's most trusted printer brand.
What's up, everybody? I'm Deontay. A little thing I love about Chick-fil-A Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is the flavor it provides. It's seasoned to perfection. It's juicy every time. The pepper jack, it melts on top, and it gives it a little kick, along with the zest from the chicken. It's memorable when you bite it, too. Just thinking about how it's stacked up, that's what I look forward to every time. This Spicy Deluxe is fire.
Real customer paid for their testimonial. The UPS store is not just a shipping store. We're the shipping store. Believe the packing to us store. But we understand this is more than a package store. We're the packet shipping guaranteed store. The peace of mind store. We're the right around the corner. Go to we ship it all store. The UPS Store, be unstoppable. Proud to be ranked #1 in customer service by Forbes.
Want to play between the hedges? Work out there, up there, down there, everywhere. Then you can play between the hedges.
I'm John Fio, inventor of MoonPod, a therapeutic beanbag that's become a viral sensation, helping millions feel better and recover faster. MoonPod is a brand new way to sit down, kick back, and relax that actively improves your back pain, posture, and anxiety. This is why MoonPod is one of the fastest growing relaxation products out there, and it's filled right here in America. Get our special limited time deal today, including our new MoonPod pillow at moonpod.com.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Welcome to the Mercedes-Benz halftime report.
Michigan with a 13-10 lead on Alabama at the break. Reese Davis, Joey Galloway, and Desmond Howard with you. And guys, I tell you, sort of remarkable to score is this close because Michigan completely dominated every facet of the first half.
Yeah, Michigan dominated, but the Michigan miscues, Samaj Morgan, muff punt led to an Alabama touchdown, and then the Simmons skipped the ball back on the extra point, so now it's only a one-score game.
Yeah, Alabama offensively has 96 yards so far this game, and Jalen Milroe has been sacked 5 times here. Michigan has dominated this first half, and you're in Michigan, you're really excited about the way this is going because Alabama just looks confused on offense, like they don't know where the pressure is coming from.
Milroe has dropped back 15 times. Michigan has pressured them 8 times, came up with 5 sacks.
The season high for sacks allowed is 6. Alabama is 3-1 when trailing at the half. With loss against Texas, their only loss of the season. Let's go out on the field now and enjoy the tunes from the University of Michigan Marching Band performing here under the direction of Dr. John Pasquale.
I don't know what to do there. I don't know why the fuck he chose it for the Rose Bowl. Boring. Who would you play? Yacht Rock? The best of Yacht Rock? The best of the best of Yacht Rock? The very best of Yacht Rock? Or Yacht Rock's greatest hits? Well, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
Michigan band entertaining the crowd here at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. They've had on cheer about in maize and blue. Dominant first half for Jim Harbaugh's team. J.J. McCarthy, couple of touchdown passes. Been 5 games since
Why do you call it dominant?
and Cord going in 3-point lead for number 1.
This halftime report is presented by Mercedes-Benz. The holiday love celebration is here. Now, 10 per second.
In all your familiar places, that is high.
The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is here. Coming now for the exceptional offers you're bound to love. Now through January 2nd.
After 51 years, Popeyes is crashing the wings party with 5 flavors. Makes no sense. Crispy outside, juicy inside. We don't make sense. We make chicken. Don't that chicken from Popeyes.
Sounds like y'all had a fun vacation.
Amazing.
Even the lovebirds let loose.
Did Dad get a chance to chill?
Oh, yeah.
Guys, what about the magic?
So who had the most fun? No one does fun like Carnival.
We have a special guest today on ESPN College Game Day. Jacko Deco.
Just get to the car when you turn everyone. How easy it is to ensure what's important, is it? Home, car, even RV. Come on then. Look, just get to the car when you turn everyone. Look, just get to the car when you turn everyone. How easy it is to ensure what's important, is it? Home, car, even RV.
Did Dad get a chance to chill?
Oh, yeah.
Guys, what about the magic?
So who had the most fun? No one does fun like Carnival.
We have a special guest today on ESPN College Game Day. Jacko Deco.
Look, just get to the car when you turn everyone. How easy it is to ensure what's important, is it? Home, car, even RV. Come on, there's an RV right there. Did they even see the talking points I'm giving?
I don't believe so, sir. For all your insurance needs, from home to car to RV, it's easy to Geico.
Thanks. I forgot the talking points.
The XFL and United States Football League have announced plans to merge.
This will bring together two of the best spring leagues we've ever seen.
United Football League has arrived.
I'm looking for my doubles partner.
The future, the way you see it, is said to depend on where you sit. At Xchair, we think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is light years ahead. With our groundbreaking LMX technology, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience. At Xchair, we've got our eye on the future of work, so you can focus on the present. Bring home extra joy for the holidays with over $500 worth of free upgrades on every new Xchair. Offer ends January 9th.
Alfred, I'm coming in. Thanks, Alfred.
How many times have I told you? Just download the app. Control your garage from anywhere. Download MyQ today. Millions of people who lost weight with personalized plans from Noom, like Evan, who lost 50 pounds.
I never really was a salad guy. That's just not who I am. Even through the pickiness, Noom taught me that building better habits builds a healthier lifestyle.
Get started today and lose 15 pounds in 15 weeks.
You're watching the Mercedes-Benz Halftime Report.
The way to do the 2024 College Football Playoff National Championship is with playoff Premium, the official premium hospitality program. Suite and ticket packages include premier seating, all-inclusive hospitality, exclusive access, and more. Visit playoffpremium.com to book your spot today. On week tonight, we play for the national championship in Houston. The winner of the Alabama-Michigan game is going on. It's Steve Sarkisian's Longhorns take on Washington.
It's a Texas team that played their best football game in the Big 12 championship game, beating Oklahoma State, doing it in convincing fashion. You got a Washington team who's going to come in here riding the wave of beating Oregon for the second time for the Pac-12 championship game. You know, they're going to be very confident, and you know Quinn Ewers is coming in extremely confident too.
These two played in the Alamo Bowl last year, victory by Washington in a 27-20 game, much higher stakes tonight. Time now for our electric play, presented by Mercedes-Benz, and it's this one right here. They got Tyler Morris on the front, and he beats him to the pylon. 38-yard touchdown. Michigan took a 13-7 lead on the play. They're up by 3.
Full-time felons, your drive never goes unnoticed. You deserve a little more. Together, the market will fight.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on Paul. You don't want to ride with Paul. Or Sarah. Not today, anyway. And you don't want to rate based on Ben. He's got some important business to take care of. Why would you pay a rate based on anyone else? With Allstate, you're connected to a rate based on you.
Red Lobster's new lobster and shrimp celebration.
We got 10 shrimp, potatoes, sausages and sausages, jellyfish, nothing, no nothing.
3 lobster and shrimp entrees for a limited time.
In English, what's the hardest thing to say?
Anything with a TH?
They threw 3 things. 6th, 4th, 5th, and then 6th.
Or you mean what's really hard emotionally to say?
I forgive you.
I was wrong.
For me, it's saying I love you.
For me, it's why the fuck is this not more of a viral thing?
At Break Clips, we use clip notes to save your haircut
Okay,
details.
that's Westside. Ever just call yourself Westside and be like, yo, motherfucker.
Even if you've never set foot on the field. Break Clips, official sponsor of the College Football Playoff.
Tacos, or some pizza, wings, or some other food that rhymes with pizza. It all goes good with football, unless you find something really weird with pizza, like fashion pizza.
Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks VapoStick. And try
I'll get you that Vicks VapoStick. Oh, giggity.
There's one thing that never changes.
Georgia.
The anticipation.
Georgia. The whole thing.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up Ship Station. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, we're cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
This halftime report is presented by Mercedes-Benz. The holiday love celebration is here, now through January 2nd.
Just a beautiful afternoon here in Pasadena. Halftime. First college football playoff semifinal. Michigan with a 13-10 lead on Alabama was down. Listen in as the University of Alabama $1 Million Band entertains the crowd under the direction of Dr. Kenneth Ozello.
This is so stupid. Carpenters? Superstar? Solitaire.
$1 Million Band finishing up its performance second half is just around the
What
corner.
was the thing? What was Michigan's team? They said it was Swan Lake. That was just a random carpenter. Stupid. Why do you have them play such shit music? Have them play some Nicki Minaj or Megan Thee Stallion or Doja Cat. Fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Let me say yeah, well, fuck you. Hold on. Think you can get blown in one of those? Yeah, easily get blown in one of those.
Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love
So that one or that one or that one or that one or that one. For Riz? For shiz, huh? Heck, get blown. Yeah. Dunkin' Donuts. Is it just called Dunkin' now? I suck at Dunkin'. Why? Why not?
Being the best takes hard work. It takes early mornings, planning, precision, sweat, sacrifice, and teamwork. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in their game. Old Dominion Freight Line, helping the world keep promises.
It's game time. We're making a Twisted Tea drop. Twisted Tea fans who love football and the refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Real food tea, 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
You know, entire season leading up to this. After the highest highs, the lowest lows, the happiest of ugly cries. It's time to get together. Get a place with the crew. Assemble the band. Roar Lions transform. Hook 'em, go blue, go Ducks, go nuts. Oh, technically Buckeyes. The point is, it's bowling season. So turn all those away games into home games in Verbo football away, baby.
The future. The way you see it is said to depend on where you sit. At Xchair, we think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is light years ahead. Xchair has done it again with our groundbreaking LMX technology, providing hours of infinite comfort no matter where in the world you're sitting. By synthesizing the universe's elements, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience, our mission is to help you discover that every workday can happen with body and mind in an out-of-this-world place of comfort and productivity. Xchair is charting a new course, helping workers everywhere find comfort as their work worlds zoom back and forth. Even though your work reality may continue to shift, we've got our eye on the future for you so you can focus on the present. And from where we sit, the future still feels good. Bring home extra joy for the holidays with over $500 worth of free upgrades on every new Xchair. Offer ends January 9th.
So many stadiums come to life on a day like this. The Rose Bowl game, the grandest stage in sports. McClellan through a crease. Touchdown time. The end zone for him. Wide open. The Wolverines answer. Except for the second half, you're at the Rose Bowl to the Prudential. 3-point lead for Michigan. They barely trailed all season long. Fell behind early. Answered quickly. Leading by 3, but Alabama has been a very resilient and sometimes dominant second half team. Welcome back, Chris Fowler, Kurt Kurtz, Holly Rowe, Rutledge, Phil Montier in the booth. We've seen this from Saban's team. Not always great in the first half. They fall behind Ole Miss, Tennessee, quality teams, Auburn as well. But those adjustments he talked about, they didn't make it. They do it again.
Well, that's what I think he knew coming into this game. He and Tommy Reese knew that Michigan would come up with some wrinkles, and that's what we've seen to their credit. And now it's a game of adjustments for both sides. And it went so well for Michigan in some areas that you wonder how much they're going to tweak. They'll want to just kind of keep things going the way they were, but they're going to have to respond to whatever Bama does, especially offensively, to try to slow down this Michigan pass rush and the way they're dominating the front.
They handed the ball to Jason McClellan. He's averaged more than 9 yards at the 34-yard touchdown run. Expect Alabama to try to get that running game going a little bit better in this first section of the second half. Bowman to move it away. From 1 yard deep, Henry Law, second time today, unable to get beyond the 15-yard line. Good coverage by the Wolverines. Today's Apple rewarding performance at pass rush.
And here's Michigan's confusion, showing pressure from the right, drop, ends up bringing a blitz from Michael Berry. Here's just a twist game, and it's the pocket collapse. You see the receiver, there's no running routes, there's nobody underneath for Milrow to check it down to. Same look here, this time they drop Stewart. Off into the left flat, great pressure from the other side with Derek Moore and Santa Scroll. So really incredible first half by Jesse Minter trying to slow down this explosive Bama offense.
When they did blitz Milrow, he did not actually attempt a pass so far.
5 sacks in their first half, as you said.
Two back, both true freshmen flanking the quarterback. Executive on the exit, J.F. Miller, short for Jamaria. Tackle made quickly by Moore.
And Chris, I think we got a little bit of an indicator of some of the stuff Tommy Reese would like to do in the second half. Remember that throw that we saw Milrow make on that 1st and 10 play to start that last drive where he hits Isaiah Bond, moving the pocket, some quick throws, trying to get the ball out the edge, just trying to get away from the pressure that Michigan's putting on this offensive line, not just Milrow.
Reese in his first year calling plays, and from Notre Dame, where of course he was also a quarterback for the Fighting Irish. Second down, handoff inside Hayes. Quick burst, powerful runner, and they move to 6.
They call this a duo, just a double team on the left side. McLaughlin and Tyler Booker. Look at that left side. Good job of getting movement on really great McGregor. And when that opens up, they're able to get up to those linebackers, and that's what Alabama wants to do.
Two plays, 2 months. Take a lot of pressure off this offensive line for quarterback. They just grind it out there. Milrow looking to throw on first down. Has plenty of time. And fires along the far sideline. Incomplete. Michigan coverage and part of his defensive performance so far. He hasn't had a lot of guys running free.
No, and remember when early in the year Moore was retreating? This is what Michigan wanted to do. Don't let him step up. Make him step back and then to the outside. Very different quarterback with all the athletic ability and the speed when he doesn't have a chance to step up into the pocket, climb the pocket. Really intelligent pass rush there by Michigan and Jalen Harrell.
He's ferocious but disciplined, rushing the passer. A lot of focus on not letting Milrow get loose. Haynes again makes the cut at the line of scrimmage and squirts through a crease, almost off the big game crew. They stop him short of the 40. Harrell got it down.
Big Benson out there, the junior college transfer, nice block. Corey also helping out the big H-back Oots, 45. A couple times now, we've seen the offensive line on the left side establishing the line of scrimmage and get that running game going. That's a great answer from Tommy Reese. Get physical up front.
Loveland is the veteran in this running back core. He's been pushed though by these younger guys. Ian Williams, he's back in the game. He's his bond on the edge with some blockers, and Bama's offense beginning to find some rhythm. They pick up 8.
Yeah, and you get the running game going. You motion Big Boots out there. He's much like Bredesen from Michigan, who wears 44. He wears 45. They motion him out there. Now you got a couple blockers and a nice quick throw. Easy read. Balls away from the pressure. First and 10, positive yards.
Well, trying to get the edge. The stiff arm thrown on Sanders still. Finally gets him down, but tied or rolling now into Michigan territory. Another first down.
They keep working the edges of Michigan's defense. We've seen them work on that left side, and now this time, good job of using a vision by McClellan to bounce that out and create the one-on-one opportunity. Slow, more like what we kind of thought you'd see from Alabama. Big physical offensive line. This offensive line is bigger than the average NFL offensive line. They are monsters up front.
3 starters and 350 plus. Played a whole lot in the world, I think. I would say that. Ball is loose, and Milrow has to fall on it back inside the 40. That snaps have been a frequent problem for McLaughlin all season.
McLaughlin all year, and this time he's frustrated because he hears about it a lot. Watch Milrow's eyes. He's looking left. It wasn't necessarily a bad snap. The timing was off. The ball was a little bit below the knee, but you can see Milrow looking away. It did actually bounce just a little bit to the right there, but he'd had no idea the ball was even coming back.
Alabama fans wonder how in the world in game 14 does it still happen like that? Before the miracle against Auburn, a bad step almost cost him. It's another long one. Milrow scoops that up and loses more yardage. The simple things becoming complicated now. Stewart made the play for Michigan.
And again, I don't want to put this all on McLaughlin because I think Milrow is such a good athlete. You got to be able to handle some of these low snaps. Right? And it's a combination of the two. But you're right, it's been a kind of a reoccurring issue for Alabama. And we were just talking about, here they go. This is Alabama football. They're at the plus 47. Now they go all the way back with those 2 miscues to their own 34-yard line.
Yeah, they lose 19 on the snap misfires. McClellan, short run. They don't have a lot of plays to play, but 3rd and 29. And you said it, a very promising opening possession. They're imposing themselves up front. The snaps get away. Here comes the punt team.
Nick Saban going right to McLaughlin. Both guys are frustrated, like you said. Been an ongoing problem, but I think it's a combination. That was not all on McLaughlin there.
Milrow's had it look to be like a catcher a lot this year. He fielded those wild pitches in the dirt. He's been pretty good, actually scooping up most of them. Morgan standing back inside his 10. Burn up another high punt. And the freshman drifts back in. No fair catch, takes it at the 5. It's free at 1 tackle, but it's met at the 12. So, first, 3rd quarter possession for J.J. McCarthy and the Wolverines coming up.
Now what? You say it when it feels like you're starting too late. At Prudential, we think you should ask it when you realize it's not too late to start. Like when your new passion is now your life passion, ask now what? Here's what. You come to Prudential and help ensure your retirement has income that lasts a lifetime. Who's your rock? Talk to an advisor and build a more secure retirement today.
Everything we build is from the ground up. Every great idea, every crazy idea, every next idea, every truck, and everything in it. Everything you hear, everything you see, everything you feel when you drive it. We put everything we have into our trucks, so you get everything out of them. We're Ram. Trucks are what we do.
On an emotional Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
You know, Dad, Becky and I are getting pretty serious.
She's a great girl, CJ.
Dad, we started watching college football together. You like college football? Well, Becky opened my eyes to the complexities of the sport, the West Coast offense, the triple option. Wildcat formation. Oh, I love it. I knew you were a late bloomer. Hey, I even started growing paint on my chest. My boy's becoming a fan!
Catch me! That's right to you.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Ready for the NFL playoffs?
I was born ready.
Dramatic entrances? Check. Team of Destiny?
Check.
Nightmare matchups? Check. All the heart-pumping playoff action of your dreams? Check, please.
Championship stories from the pages of history. One more will close out this chapter. May the best story win. The National Championship, Monday, January 8th at 7:30 on ESPN.
We talked a lot about Alabama and their offense trying to make some adjustments. Look at the high discipline or the lack thereof at times for Bama's defense in the first half. A whole lot of pre-snap movement, a lot of different formations, creating some passing lanes for J.J. McCarthy. Here you see the safety, Jaden Key, trying to wait on a deep crosser. Instead, they get a mismatch underneath with rarely used Tyler Morris against the leader, Deontay Lawson, and they get a huge touchdown.
Lake Corum, Michigan backed up with their worst starting field position so far today. Stopped for no game. Holly, what did you learn from Jim Harbaugh after halftime?
Well, checking out the Michigan folks, they talked about the pressure they're getting on Jalen Milroe. It's not just that they had 5 sacks in that first half. Those 5 sacks came from 5 different players. They are getting pressure from everywhere. It's creating indecision in Jalen Milroe's eyes. And 7 tackles for loss. That's been the big story. Also, their ability to run the football. Lake Corum thought they could. He said, I've seen 8 and 9-man boxes all season. I thought I'd be able to go at it today.
Averaging 5.1 of his 10 carries so far. This is Edwards on the edge, right into the boundary. There's a bunch of time players there, including Deontay Lawson, sits up 3rd and long.
They actually, Alabama, a little wrinkle trying to put 5 linemen in. You put 3 D linemen, you got your 2 outside linebackers just trying to go heavy, expecting a run there. Michigan goes with a pin and pull out to the edge. They couldn't quite get to the corner. So now Alabama's got an opportunity here, deep in Michigan territory, on a 3rd down and long, and they're walking up backers here.
The only 3rd down conversion so far was the touchdown reception by Tyler Morris. It's a 5-man rush, and McCarthy's on the move, scanning, and delivers a bullet along the sidelines. Incomplete. They ruled him out of bounds. Cornelius Johnson, a diving attempt, but it's worked out 3 and out.
How many times have you seen J.J. McCarthy escape to his right on the run? It didn't look like he had anybody to throw the football to. Wait
a second. Oh, very close. Oh, was on the ground. Great drag by Johnson as he had control with that left toe on the grass.
It's definitely worth another look here, Bill.
Yeah, the play's under review now. They busted. Is that control right there?
And is the toe still down? I think it sure looks like it is.
And if he maintains control of that ball going to the ground, he
put it in his right arm and braced his fall with his left, but looks to have control all the way to the ground. What a bullet.
I was going to say, McCarthy so many times in his career rolls right, just when it looks like he's going to give up on a play, throws an absolute laser to a receiver. Heck of a toe tap there by Cornelius Johnson. The Michigan faithful here in Pasadena made the trip. They see the big screen. They think it's a catch.
We do too. That's the difference between a quick 3 and out and a punt. Getting the drive going here, of course, been a first down. If they do reverse it,
almost the exact same spot where Caleb Downs made that interception, and they were reviewing it to see if he was out of bounds.
After review, the receiver completes the process of the catch.
So for Cornelius Johnson, that's his first catch. It's been a quiet afternoon so far for Wilson Johnson, the top 2 wide receivers on this team. He spread the ball around to Corum and some tight ends, and he unheralded Tyler Morris.
Yeah, he spread the football all over the place. 6 different receivers, if you include the backs, in that first half. But not bigger than what we just saw to keep this drive alive in a big field position in a very low-scoring, close football game.
Wilson's back in. 3 receivers on the tight end to the left. Corum comes across in motion. Between the tackles where he's made a living, but very few opponents have against Alabama this year.
All that motion, all the different lineups now. You see J.J. McCarthy step out.
Yeah, Orangey's coming in.
Orangey comes in. But all that pre-snap movement plays in. Alabama has simplified some things just to make sure they're all on the same page.
And Orangey, the 235-pound sophomore from Texas, is going to change the pace. Won't see running quarterback.
I keep thinking of any moment. When are they going to use it? You know, he can throw the ball. Hasn't shown it.
Flash is a very strong arm in practice, I'll say that. Mullen is to his right on 2nd and 7. And he is looking to throw. Scrambles and is forced out. So he wanted to take his shot to Mullins out of the backfield with the tide roll over him.
If you and I are thinking about it, I think Nick Saban's thinking about it. Here's what they tried to just catch Terrion Arnold just maybe napping, coming up to help out and run support, but he doesn't. He had his eyes in the right spot. We talked about a lack of eye discipline. That time, Terrion Arnold all over the potential threat of Mullins sneaking out of the backfield. Another 3rd down and long for Michigan.
Although they hadn't shown it, the time to prepare for massive set by Orangey.
Prepared for the Reggie.
Delivers across the middle, and the catch is made, but Morris had to go back behind him to make the catch, and that's the difference between the 1st down and 4th down.
And really the same spot where he caught the ball when he's able to run away. And watch the linebackers. They're walked up as in spies. They're also looking at Donovan Edwards. He has a lot of room to run, pulling away from Terrion Arnold. The ball just behind him, and he loses his balance. So Bama catches a break here.
That's on McCarthy, an accurate throw, and it's another 1st down. Coleman, punt, Downs, standing at the time, 25. This has been his finest punting day. So far, he's got pretty high standards. This punt drives Downs back to his 20. It's his best of the day, 46 yards.
by leaps and bounds, making a dinner that makes their whole day, and giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that.
It's important for young homeowners to let go of the things turning them into their parents. The instruction manuals. Do you even have that juicer anymore? No, I don't.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
It doesn't even have the juicer.
Here at Papa John's, we know our stuff. So try our newest cheesy calzone epic stuffed crust pizza, made with a blend of ricotta and mozzarella, hand stuffed into that Papa John's fresh, never frozen original dough. Get it for a limited time only at Papa John's.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than this.
All right, who's going to deliver the toys to the kids? No. Sarah, you do it.
Really?
Yeah.
You steal the presents one time.
I've stolen them no times.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Enters Max. Yeah.
Every year, thousands of athletes disappear in clutch moments due to falling hydration levels. Get yourself back in the game. Get yourself a Gatorade. Rehydrate, replenish, refuel.
The CFP semifinal at the Rose Bowl game, presented by Prudential, is brought to you by AT&T. Connecting changes every day. Capital One, what's in your wallet? And Gatorade. Gatorade is helping millions play. Gatorade, fuel tomorrow.
Tide beat Texas here, of course, for a BCS championship 26 years ago. Michigan's most recent national championship. Piece of it here in the Rose Bowl. Dr. Pepper National Championship trophy, of course, won in LA by Georgia a year ago. Headed to Houston, where winner here will collide with either Washington or Texas. It's a beautiful day. Goodyear got aerial coverage. Road tested and game ready. Are you ready for the road? Goodyear or driven? Tide. Second possession of the second half. The first one spoiled by those two low snaps. Hand off to McClellan. Wrestles over for about 3. Ram tackled Laura.
Chris, this Alabama offensive line, after those low snaps, came off the field, looking around saying, we're too good of a team for this to be happening. And then Herbie was exactly right. Nick Saban going to Jalen Milroe, asking him to take some responsibility for the low snaps from center set the ball.
Almost got it again, but what can the quarterback do? You got to be ready for it, but somebody's so low that you're...
Yeah, well, the first one was obviously low. In both of them, I don't think he was ready for it. I just don't think they were on the same page, which is as frustrating, if not more, than a low snap. I'll tell you what, I know it doesn't show up in the stats after the game, but 55, I keep talking about it, pacing cramp. You want to keep your eye on him in the middle if you want to watch how to play defensive line. I mean, he is outstanding with his hands and leverage. Play after play involved in affecting things.
So we're trying to get off the field and do well. That swing pass for Jim Miller was way off target, and the Tide go 3 and out.
Yeah, even if that ball is caught, Michigan keeps showing both their outside linebackers potentially coming. This time, instead of blitzing, decides to drops out of the flat. If that ball's caught, there would be no chance for Jam Miller. That is a tackle potentially for a loss.
Another 3 and out for this Bama offense. Fifth, sitting at 129 total yards. All of them coming on 2 possessions. Barnett has been way too busy for the liking of Alabama fans. He does a good job on this punt. Morgan is driven back inside the 20. Wave for a catch, came close to touching it. He was lucky that ball didn't bounce inside the 10. High, deep boot. Wolverines head back again.
Doug and Andre came to TurboTax.
We navigated a turbulent housing market.
Buying a motorhome.
But we didn't know the first thing about filing taxes as first-time home buyers.
I knew how to make their move count. We filed taxes for millions of new homeowners and guaranteed 100% accuracy on land and sea.
Was that a shark?
Yes.
Make your moves count. Intuit TurboTax. 100% accuracy guaranteed.
Desmond Howard, here to see my college football collection.
Impressive stuff, little man.
Geico makes it easy to insure my car and RV too. Wow. Gloves from your famous catch.
How'd you get those? Great smile. Is this from when the band ran on the field?
Yeah, 1982.
What is this?
Oh no, don't touch the that's all first rate, friends. That's all first rate. Yeah, it'll turn off eventually.
For all your insurance needs from home to car to RV, it's easy to Geico.
I just finished it.
My name is Ashley Cortez, and I'm the founder of the Stay Beautiful Foundation. When I started in
I'm the founder of the
2016, I
Blister.
would go to the post office and literally fill out each person's name on a label. And now at ShipStation, we are shipping 500 beauty boxes a month. It takes less than 5 minutes for me to get all of my labels and get beauty in the hands of women who are battling cancer so much quicker.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
I've shaved every day for 20 years. It's my morning routine, and it gets me ready for my day. But at over $4 a blade, shaving every day gets expensive. Then my barber told me about Harry's. Harry's 5-blade razor offers me a close, comfortable shave. It has all the features I love. The best part, refills are as low as $2 each, half of what I paid for it. If you want a premium shave without the premium price tag, give Harry's a try.
Go to harrys.com/shave to claim your $7 trial.
Allstate continues to celebrate every field goal and PAT made by both participating schools here by making a donation to the General Scholarship Funds. Appreciate you, Allstate. Gets taking donation because of the bad snap. Michigan's the second PAT attempt, so the margin's still 3, no scoring. So right here in the third quarter as the Wolverines take over from the 11. Now creeping up, crowding the box. And McCarthy looking to throw on first down, incomplete. He tried to zip it in there to the tight end. A.J. Barner, Caleb Downs in coverage.
This is a 3-point game. You know, I mean, as much as we're talking about Michigan and what they're doing and a good job of confusing the Alabama team, Alabama has gotten within striking distance. And obviously, this game starts to feel like Alabama wanting to play the field position game. And the way Burns punting, you keep pushing Michigan back and kind of trying to make the field slant in their favor, just waiting for Michigan to make a mistake to give their own offense a short field.
Second down. And off inside the Edwards. You know, different teams have tried different things to stop Michigan group of tight ends. Alabama's choice here was to use smaller players like Downs and Moore against these big tight ends. They've done a very good job so far. Yeah, on Loveland and also Barner.
No doubt about it. They've also, Michigan's done some different things. You know, they came really running the third most 12 personnel in the entire country. Think about that, with 1 back and 2 tight ends. That's their bread and butter. They've kind of broken that. They've been more 11 just with the 1 back, the 1 tight end with 3 receivers. So it's been a very different look from what's been traditional for Michigan's offense this year.
No real inline tight ends on this third down play. Another fastball off target. Morgan, the intended receiver there, but JJ's been misfiring a bit. It's 3 and out.
That one, I think, went right through his arms. I think this one was a little bit better. Back into the boundary, soft coverage. I think he's got a chance. Yeah, that one goes right through his hands. He read that perfectly, sees Downs coming down, puts it right through the hands of the young freshman, unable to bring that in. That would have been a first down.
That one certainly on target. Morgan unable to come up with it.
Remember the field position game, 3-point game, huge.
Bowman in his end zone. Heel back to set up a return. And Downs lets it bounce in front of him, and it goes sideways, and Alabama's going to be set up with excellent field position. Third quarter's been all about field position. The time will start from the 45.
His name's King. He had a horse along the countryside. I saw him ride. One day they found him.
They're all expecting more efficiency, more benefits, more growth. When you realize you can give your people everything and more.
Thank you very much.
Ask, now what? Here's what. You go with Prudential to protect, empower, and grow. With everything you need to deliver, you guessed it, more.
One more thing.
Who's your rock? Learn more at Prudential.com.
You'll never guess what we're doing to the Baconator. We're putting it
On the Baconator. Have you seen this?
Post it.
What? The Baconator you love with a new pretzel twist. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new pretzel Baconator.
See you in all your familiar places. That is hard.
The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is here. Coming now for the exceptional offers you're bound to love. Now through January 2nd.
He has his whole life ahead. And I want to be there for all of it, you know? Time is precious. I want to make the most of it. Because he deserves my best. I got you. I got you.
Big crowd singing Killers, Mr. Price sat in unison. About 15 minutes from sunset here in Southern California. Kirk, one of the highlights for you every year, and watch the changing colors in the San Rafael Mountains.
I just go back to living in the Midwest when it got dark at 4 o'clock, and I turn on the Rose Bowl, and I just see this, and it was like, it was Fantasy Island. Where in the world are they playing this game that Bob Ross made a painting about? Look at this.
Moving on the tide. Take over here. They've been winning the battle of field position. Can they take advantage of it? It's a keeper for Milrow. He gets the edge. Lowers his shoulder. Gets about 9 into Michigan territory. Page got him down.
And back to the edge. Remember, they were able to run the football. Michigan committing down. Hold it. Now get to the edge and use that speed. Outrun the safeties. That's where you haven't seen much of Jalen Milrow. He's out in the open space. This guy's the fastest guy on the field. He's hit over 20 miles an hour more than anybody in the country. I think it's 11 or 12 times this year. He's been bottled up.
They've been very basic of that play call. They hand it off inside to Haynes, who bounces it outside, gets the edge, and quickly the Tide are threatening down near the Michigan 38.
You know about McClellan, a veteran guy, Roydale Williams. We saw Champ Miller make a play in Atlanta in the SEC championship game. Anybody who has followed Alabama knows about Justice Haynes and what he can become out of Buford. Big-time talent, 6'5", 205. And has a bright future. They're giving him some carries at a critical moment here for Alabama.
Right. Milrow retreating. Escapes this time. And instead of being sacked, actually makes a big gain. Cam Good pressured him, but he picks up 9 on the scramble.
That's amazing. Cam Good is a big man who gets a good push in the middle. That's what they wanted to do, but look, there's no one there to help him. He's got just enough room to be able to wiggle and then get back upfield north and south to get those positive yards.
Despite it with first down yardage. Tough running out the left side. This just feels like
An enormous moment here. Final couple minutes of the third quarter. Alabama has had to battle and struggle. Offense all game long, and now a chance that they can get the end of it, take the lead.
Just fighting for every yard. You know, when we saw the matchup, Alabama and Michigan, you thought about this kind of game, physical game, line of scrimmage game. Who would make the big plays when they had them? Was still to be determined, but Alabama getting some footing with favorable field position because of their punter the last two possessions. See if they can capitalize.
Scanning, checks it down underneath the bomb. You find a little gap in that zone, enough for a first down into the red zone.
Ball out quick instead of holding it out. Tyrese told us he's at his best when he's decisive. That's just an option route for Isaiah Bond back into the boundary. He's just feeling that zone. Milroe kind of his eyes working around, trying to find out where to go. This time, instead of waiting for somebody to get open, he's able to get the ball out of his hands quickly, and now they're inside the red zone of Michigan.
Very effective in every category, but very excellent in red zone defense this year. Milroe on the edge, trying to direct some blockers, doesn't really get a block, and he's forced out near the line of scrimmage by Sainstone.
Heck of a job by Josh Wallace, who was the corner going up against Jermaine Burton. Michigan just kind of string that play out. And it was Wallace who had to get off of that block and not give him any room at all to kind of stretch. And then again, like he likes to get vertical, they took that away completely with good team pursuit.
Wallace playing his 53rd career game, most of them at UMass. He's been the guy the Michigan opponents have tried to pick up most of the year.
And it was the one question, who would be the corner opposite of Will Johnson, and he sure has stepped up.
Flag. False start by Alabama. That's their second penalty. Both have been false starts today. It's Tyler Booker. Been the way it's going, Kirk. Just when they seem to string together some plays, get some momentum. A mistake like that, flinch, and send them back.
Washington looks like he says we're stopping ourselves.
Said something else before that.
I thought last time we showed him live, looked like he said we're stopping ourselves. He's right. They've had some critical errors.
Headed to the fourth quarter. 3-point game. Spot in the championship game on the line between these two heavyweights. Check in now. The end of this third quarter. Second semifinal game down at the All-State Sugar Bowl. But Molly McGrath.
I'm here in New Orleans for the college football playoff semifinal at the All-State Sugar Bowl, where the two team mascots will be delivering this, the official game ball. Oh, yeah! He's got the ball. Really, dude? Now that's excessive celebration. Game on!
There you go. It was beautiful.
The 3 for Me only at Chili's serves up more deliciousness for just $10.99 than you'll find anywhere else. I mean, have y'all seen those fast food prices lately? It's like even they want you to come to Chili's. This Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
Enterprise cybersecurity teams need increased visibility to respond to threats across network, cloud, and device data. That's why ReliaQuest built Gray Matter, a single platform for detection, investigation, and response that integrates across all enterprise security technology, powered by decades of experience, and streamlined by AI and automation to protect what matters most, anytime, anywhere. ReliaQuest, make security possible.
We have breaking news right now, and we wait to see exactly how this plays out. No! Let's go.
In all my years, I've never watched anything like this.
You say that every day.
I'm here courtside. Watch this.
You have got to watch this replay post.
Hey, you gotta watch. I'm watching. Oh, I'm watching. Rabbi will never turn the microphone.
Now on SportsCenter, another wild night.
West Side.
Set for the final quarter. CFP semifinal at the Rose Bowl game presented by Prudential. These final 15 minutes, Kirk, with the conditioning comes into play. They began working out 11 months ago, building the body, getting ready for these moments. And of course, the mental side of things, the poise, the composure to execute. So much at stake here.
That's what you hope for, right? An opportunity to get to a fourth quarter, a one-possession game. With all that work you're mentioning, ends up paying off for you.
Jalen Milroe has been very clutch all season in situations like this. He's got the football going straight up the middle, and Barger's down near the goal line. They keep it simple and straightforward, and Milroe plays to his strength.
And he gets downhill behind that big fullback, Rabbi, number 45. Nice pull by the left guard, Tyler Booker. Look at that. Between Booker making a great block, Hayden Proctor that opened up. He accelerates through the hole.
First and goal, playing with tempo. McClellan walks in. Alabama on top.
There you go, baby.
It was a field position third quarter, and it set up its touchdown early in the fourth. Michigan trails in the second half for the first time all season.
And you are so right about the punter. There's the adjustments by Tommy Reese. But James Burnham, the Aussie punter at 6'6", 220, is out for the hole. Has had a big impact on this second half with the field position game.
Talked about adjustments. What can Saban, Reese, and the offensive staff do to counteract the ferocious Michigan pass rush? Getting Milroe and design runs has been a big part of it.
And it really has. I think here you're going to see some great blocking here, but also the big fullback right here, Boots. Watch him lead around, and watch how quickly Milroe senses it and just gets downhill. He's not hesitating. He's getting north and south right now behind those blocks. Even Proctor, the freshman, is able to help out to get up to that linebacker. We've been waiting for him to have a chance to get into space and make some plays, and now you get the eyes on the threat of Milroe. You can open it up for the backs. McClellan takes it in for the go-ahead score for the Crimson Tide.
Second touchdown for McClellan at the 34-yarder, and the short touchdown here. And Alabama's lead is 4 because, remember, the snap was rolled back on Michigan's PAT. We wondered at the time, they game this close, teams this evenly matched, would that be a factor? Certainly has changed the complexion of the fourth quarter. Michigan now needing a touchdown to claim the lead. That was a poor third quarter for the Wolverines offense, but they managed a single first down and just 23 total yards in the third. Didn't have good field position for most of them.
Yeah, the field position and the special teams, and now the momentum favoring Alabama. Michigan missed the extra point. They had the muff punt. The Bama punter is able to make a difference in the field position, and now Alabama, really, I think for the first time the entire game, their crowd has come alive, and they're trying to cheer this defense on. Again, we saw McCarthy answer early when they were down 7. Let's see what he and this offense from Michigan can do here.
Time crowd trying to make it tough over there, roaring on the far side. Dallas Turner after a short game.
That's what makes Dallas Turner, I think, a complete player, is his ability and the strength that he has and the heavy hands that he has to be able to set an edge. It's not just about getting after the quarterback. Watch him take on the guard here, able to get off of that block, shake him, force the running back inside where the rest of that Crimson Tide defense is.
physically gifted, but also very smart. Studies well. That's why he's very high on the NFL draft boards. It's a big play on 2nd and 9. Michigan cannot afford another 3rd and long. The play fake, deep drop. McCarthy hits, he throws, and it's incomplete. Justin Boygby knocked the quarterback down, and it will be 3rd and 9.
But Boygby's on the backside, and they load up this. Look how many defensive linemen are in this game right now. This is where the pressure comes. What a push from Alabama. Michigan goes with that 2 tight end look, so Alabama responds with their personnel going with that heavy look of their own. And Boygby, who's had a quiet game, this time with good coverage downfield, he got that extra step in there to be able to get the pressure.
Alabama has shut down the top wide receiver targets of this team all afternoon. McCarthy drops it to Edwards, who drops it himself. Boygby again provided pressure, and this Michigan offense has just fizzled after halftime.
We said even before we got to the second half, it's a game of adjustments. Alabama's been playing a lot of man-to-man. Here, they play zone. They're able to get the pressure. Even if Edwards makes that catch, there are white jerseys running to the football. All eyes on the ball instead of with their back turned playing man coverage.
Dropped by Morgan earlier, dropped by Edwards there. He said probably wouldn't have made the first down anyway. But here comes Tommy Dolman again to boot it away. Caleb Allen standing at the Alabama 30. On a great punt. And it's going to bounce. It looked like it touched the Michigan player. It's covered by Alabama at the 32.
It looked like it may have hit an Alabama player.
Yeah, dangerous on the carom there. Right, Antonio Kite, the time was down in that neighborhood. But Bama has possession and Milrow. And the Crimson Tide offense back to work, up 4, early 4th.
Lunch? Yes, please. That'll be $23. Your ad says it's free. It is for our economy ultimate passengers. Paid extra. I'll just have water. Okay, cash or card? For water? Well, at AT&T, when we offer you our best iPhone deals, we guarantee it. Even on the new iPhone 15 Pro. Check it out. We do have free movies. With the purchase of headphones. I'll just use my iPhone.
Only AT&T gives everyone our best deals on any iPhone with any popular phone. Guaranteed. Get iPhone 15 Pro while us.
Every year, thousands of athletes disappear in clutch moments due to falling hydration. They've been told how you feel yourself doesn't matter. Just like that, they're wrong. Get yourself back in the game. Get yourself a Gatorade. Rehydrate, replenish, refuel.
This is the icon of vacations. Icon of the seas, arriving 2024. Hey, how's it going?
What's the sandwich names?
Oh, they're just lots of my time in the Army.
Oh, but what's the Steven named after?
Steven is from Navy Federal Credit Union. They've been helping with my finances since I enlisted. You want another Steven?
Keep calling him.
Okay.
Maybe someday I could get a sandwich named after me.
Oh, the douchebag. We already have it here. It's where you give us $10 and we punch you in the face. It's named after you if I haven't already said that. It's called the douchebag.
On for charity in our town. This was Eva's first race. She started to get nervous. I got scared. She kind of reminded me of how I was when I was little, not really wanting to kind of leave my mom. I showed up with our Chick-fil-A cow because our cow was just a little scared to run by himself too.
I wanted to run with him, and he wanted to run with me.
Because Lily and the Chick-fil-A cow were there, we were able to try something new.
Oh, cool. Chick-fil-A cow. What's the Chick-fil-A cow's name? Cunt. Cunt the cow. That's a great name. J-Bomb needs one of those.
for current eligible GMC owners. That's 15% below MSRP on select 2023 Sierra models. We are professional grade.
Should just go my new name, Sierra.
Time now for our Chick-fil-A move on the field, and it comes from New Orleans. The sign of tonight's second college football playoff semifinal. Texas and Washington. The Longhorns in the playoff for the first time. The Huskies, with the nation's longest winning streak in 20 straight, they'll square off for a spot in the title game in Houston. Alabama takes over here now at the 33-yard line. Narrowly, winning disaster because of an alert play by Upper Caleb down this way. That's the second. And so, time to get the ground game going, and they've taken Michigan's pass rush out of the
Literally,
equation.
always was kind of like the same certain things like that.
Dumping down to Kobe Prentice, who's pushed out near midfield.
And I just never was really close to that position that people really have their push out of give a different. No, enough for me to remember it 15 years later.
Keep talking about a game of adjustments, and Tommy Reese and his offense deserve a lot of credit. Moving the pocket, running the football, getting the eyes that's attacking Michigan defense to slow down, to have to respect that aspect of it. Remember, 5 sacks in the first half. They don't have one here in the second half.
That was just a couple of quarterback pressures. Milrow keeps it, breaks the tackle on Sanderson on the edge, launches the ball, rolling around, and it looks like the Wolverines have it.
No, they don't.
Recovered by Josh Wallace. Was knocked loose by Quentin Johnson, and you see why. No one was certain what would happen with Miller with the ball in his hands today.
And when he runs in the open field, one of the things that he has a habit of doing is not adjusting and moving the ball to the other hand. He started to, he lost his balance, but he's facing the defender with the football. Very easy for Johnson to get his hands on it to be able to knock it away, and it's exactly what he does. So Milrow, as athletic as he is, doesn't do a great job there of protecting the ball with his body. Michigan smartly knocks it away, and how about Wallace getting the opportunity to jump on top of it?
First takeaway by the Wolverines today, and then get the ball near midfield. This offense has been completely stagnant since the first half, where they pitch it out, and they find Roland Wilson has been waiting to make an impact play, got it down near the tie 31. McKinstry got it.
A good route, but I think another job of Michigan confusing. I mean, we talked about how the motion can confuse you. You have 2 guys kind of sinking back. You see the arms open there of McKinstry, trying to wonder where his help is.
Quick pitch on the edge, Cornelius Johnson was tackled very quickly by Downs after a short gain. Wow, things can happen quickly and change on a dime. That turnover, when Alabama appeared to be gaining momentum, gaining on Michigan.
Yeah, they had taken control of the game. They had all the momentum. They started to really feel comfortable with the play calling, and the turnover margin has been a huge advantage for Michigan. They're second in the country with a +17. It's been, as I say, a strength of theirs, and they knew if they're going to win tonight, they had to win that turnover margin.
Cashing it for 7, already in the field goal range. Here's a flea flicker, and it's a misfire. Moore tried to pitch it back to McCarthy. They do this play a lot. They kind of short arm the pitch.
Well, he has to hurry it up because of the reaction by Lawson. So give Lawson all the credit here. Deontay Lawson, 32. Watch him get downhill in a hurry, and that forces Blake Corum to kind of sense that. That's why he's getting it. Then he tries to make a block. He's not able to finish and follow through on that pitch back to J.J. McCarthy.
That's enormous because it's moved them back out of what you consider field goal range for James Turner. Now it's a 3rd and 17. Quick pitch to the side. Catch made. And Morgan's going to work his way back down near the 30s, way short of the marker, but a makeable field goal.
Yeah, smart call. I mean, it's very tough to pick up a 3rd and long like that, but very smartly to be able to make that quick throw and give your quickest receiver Morgan a chance to make a play after the catch to get as many yards as they can to give yourselves a shot here to cut into this lead.
Can they execute? We've seen the simple things be very complicated today for both teams. William Wagner, the snapper, rolled one back earlier in the PAT. Dolman, the punter, to hold it for James Turner from 49 to tie this game.
He missed that.
He missed it left.
Special teams continue to be a problem for Harbaugh's team today.
And we saw roll one back. Otherwise, it's a three-point game, and here it's a high snap. I think it affects the timing. Great job to get that ball down, but I think it may have affected the rhythm that time of Turner, who ends up hooking that to the left.
They don't take advantage of the Milrow fumble, and the Tide still up 4. 10:30 to go.
At PGIM, finding opportunity in fixed income today helps secure tomorrow. Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience, helps investors meet their goals. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
What can I do for you, man?
You know what? Really craving nacho fries. You guys got any of those?
Ads are working.
I don't know what you're talking about. What ads?
Like all the pictures I put over here. I put that there. See what, man?
My hair started thinning in my early 20s. I automatically knew what it was. It was stress. I took a pharmaceutical drug, but unfortunately I suffered from sexual dysfunction. I like Nutrafol because it's drug-free and it fits with my lifestyle. We require to prove our products work. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement. And now you can see more hairline and it's giving me my confidence back. Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com/men.
There are giants, my guys. They're the men and women building our Navy's next generation submarines. And they're giants at what they do because they work in a place where they can grow, where they can learn the skills to build careers as powerful as the beasts they forge. We build giants because it takes one to build one.
Are you tired of clean clothes that just don't smell clean? Downy Unstoppables in-wash scent boosters keep your laundry smelling fresh way longer than detergent alone. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus odor protection with Downy Unstoppables. Try for under $5.
You can feel it. A force that moves everything around it. Intensity. Power. That comes from deep down inside. Full-time fans. Your passion is unshakable. And you deserve it. But I, the American fighter.
The CFP semifinal at the Rose Bowl game is presented by PGIM, a leading global asset manager across public and private markets, and in part by Taco Bell and Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
They misfired, Kirk, and that flea flicker. That was the difference.
On that second down play, if you're a Michigan fan, you may want to turn away from this play. This is Lawson right here. What he's able to do, he gets downhill. Look behind him. Look at number 8 coming across the middle of the field. Nobody picks him up. They make that throw if he has time. He may, with a blocker in front of him, he may score.
Instead, the difference is the missed BAT earlier and that missed field goal. McClellan makes his way for about 4. Milrow take a deep breath, knowing that fumble did not cost his team. How great is this? 10 minutes to go in a game. It's a 4-point game. Michigan's defense has been so instrumental in the year that they've had. Alabama's offense with its movement out of the field. Who wins? Who wins his battle one-on-one? Payment offense against the Michigan defense. Wondered in a game this tight, would a mistake make the difference? It might have, but Michigan stalled, missed the field goal. And now McClellan spinning free, running hard into Michigan territory. Chase McClellan using to be brought down.
Watch Dupree here and Moots set the edge, the two big fellas. 81 and 45. That gets him going. And then great block again by 19 Wall. Gets him to that that second level. McClellan is tough to bring down. Just competing and fighting. You're talking about a back that's had to wait behind some very talented running backs at Alabama and has finally gotten his opportunity this year and last year.
He's a slasher, right? It's not about the measurables. He just runs hard, and it's just difficult to bring down. Approaching a 100-yard game now. 92 yards and a couple of touchdowns. He's not done yet. Far side. Gang up and stop it for a short gain.
All ball security, not just because of the fumble by Milroe, but Michigan, obviously fourth quarter down 4. They are doing everything they can to rip that football out. Alabama, at the very least,
Alabama doesn't have the
Michigan
Rose
cannot
Bowl
give up
patch.
a touchdown at 8:30 to go in this game, down 4.
Only the SEC thing.
Tied. Very patient. Every snap. Using the
He
clock
doesn't
here.
Rose with them either.
We got Williams now in the game. Bond goes in motion. Milroe took a look that direction. It tucks it to his left and is spun down. About 3 yards short of the marker by Stewart. They're down.
It's almost like watching a different offense from the first half to the second half. Michigan dictating things as a defense in that first half. Confusing the offensive line, confusing Jalen Milroe. After the adjustments, it's been Alabama that's been able to play their type of game, getting after Jesse Minter and his defense, having a chance on some of these third downs instead of being a 3rd and 10.
They gave it to Miller and the freshman with a first down. Barrels to the Michigan 30 as the Tide keep grinding away.
Burton does what he needs to do right here, being able to block Sanistrell. He's got to be able to try to help get the edge. And I don't know if he got him with his leg or what he got him with, but he brought him down, and that's the kind of half it's been for Alabama. Blocking angles, getting these backs to the second level. Get a flag.
Michigan was very confused on defense, looking around. Flag thrown by the referee.
Offense, 12 players, red formation.
That's why I think Michigan was confused with extra guy out there. That's one of those procedural penalties just when they are building momentum that will drive the legend crazy.
Oh, yeah. For the most part, it's been a pretty clean second half of this offense, not getting behind the sticks.
Quick throw. Martin hit it immediately and driven backwards. Play made by Keon Sabb, the safety.
Will Johnson trying to hold this and hold this and hold this. Watch the head of Milroe, who's going to come off the thing. He sees it right away, comes off of it, and just flips it out. Hoping that Burton can make a play if he gets it out there quick enough. But nice job by Sabb to be able to make that play, and a good call by Minter, keeping Alabama behind the sticks.
Keeps it, flips it short, and a very short gain. By the way, Junior Colson's back in the game. The top tackler of this Michigan defense, highly reported, was in the medical tent for a while with his shoulder pads off. He's been battling hand injuries. See, both of those hands are wrapped up. And just a tough guy, the true leader.
We're so drinks.
Right shoulder wrapped up as well. He's just powering through everything. And now, chance for Minter's defense to stop this drive here at 3rd and 9.
Hausman will come in. He's giving him a real luxury this year. The transfer from Nebraska gets some free backers in the middle with Colson and Barrett. Here's Hausman. Let's see what happens here.
On the battery. Here's the tailback. Michigan breaks the pressure this time, but for the first time in the second half, they drop Milroe to push Alabama back into fringe field goal range. And Braden McGregor for the second time today.
Yeah, they brought 6, and they overloaded that left side. Watch the pressure come from up here. Harrow ends up coming. Housen, who just came into the football game, ends up coming. Good job of winning. It's a one-on-one matchup. Who's going to win? The pocket collapses again. No nowhere for Jalen Miller to step up. That's 6 sacks now for Michigan.
Riker was hitting for about 54 in warmups. Made it from 50 earlier. This is her 52 to make the lead 7. And he will drive it inside the right upright. Kicking has been the difference here this afternoon. And the lead is 7 with 4:41 to play in the Rose Bowl. As J.J. McCarthy and the Michigan offense have some magic left.
We have a special guest today on ESPN College Game Day. Gecko.
Just get to the car when you tell everyone how easy it is to ensure what's important to them. Oh, car, even RV. Come on, there's an RV right there. Did he even see the talking points on here?
I don't believe so, sir. For all your insurance needs from home to car to RV, it's easy to Geico.
Yes, I forgot the talking points.
Your discretion is advised. But you all 5 episodes. 1 killer drop. That wouldn't happen any other way. Marvel Studios Echo episode streaming January 9th.
No freezers? How unusual is this for a restaurant?
I think that that's unusual because a lot of restaurants have freezers. But we don't have freezers, we have fresh food every single day.
How fresh is fresh?
It's real food that's coming to our tables. That's what sets us apart.
It is absolutely true that the state of K-12 education, the fact that we need more support, the fact that we need great teachers like you, and they have to be supported.
It's partnerships like this that make it happen. Bowl Season Association is pleased and privileged to be able to support teachers' school specialty. They make investments in this wonderful equipment.
Our mission is about community and giving back.
It's only with great partners that we can do great things. Great teachers stateside.
Listen.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up Ship Station. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, and slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, we're cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
I am embarrassed to say this, but I've been using deodorant on my armpits for the past 3 years. And yet anytime I noticed odor anywhere else, I thought I needed a second shower, I was unclean, or there was something wrong with me. And then my gynecologist told me about Lumi. It's a whole body deodorant for hips, feet, and privates that controls odor anywhere and everywhere in your body. I tried it and I noticed a difference right away, everywhere. You won't realize
Up your
the body
cooch?
odor
Up it?
you're living with until you try Lumi and it's gone. Go to LumiDeo.com to build your customized bundle today.
AT&T connected cam on the goalpost there. Will Reichard, 84th career field goal, breaks the Alabama record of Lee Tiffin. He's accounted for 8 more points today. Ram postgame coming up. Interview with the winning coach. Presentation. Of course, a look ahead of the second semifinal and in New Orleans. 7 points is the deficit for J.J. McCarthy and Michigan. 4:41 to go. They can't be sure they'll see the football again. They go all in on this drive and finally get something going on offense. It's been a mighty struggle here in the second half. Wolverines trying to perhaps get to the end zone and force overtime here at the Rose Bowl when you come back.
I'm the team mascot. Boy, am I running late. But I got lead in my foot and spirit in my fingers. Oh, what a hit. And if you have company car insurance, the cost to cover that might take your season.
Alright, so just in championships. Looks like we're gonna be able to celebrate 1-0.
If you love to
travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. And get access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Next season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
What's happening, Sheriff?
It's a draft
3-0-1.
It's out of control. We're losing our defense. No, not our starting quarterback. We need him. No, you can't leave. Our offense revolves around you. You're on the run. That's what Dr. Pepper is.
3-2.
You can't let me. Quarterback's replacement.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Calm before the storm? No, thank you. This is Jim's time to shine. And Mike. And Jennifer's. Helmets? Check. Drones? Check. Checking that thing we just checked? Double check. We ain't got time to chill. We're out here driving this way. This is when you get to work. To keep you connected. No matter what. Connect before the storm.
3-1-5.
Change how we weather them. Connecting changes everything. AT&T.
Bold, juicy, beefy,
3-2-5.
There's a lot of ways to describe the flame-grilled flavor of Burger King. But one thing's for certain, it's not the same without the flame.
Here's what Michigan is trying to overcome in the final minutes. Special teams miscues. Morgan Muff set up Alabama's first touchdown. Then on Michigan's second touchdown, with a bad snap on the PAT. This field goal moments ago. Alabama getting a solid kick from Reichert in the 7-point game now. 75 yards away from the end zone is Harbaugh's offense.
As bad as Michigan has struggled on special teams, it's been a real strength of Alabama with their kicker and their punter.
First down, a run to the left by Cora. Makes his way for about 5.
We talked about J.J. McCarthy and his record. He's a winner at 25-1 in his entire career. Just has one victory when they've been trailing in the fourth quarter. Of course, there haven't been very many times when he has been trailing in the fourth quarter. Throw more, always save a player too for this moment. Maybe Rico, you haven't shown all game.
Well, they saved up that flea flicker, but the short on lateral by Cora missed an opportunity to find open receiver down in the red zone. What they got left in the bag of tricks here?
Oh wow, that worked out amazingly. Just like the best motherfucker not just the first one. That's good.
J.J. McCarthy has plenty of time in the season. There's no reason at all, obviously, to panic. In just under 4 minutes, 3 timeouts. The biggest thing is to get that first down. Trying to get Alabama on their heels a bit.
There are 2 quarterbacks in the game, but Alex Orji has joined
Orji.
in the huddle.
What?
Talk about the bag of tricks. He's set off wide to the right of the formation. McCarthy taking a look that direction. Motion it back in. Bang the pitch to him. McCarthy batted in the air and ball's incomplete. Broken up by Deontay Lawson. He deflected it. They're trying to find Loveland, and it's 4th and 2 decision time.
Now, that would have been a tight window regardless. They tried to use Orji just as a decoy. Look at this throw. I mean, that's into traffic there in the middle of that defense.
The chips pushed to the middle of the table right now by Jim Harbaugh. If in fact they're going to run a play, it's 4th and 2.
Here we go.
This is a gamble because they do have 3 timeouts. McCarthy, wide open, catch made by Cora, first down and much more. Weaves his way into Alabama territory. Flags come in on the tackle. Looked like there may have been a block, but Cora
Illegal block in the back.
leaked out for the second time today. He was wide open.
Yeah, man-to-man coverage, a complete bust. This time by Alabama. They sneak Corum out of the backfield. And the eyes of Alabama not on him at all. They had 2 guys taking an inside receiver, the tight end, Colston Loveland.
35-yard gain. The flags came flying, or 3 or 4 of them on the field where a block was being thrown for Corum.
During the run, a little block in the back.
Offense. Take out penalty. Still results in a first down. That's a spot foul, so plenty of yards for the first down. Michigan will not be set up quite as deep in Alabama territory.
You got three receivers on the right side. I think there's confusion here. Eventually, Corum will move here and then go out into the flat. Watch those two Alabama defenders. Now you're four strong on that side. A miscommunication where two guys take the inside receiver. It frees up Blake Corum on the outside, so they do get the first down. And what a gutsy call here by Jim Harbaugh. And there's the obvious call by the official on the Roman Wilson block, but Harbaugh deserves a lot of credit. He had all three timeouts, plays the aggressive game with so much on the line.
More of this split out to the right side here. Inside of 3 minutes. Keeper, McCarthy gets the edge. J.J. McCarthy scoots down inside the 35. It's tackled in the paint by Arnold. Michigan fans want a flag. Don't see one.
How about a hat on a hat by Henderson and Keegan pulled from the backside? Watch the left guard and the left tackle. This is textbook. We knew that the legs of J.J. McCarthy were going to be a factor. If Michigan's going to compete and win this game, and that's the reaction right there.
He slung that actually outside of the paint.
Yeah.
No call. Harbaugh can't believe it. Michigan, the 34 now, inside of 2.5 minutes. Play fake. McCarthy scanning downfield and throws it high. And Wilson's got it. Roman Wilson weaving down inside the 10. And Michigan on the doorstep.
He's matched up one-on-one. It's a favorable matchup against Malachi Moore in the slot. He's a safety, a former corner, but he never sees the football. Wilson's had a quiet night, but he steps up at the right time to make that play against the soft coverage and man-to-man by Malachi Moore. What a play.
Wolverine offense had done nothing in 25 minutes in the second half, getting chunk plays of 35 and now 29 yards.
They got some momentum, but I think it's important to slow things down, thinking about how Alabama could react. Bama calls a timeout. So I'm going to go back to take a look at this play, the execution. What a great job. Plenty of time. Give that offensive line credit. Goes up. It actually gets a fingertip of Lawson. Somehow that ball still spirals. And what a job of climbing up by Roman Wilson.
Wilson, the Hawaiian. It's a great story. Grew up in Maui. She commuted to Honolulu to play at St. Louis, the epic high school pro. Waited a long time today, Kirk, to make an impact play.
He sure did. What a great picture there. And this is the matchup. Look at the cushion. Watch the traffic that Malachi Moore has to follow across. It's a long way to cover a guy with really good quickness in space. He's so dangerous after the catch. But that ball, a fingertip by Deontay Lawson.
Yeah, time, no factor for Michigan. They've got 3 timeouts. Can they hustle the ball? Can they power it in? Not always easy against Alabama.
You know it. Douchebag McClure is going for 2. Really? What?
He's got it. One more touchdown. He will have the Michigan all-time career touchdown record on the ground. He shares it with Anthony Thompson right now. Take a timeout after that run.
Alabama, Nick Saban jogging down the sideline. He's trying to save as much time as he can in case Michigan scores. He's trying to help Jalen Milroe and his own offense.
To go for Kirk. These two teams, so evenly matched. Michigan really overmatched in the second half. A classic Alabama performance. They make the adjustments we keep talking about. They take command in that third quarter. And Michigan with one final chance to try to get this game into overtime has been impressive on this drive.
Yeah, it has been. It's really what I'm sure J.J. McCarthy hoped for. When he went to bed last night and thought about this game, I'm sure he thought about having the ball in his hands and an opportunity to make plays like this, and he's delivered the way he has throughout his career. But that catch by Roman Wilson, the way he beat Malachi Moore, and to go up in the air, if that ball is not caught with that effort, that's an interception. The game's over. Two Alabama defenders sitting there waiting for the football, but that was the play of the game so far. We'll see what happens if they're able to finish it off.
What do you like here? You got 3 plays to get 4 yards.
I always love McCarthy when he's got the option to run or to throw.
Loveland motions over. Keeper, and they catch it to him. Touchdown as Wilson walks in. Roman Wilson, a huge impact on that drive as the Wolverines take it 75 yards to get within a point. But remember, nothing has been automatic. Wolverine special teams. Jalen Milrow.
You gotta kick it.
Whatever happens with the PAT is going to have some time. End this game before overtime. Turner. Out of a hold of Doman. No problem in time. 20-20.
Well, sometimes just a little bit of pre-snap movement can affect the eyes and the communication of a defense. You're going to move the tight end here. Watch the reaction by Michigan as they get set. Alabama, the linebacker right here, Campbell, he wants to be focused on Corum. His eyes are in that backfield, completely loses sight of the threat coming the other way. Nobody's out in the flat. Not great communication. You see Campbell right away turning around, wondering where the help is. Good job of hiding him on that full route from the backside out into the flat. And J.J. McCarthy, and don't forget, the Jim Harbaugh on that 4th down play, deep in his own territory. I love the way you said it. Put all the chips in the middle. Decides to roll the dice and go for it, and it pays off with a touchdown and a tie game.
JJ does his job, but would look to spend just a few more seconds getting into the end zone if they had to draw it up ideally, because a minute 34, and Milrow is a very effective downfield thrower.
He's got a hot kicker, 2 kicks already, 2 field goals already, over 50 yards.
Kick, fair caught. The time will start from the 25. Throughout this beautiful afternoon into evening, Goodyear providing the aerial coverage, celebrating the challenge of road games everywhere. Are you ready for the road? Goodyear, more driven. All right, Coach Herbstreit. You know what I'm going to ask you? You're in the role of Tommy Reese here. Your quarterback is dynamic. You got downfield playmakers, but also had a couple mistakes. How risky is your latest right now?
Completely risky. Go came all this way to play for a championship. You're going to be in aggressive attack mode. You got to trust your quarterback. He's made a lot of great plays here in the second half. Just talked about J.J. McCarthy and how he dreamt about this opportunity and how which quarterback gets the ball last. It's Milrow's chance.
There's some confusion in the sidelines for Alabama trying to get the receivers to change position. Milrow snaps it, steps up and scrambles. But they brought down after about 7 yards while continuing to run. They can't be too cautious, right? Because Harbaugh's got all 3 of his timeouts to get the ball back, perhaps, if they don't get a first down.
That's right. Alabama trying to get to that around the 35-yard line of Michigan.
Catch is made. McClellan, who's forced out of bounds, and there is Will Reichard, the all-time kickers in the history of this sport. He's been money twice today from 50-plus.
Just looking out at those players, you talk about survival of the fittest. I mean, who is going to be standing last? Both these teams put everything into this. Michigan's trying to rotate to be able to stay fresh for this moment in the game.
30 more yards by Alabama. They'll solidly be within Reichardt's field goal range to win it. From the pocket. Low throw. He kind of threw off the back foot trying to find Kobe Prentice.
And they sure cleared that out. It opened up exactly the way they wanted. He comes here and then works across. Watch the hole in the back of this defense. Michigan this time hasn't played a ton of man-to-man. This time they get in the man coverage. And if that ball comes out a little bit earlier, really good route and nice separation by Prentice. They had a chance there.
Executor, be careful leaning back and throwing. Not a lot on that one. There was traffic in the area. Wolverines bring some pressure. Long throw and a miscommunication. Receiver Benson and the quarterback not on the same page, and now it's 3rd and 10.
They had a delayed blitz that time by Michael Barrett, kind of a green dog at the back's end. You end up coming. That's when he did it. But I think you're right. Off to the right side there. Just not quite on the same page.
Now Michigan's defense gets a stop here. Harbaugh is going to spend a timeout. Perhaps give McCarthy a chance to win it in regulation.
The thing that you don't want to see is a quarterback hesitant to pull it and go. He had a chance maybe on that last play.
See if they do spot it. On 3rd and 11, the ball is out quickly. Catch is made, but no first down. The ball tackled nicely by Josh Wallace, who's played big in this Final Four.
It really has. Came up with that fumble recovery. Michigan mixing up man and zone. That time they sit back and play zone, so he's able to jump on that route and keep him short for the first down.
All right, let's spend the time out, of course, Kirk.
Because they had played so much man, he kind of walks up initially showing man. And I think Milroe thought, okay, I got a shot to throw it to the back. Nobody picks him up, and instead Wallace comes off of that, plays zone, and he's able to make a great play there on 3rd down.
So out comes James Burnham, the Aussie punter. You talked about, you think he's one of the more valuable guys in this game so far. Can he deliver a big punt and set Michigan back?
Okay, Milroe's clear, he's going to come off the field. Michigan still with 2 timeouts and a veteran quarterback. 6'6", 220.
On Levers.
He's had a great night. Not just 50-yard average, but hang time.
I promise you there are folks watching and enjoying this performance down in Australia. There's a lot of college football fans down there. They mainly wait for the punts, but they know the score.
And look at Michigan reacting. They feel like they need another guy. Michigan may have to use a timeout. Finally, they get him on the field.
You only have 10 out there. You're exactly right. High punt. And it's muffed again and picked up at the 1-yard line. Well, it wasn't a turnover, but it sets up McCarthy a long way away. That was Jake Thaw back there, not Morgan this time, but Burnham with a net high, deep punt. Are you kidding me?
Special teams have just not been Michigan's thing tonight. He's inside his own 10-yard line. Here comes Alabama. He's able to secure it at the 1-yard line. It takes a vicious hit there by Law.
Thinking wide, and just bounce in the end zone from the 5-yard line. So now that changes everything. You're just trying to avoid a safety to lose a game here.
They're inside the half-yard line right here.
And McCarthy not under center. He's in shotgun formation here. They keep Alabama from penetrating. Bumps ahead. And because of that punt in the muff, the thinking completely changes. And hey, let's go ahead and try to win it. Now let's just try to survive and get into overtime.
Absolutely. Looks like Alabama's not going to call their last time out, so it does appear that we're headed into overtime unless Nick calls one late.
Well, it's all you could hope for. This would be the 3rd overtime in the history of the CFP. You might remember one of them was right here with Georgia. Overcame Oklahoma on Sony Michel's touchdown run. Then they go back to Atlanta, and it was Alabama breaking their hearts with the Tua to Devontae Smith touchdown to win it in overtime. And here we go, just the 3rd time we've had the treat of seeing this in the CFP era.
Remember, you brought that up the last time we've called so many of these Rose Bowls. Last time we were in here for a playoff game was that game with Georgia and Oklahoma with Baker Mayfield. And Jake Fromm is a young quarterback, went in overtime. We said, we can only hope it could be that kind of game. Here we are, 3 or 4 hours later, 2020.
Man, here's a play that nearly lived in Rose Bowl and Michigan infamy. Inexperience got back there trying to select the punt.
I'm going to spin this positive. Good job by that young man of getting back there and securing the ball. I mean, you hate to see him miss it. He's calling the fair catch. But I'll tell you what was he thinking right here? The whole world's watching. He just drops a punt, and here comes Alabama. At least he was able to secure it after buffing the punt.
Sort of the regular punt returner before Oregon electrified folks making that play in the Big Ten championship game. Rabbi just takes a knee and will have it to overtime for a spot in the national championship game. was a timeout called. 5 seconds to go. Michigan spent it interestingly.
I can't imagine why Michigan would call a timeout here.
You dare run around and try a 98-yard Hail Mary?
No.
That's my point.
No.
Rabbi having a conversation with the official. He appeared to be a little puzzled too by what's going on. There appears to be another kneel down. But it's known as victory formation, but it's not a victory yet. Whoever's going to survive this, move on to the championship game in Houston, is going to have to be much side in overtime. Great fourth quarter. Alabama scored 10, take the lead. Michigan with that late drive. End of regulation at Pasadena. Back with overtime after these messages. You're watching the Rose Bowl game presented by Prudential at ESPN.
Now what? You say it when it feels like you're starting too late. At Prudential, we think you should ask it when you realize it's not too late to start. Like when your new passion is now your life passion, ask now what? Here's what. You come to Prudential and help ensure your retirement has income that lasts a lifetime. Who's your rock? Talk to an advisor and build a more secure retirement today.
Lunch? Yes, please. That'll be $23. Your ad says it's free. It is for our economy ultimate passengers who paid extra. I'll just have water. Okay, cash or card. For water?
Well, at AT&T, when we offer you our best iPhone deals, we guarantee it. Even on the new iPhone 15 Pro. Check it out. Made with titanium.
We do have free movies with the purchase of headphones.
I'll just use my iPhone.
This
Only
is
AT&T
medicine.
gives everyone our best deals on any iPhone with any popular plan. Guaranteed. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
You can feel a force that moves everything around you. The intensity, the power that comes from deep down inside. Full-time fans, your passion is unshakable, and you deserve it. Medalla, the mark of fire.
UFC 297 is exclusively on ESPN Plus. With a special offer. Go to ESPNplus.com/PayPV and get $10 off your pay-per-view purchase. Buy now and save $10 on UFC 297. Offer ends January 15th.
There's one thing that never changes.
The west side. The west side.
The anticipation.
The fucking west side.
Overtime. They're in Pasadena. Kickoff for the
Coming in
second
April.
semifinal.
I know Rabbi's going to be coming in April. Your mom?
Texas and Washington fans looking in to see their opponent might be in Houston. Figures, Kurt, this was rated a near toss-up. Michigan just a very slight favorite, evenly matched teams, and 60 minutes not enough to decide it. Mike Sanders still representing Michigan.
We still are using the same pointers earlier. Michigan, Alabama, whichever team is on the top will win the toss. Your options here, offense, defense, or whichever the field you like to play on. Right? Alabama, you've won the toss. Defense,
The obvious call is to play defense, so we'll see McCarthy and the Michigan offense right back out there from the 25-yard line.
They sure had an aggressive mindset, obviously, when they were down 7 and really got after Alabama. attacked him through the air with J.J. McCarthy, and now that you're into overtime, I think you maintain that aggressive approach. Not necessarily always having to throw, but creating matchups, going after Bama with that run game with Blake Corum.
Michigan's choice to play down to the left end of this field with their fans and the band set up. Easier down that end. Although easy would not be the operative word at this moment. What do the play callers say to step up and make a magic play that'll be remembered forever? Wilson and McCarthy hooking up in that last drive.
A lot of the pre-snap movement affected some of the communication from Bama's match defense that they like to play down here.
Set very deep behind the line of scrimmage. They gave it to him. Corum following blocks. Makes it cut. Blake Corum. A strong 8-yard pickup on first down.
Behind that big left guard, Trevor Keegan.
He's lined up so deep, you get plenty of chance to scan and look for those creases blocked.
And it's really a great strength of his, obviously, is the patience, like most talented running backs, but he's done it throughout his career. Just kind of waits for the defender to declare himself, sets that block up, and then gets big yards.
Three Michigan tight ends in the ball game. They handed to Corum again. It makes a cut. First down. Schmaltz to scores. Blake Corum puts Michigan on top in overtime. It wasn't fancy. It was just old school determination on the ground. Blake Corum, another touchdown to break the Michigan all-time rushing touchdown record. And what a way to do it.
Oh, my gosh. And what a job on this offensive line, right? Really good push up front.
Again, an offense that was stifled, smothered by Alabama throughout almost the entire second half until that game-tying drive. Comes out on fire in overtime.
Remember that Michigan front Saxton are the All-Americans not playing. Carson Barnard moved from right tackle down to right guard. He's had a great night. Here he is. He's going to pull around. He's going to get a great block here by the tight end as well. But watch the vision we just talked about and the jump cut right there. What an excellent job in that lateral quicks by Corum. Bounce it, get behind that big guard. Now show how you have that heart desire to be the all-time leading scored touchdown leader in Michigan history.
Football team that hasn't been in this position all year. Down in the second half, responding. They certainly showed in different ways a ton of grit and determination throughout the season. And now it's Miller and Alabama that must answer.
We talked a lot about Michigan's singular focus. It's a unified team. A lot of distractions and noise around them. And the offense answers the call here with everything on the line.
It's going to see this set for the Bama offense. And Roll still got it. Flips it short. Catch made. No gain. Kendrick Love driven out instantly.
If anybody's used to pressure late in a game, it's Jalen Milroe. The Auburn game comes to mind, where he had a couple of bad plays. It looked like their hopes for a national championship were over. He finds Isaiah Bond in that left corner to keep their hopes alive. So he's very calm and cool and collected under this kind of pressure.
And he was super clutch against Georgia, protecting the lead with a couple of late drives, so they wouldn't be here. Milroe straight up the middle, breaks a tackle, first and goal, Alabama.
What a perfectly designed play. All the action feels like it's going this way, but they pull the guard and the tight end back the other way on a QB counter. Get the defense flowing. They see that jet motion. They think everything's going to the offense's left. And instead, Tommy Reese has a slow developing play coming back to the right to give the guard Booker and the tight end the free enough time to get around.
First and goal. Nothing there. Excellent penetration by Junior Colson, and just gritting his teeth, playing through some pain.
Okay, here in Alabama, look at this snap. Oh my gosh. I thought, oh no, here we go again. Here we go again. But Milroe saves it with a catch on that snap high to his right just to keep them in a positive situation here now on second down and goal.
To the left.
Did he just say fourth and goal?
Slammed it back in the backfield by Mason. Gray was in a big game. It's third and goal.
I don't know how many times I gotta say Mason Graham's name, but just preparing for this game and watching him again, Servite High School at Orange County in Anaheim. This kid, they said, came in so well schooled as a young player. That time he just got off quicker. He beat Booker off the ball, able to get penetration, and like you said, 55. It's made its presence felt tonight for the Maize and Blue.
2 plays to get 14 yards for Alabama. Stay alive. Wolverine show pressure and bring it. Miller from the pocket. Throws, catch made, but Burton is forced out, brought down short of the goal line. It'll be fourth down. Wallace on the stop. It comes down to this play.
They go to their go-to man, Jermaine Burton. Looks like he may be cramping, and they go against Josh Wallace. They're not going to go with Will Johnson. They go back to the boundary, and Milroe gives him a chance here. Now he's definitely cramping up. He's going to have to come out of the game.
Clutching to that hamstring. So now in this fourth down play, they won't have one of their better weapons in the game, Kirk.
Yeah, you get that ISO, you take it. I'm surprised Burton maybe didn't take it another couple yards into the end zone to have a shot there.
Well, he stepped out right there. I guess he did say, I watched the leg here awkwardly twisting, by the way, right down there, that knee.
Yeah. It's a really good look to see if he's in or where he goes out. No, he's in the whole time, but it's not going to matter anyway with forward progress.
They spotted it for 3. So 3 yards away from forcing double overtime or Michigan winning this playoff game and heading to Houston. At 3 yards, you got options. You got a quarterback who can certainly run it in.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, you asked me, what about Michigan when they were in this position? You know, in the regulation, it was really all about you get McCarthy out on the edge where he's got that threat, which he's done so many times as a runner or a passer, and he got the ball out quick for that touchdown. It's the same kind of thing with Jalen Milroe. With the game on the line, season on the line, you're at the 3-yard line. You don't want to take his legs away. You got to keep his legs in play and his arm at the same time.
And Kid Michigan, which has leaned on this defense all season long, the top-rated defense in the country. For Wolverines fans, it might be fitting if this group is the one that can finish the job and send them to Houston to play for the championship. Milroe needs 3.
There you go. Here's the game.
Timeout is taken.
And Jim Harbaugh running down to get that timeout. Taking a peek at the formation that Alabama comes out with, the personnel grouping they come out with.
This is
incredible, man. I mean, the momentum swings.
We talk about this stage, everything that happens or just gets elevated because it's the Rose Bowl. And whether or not all these guys grew up watching this kind of a game, like many, many hundreds, thousands of players before we come out here, you just get inspired. And the matchup has been great. We've talked about it for a month that it has delivered.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And both these teams have faced so much throughout their careers and when they've been in Alabama and Michigan. And both of them deserving of winning this football game. We'll see what happens here with Jalen Milroe.
One play. Keep this thing going. For Michigan to win it.
Come on.
Renell Williams is the back. The end of a basketball game. Both coaches spending a timeout. Let's have it, save it. Remember, the Sugar Bowl kickoff still about 15 minutes away in New Orleans. Expect great things from the Huskies and the Longhorns, and even matchup there as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. That one could be potentially a shootout. So Nick Saban and Tommy Reed
Run
stay
up the middle.
one
Horrible play call.
formation the first time. They keep the formation, but they flip it and put Oots, the big tight end, that time off to the right, and his other tight end, Dupree, to the left. So the same formation, just the opposite way. Just another little wrinkle for Jesse Mentor and Jim Harbaugh and that defense to have to think about.
These fans can't breathe. Michigan fans, they've seen the pain of two playoff losses the last couple of years, just trying to get over the hump.
And it's driven them. Those losses have driven them into this year and who they are.
Here we go. No more timeouts to take here. Game on the line. It's Williams in motion. Low snap. Stop. Michigan makes a stand and comes up with a milestone playoff victory. In the end, they put it in the hands of the quarterback, Milroe.
Not many things that was inside this stadium. Talk to this man right here. He made it happen.
We will. Blake, your heart is bigger than the Rose Bowl. In overtime, you get the ball twice. How did you get this win?
Team effort. Team effort. We're going to do in adversity here. We had some adversity today. A little sloppy, but we came together as one. You know, my brother's keeper. I know my brother's having my back. And I told him, if we score, we try to stay up to the overtime, we're going to win. We came out on top. I'll see you in Houston.
You had the ball. It's 4th and 2. You guys have to go for it to save your season. What was the huddle like on that play that Rob Wilson came up with a big play?
You know, Roman previously had a mistake, and he said, I promise I'm going to make a play. And that's what Roman did. We all had faith in him. We all believed him. You know, he was just playing hard.
Things happen. I love my guys. I don't really know what to say right now. I'm just blessed. I want to thank God.
How about the west side? You want to take the west side?
This time last year, I wasn't here. So I just want to thank you. Just nothing. I'm nothing without this tight coach. Nothing without my teammates. Nothing without that defense. I mean, everything was so amazing. It's just really, really amazing.
Congratulations, JJ.
Thank you so much, Laura.
Chris.
I love the Stanley Cup reference. He was a hockey first athlete in those freshman year of high school. He could have played about any sport. But what a moment. Very, very close relationship between, of course, the 15-year NFL quarterback. That's really cool.
What a story.
27-20, Michigan in overtime. Much more to talk about this before we kick into New Orleans. The second semifinal coming up in 10 minutes. The Ram Truck post-game show is coming up right now. Michigan down 7 late. Scores the final 14 points to win it.
And then the defense has to step up. And what's interesting is they motion here. Junior Colson will eventually go out, but add up the Michigan defenders. You got 6 blockers and you got 7 inside. Derek Moore does a good job right here of winning his battle. Gets inside of the 3. That really blows the play up. But look at the maze of blue. They're not getting pushed off the ball. Game on the line, season on the line. And the one final time, a battle in the trenches, it's Michigan that wins. 8 on the edge, Moore, Kenneth Grant on the inside. It's the Michigan defensive line, which has been a strength of theirs all year long, makes the play here to secure this win in overtime.
One more time, a low snap Milroe had to deal with on that final play.
Might have affected his momentum going forward, but I don't think he's getting into the end zone.
So Saban denied a chance. It's going to be 3 consecutive seasons without a championship. That is the first time in the Saban tenure. Michigan overcomes a whole lot. Couple of up punts, missed field goal, missed PAT. Went kind of stagnant on offense for 25 minutes, but had the resolve to make the plays late.
Yeah, and Milroe and Bama deserve a lot of credit for the way they played, the way they battled back in the second half. But the story of the night is J.J. McCarthy and Jim Harbaugh in Michigan. You know, they climbed the ladder a couple years ago and finally had that moment against Ohio State with Aiden Hutchinson. They got it done. Failed in the postseason against Georgia. Same thing last year. That drove them this year and got them to a point where they could, as they said, the job's not done. Even after this win, the job is still not done.
14 wins for the first time in school history. You're right, still not enough. They'll play for their first national title in 26 years in Houston.
Everything we build is from the ground up. Every great idea, every crazy idea, every next idea, every truck, and everything in it. Everything you hear, everything you see, everything you feel when you drive it. We put everything we have into our trucks, so you get everything out of them. We're Ram. Trucks are what we do.
Lunch? Yes, please. That'll be $23. Your ad says it's free. It is for economy ultimate passengers. Paid extra. I'll just have water. Hey, cash your card. For water?
Well, at AT&T, when we offer you our best iPhone deals, guarantee it. Even on the new iPhone 15 Pro. Check it out. Made with titanium.
We do have free movies. With the purchase of headphones. I'll just use mine.
Only AT&T gives everyone our best deals on any iPhone with any popular phone. Guaranteed. Get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
Welcome back to the Ram Trucks postgame. Michigan's defense has the final word in this overtime semifinal playoff win. There were people who were still wondering about Michigan's defense coming into this because, yeah, they were great statistically, but they faced a lot of weak offenses in the Big Ten. Even some folks on the Alabama side we're wondering how legit is this defense? In 5 sacks in the first half and 1 in the second half, and the stop to win the game.
And I think the preparation with the time off to come up with some wrinkles and to confuse Alabama, especially in the first half defensively, give Jesse Minter a lot of credit. But I think Jim Harbaugh, Fromore, they put together a nice plan and a nice package. And then Alabama comes back, and it looks like they've got this game right where they want it. And Michigan, how fitting. Just a team that wouldn't be denied ends up answering the bell. And now, as Lake Forest said, here, I'll see you in Houston. I like that attitude. The confetti's coming down, and he's already worried about who they're going to play in that next one.
And the margin's so narrow. There's going to be so many moments, really, for fans on both sides to look back and say, oh, just not done that. He made that play. But that's what happens when you get these two programs together on this stage in a game that's going to be remembered a long, long time. It is Michigan moving on as we move down to Reese Davis for the trophy ceremony.
Welcome to the 2024 Rose Bowl Games Awards presentation. Now, before we recognize tonight's players of the game and present the Leishman Trophy to the Michigan Wolverines, we want to first congratulate both Michigan and Alabama on a great season, a hard-fought game tonight, another classic Rose Bowl. Also, thanks to all of our trusted partners who help make this game so spectacular and the event that it is every year. The city of Pasadena, our friends at the Tournament of Roses, Rose Bowl Stadium, and our presenting sponsor and Prudential. All of the collective efforts of all of those people, partners, staff, universities, have given these players a once-in-a-lifetime experience this week, and we thank them for that. And of course, we want to thank you, the fans from Michigan and Alabama, for enjoying this Rose Bowl, the 110th Rose Bowl game. Joining me on the stage is the president of Individual Life Insurance at Prudential, Celine Hitchcock-Gear, who is very happy because she is a Michigan alum. Bill Hancock, the executive director of the College Football Playoff, and now to present the Leishman Trophy, which goes to the champions of the Rose Bowl game. Here's the president of the 2024 Pasadena Tournament of Roses Association, Alex Agajanian. Alex,
Coach congratulations on winning the 110th Rose Bowl presented by Prudential. On behalf of the Tournament of Roses Association, I would like to present to you the Leishman Trophy.
Jim, before we get into things like overcoming adversity and making plays like togetherness of the team, I just have to ask you first, who's got it better than you?
I know the answer to that one. Nobody!
What changed, Jim, on that last drive? Second half, the offense really struggled. Last drive, you go for it on fourth down in your own territory. What changed at that point?
First, I want to say Happy New Year to everybody. It's a great way to start the new year. And congratulate Alabama and their outstanding team and their great fans. But you're right, you nailed it the first time. Who's got it better than us?
All right, we'll talk to the guys now. Jim wants to pass the baton here. The offensive player of the game, the quarterback of the Michigan Wolverines, J.J. McCarthy. JJ, Jim danced around it, but I need a good answer from you. What changed on that last drive of regulation?
I just feel like it was everything that we were battling all year. It was waiting to come out in moments like these where we just perfect all the little details and we're ready to go execute.
Think back to last year and the disappointment that you guys had. You worked all of this time. And for Michigan, this is a special place. To have the win in the semifinal here and coming off what you guys did last year and the whole season, what does it mean?
It means everything. Not just to us, but everything to the fan base, the whole state of Michigan, the entire alumni base. We absolutely love you. We appreciate all the support. We got one more, though. We got one more.
You do have one more in Houston. Let's bring in Mason Graham, the defensive player of the game. You guys were absolutely dominant and stifling. What was the most important factor in the game plan to slow down Alabama, Jalen Milroe?
the coaches just put together a great game plan. We knew what it was going to take to get it done, and so that's exactly what we did today.
What does this feel like knowing you're going to play for the national championship next week?
And it's a dream come true. Even being able to play in this game, man, it means a lot. We're happy to be here, man, but we got one more to go.
One more to go, Mason. Congratulations, JJ, Jim, and everybody in maize and blue. Congratulations on a spectacular win. The champions of the Rose Bowl and going to the College Football Playoff National Championship game, the Michigan Wolverines. Back to you upstairs, Chris.
Give a double nickel there. Graham, who's a Southern California native, raising the trophy. You had that in 4 hours ago. Unlikely.
Yeah, well, that defensive line's had a great year. How fitting for him to get the defensive MVP, JJ McCarthy. What a night.
They went back and forth. It was Michigan up after 3, but early in the fourth quarter, Jason McClellan with his second touchdown run, tied up by 4. Roman Wilson had been contained most of the game, but he stepped up huge. A couple of plays to get Michigan back on top. It's a high throw. Tip the finger. What a catch by Wilson right there. 20 apiece. Corum. They pitch it in the edge to Wilson.
Into regulation, they tie it up. Jim Harbaugh watching that, just kind of waiting to see what was going to happen. Let's go for one. Let's go for the time.
Absolutely, and here is Corum, record-breaking 55th, 56th, I should say, career rushing touchdown.
Took a couple plays. They go into the end zone. Now it's up to Bama.
Final play. Derek Moore off the edge, stopping Milroe. What a thriller. Ali, Laura, Bill DeMonte, Chris Fowler saying so long from Pasadena to the Sugar Bowl. Sean McDonough and Ray McElroy.
Coach Sarkisian, your team has embraced expectations all season long. Why is your group ready to excel in the national semifinal?
Well, I just think we're built for this moment. Our guys have worked to get to this point. We played a couple really big ball games. We've always performed well in the moment, so I'd expect nothing less out of them tonight.
It's been a long layoff. How do you make sure that these guys start fast?
Well, we got to practice really well, which I think we did. We got to call some things and find some rhythm early in the ball game.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Molly?
Thank you, Katie. Coach, Texas starts with the ball. What does your defense need to do against Quinn Ewers in that passing attack to keep them from getting some momentum early?
Yeah, I think just recognize, what they're trying to do and trying to establish. They're going to try to get some looks and see what our game plan is. And so recognize it and do your job.
Your players have said this team's physicality is underrated. What kind of physicality will it take to win tonight?
Yeah, it would take our best, and we can rise to the occasion. We've shown it many times, and we have all the confidence in the world that we can make it happen.
All right, thank you, Coach.
Yeah, thank you.
Sean.
Well, John Kalen DeBoer has done in 2 seasons in Seattle, 24-2. Washington riding a 20-game winning streak. The longest in FBS football. Ben Ewers will get the ball first off the best performance of his career. 1 month ago in the Big 12 Conference Championship game victory over Oklahoma State. This is new. Jaden Blue is back to receive the kickoff. He has not returned kickoffs this year. Steve Sarkisian said he's ready for it. He's an explosive runner. Brady Gross kicks off, and the semifinal is underway. Returnable for Blue. And the decision by Sarkisian to use him pays off immediately with a 31-yard kickoff return against one of the best kickoff coverage teams in the country. So here comes Ewers, the sophomore from South Lake, Texas, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Has had a terrific second season with the Longhorns. His completion percentage was best in the Big 12. And last time out, the Big 12 championship most outstanding player, he threw for a career-high 452. And 4 touchdowns in the win against the Oklahoma State Cowboys.
He opens with the true freshman running back, C.J. Baxter. And a whistle. Before the snap, there was a false start. Single snap infraction. Jake Majors, the center. He just hesitates a little bit with that left hand before he snaps the ball. Very loud here in the Superdome. Obviously, after a long layoff, a little jittery out the gate for the Horns. Veteran offensive line for Texas. And all 5 starters back from last year. That ball deflected, fluttered through the air in the general direction of Adonai Mitchell. Jamar Muhammad was closest to it. Looked like MJ Alay made the deflection for the Washington defensive line. Here's Baxter. First down with a 16-yard run. Alfonso Tubatala, one of their 2 linebackers, made the stop. And split zone action is a big part of what Texas does in the run game. It forces those linebackers to move side to side. They see the movement by the tight end. They run into each other, and Baxter has a nice gain. The pistol now, a play fake by Ewers. He was surrounded, but still managed to get it off. Incomplete, intended for Adonai Mitchell. Elijah Jackson in coverage, one of their cornerbacks who started every game this year. Big part of emphasis for Steve Sarkisian with setting up his plan is in the first 7, 8, 9 snaps, he wants every one of his playmakers to at least get one look. He feels like that's getting them started into the game, and they'll kind of start their offense in a good way, making sure everyone's involved. Sarkisian is the play caller. The fake to Baxter, another deflected pass. And it'll be 3rd down and 10. Dominic Hampton, the safety, got his hands on that one. And a good job by Hampton. You see the eyes in the backfield. Texas, a heavy RPO team. That's actually a called run. Ewers sees the safety come down, decides to pull it, tries to throw it around him, but Hampton leaps and makes a play. Down at 10. Huskies thought Majors, the center, is guilty of another infraction. Over the middle and incomplete. Trying to get it to Jordan Whittington with Hampton in coverage. Great start by the Washington defense. We've been talked all throughout December. Hey, this is a bit of a weak link. The passing game of Texas is going to exploit a defense in the secondary that has had some trouble. They get Texas behind the sticks, force an early punt. Ryan Sanborn is the punter. First year in Texas is a grad transfer from Stanford. Short, wobbly kick, but it took a great bounce for Sanborn, and it goes down the 11-yard line. Well, that was a 44-yard punt. Here's Michael Penix Jr. in his 6th year of college football from Tampa, Florida. 4 years at Indiana. They were injury-filled. And now it is 2nd season as a record-setting quarterback at the University of Washington. Heisman Trophy runner-up to Jaden Daniels of LSU. His 2nd place finish in the Heisman counting, the best in Washington history. 6'3", 213 pounds. Opens with Dylan Johnson, who's had a terrific second half of the season as the running back. Tight end Jack Westover to the motion man. There's a flag down. Here's Jalen McMillan. Ahead for 3. But we'll check out the flag. Texas was offside.
offside. Defense. Aaron Sorrell on the edge. Just a little anxious to get this thing going. See as the motion, Westover moves to the outside. That forces Aaron Sorrell to move forward just ever so slightly into the neutral zone. And it's 1st and 5 for Washington. Washington, by far the more penalized team this season of these two. In fact, they were the second most penalized team in the country. Still managed to go 13-0. Dylan Johnson. Husky fans didn't like the late activity. Aaron Sorrell involved again. It's a 3-yard gain for Johnson, who got off to a slow start in his first year in Seattle. Knee injuries when he arrived in the spring really set him back, and he found a rhythm, as you can see, in the second half of the season. He's really been at his best against their best opponents, against Arizona, Oregon, SC, Utah, against the best defenses they've seen. He's really played at a remarkably high level to take some of the pressure off the passing game. They lean heavily on the pass, but they've run it much more lately. Johnson got close to the first down marker, driven back by Tamondre Sweat, and it is a first down. Reference it, Sean. September and October, nearly 2-1. Pass to run in the plays called by the offensive coordinator, Ryan Grubb. But in November, it got much closer to 50-50, actually 55% pass, 45% run, and that's helped out an awful lot in some weather games, and it's also allowed for more one-on-one coverage outside against these elite wide receivers. On 1st and 10, 3 minutes in. Play fake by Penix. They brought extra rushers to the horn, to the throws running on target.
What a throw.
Jalen Pope being chased and tackled by Terrence Brooks at the 2-yard line. Tremendous protection up front because this B route, this deep post corner takes forever for Pope to get there. And how about the throw by Michael Penix? I mean, right in the bucket. Exactly where it needs to be, and Pope does the rest. Nearly scores. Terrific start for Washington. A big play offense. In 83 plays coming into tonight for Ryan Grubb of 20 yards or more, 7th most in the nation. And they'll take several of those teams ahead of them tonight. On 1st and goal, Johnson to the end zone. No signal yet. The Husky fans think they scored. It is a touchdown. And a great job by the left side of this offensive line. It just collapses down. But Johnson, one-on-one there, meets Michael Taft there, the safety, and he just powers forward. Would not be denied on that carry. Tremendous effort from Johnson. His 15th rushing touchdown of the season. And with 89 yards in under 3 minutes. The big one, the 77-yard completion. Penix to Pope. Brady Gross, the extra point. Michael Penix, a great deep ball thrower. And right on target to Pope. Johnson punched it in from the 3. 7-0 Huskies.
Some people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Because you know that just because it fits in the cup holder doesn't make it to go. And you know how to brake without breaking everything. And you're definitely not doing, okay, I don't even know what to say, but you're definitely not doing that. With Allstate, you're connected to a rate based on you.
It's been a while. Good afternoon. I made you well. Somebody said, who's ready?
to show all the cheese.
Cheesiest coach. Cheesy, official sponsor of the college football wheel. Drop it on that head, bud. Stinky bud. Put a Huggies on that bud, because only Huggies is the #1 fitting tackle. We got it, baby.
Crazy thing about GLP-1 through Row is that my cravings have completely disappeared. I'm not quite sure how something that's just a little tiny prick can be so powerful.
I'll give you a little tiny prick that's so powerful.
Get started at
Pull your panties up there.
Full-time fans, bring in devotion. All these delivers. You deserve more. Modelo, the market of fun.
Being the best takes hard work. It takes early morning, planning, precision, sweat, sacrifice, and teamwork. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in their game. Old Dominion Freight Line, helping the world keep promises.
All flights have been
The distance is nothing.
Get 5.9% financing for 72 months on the 2023 Grand Pioneer and Grand Pioneer Series 2. Search new inventory and locate a dealer near you at Pioneer.com.
Welcome back to the All-State Sugar Bowl. Caesars Superdome in New Orleans. Washington out to a 7-0 lead. Michael Penix 1-1 on that opening drive, a 77-yard pass. Fourth longest completion in Sugar Bowl history. Jaden Blue back for the kickoff. Grady Gross will kick off. Sophomore from Scottsdale, Arizona. Sends it down to the 3-yard line. Here comes Blue. Take the pass. And goes down at the 25-yard line. 22-yard return. And a slow start for Quinn Ewers, 0 for 4 on their first possession. Top high school prospect in the country in 2021. Abandoned his senior high school, went kind of abruptly to Ohio State, reportedly for more than $1 million in NIL money. It didn't go well, played very little. Transferred back home to Texas. Was the starter last year, had a good season, but as Greg said, much better this year, in better shape, more of a team leader. Led them to their first conference championship since 2009, and their last year in the Big 12. Jaden Blue tackled by Carson Bruner for a gain of 8 on the first play of this series. A big part of Quinn Ewers' maturation process was a better foundational understanding of the offense, but don't waste plays. Too often last year, he's throwing the coverage, pushing it downfield unnecessarily, taking what the defense gives him, and it's been much more efficient. 21 touchdowns, only 6 interceptions, a lot of faking, and it winds up as a screen to CJ Baxter. Again, the creativity of these two offensive coaching staffs will be on display over and over again tonight. That's a 32-yard play for Texas. And they actually pull the right guard, Campbell, back to the left to kind of confuse those linebackers and slow them down. Baxter gets out to the right. He's got plenty of help out in front. Jatavion Sanders and company lead him for a nice game. Nothing new, the yards after the catch. They're a very good screen team. And they have a lot of screens in the playbook. Four-man rush after Ewers. He takes off running with a lot of room. And slides down with a first down. They'll mark him where the slide began at the 24. It's well covered in the back end. This is a part of his growth. Doesn't like anything downfield. Don't
get what you can get. He takes off. He doesn't run often, but when he does, he's very effective. Coming into the night, 26 carries this year, but of those 26, 5 went for touchdowns, so he's been very smart with when he uses his legs.
Originally committed to Texas, then decommitted to go to Ohio State, a fake in each direction, but nowhere to throw it. Use those legs again to go down to the 20-yard line for a gain of 4. He says he doesn't regret any of the decisions he made when he decommitted from Texas and went, surprisingly to many, to Ohio State. He was widely criticized, and a lot of Longhorn fans didn't like him very much, but they love him now. It's hard to leave home when you grow up. It's courtesy Kristen Ewers look on very proud. It's hard to leave the state sometimes. I think everyone that plays college football understands that, but he's back at home and is making the most of it. Baxter, true freshman, inside the 10. First and goal at the 7-yard line. A 13-yard run from the freshman from Orlando, one of the top running backs in high school football a year ago. Baxter started the season opener running back, first freshman to do that since Ricky Williams. In 1995, Jonathan Brooks became their featured running back, was one of the best in the country. He tore up his knee late in the year. Jordan Whittington delivers a stiff arm off the helmet. Right on. Gonna throw on Focio. And he'll come off the field. Whittington's so strong, that stiff arm. Full extension, but Focio is able to drag him down. And Focio and Tuputala and Carson Brewer, 3 linebackers, are going to have their hands full tonight. Steve Sarkis is the master of deception, fooling linebackers, so it's going to be very important for those guys to play at a high level. Boston playing this play without the first team all-conference linebacker, second leading tackler on the team. Jaden Blue, touchdown. Longhorns running in every direction. And it seemed to confuse Washington.
An excellent job by the left side of this offensive line. You're going to see double teams across the board. Kelvin Banks, the left tackle, and Hayden Connor just moved that Washington defender off the point of attack. Blue cuts right in behind him, powered his way to an answering touchdown.
75 yards and 3:55. Blue the touchdown. Rushing touchdown of the season. He's basically been splitting time with Baxter as the lead back since Jonathan Brooks went down after 10 games. Extra point good by Brent Auburn. Entertaining start. And as everyone expected, the offense is moving to center stage very quickly here in the Superdome.
Calm before the storm? No. This is Jim's time shot. And Mike. And Jim. Helmet? Check. Drone? Check. Checking that thing we just checked? Double check. We ain't got time to chill. We're out here driving this thing. This is when you to keep you connected. No matter what. Connect before the storm. Change all we weather. Connecting changes everything. AT&T.
Choose Advil liquid gels for faster, stronger, and longer-lasting relief than Tylenol rapid release gels. Because Advil targets pain at the source of inflammation. So for faster pain relief, Advil, the pain away.
What can I do for you, man? You know what? Really craving nacho fries. You guys got any of those?
Ads are working.
I don't know what you're talking about. What ads?
I put that there. See that, man?
All of these Hilton Honors are great. I could stay for free. The Astoria, the Maldives. What about the Canopy?
Hilton Honors, babe. When you want points that could take you in, it matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay. I'm cool like that. 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 I'm cool like that.
Yeah. Every year, thousands of athletes disappear in such moments fall in hydration. Get yourself back in the game. Get yourself a Gatorade. Rehydrate, replenish, refuel.
The semi-final at the Allstate Sugar Bowl is brought to you by Allstate. You're in good hands. AT&T, connecting changes everything. And Gatorade. Gatorade is helping millions play. Gatorade, fuel tomorrow.
Allstate Sugar Bowl parade through the French Quarter around the streets of New Orleans. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, celebrating the challenge of road games everywhere. Are you ready for the road? Goodyear more driven. John McDonough, Greg McElroy, Ollie McGrath, and Katie George are on the sidelines. Dated blue, the game-tying touchdown for Texas. And Will Stone will kick off for Texas. About half of his kickoffs this year resulted in touchbacks. Daniel Ngana back deep. Line drive, kickoff, lands near the back of the end zone.
Nothing new in your game, baby.
Here comes Washington, ordering quickly on the opening possession, led by Penix, who started his career at Indiana and had 4 straight seasons ended by injury. Twice he tore an ACL, the other 2 were upper body injuries. Transferred to Washington, in part because he was reunited with Kalen DeBoer, been offensive coordinator for 1 year at Indiana, and boy, has this pairing worked. He's thrown for more passing yards the last 2 years than anybody in the country. Was runner-up to Jaden Daniels for the Heisman Trophy. His teammates very disappointed he didn't win it, felt that he should. Dumps it off for Dylan Johnson. And a good tackle near the sideline by Ethan Burton. As a matter of fact, we spoke to Rome Tuesday. He was disappointed he didn't win the Blood Pop Award. I was disappointed, but I was more disappointed that Michael Penix didn't win the Heisman because we all wanted that for him.
And it tells you what kind of teammate he is. He's from Florida, so that he is as relatable and as easy to connect with as anybody in the entire locker room. So when he came over from Indiana, he was an immediate leader. He has taken off with this offense.
Leading the nation in passing yards this year, 324.5. Another tackle by Ethan Burke on Dylan Johnson. No gain on the play. And here comes 3rd down.
And you got to be careful of if you're Texas pass rush. It's on this 3rd down. Washington will occasionally mix up their snap count, have a slight hesitation. Kwiatkowski has probably coached those guys on it because that slight hesitation leads to a lot of guys jumping off sides. Got to watch the ball and the Longhorns defensive line.
Texas, second best 3rd down defense in the country for Pete Kwiatkowski. Their opponents converting just 26.5%. Only Georgia better. The play clock almost all the way to 0. Penix and Johnson on a check down, passed it up, throws incomplete. Trying to get it to the tight end, Jack Westover at the 40-yard line.
Just took Penix too long to find Westover. They're in zone coverage. And Westover's wide open right there in the middle of the field. He can easily get that up and over a linebacker. Instead, Penix doesn't see it and escapes the pocket. Has a rare miss as they have the punt.
For the first time, Jack McAllister is their punter, sophomore. Now each punter has already punted as many times as he did in the conference championship game. They each punted once. Xavier Worthy, a 6-yard return of a 39-yard punt. Josh Cuevas made the tackle. You're watching the Allstate Sugar Bowl.
I'm a parking gate and I'm all out of whack.
As
It's going to take a lot more than a little ticket to get out of here. And if you have cut-rate car insurance, it's going to keep you all bent out of shape. So get Allstate and be better protected from mayhem. Yeah, like me. I'm broken too bad.
Chipotle's carne asada is back. It's our most tender cuts of steak, grilled and seasoned with cumin, oregano, and coriander. Finished with fresh lime and hand-chopped cilantro. Carne asada. This is our best steak ever.
Want to touch bronze? Get the golden touch. Pump iron. Shine like silver. Strong as titanium. Then touch bronze.
It starts here. In this field, this land, this classroom, and this town. The University of Texas at Austin is a nation of knowledge and opportunity. We're drawing on our roots and looking to the future, becoming the world's highest impact public research university. Because what starts here changes the world.
The future, the way you see it, is said to depend on where you sit. At Xchair, we think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is light years ahead. With our groundbreaking LX technology, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience. At Xchair, we've got our eye on the future, so you can focus on the present. Bring home extra joy for the holidays with over $500 worth of free upgrades on every new Xchair. Offer ends January 8th.
Yeah, I'm going again.
Just download the app. Control your garage from anywhere. Download MyQ today.
Game time app? It's 60% less than this guy. And it's not just sports tickets. It's also concerts. Performances too. Oh, come on! Download Game Time with last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
This season, Allstate will celebrate every field goal and extra point made by participating universities by making a donation to the university's General Scholarship Fund. Thank you, Allstate. 7-7 the score. 5:25 to go in the first quarter. Rough first possession for Texas, but then they marched right down the field the last time they had it. They spread the field with 5 receivers. Get a 4-man rush, and Ewers goes down. Braylon Trice. Loss of 6. His sack numbers are not ridiculous, but his presence is always felt by the quarterback. This time working against Christian Jones, the right tackle, sets him up, upfield, slips underneath. Quinn Ewers can do nothing but eat the sack. Great pass rush by Trice. Junior from Phoenix, Kyle Flood, the offensive coordinator for Texas, said they were most concerned about him, the kind of guy who can really disrupt the game. On 2nd and 16. Baxter for 2. Here's Katie George.
Well, Sean, this is Texas's 3rd series of the game, but it's worth mentioning this is still their opening script. Steve Sarkisian says he scripts the first 40 regular down and distant plays of the game, which is way more than most teams.
Normal number is somewhere between 10 to 15, so to go 40, and obviously out script here on the 3rd and long. I'll be thinking screen. Huskies showing blitz. And they drop out of it, rush 3. It's a quick pass to Xavier Worthy. There's a flag down during his run after the catch. Husky fans convinced it's against Texas. There's an 11-yard gain. He did not reach the marker. If it is against Texas, Kalen DeBoer will have a decision to make. He's already indicating he wants to accept the penalty.
Rare mistake here by George Whittington.
Trainer came back for another the year and has been rewarded with a trip to the college football playoff.
Great play by the corner, Jamar Muhammad, flipping inside, just goes right around Whittington, who whiffs on the block, has to grab the jersey. That's what results in the hole.
3 penalties against Texas. They were in the middle of the pack in the country in penalty yards in the regular season. Mentioned Washington. Average 74 penalty yards per game. Only New Mexico saw more flags.
3rd down, 17. Viewers with a lot of time. And there's another flag thrown when you expect a holding call. It's caught. And it would be a 1st down for C.J. Baxter to the Washington 48.
But the referee, Rod Snodgrass, threw the flag, and it is a hold. They'll take it.
Causes of personal destruction. Fuck you, John Podesta.
I'm not suicidal. I'm not suicidal.
November 2009, Laura Silsby founded a non-profit Life Children's Refuge, which described its mission as attempting to rescue orphaned and abandoned children in Haiti and Dominican Republic. 2 months later, on January 29th, 2010, Silsby was arrested for attempting to traffic 33 orphaned children out of Haiti without documentation.
These are some of the 33 Asian children an American Baptist group allegedly tried to unlawfully take out of the country on Saturday.
The group's leader, Laura Silsby, says the group paid no money for the children.
The mistake obviously we made is we did not understand that there was additional paperwork required.
It's pretty alarming because we're the legal parents of these children, and we give, for instance, instructions not to interfere with them, for her to continue to come and try to find them, to take them to the Dominican, tells me that her intent is not actually the best.
Where are they going to mark it? Looks like they're going to spot it right on the 20.
Later learned through WikiLeaks that Hillary Clinton was sent email updates from Abedin and other associates regarding Silsby's incarceration and developing legal case. This was not the first time Silsby found herself facing child trafficking charges. Silsby had been caught once before by Haitian police attempting to traffic 40 children out of the country. However, in that incident, no charges were brought against her, and she was merely turned back at the border. A week after Silsby was apprehended the second time, on February 7th, 2010, former President Bill Clinton appointed Silsby a lawyer by the name of Jorge Puello. Puello was successful in getting Silsby's charges reduced to 6 months. Jorge Puello also had a colorful history with human trafficking. He was convicted of operating an international sex trafficking ring involving women and underage girls out of Central America and Haiti. Puello's wife was also arrested on the same charges. In 2011, Silsby was appointed as CFO of the software company Connexus and would later become its vice president of marketing. Connexus operates AlertSense, which is the mass notification software used in FEMA's Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, or IPAWS.
The goal is to alert Americans to emergencies like severe weather and missing children.
One of IPAWS' functions is to issue Amber Alerts to the public in the event of kidnapping. The Amber Alert system was set up during Bill Clinton's presidency. In 2015, Laura Silsby married Norman Gaylor and took his last name, which is how her name now appears on the Connexus website. Housing woman who was caught multiple times attempting to traffic children internationally, get promoted to the executive team of the prohibited kidnapping warning system in the country. Then why did the Clintons intervene in their trial for rape? Every instance of American citizens was charged. Only until this matter can be resolved in an expeditious way.
Anywhere else. I mean, have y'all seen
July 26th, 2019, users saw the hashtag just weeks before Jeffrey Epstein had reported suicide payments on the line. Now the phrase melted month away was nothing new. It had become a meme in forums across the internet years prior. It references the seemingly anonymous account of Clinton associates who died suspiciously under mysterious circumstances. His death, a close friend of Clinton associate James Alefantis, gave a statement in support of Silsby during her trial.
1 week from tonight, Monday, January 7:30 on ESPN, the College Football Playoff National Championship game presented by AT&T. Michigan awaiting the winner of this one. The Wolverines won a scintillating first semifinal of the Rose Bowl in overtime, 27-20 over Alabama. This one's tied at 7. 2:34 to go in the first quarter. Dylan Johnson followed after a 1-yard gain.
Well, just for Washington's final team meeting last night, quarterback Michael Penix went to Caitlin DeBoer and requested a players-only meeting. They kicked out the coaching staff, shut the door for 20-plus minutes. DeBoer told me he has no idea what was said, but Penix spoke to the team. When he entered the room, he said you could hear a pin drop. It was silent.
History together, you saw Kayla DeBoer, National Coach of the Year. Penix on his back foot, single coverage caught. Jeremy Bernard with Ryan Watts in coverage, a gain of 29. Great job by Penix. Got hit two up front as the offensive line whipped a bit. Jeremy Bernard working against Watts on that slot fade. He holds Jared Thompson, the free safety in the middle of the field, drops it right on the sideline for a big gain. Such a good throw, particularly outside the numbers. He had more than 2,000 of his passing yards outside the half marks. Most in college football this year. He's already run for 111 on 3 out of 4. They move the pocket, and he throws big complete. There was contact, but the ball was not catchable. Kyle Jackson in the vicinity. Caden Crawford in coverage for Texas. Ryan Grubb, the offensive coordinator, said we have to move the pocket a little bit. Against your defensive front, they're too good, they're too disruptive. Penix wants to operate from between the tackles. That's where he's most comfortable. You have to do it. Just change the launch point. Give those guys different pictures. Gronkowski, the defensive coordinator for Texas, said we need to rush, but it's hard to get to him. We need to try to disguise our coverages, use them to make us hold the ball longer. They did rush him, and he still got it off. To Giles Jackson. The transfer from Rome Doomsday made the catch for a 24-yard gain. And it's an unbelievable pass rush there by Myron Murphy. He just whizzed on the sack. And how about the move, too, by Michael Penix? Step to the left. Guess what that release is? Just throws dark. The Doomsday's on the receiving end, keeping his eyes downfield. Terrific play by the quarterback. 24 yards. First catch of the night for a Tennessee, 82nd of the season.
She decided to take
the top 10 into the estimation of Mel Kiper Jr., second-ranked wide receiver.
Analysis of human trafficking.
Marvin Harrison Jr. of Ohio State, middle screen. It's a Doomsday again. That's a 3-yard gain. With 27 receiving yards, he has just set the single season receiving yardage mark in University of Washington history. By 1 yard over Richie Williams. 1,455 now for a Doomsday. Very entertaining first quarter, the All-State Sugar Bowl in this college football playoff semifinal.
It turns out that he worked as a supervisor in the U.S. Attorney's Office on behalf of Brian between 1999 and 2002.
Really painful stuff out there. The crime that has happened, and now you're being named
sex trafficking American children in Bosnia and Kosovo, prosecutions were made. Plain act of sexual abuses in India. What if one person was actually autistic before she died? For discoveries in truth. Has anyone else unearthed biblical confirmations of alleged ties to human trafficking?
What makes a carnival vacation fun? Everything.
Chris Cornell was the vocalist of Shea Butter and Sound. He and his wife Vicky worked with 6 different charity organizations for nearly a decade. They founded the Chris and Vicky Foundation, which tries to support and protect abused and sexually exploited children around the world. The couple eventually became involved with one of their foundation partners' organizations, AIDS to Required, helping sexually abused orphans out of
You say that it feels like you're starting to play.
has received massive donations from the
Maybe you should ask it when you realize it's not too late to
to a
start.
source that spoke with freedom daily.
Like when you're used to figuring out your life
They discovered these orphans being placed into permanent
you come to
hospitals
Prudential and help ensure your
being sold
retirement has
into
an
sexual
income that
slavery
lasts a life.
and human trafficking rings. In May of 2017, Chris Cornell was found hanged to death in the MGM Grand Hotel.
Hey, I'm Chelsea, and a little thing I like about the Chick-fil-A Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is I think it's the perfect combination of ingredients. The pepper jack cheese and the spiciness of the sandwich. It's the right type of spice and the right amount of spice. It's crunchy on the outside, but then really tender on the inside. And then obviously the pickles at the bottom are iconic. There are too many things I like about it. I don't know if I can finish them all. Real customer pays for their testimonial.
For instance, Chris had just performed a full concert with breaking signs of having 9 broken ribs. Chris's body was found cold to the touch, which would have taken at least 2 hours in a hotel. This would place the time was between 11 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. His body Chris statement was recorded that with him. There was no official explanation for the powerful bloodstains on the wall next to his body. His feet were touching the floor, meaning he was only partially suspended by his neck.
Coach, what does your offense need to do to score here?
Yeah, it's all about finishing and just continue to fundamentally do the right thing. Making explosive plays, like to get the run game a little more consistent here. But Michael's doing a good job with the pocket and the guys making plays on the field.
9-yard rushing, the Medics moved for 138 in the first quarter. The 77-yard play to Jalen Pope, the second longest pass play in college football playoff history. Here's Tony Rogers. Down to the 6-yard line, tackled by Jalen Ford, the outstanding linebacker, but 17 more for the Huskies.
Great read, too, by the six. This is the defensive end that's reading. If he starts to play upfield, Penix can pull that and run it himself. Ready-handed to Tyler Rogers. He's got a lot of speed for a freshman. They believe that he has a very bright future in Seattle.
13 carries all year coming in. Missed some time for disciplinary reasons. First and goal. It's Jeremy Bernard who lined up as a Wildcat quarterback. Takes the reverse. Carried inside the frame. A flag flies. The Hawk cheer comes up from the Texas partisans below us. They believe it's going to be the first penalty tonight against Washington. Steve Sarkisian did have a long jacket on the Snodgrass. The referee at the end of the quarter.
Music industry and elsewhere. Although this cannot be substantiated, however, it doesn't mean that Bennington's death is without intrigue.
Texas fans did not get what they were hoping for. It's Ryan Watts.
An organization called Sustainable Energy Football in Haiti, which received a $250,000 grant from the Clinton Foundation.
Ledbo's trying to pull out. This is a new rule that was instituted a couple of years ago as we look at the AT&T Connected game. He goes low on Ledbo, and that has been taken out of the game because of injury. The wide call there by the official.
The Los Angeles governor's office took 130 days to turn
5 penalties against Texas and none against Washington. First and goal from inside the 2. Dylan Johnson got hit behind the line of scrimmage and stopped for no gain. Alfred Collins backed up defensive tackle, had the penetration.
After she publicly
Not
shared
just
her
Sweat
suspicions.
and Murphy up front, as Devondre Sweat reminded us yesterday when we went to meet with him. He brought 7 other defensive linemen with us. Not just me and Murphy. Wanted to precedent the next. All very disruptive. Really put together a good unit team with Allen. Second and goal.
Which would have been possible given that the two knew each other.
Penix under center.
The theory goes that Benedict's biological father
Johnson for the touchdown. They line him up as an offset fullback with Bernard behind Penix. Second touchdown for Dylan Johnson. They get motion, jet sweep motion to get flow from the linebacker to the second level, and they just hand it right there underneath Dylan Johnson. He walks into the end zone, which is not something that's very easy to do against that Texas defense front.
Has publicly spoken of being sexually abused as a child. John Podesta, Skippy, as he refers to
well coached on offense.
is a large and vile collection of what can only be described as pedophilia.
They went 80 yards in 9 plays to take their second lead of the game. Johnson just has yards on 7 carries, but he's been in the end zone twice.
All right, well, you see where I'm moving with that. Yeah, and I thought that's because I've been this ongoing, whatever the hell.
What's in your closet, John Podesta?
Not when they don't
Big
follow.
Podesta,
You don't
Big
want to know.
Soros. Do you want us to play these games?
If you don't want to
In
raise your
2009,
he's got
James O'Keefe of Project Veritas released undercover videos purporting that ACO, the Association of Community Organizations for Reform Now, had been engaged in underage prostitution. None other than John Podesta was appointed to investigate the scandal. Journalist Andrew Breitbart was vocal about his disdain for Podesta. On February 4th, 2011, Andrew Breitbart tweeted, "How progressive guru John Podesta isn't a household name is a world-class underage sex slave on a cover-up defending unspeakable drugs escapes me." Then, a year later, all throughout February 2012, Breitbart telegraphed the release of a video that he said would appear on March 1st. This video was claimed would be severely damaging to Obama's re-election campaign.
We're all better off.
Wait till we see what happens March 1st, he said. The anticipated release on February 28th, 2012, he tweeted, "How much longer until we age? Head down, call us, frame me for a while, read me while you can." Died of an alleged heart attack on March 1st, 2012. Just 2 days later, who conducted the investigation? Private arsenic poisoning just 2 months later. Given the serious nature of investigating international child trafficking that's advertised to Washington, Hollywood, and the Vatican, there have been many suspicious deaths of whistleblowers and journalists who attempted to blow the story open. There is these levels of guts that they've connected, maybe to those who seek to silence this message. Moreover, this industry of survival appears to be international in scope. Human traffickers see borders as mere lines on a map. It's important to draw the distinction between what I call local pedophiles and international networks. The networks allow the media to cover stories on the pedophiles because it feeds the idea
Taco Bell and the college football playoff are bringing the best of the regular season to college football playoff by creating a lip-gloss student section.
suspicious death of police detective
Just made
all of the last release of the brand and expose of high-level child trafficking in South Africa. Shortly after publishing his book, he was found dead by a gunshot to the head. His death was ruled a suicide, despite his family claiming he assured them that he would never commit suicide.
There's a lot going right now with misdirection offensively. Get things started with the split zone. Watch the linebackers run into each other because of that movement. That's a big game for Baxter. Similar play here. A little more movement with the Jets keep this well. Stays play side. Baxter continues to run hard. It's a touchdown for Blue. It's all washed down on the left side of the offensive line. He cuts it all the way back. Powered his way into the end zone. Steve Sarkisian putting a lot on those linebackers for Washington. Missed pressure, eye violation. Sarkisian, of course, is former head coach at the University of Washington for 5 years. First head coaching job. Tavion Sanders dropped immediately. Ufoshio again for Washington for a 3-yard loss.
We can also examine the case of investigative reporter
Ufoshio, a great job of identifying this. They throw this little screen to Sanders all the time. It's very effective. He's on the field. The defense has been really different. This time the last couple years. Yours. It's throws, and it's incomplete. Very well covered. Lieutenant for Xavier Worthy, Jabbar Muhammad had the coverage. He's an outstanding player, second team all Pac-12. In his first year in Washington after 3 at Oklahoma State.
Exposing a child trafficking ring.
Texas is over 3 on third down. This one is third down and 12.
Another suspicious case in Louis filmmaker Bill Melvin died suddenly under strange circumstances a year after publishing a trailer for his documentary Innocence Destroyed, exposing corruption in the Child Protective Services.
Got to the 31, still 4 yards short of the line to gain. Cameron Ricky Landon made the tackle for Washington. And after a bit of a hesitation, the punt team will come on. Texas has got to stop the negative plays. They've been behind the sticks multiple times in this pass rush for Washington. I know statistically speaking, not great. They can certainly have an impact, though. Sarkisian and his staff, they need to stay on schedule moving forward. Bernard off the kick, and Texas has it. He tried to catch it at about knee high, and he did not corral it. Maurice Blackwell came up with the football for the Longhorns at the Washington 22. Boy, a huge mistake here. As Bernard, like you said, Sean, tries to catch it off his shoelaces, doesn't play it properly. AT&T connected team. Texas clearly secured the no problem whatsoever. First critical mistake for Washington, and Rabbi so clean.
Development, you are fake news, and you protect pedophiles.
Transferred from Michigan State. Originally committed to Washington under the previous coaching staff. Went to the Washington campus for a bit. Decided to transfer to Michigan State. And felt that he wanted to return.
He acknowledged he was putting himself in harm's way and proactively taking steps to ensure his safety, such as setting up a dead man's trap.
You know, you can't trust the cops. So I was like, what can I do to give myself time to save myself and insulate me? I gave them the thing that said I had a dead man's switch. What does that do? It means they can't kill me. They can't kill me.
Do wealthy and powerful groups engage in huge propaganda and conspire to systematically cover up widespread pedophilia
and powers down near the 5. Alfonso to Tama. The tackle, there's a flag down.
We're left in perplexity. Do we go back to believing that activists on a moral crusade routinely kill themselves? Do we take the harder pill this morning and acknowledge that criminal syndicates will go to unspeakable lengths to evade prosecution?
It's got to be so frustrating for Steve Sarkisian.
Perhaps next time we will pause and reflect on the brave efforts that died exposing this monstrous
game. Got to be a little smarter.
Next time we read a headline,
the right guard can't hold him moving at the same time.
has been suicide.
6 penalties against Texas, 1 against Washington. This is the save. Right on target to Whittington is yours. He broke a tackle or two and made it down inside the one. And just a great job here. As you see the eyes in the backfield, viewer sees it. He works Whittington on the RPO right behind it. You see Fabiculawn and actually triggers into the backfield. It goes right behind him. Whittington nearly scores. Pick number 90, Byron Murphy. The fullback down. Here he is. Inside, Sweat is in as well. So right in, they block this time for a Texas touchdown. Byron Murphy powers it in a 1-yard rush. That's the third big man touchdown of the season for Texas. His second, he got a touchdown pass against Wyoming. That's 2 fullback guys for touchdowns, 1 for Washington and 1 now for Texas. Byron Murphy served his forward. A great job on the right side of the offensive line, putting a dent in that front. He's a big fella to pay dirt.
Attempting to traffic 33 orphan children.
6'1", 380 pounds.
These are some of the 33.
Extra point good by Bert Auburn. Set up by the muff punt by Bernard. They needed just 3 plays. And Whittington got them down to the 1. Perfect. Another touchdown. 14 apiece.
For some folks, college football is a few humdrum hours on Sunday. The rest of us, it's sacred. It's a yearly pilgrimage to the hills of Rocky Top. It's having your own safety deep behind the enemy lines. It's getting all dolled up. Big night. A place where being a volunteer is 100% mandatory. Yankee tickets, he's got me piece of paper saying I can give you someone else.
For this one.
Children's charity.
So no,
So he joins the boys and tells them that she's going to attend selfie there. She's got a card that can stand for the time. Your stamps and shit. What does that mean? The turn all those games into whole football away. So as George continues opening mail at the table, we get our first friendship festivals.
You're so happy. Festivus.
See, I'm not gonna like this episode because George is in front of it. All the jokes are in his direction. It's not gonna work out too good for George. I can tell. I love that last line. Right, it's like, all right, I'm gonna go to work. Are you happy? You happy? You have to go to work now.
It's the semi-final at the All-State Sugar Bowl. This brought to you by ROTHSCHILD.
At this holiday, this Festivus, where Frank hates the commercial and religious aspects of Christmas.
These universities well represented here in New Orleans.
It's a strange, very odd.
This weekend,
do you think that this is the only
and the 2024 college football playoff national championship playoff stadium division hospitality program? Sweden taking packages all inclusive hospitality. Exclusive access to more. Visit playoffpremium.com. Book today. Tied at 14 in the second semifinal of the day. Michigan, the winner of the Rose Bowl in overtime, 27-20. Over Alabama, the Wolverines. Monday night in Houston, the winner of this one. As well as good line drive kick by Snow. Michigan a lot more than Boston. There's another touchdown.
we have
Kalen DeMore, 49 years old, native of Millbank, South Carolina, and about 3,500.
It's like somebody in the back
He has had a very successful head coach for Sioux Falls' alma mater. 5 years there, 3 NAIA national championships, decided to try to take it to another level. Started out Southern Illinois, Eastern Michigan, Fresno State, Indiana, made his name as a great offensive mind. Got a chance to be the head coach for 2 years at Fresno State. How about that record? 103 in 11. He was 67 and 3 at the University of Sioux Falls. Penix launches one D. And here is caught by Rabbi. Even though it looked like his shirt was getting tough for a while, he still, as usual, managed to make a contested catch. One of his great strengths. He's unbelievable. Gained 14 pounds in the offseason, so he can make catches like this, get stronger. Tricked all over him as Watts, but it doesn't matter. The throw is absolutely perfect for Penix. Even though he was cracked, the news they reeled him in. 52-yard gain.
Spread across the couch, reading a BC
You can't tell by reading the classics Professor Hybrid.
Official stop it before the snap.
And Laura gets upset here because she's lost her atomic submark on 3 out of 24 stamps and realizes that she was written the fake number on the back of it when she gave it to Denim Fest. So
the only way we can slow down is passing attack for Washington. Penix up to 190.
All right, so it's like
still 9.5 to go in the half.
Deep ball accuracy, though. I mean, the guy is just
Throws the travel more than 30 yards downfield.
She kind of like looks to the left and the right.
8-to-1 touchdown interception ratio. He
He doesn't get the whole Stanford idea. I mean, high-end Hokie outfit like Atomic Sub, they should be computerized. They're on a sheet now.
66%. Just a dazzling sheet.
That's a very lifestyle dude that you're into. It's an igers of
Pitch back to Dylan Johnson. Johnson stood up by Michael Katz. Bounce ahead for a couple more. That former walk-on. First walk-on put on scholarship by Steve Sarkisian.
And see if Denfest is called it.
At the University of Texas, 5-7 in his first year.
Just make it up.
8-5 last year, 12-1.
So because it's
In year 3, 49-year-old native of Southern California. Johnson's taking it. The Joe Moore, award-winning offensive line. Byron Murphy made the tackle. Devondre Sweat nearby as well.
No, there's not a lot there. Run game up the middle. You have to stay committed to it. You have to look at the body motion. So Washington has successful strength and staying committed to it. Stay patient on this.
The center for Washington just 275 pounds. He's holding his own. Couple of big guards next to him. David Benda.
Benda right here at the top of the screen. He's getting everyone lined up. He says, I got to do it myself. So he goes. Nobody accounts for him, and he drops Johnson behind the sticks.
Elford actually held up his man. They're going to go shocking. 4th and 1.
Has had a legit job at some point in his life.
Cheers.
Dylan Johnson's going to take the direct snap.
Is this the only place
Up the middle.
like Greener's actually working
It does not appear he got there. He did not.
He just sort of showed up.
Trying to follow the block of Jack Westover. And Texas takes over on downs.
So first thing that clicky here, go. Which is it later season Kramer sort of answering the film that way?
Yeah, sort of.
Unless those lines are way off.
A little bit positive in season 7, like his
came up well short.
Byron Murphy again. He's just so disruptive, number 90. He slips right between the two offensive linemen on the right-hand side. He kind of slows down Johnson initially, and then he's wrapped up by the serve.
The newly repaired sticks.
Maybe he was one of his.
They're well short.
There's a great blooper to come out of the scene where
we talked about at the outset of the telecast, the Fillmore award-winning offensive line against that stout middle of the Texas defensive line. That time, Swanton Murphy
staring at the guys.
You're watching the Wrestling Sugar Bowl.
Oh my God, I was watching the show. I forgot my mark. She jumps back into the scene.
Strikes been told how you feel yourself. Just like that. Get yourself back in the game. Get yourself a Gatorade. Hydrate, replenish, refuel.
I was just watching the show.
What about somewhere amazing?
Millions of Americans.
We're not there yet.
All right, next scene here at H&H Bagels. Kramer makes his triumphant return to work after being on strike for 12 years.
Still not in. Finding the next step in place isn't the point. Do something terrifying. Search.
Cosmo Kramer strikes up. Yeah,
Your hot dog, you know our dog. So try our newest cheesy calor epic stuffed recipe too. Made with a blend of ricotta and mozzarella, hand stuffed into that Papa John's bread, never frozen, original dough. Get it for a limited time only at Papa John's.
Toss me an egg. Let's bake.
Drop it down to 9-6.
Raising the egg.
What happened when you began to stop? 7 out of 2. Count.
Raisin bagels, that crazy.
And 4 spoons long.
There's a really dialogue that when Kramer had a ponytail when he previously worked at H&H, which may be a Illuminati from Kenny Kramer, who was most of his ponytail.
That's a great. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clips. Everything was up and running.
And we're introduced as manager. She saves us so much time. He's a Dave Knoller, who's in Ghostbusters 2, who's a cop, and he's in their cost for shipping.
Yeah, he was like familiar to me, and I finally looked it up. He's the guy that
Online sellers.
Ghostbusters digging up for
ShipStation.com/try and get
pulls up my car. He's like, "Why are you digging?"
Introducing Manda, the whole body deodorant that I created with all body odor in mind. I'm Dr. Shannon Clifford, and I'm the inventor of whole body deodorant. Like Manda, unlike traditional and aluminum-free deodorants, Manda actually stops odor at the source. Bacteria. You just apply Manda like a lotion, and it stops odor anywhere you have it, but wish you didn't. It's like body odor never even happens. You're going to be exceptionally stink-free. It smells good.
Put it in the display case next to the bagel.
National Championship Trophy presented by Dr. Rabbi next Monday night at NRG Stadium in Houston.
Great energy this one.
Winner of the national championship game between Michigan and the winner of this one, the college football playoff bracket brought to you by AT&T.
Instead of their bagels, it seems to be the most
Very entertaining first semifinal. The Rose Bowl. Michigan won in overtime, 27-20 over Alabama. Here's Jason Blue waving his way, weaving his way. 12 yards and a first down, tripped up by Asa Turner. Excellent safety who missed a lot of the season.
Anyways, let's go back to TV. First draft hitting the lane stops was very similar to the place.
A couple of times. Ewers lost the launch one deep for Xavier Worthy.
Sketchy guy standing. She's explaining to these two guys
First cousin of
that
the
she's been
cornerback
giving
for
to
Texas,
their number.
Malik Muhammad. They're very close.
He's their best cover guy. Trying to go with the double move to Xavier Worthy. Muhammad isn't full, stays on top, turns around, tries to play the ball. This is well covered here by the
Around the line. And it looked like Blue might escape for a moment, but he didn't get away from Raylan Trice. It's a 2-yard loss.
Another third down. Deep start Hampton where they're in third and long. Really struggled to down the distance so far. They're over 4 on third down.
Got to get more man in the situation. And that's been the problem. All four of them have been 10 yards or more to go. This one's 12. Ewers pressure right in his face, and the ball drifts incomplete. Xavier Worthy was breaking open, but he couldn't find the football in the air. Didn't know where it was.
I got a good feeling about this guy. I mean, I think he's going to do well.
And it was Carson Bruner that applied the pressure and forced the ball out of Ewers' hands really quickly. Center Majors thinks he passes it off to his left guard, but he never picks up Bruner. Worthy had a step, and if he had just a little bit more time, he would have been able to throw that ball just a bit further and complete the catch. But Worthy never saw the ball in the air. Sanborn again.
Short, that HBO show for Wars. He was the writer for the movie August of 16
made.
And then even
He's behind him in the Southern Texas point. 51-yard kick.
And this guy was
watching the All-State Sugar Bowl.
He is the writer and director of Looking for Porn Stars documentary for
I'm a guy who loves to bet. Everybody's chicken
As if watching my team lose wasn't punishment enough.
There's called Colin Sleazy.
What are you looking at? It's a warp speed.
These guys. This Colin guy, I heard from Julia in an interview that he's a porn star. I don't think that's true. I think he's just some creepy guy that looks porn. And nothing wrong with that. I think it's just how he presents himself. And there's actually some clips from that show, Colin Sleazy Friends, on Funny or Die, where he interviews like Adam
Well,
Carolla,
at
Jimmy
AT&T,
Kimmel.
when we
They're
offer the
probably
best
doing the man
iPhone
show at the
deals,
time.
guarantee it. Even with the new iPhone 15
It's
Pro,
right there. It's
check
got
it out.
that, now retro look
We
to
do
it.
have free movies. We could purchase a hit.
Tracy Letts as the other guy, I think it's so fascinating. You mentioned a few movies, TV shows he's in. I think a lot of people like remember him from Homeland. Season 3 and 4, he played the CIA director, and I can't tell you, I mean, my mind has exploded many times. It was one of the biggest explosions ever. When I realized this is the same guy, because he looks so different. He has lost some hair, he's gained some weight, but not only did he write August of Osage County, but he actually won the Pulitzer and the Tony for writing a play. He also won another Tony, this one for acting, and he portrayed the character George, and he was afraid of Virginia Woolf. He recently, I saw him in Lady Bird, Greta Gerwig's recent movie. He's a fantastic job. And also big fans of Leftovers and the latest season of Fargo. Carrie Coon is married to Tracy Letts. So, sorry to dive into his whole life there, but I'm just fascinated that this guy who has few memorable lines in this episode is such an accomplished lawyer and playwright. They even made him look sleazy too. His hair is kind of parted and down the side of his head. He's got like a beads. You can see his chest hair poking out.
I love the line. To make a lot of man friends. When it was a man, Charlie here, he's a man. You know who else? Me. I'm a
Stay tuned for the Mercedes-Benz halftime report. His name is Joey Galloway. Desmond Howard
scary where it's like,
long day for those guys. Exciting to average the first setting ball. Michigan's overtime win over Alabama.
She has the wherewithal.
It's a very entertaining All-State Sugar Bowl here in New Orleans. Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy, Riley McGrath, and Katie George on the sidelines. Texas and Washington tied at 14 with just under 6 minutes to go. The Mercedes-Benz halftime report.
Which
Jalen McMillan throws back to Texas and complete.
Outside of the this is where Karen, the
They're going to go back to filming tomorrow, and everyone's going to have a bit of a chuckle depending on how things turn out. This could have been a big moment, if not for being kept slightly by Anthony Hill, it looked like.
Pretty much.
Not a lot of players out there wearing white jerseys. FedEx had some room.
Jerry waits for Gwen to arrive and runs into Tim.
with his date, Tiffany. And
Dylan
Ben
Johnson.
shows up.
I'm running room outside to the left to the 30-yard line for a pickup of 6. Anthony Hill Jr., outstanding freshman linebacker, Big 12 minutes and freshman of the year. By Jalen Ford on the stop. 3rd down and 4.
Jerry doesn't even recognize her. And she's like, it's Gwen from the party. And as she heads to the table, Jerry just doesn't know what's happening. And he looks over at Tim.
3rd down, he's lined up at the top of your screen. He gets a one-on-one or a good look for him. That's where the ball's going.
That's sort of 3rd down conversion in this game. Florida Penix fires with a great tackle. Might have prevented the first down. Jalen McMillan got blasted immediately by Ja'Day Barron. But they are going to mark it at the 34-yard line with just enough for a first down.
It was well done by McMillan.
I don't know.
Looks like he's a little bit short.
Not sure that ball ever got to the hash mark of the 34-yard line. Texas doesn't think so either. They marked it beyond the 34.
Receiver made the line to gain. He went to further.
Replay special. Brian Smith, Mike Conlon in the booth.
It's tough on the receiver. 3rd down, you got to get your depth. I mean, that's the key. This time, McMillan doesn't get enough depth. He's hit immediately as he catches the ball by Barron. Obviously, the line is not official, but it does look like he's short of the line to gain. As we look again for the AT&T connected cam, it's a good shot at it. I don't think it ever gets to the 34-yard line where the ball is currently spotted. So that's
not official, but it's incredibly accurate. The bigger point is they spotted it just beyond the 34. They don't have even made it to the 34-yard line. Barron, the big play, outstanding defensive back, Jim Thorpe, semi-finalist, senior from Austin. One of our favorite notes of the year. Jumping. Male actor, like judges, smooth operator.
Tackle, understanding the line to gain. Now on the field, moving it back to the
only lightly final episode, but this was his final scene. I think this is appropriate for the Tamale.
So here's the question. The Gutsy is 4th down. I think I've never seen a team go for it. In the last game of the regular season, trying to play for the Pac-12 title, trying to stay undefeated, get the CFP. They were tied at 21 apiece with under 2 minutes to go on their own 29-yard line, and Kalen DeBoer went for it on 4th and 1. Not only did they pick it up, it was a big gainer. They went down and kicked the field goal with just time left. That takes guts.
Unbelievable dice roll and perfect execution. But the last time they had short yardage, they ran right up the middle. And you don't want to run into the team of the Texas defense. You try something on the perimeter, even a quick throw potentially, something high percentage. But I would not advise running right up the middle.
Right up the middle with Johnson. The Wildcat last time he got stuck. Penix is trying to draw them offside. Now Johnson comes up closer. I don't think the boards are going to fall for this. Will they take the penalty? They didn't go for it a lot. Magnitude tonight, just 15 times before down. Of course, they're still good on offense. They don't get the fourth down a lot. But here it is, the Apple Cup, 107 left in the game. And I would go for watch this play.
Unbelievable. You fake down up inside. They had success running it inside earlier in the game. Washington State completely sells out. They get the inside run, and they pitch it to Ootd, who takes it for a really nice gain. I mean, just as bold as it gets. Tremendous execution. The Warriors talked to Ryan Grubb about the Warriors the call. The defense obviously expecting something inside. So get out of that situation, specifically DC, the best players. You're telling to get here. The offense is back on the field. Go to the well again, Sean. What do you think?
It's more obvious than you.
Up the middle again. Yes, it's Texas defensive.
Yes. Jeez, you relax them.
They snap it this time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I said that.
They run it right up to the definitely just running straight ahead.
Surprisingly, the only
To the 38-yard line. 5-yard gain on 4th and 1.
And this is all made possible by the left tackle, Patanu.
just as memorable
Which is
as
completely
Festus
moved the
Holiday,
Texas defenders off the point. They run right behind him for the conversion.
He's the best player on that offensive line. The left
This is, I
tackle.
think, one of the best things to give out around the holidays.
Tremendous speed for a big man.
Cardio's coworker.
Looked like Hendricks might have been across the line of scrimmage as he threw to Dylan Johnson. No flag on the play, and the completion goes to the 49-yard line of Texas for 13.
It was really close as Penix climbed in the pocket. He flirted with going across the line of scrimmage. You have to go completely across the line of scrimmage before you release the ball for it to be illegal throw right there. It's tough to tell, but it looks like his feet were beyond. Right here's a great look at it. His arms appears behind the line of scrimmage.
He didn't. They take a bite. And then
Entire body has to cross the line of scrimmage.
So then they
Illegal forward pass.
There,
There looked like a team where his body was behind, so
Strongbox.
on a couple looks that we've seen so far, I would expect this play to stay.
you believe about the bear claw. And that line, which I know you love to say in college, they did.
Let's bring in our rules expert,
You mentioned
Matt Austin.
how
Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, Sean, Greg covers it extremely well. The problem here, without the shot right down the line, it's just hard to tell if that
the 66 series.
still in the line of scrimmage.
When the show was canceled
I do
after a
think
couple
this call is
seasons,
stand. I just
shoot that episode.
Again, Matt, what's the standard to judge if he's actually crossed the line?
They could never do
every
true face on that
body
show
has to
because
be
of
crossed. So
like
let's
how
go to the
grotesque it
ball.
would be.
Everything has to be behind. If he's got a foot trailing, a heel, a shoulder, anything, then he's okay.
But yeah, kind of interesting connection between Clint
I don't think based on that, play's going to stand his ground.
That's what I think.
Anyways,
I just don't think
stripes
there's
up
enough
because
to
we were talking
without
about
a shadow of a
Festivus
doubt. He was
and
beyond.
Elaine tells Kramer about her full day. And then if a guy calls H&H looking for her to just take a message and let her know. So apparently she's still trying
Tremendous
to
awareness
get
by
that
Penix
first
way. I mean, he knows exactly where the line of scrimmage is. He flirts with it. Stays up on it. Yeah, well,
I am not throwing it all
when
away.
does luck become a great player? I don't know. That right there was hitting on 17. And he threw it a 4. That was well executed.
So next scene, H&H Bagels, and this is what it's all about. Finding two things here. Something we didn't say
Kyle Rogers comes back in
was
at
just so
running back.
impressed that Frank invented a holiday and
Faded
invited
to
him
be
back
in California, the Pistons.
discuss.
They faked it to him. Comes to Odunze.
I haven't celebrated Festivus in years. What is your interest?
Odunze is junior from Las Vegas.
Many Christmases ago, I went to buy a dog
I
for my
believe
son.
he's the best receiver in
I
Washington
reached the
history.
last one I had.
Yeah, Sean, I think he was the best receiver in college football this year. I voted
on him. I
for him
realized
to
that
win the college. I think he had that much impact on the team's success. All those close games, all those critical moments that he stepped up and made a play. Couple that with production. I think he should have brought home that Coveted award. I love Marvin Harrison, but man, it's hard to overlook what they accomplished this year.
The numbers, big catches that he made.
Ladies, they are disappointed.
Washington substituted late. Texas needed to be given time. They literally took their time, so Caleb Ford uses a timeout. Timeout left for the Huskies. The NFL season finale is here. The rest of the playoffs is on. It's an NFL doubleheader Saturday, starting with the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens at 4:15. The Houston Texans and the Indianapolis Colts at 8 p.m. You can see on ABC, ESPN, ESPN Sport, ESPN Plus. Congratulations to John Harbaugh. Vince Young on the sideline. Last couple of games for the Harbaugh family. John Harbaugh's Ravens clinched the number 1 seed in the AFC. Jim Harbaugh, the overtime win today in the first
There's a hoop where
quite a couple days
where
Ritter's doing this team yelling scab.
See what the Ravens are doing right now on both sides of the
He
ball.
doesn't stop.
All right.
It's hilarious. So check that out at some point. But
On the sideline,
all I have to say for this scene is I love Jerry Stoker. That's great.
Penix retraining, but still on the money. Terrific catch by Jeff Westover. Excellent athlete. He's made several important acrobatic catches. This one wasn't the highest in terms of degree of difficulty.
And look at how he throttles down just a little bit. He turns around. Penix assumes he's going to keep going, but because of his own coverage, Westover kind of slowed his momentum and made what would have been a routine catch a little more difficult, but great job reeling it in by a very underrated player. He's watching the offense.
And again,
Games of high school football.
That's about Festivus here. You know, you gather your family around.
Penix
You
going
think it's
big,
gonna
man,
say,
up and
no,
one of the few times he missed on a deep ball over the head of the other tight end, Devin Culp, like Westover, a 6th-year senior tight end.
And this is one that Penix is going to want to have back. He's got Hulk wide open. We're going to get the linebacker. This is a little bit too flat. Hulk can't catch up to it.
Next to the
He's
last
their
scene,
fastest weapon at wide receiver, or at tight end, excuse
and
me.
it keeps
Ran
going to,
10-6
as you mentioned,
in the 100 meters in high school, but not fast enough to catch up to that one.
Frank leaves, Lane's
237 out of Spokane, Washington.
it's just
Penix has completed the previous 7.
so. I mean, we tracked this.
Second down and 10 in field goal range. Pressure. He stepped away from it. Fires and it is caught. On the deflection. Dan Cook, the touchdown. Off the hands of Malik Muhammad.
Over to Cooper Industrial Smoothing,
29
which is a
yards.
very festive and moving the hallways, you know, shout Merry Christmas to his coworkers. One gives them a bottle of wine. He just gives her
And just a great route here by Polk. Watch how quickly the safety strides on this inside post. It triggers immediately. Penix moves in the pocket so beautifully. Throws a strike. It's nearly tipped. But Polk keeps his concentration and reels it in. What a huge play for Washington.
The third time they lead. Previous 2 occasions, Texas back to tie and score.
Jerry waits for Ryan not to get in. And you can kind of tell he's worried
Heroes of their season with a game-winning field goal in the Apple Cup, but no time was he added the extra point.
He finds out it's
Just
here.
dark.
He's
It's really well connected initially. I mean, Muhammad
and the kid
almost gets their hands on the ball. The ball is just out in front of him. Paul never loses sight of where the ball is at. Tipped up. He reels it in. Great poise and execution. Doesn't look easy in the end zone. Well deserved.
This is probably the scariest of all the guns.
A lot going on.
He's just inches away from his friend.
Maybe cooking the gumbo.
So an accurate. And next scene, Monks. Jerry tells George how his second date will go.
Left guard. Watching some short switching.
Just like a 3D baseball card, it changes depending on the angle.
Restaurant cities of America. Not exactly the place to go. Trying to start the new year with a new diet. No, I had to bring my biggest suit, knowing that I was being thrown to both sizes. Time to arrive on Friday. We went on New Year's Day.
I just keep bringing out a coffee shop.
I am doing
Things, you know, progress.
lights out. Penix was 5 out of 6 on that drive. Completions to 5 different receivers. Both Polk and Odunze were 1,000-yard receivers this year. So many weapons who can hurt you. Between Odunze, Polk, and McMillan, they have 17 and 5 on McMillan only played 5 games. McMillan,
George, Festivus is your heritage.
It's how much he means.
It's a big dinner Tuesday night at Frank's house.
Returnable. Jake Blue again from the 1-yard line. They'll start just shy of the 30. The ball 3 timeouts in a minute 20.
Can't play quarterback by yourself. Texas decides to bring a little heat. End up bringing 7. Green dot pressures, but the offensive line is no more of a award-winning offensive line holds up. Nearly 3.5 seconds just over and throws a strike
on the post corner. Really nice to know how about the move in the box, but you're not going to block by this soccer spread all day long. Doesn't matter how good you are. Hendricks makes it right, moves in the pocket, throws a dart downfield, because again here is base to the edge pressure. Another touchdown to Jalen Bull. Ewers out of the shotgun. Quinn. There's another pass banded out of the air.
I love that reveal when sits down. She's just
down
and flowing.
Knocked it down.
You can tell she's starting to get a little bit frustrated with Jerry because they're always, having their dates going.
Stopper in the middle of that defense.
It's such a great reveal too. She arrives where
quiet there and
Jerry's on the field. This is Kramer, Frank. Hi.
Yeah,
she's
just 5 out of 13 for 61 yards.
Daniel Keefe said that they put tissue up her nose to make her nostrils flare, and they had like a prosthetic that she had in her mouth to make her.
And the flat block by the move. Cameron's out of bounds for the first down.
You mentioned that.
39-yard line. 11 yards on the play. Sophomore,
they said it was a challenge for the director of that property at the time. I mean, I think most of her
one of those timeouts has to be reserved,
like the shadows of her eyes.
No sacks in the situation.
Her lighting is kind of but this scene is probably most remembered for the appearance
as you hear it. They had running back down the sideline and hit him in the hands. And he couldn't corral it. That's the exact matchup you want if you're Texas. You have the speedy blue who can hit 22 miles an hour working against you like Machio. Perfect throw by Ewers, and he just can't reel it in. Would have been a huge play for Texas.
It's kind of scary when Frank and Kramer enter because Frank's just staring at George. It's
should have been executed. It was not. George put it right on the money. 6 out of 15. Very accurate passer, Ordinell. He's on target there. Tavion Sanders, first down of the Washington 47. We got to get Tavion Sanders going a little bit when Jerry does that. Second half of this football game, matched up against a couple safeties that have had some challenges at times. Really athletic tight end. So they have kind of been quiet at this point. Catches for 12 yards. He's going to be more involved in the second half.
George
95 career catches.
Big last of this. That he was supposed to say.
Record held by David Thomas. CJ Baxter stood up. Timeout used by Sarkisian.
One gripe I'm going to have with this episode, we're getting a wonderful glimpse into what it was like to grow up as a
Over to the sidelines, it looks like mayhem is added again.
That's a good point, yeah.
My problem with this is my grievance to you this year. Make the strike, make the Festivus a 2-hour episode and give me more stuff.
That would be something. Maybe they should bring back Still There as Jerry Stiller doing the other shows. I would love like a little short film of like the Costanzas having Festivus dinner in 2017.
Exactly, yeah.
Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy. Entertaining starters. These teams will go up and down the field, and it may come down to which team makes the plays on defense or the turnover to it right now. The key play in the first half was that muff punt that led to the Texas score.
That was the biggest mistake in the game. Texas has really been their own worst enemy. They have been very efficient on first and second down. They behind the sticks on third down. They're just low probability conversion strike by not going.
Texas gonna now gain 306 to 173.
Rings and the lane races for
there's Sanders again launching from the line to gain. It looks like they're gonna give it to him.
And it's Kramer calling for
2 timeouts, plenty of time. 48 seconds left. They stop it for Law to move to James. They have an excellent kicker, Bert Auburn, but they're thinking about 7, not 3. His career long 54 viewers just did get it off. Didn't get all his goods, then hammered out of bounds.
Directly outside of HD
Field.
at the final, you can see him
field goal range.
coordinator from Washington, Chuck Burrell, will probably try to call some pressure and knock it out of field goal range.
And then that's what she
Maybe
did.
Quinn doesn't see it and gets hit. Next
And
thing
then
you know,
they
a
decided to put it at the
50-yarder
end because it was
becomes a
funny.
58-yarder momentarily after one bad snap.
There's Morrell,
So,
co-coordinator with Williams
Kramer
Edge.
did sabotage
Morrell
the big
calls the
machine,
defense.
and it starts.
He goes all the way
Breaks,
back to
causing just
University of
some
Sioux
steam.
Falls player, the teammate of Kalen Moore.
Nothing that major. In fact,
Got some pressure from a four-man rush.
it's just a little steam.
Forcing Ewers to scamper. He got out of bounds. He stumbled a bit. And back up on his feet. 5-yard gain.
He has a look of disappointment on his face because he realizes it was futile.
That's great. Next thing you know, Carter industrial smoothing. Mr. Kruger stops George in the hallway and tells him, "Hey, George, you know, supposed to throw some of the company's money at a charity this season, and I've decided to go with the human food." And he hands George a check.
Still not a third down conversion. This is 3rd and 1 out of the pistol with Baxter running back. Ewers makes it to him. He can run for the first down. He can run for one more. And slides down. He's got a hit, and here comes the flag against Jason Turner.
Great character, great actor to go with.
This will be the first Washington penalty of the game.
At the back booth, and Gwen has had enough with the coffee shop. Every meal they eat at Monk's, she just found a rubber band in her suit. I know.
They'll get them down around the 3-yard line. The horn, 20 seconds, and 2 timeouts.
It takes Gwen's seat, but her suit as well, pulling out the rubber band.
Wisely done by Ewers to get down. Don't take an unnecessary hit. At that point, Turner was really already committed to trying to make a tackle. Late slides, not a pull. Parents look on.
Cohen, Larry.
Really happy with the call. Another great play by the quarterback.
We should go in there.
Christian's happy when he saw his son get up.
So
He
George
grew up
shows
dreaming of being the Longhorn quarterback.
$20,000 check. This is actually
He was
the heat of
already a
peak
dream
minutes.
come true to lead the
So
Missouri Conference
he
Championship.
start giving back. Like
They're
actual
playing for
charity.
more now, trying to advance to the title game in Dayton with Michigan, trying to tie it for the 3rd time. In this opening half. Baxter, touchdown, Texas.
First thing that he was trying. George is becoming like some of weapons of his life.
You know, it's interesting though, George has dealt with charity, right? Like, the old man, he and Jerry were pretty charitable in that episode.
Just a great job here by the center, Jake Majors. These guys moving that defensive front, the right tackle as well. Christian Jones, just so much movement on the goal line. Majors has reason to celebrate. He meets Baxter in the end zone. He wouldn't have gotten there if not for the terrific block by the center.
72 yards, 10th play. Auburn, his 3rd extra point. He's made all 113 in his Longhorn career. Plays the long line about
Kramer is outside, and you can tell the
C.J.
inside's
Baxter.
filled with steam.
Into the end
Alex
zone.
Cooper, right? Or Ozzy
For
Osbourne.
the 3rd time tonight, they've come from 7 down to tie
Flat,
it.
dark hair, flat, messy eyeliner, mascara.
You were getting into the action too.
Right.
He got him there with some timely
And
throws.
that's just
timely
called.
scrambles.
She's going to get her hands on that atomic supplement
Fairly
soon.
close, but not a lot. And then ran for 6 anyway. 21-yard run. They had to beat to it.
This repeated idea that it's all for free supplement, which is, I can relate to this. Even, when I was poor, when I was making money, either way, I want that free supplement.
There is a touchdown in his freshman season for
CD
Baxter.
there too, I guess. But as Elaine walks off, Kramer runs into Gwen, who was looking very attractive.
Taking touchbacks here in the first
Kramer,
half.
met her at Monk's when she was not looking so attractive, so he doesn't recognize her. Even though she claims to be Jerry's girlfriend. In fact, Kramer says, I've seen Jerry's girlfriend, and she's not that attractive. In fact, she's like a
She began sometimes late in the half next scrimmage.
So does the lighting also affect her
About
height?
50% touchbacks for the year coming
And
in.
when puts it together, this is the reason why Jerry keeps taking her to the coffee shop, because
try this again. Hopefully this time it really will be mayhem on the sideline.
This side of Kramer that we've gotten through most of the show, where he really screws over the other characters and says his friends. Elsewhere, Elaine runs into Denver Vets. We find out his name is Steve. From Tim Motley's party, and he does just like Kramer, who's been does not recognize Elaine. She's looking like a Two-Face, and he actually has trouble accepting that it's the same woman.
He asked her if she's sick, if she's 11 out of 14 for 255, but not good enough for the lead.
So you're still sticking him down.
They found a way to win the close ones all year long. As Washington,
the last is just so overflowing. So I prefer him, but I can't go there now.
Big John, Coach, you played behind the sticks a decent amount there in the first half. What did you like about your offensive efficiency on that final drive?
Well, we're getting in our way. You know, there's some unforced errors and some penalties and different things. I thought we settled down a little bit once we got going. But we got to try to stay out these third losses and more manageable situations.
And sees the same one on moving track.
Coach, Texas keeps responding. That muff punt was costly. How do you hold on to a lead in this game?
Yeah, and I think this is one of the best Easter eggs in this episode. It's a deep pull, but we get a shot of a moving track, and on it it says the Azori Igers, which is the same moving company in the episode The Couch.
Yeah, that's what we do. We got a lot of threats out there, so a lot of different ways to attack. So how much time
He's actually standing outside the close one.
Each of their last 9 games on
because she tried to date the movie.
21 apiece at the half. We'll send into the studio for the Mercedes-Benz halftime report after these messages.
Another great blooper to come out of the scene as well. When Elaine leaves H&H, Michael just makes up some words on the spot. You know, in the scene, I think he says just Yamahama. In the blooper, he's like, "You look all lank."
What you're doing, and listen.
And within an instant, there were some alternate takes too, right? Michael described Elaine as being all scraggly, like a muskrat, moist and sweet.
Get a job, save a little, take out a mortgage, buy a house.
All right.
Get a job, save a
Right
little,
along here
take out a
to
mortgage, buy a
Kruger's
house.
office. Mr. Kruger
Get a
has
job,
George
save
stop
a little,
by.
take out a mortgage, buy a house. Get a job, save a little, apply for a mortgage, second job, continue rates, rent a house. Realize that the generation that's going to use this and start building. Say goodbye to daily insulin injections with Omnipod 5, a tubeless system that automatically injects insulin to help protect against highs and lows. Try it today. Go to omnipod.com for ask information and instructions for use. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod. You'll never get bored of it.
On the Baconator. Yeah, you've seen what? The Baconator Blue is a new pretzel twist. Chill spicy, just like new pretzel Baconator.
Ready for the end of the dramatic
Found out George is the one that threw his family's belongings in the water and he's still hired.
all the heart-pumping playoff action of your dreams. Check this.
It's funny, he's not upset that George tried to steal $8,000 from the company. It's like he wanted to make a Christmas gift. So you gotta go for the different reason.
Stop.
George being the quick thinker that he is.
I got this $1,000 bill.
Kruger doesn't hear me, he hears Venice.
DealDash.com. Online auctions.
So Kruger says
$2,009. This
venomous.
PlayStation 5 sold
And
for
I asked
only
that
50
question
cents.
at Trivia
This
last year.
iPad Pro sold
What
for
is
less than
Kruger
$34.
feedback
And
to
this Nintendo
venomous?
Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer
Like half the
for
room disagree.
$56.
And they swear they heard Kruger say feminist.
And shipping is all.
I always thought
Go
it
to
was
DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save. My name is Ashley Cortez, and I'm the founder of the Stay Beautiful Foundation. When I
But I see, the subtitles says venomous.
I'm gonna lean more towards the subtitles, yeah, venomous. Anyway, I don't know if I'd want a boss like Kruger. Not only is he incompetent, but he doesn't get angry. That sort of makes him scary. Where he's like, there's no such thing as the human fund. There could be, but there isn't. But yeah, it's all leading to this moment here. The big scene from the episode. Probably the longest clip we've ever played on Suncast. I think it's clocking in around 3 minutes. But this is myself snack. This is Festivus dinner at the Costanzas.
Happy Festivus! Judge, this is a surprise visit. Yo, this is my boss, Mr. Kruger. Have you seen the plan today? Happy Festivus! Racing memories. They nailed you on the 20 Gs. It's made from aluminum. Very high strength to weight ratio. I find your belief system fascinating.
Hey, happy Festivus, everyone! Again, Miss Bettis.
What are you doing?
Damnedest thing. Me and Charlie were calling to ask you out, and we got this bagel place. I told them I was just about to see you. It's a Festivus miracle!
Let's begin. Dr. Fantastic.
That's right.
Welcome, newcomers. The tradition of Festivus begins with the airing of grievances. I got a lot of problems with you people. Now, you're going to hear about them. Yo, Kruger, my son tells me your company stinks. You couldn't spoon a sunk sheet of that on that dick with a bag. I lost my train of thought.
Jerry,
How did you know I was here?
Kramer told me.
Another Festivus miracle.
I guess this is the ugly girl I've been hearing about. Hey, I was in a schwitz for 6 hours.
Wait. He had to be shot. And now, as Festivus rolls on, we come to the fates of strength. This year, the honor goes to Mr. Kramer. Oh, gee, Frank, I'm sorry. I gotta go after work at double shift at H&H. I thought you were on strike. Well, I caved. I mean, I really had to use their bathroom. Frank, no offense, but this holiday is a little... You can't go. Who's gonna do the fates of strength? George. Good thinking, Kruger. Till you pin me, George. Festivus is not over. Flash. That's what I'm trying to break you off. This is the best Festivus ever.
Such an epic scene there, man. I mean, not only from the audio, but actually filming this scene was a challenge. Apparently, it took an entire day to shoot. They went into the late hours. There were just so many different angles. If you notice, like everyone has a camera pointed at them at some point.
Yeah, let's do the table. We have Fab 4, we have Frank and Estelle, we have Mr. Kruger, and we have
the bookie and Charlie.
Charlie here. So that's 9 at the table.
Okay.
Then you've got Gwen, popping in, but
And popping out.
and then the only person who really doesn't get a camera on them is Estelle.
Again, see, again, friggin' Dan O'Keefe, man.
So Dan O'Keefe's. But yeah, I think we should just start at the top of the scene, and we will end our discussion with an incredible blooper reel, which helps you understand why the scene took so long to film.
And
But from the top, the fact that Frank doesn't call Mr. Kruger by his name, what does he call him?
not only does he not even say Mr., it's Cougar. So the disrespect of not referring to him as Mr., but mispronouncing his name. But you see the poll, Cougar?
The best is at the end, as it's wrapping up. Good thinking, Cougar.
Yeah. We'll get a Cougar, and then we're going to get a K Cougar in another episode. But I like how Yamahama becomes a running gag throughout the show. Whenever they see Elaine, it's Yamahama.
That's good trivia. We're the 3 characters to say Yamahama.
So Kramer, Steve, and Georgie. We learn what the pole is made out of, the Festivus pole.
Yes.
Why is it? Why does he use aluminum?
It's a very high strength to weight ratio.
I find your belief system fascinating.
And I'm going to give credit to Dan O'Keefe. He does a commentary for this episode on the DVD. But I always love that line from Kruger, but Dan connected it to, I don't know, some American or British traveler, I don't know, visiting a tribe in the middle of nowhere. So, yeah, very interesting.
Yeah,
belief system.
I found this very odd. The bookie says, damn this thing, me and Charlie were calling to ask you out, and we got this bagel place. So does this mean that the bookie and Charlie were intending to go on a date as a team with Elaine?
Unfortunately for Elaine, yeah. Something about Charlie and the bookie makes me think they ask a lot of women out together.
Okay, let's just move right along. And then, what a wonderful callback here to the slicer in which Kruger, Dr. Van Nostrand. Kramer's very happy because it's Festivus, he's having a great time, and he realizes, I've been caught.
Well, that's right.
He has to turn on Van Nostrand like that.
So many quick little jokes, peppered throughout the scene, and it moves really quickly. Van Nostrand is something that we've tracked through most of the show, so it's nice that it's making one final appearance or mention here at least. Now, when dinner starts, I love how Frank kicks things off with it's very calm, it's very sweet, welcome newcomers, tradition of Festivus begins with airing of grievances. I got a lot of problems with you people. And Cougar is first up. Alright, you'll get yours in a minute.
Yeah.
And what's the insults or the grievance Frank has?
Cougar, you couldn't smooth a silk sheet if you had a hot date with a babe. I lost my train of thought.
Now, I thought that would have been that was like a Jerry Stiller flip. Because as we know, throughout Seinfeld, Jerry always had trouble with his lines, which made the Frank character so great. But I guess it was actually written like that in the script.
Well, I thought the opposite. I thought this was I thought Jerry couldn't remember his lines, so he just went with them.
I think I read that it was actually written in the script, so almost like Jerry is affecting the character.
Yeah, they're kind of melding into one because the writers know he's not. Look at the Silver Dollar Collection. Why wouldn't we put his lines? Or what do you think?
No, recently with the blood when Jerry heads up goes, no. That's right. We also got to mention the cat.
Bad lighting on the porch.
Gwen shows up. Yeah, the bad lighting on the porch.
there's the end of that relationship.
Yeah. And I love how Gwen points to Elaine and says, "Oh, this must be the ugly girl that can hear you."
Yeah. Ouch.
I think Elaine looks great.
Hey,
How dare you?
face up together there.
And here we go to this great moment as Elaine turns to the bookie. Hey, how my horse do?
Yeah, to be shot. I think you're a fox.
All right,
I know.
you spoiled it.
I couldn't wait.
Let's cut to the bloopers here, and this is a scene where Julia is trying to get. I don't think she's asking about her horse.
At one point, she's trying to say, "How'd my horse do?" and she can't get it out because she keeps looking at Bookie.
Right. Now, there was a line deleted from the episode where Charlie says how attractive Lane is with that fox line. So
that's my favorite.
Very good.
Thank you, fox. I think you're a fox. I think you're a fox. I think you're a fox.
I love when Tracy Letts cracks up. He's like, "I'm sorry."
Yeah, he's apologizing. Because everybody else is cracking up and he apologizes. It's great. They must be having such fun while filming this scene. Everybody just gathered around this table.
And of course, the scene proper ends with George finding his father, and it is, of course, the best Festivus ever.
One other thing we forgot to mention, pay attention to the way Michael or Kramer does Frank No Offense for this holiday. Just like a trumpet or a horn. It's genius.
And he just came up with that on the spot, probably. Yeah, it's so good. In fact, we didn't play the blooper, but there's another blooper where he does that and everyone loses it. They try to continue the scene.
Frank, no offense, but this holidays.
George. Well, Vinny Festivus dinner is over. Let's move to the final scene of the episode. This is over the credits. Kramer is back to work at H&H Bagels. He needed to use their bathroom. And he's working his hand through the dough, chewing some gum, falls out of his mouth into the dough, and he starts digging for it.
Eating that dough, twirling with his finger.
Yeah, he finds the gum, he starts twirling it out when his boss walks up and just says, "Okay, you're fired."
Thank you. So Matt, is this a Festivus yes or a Bagels no?
Oh, this is Festivus yes all the way, man. Come on. Definitely one of my favorites. I love to watch it around the holidays. I think it's impossible to be a Seinfeld fan and not, if you don't celebrate Festivus or, get in on it, you gotta love this episode. It's, I think, one of the gems to come out of season 9. And I think also the fact that it's outlived the show itself. I mean, people still talk about Festivus to this day.
Yeah.
Merchandise, books, as we talked about, clothing, everything. It's an important Seinfeld episode, to say the least. I think all the characters have great story arcs this week. It's well balanced. You get the stanzas, maybe Frank's best episode, some great supporting characters, Tim Whatley. I mean, what's not to love? What do you think?
I love everything about this episode. My gripe, more still, but I would say that everybody's storyline is really solid. If I had to pick who the weakest story is, I'd say Jerry, which normally is not the case. Usually we'll say Elaine, but Elaine with Denim Vest was solid with Vicky and Charlie.
Kramer's going on strike with H&H, and then George's Festivus, and everybody being able to participate with Festivus is what made it a classic episode. But Jerry with Gwen and the toothpaste, that was probably my least favorite of all the storylines.
Yeah, you know, there's something about all the characters dovetailing and really working with each other. They're not all in their separate corners to come together at the end. They, like, Elaine and Kramer work together a lot. You've got, you know, the whole Festivus thing seems to, you know, start small and it kind of spreads into everyone's life by the end. But yeah, really one for the books. And, you know, I think I'll say this is my favorite Christmas-esque episode of Seinfeld for sure. What about you?
Well, I still like the race because you get to see Kramer in that Santa attire, so I will have to make the strike my number 2. Sometimes I wonder. Alright, that's going to do it for us here on Signcast this week. Please feel free to send us an email at signcast@gmail.com. Find us on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, or leave us a voicemail at Oscar.
Vinny, what episode do we have next week?
We're discussing the 11th episode of Season 9 of The Dealership. High five.
But for now, I'm Ben.
On the blue side, I'm Vinny.
Signing out.
The night was long, and now for constellation is it stars of the sun beside stop right you are nightingale.
Damn, I worked myself out of the office here.
Last one. No, sir, you're gonna help me out. Elaine and Buddy just broke up. You treat me just like a regular customer now. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Oh, you were gonna get a deal, man. It's no more service place. Anything goes. It's fun to go. Hello, and welcome to Signcast, a retrospective on all 180 episodes of Seinfeld, being hosted by two guys who could barely run their own lives. My name is Vinny.
My name's Matt.
How are you doing?
Doing all right, man. How are you?
I'm having a good time.
We don't really talk about behind-the-scenes stuff here on Signcast, but I want to apologize to our listeners because, you know, I've never been satisfied with the audio quality of this podcast, and one of the most frustrating things about recording is relying on the internet. You know, we spend about half an hour each show, like restarting our computers, resetting the Wi-Fi,
plugging in now. How do I sound now? Can I go now?
So, thanks for your patience with it. I just want to let our listeners know, thanks for putting up with the audio quality. I think it varies week to week.
This whole operation we got going here.
Yeah. One other thing about our listeners, we need to thank some donations that we've received over the past couple of months. Vinny, I gave you the first half year. You and I got us started, and we have not reversed these names, so sorry if we put you.
We're also drunk. Just kidding. It's not a water test. First up, James Robinson, Anders Alarm, Yiling Sham, Andrew Marks, Johannes Paint Bustro, Ronnie Sensa, Nicole West, William Navarre from Cambridge, Massachusetts, Jason Heasley in Lunenburg, Massachusetts, and Heather Ordonez in Elbridge, Maryland. Hey, right up the road.
Yeah, you know Elbridge?
I'm familiar with Elbridge. I love Elbridge.
We've also got Jeff and Adrian Wagner from Greensboro, North Carolina. I've got a cousin that lives in Greensboro. David Ziegler from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Matthew Holtwick from North Olmsted, Ohio. Sunil Sawani from Troy, Michigan. Chris Logner from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Nicholas Tate from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Jay Vanderveer from Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Lewis Krell from Seattle, Washington. We're going to get international here, guys. Cam Anderson from Halifax, Nova Scotia. I think it's Ariel or Aro. What do you think that is? I'll go with Aro. From the Wagner. Wait, no. I don't know how you pronounce it. But Lavanger or Lavanger in Norway. I think people are shutting off at this point. And Tal Becker from Israel. Thank you so much, everyone, for donating to the show. If you'd like to support Signcast with our monthly hosting costs and getting a show out each week, now's the time to do it. Vinny, I think at this point we're about halfway through season 9. Please help us keep the lights on just a little bit longer. But if anyone would like to donate, you can check out paypal.me/signcast. There's also a link in our show notes. Once again, thanks to everyone who has donated this episode. And anytime we've mentioned your name on the show, we really appreciate it. Vinny, what episode do we have this week? We're discussing the 11th episode of season 9 of The Dealership, written by Stephen Gorin, directed by Amy Ackerman, and it originally aired January 8th, 1998. What was that? I don't know. I got excited when I saw The Dealership, so I'm excited to discuss this one. This is, I think, a standout episode from season 9. Probably one of the most memorable, bottle episodes, or one that doesn't take place in Jerry's apartment. Love those times. Love it when you get to this time, this is the second episode this season where we don't see Jerry's apartment. November the 1st. Wait, second time this season? Mm-hmm. My memory is shot. I'm like a goldfish. But where were we? I remember you saying it. I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. But I got nothing. It was the Murph Griffin show, which I think is surprising because we're in the building. It's in the building and it's right across the hall. Yeah, but we never see Jerry's apartment in that episode. I'll be damned. This is the final solo script by Steve Gorin. He'll actually make an appearance, a cameo at the end of the episode. He plays the cab driver. That was shocking. I've always heard his voice on the commentaries, but never did I know what he looks like. So there you go. Name of the face. He's also in the it's the episode where George wants to get fired. He's the guy that's like, hey, bodysuit man. Oh, that's right. He's kind of got like I think it's this is like Yeah. He used to when he had long hair. He does have a damn vocal. Well, this is an interesting episode because they had to take Jerry's apartment, the set apart, to build the interior of the dealership that took up most of the stage. So I think if you want to imagine like Jerry's apartment laid on top of the dealership where Putty and Jerry sit, I think that's kind of like towards the edge of the couch where that chair is, if that makes sense. Okay. And like where I guess where Jerry or where George goes to the vending machine, that would either be in the kitchen or like into the monk's coffee shop. Alright? Because the coffee shop was to the right of the apartment on the stage. I don't know, it's just kind of cool if you know the behind the scenes look of the set, you kind of know where things would be. The exterior shots where they're on the car lot, that was actually filmed outside in the back lot. They actually got cars from a Saab dealership that was just right outside the gates of the studio. I don't think any cars went missing. That's about it for the trivia, but something I wanted to bring up. This was the first episode to air after Jerry announced that Seinfeld would end in May. So that announcement came December 26th, 1997, day after Christmas. And a couple of weeks later, Seinfeld comes back, and I think this is really the mark if you look at Nielsen ratings and whatnot. This is where the show just started climbing up and up and up all the way to that finale. Do you remember when Jerry announced the show would end and how you felt? I vaguely have that memory of news anchors saying, it's all over for Seinfeld, they're in their final run, and just kind of saying to myself, my friends, my family, oh man, Yeah. I have a few links here that I'll include in the show notes. I think the New York Times was the source to break this story. My feelings though at the time, being a recent Seinfeld fan, I only got into the show at the end of season 8. I was really sad because I'm like, man, I just got into the show. I was looking forward to watching it on, Thursdays, but I did have the back catalog to look forward to because I think around this point I was only really familiar with seasons 7, 8, and 9. It definitely felt shocking, I think, to most people because the show was great. It was getting incredible ratings. People loved it. And I think this was the first time I learned a little bit about Jerry Seinfeld, the person, and just his approach to comedy and how important it was for him to end on a high note when so many shows go on way too long. Yeah, jumping the shark, as they say. Yeah, but looking back, I mean, it seems like the best decision he could have made.
Like the way he says, always leave them wanting more, and that's what you want, and that's what I think we have is that if they would just have done one more season. Even during the commentary, during this episode, you got Andy Ackerman, Julia Dreyfus, Jason Alexander, and Patrick Warburton doing commentary. Both Julia and Andy Ackerman say, "Man, I really wish we would have came back for one more. Like, we're having so much fun." But that's the feeling you want. You don't want to have that feeling of so we're glad it's over with and can't wait to be done.
You just I know it's kind of hard to be honest, being a huge Seinfeld fan.
Well, what shoes am I wearing right now? Am I the Seinfeld fan? Am I the podcast host? Which one?
Let's do Seinfeld fan and just like a regular TV watcher.
Seinfeld fan? Yeah, of course. You never want your show to end. It's hard because, like you said, the quality was still A+. So I didn't, of course, back then I did not want it to end. I wanted more. But then when I think of The Office, because I was kind of out of it by the time the last season rolled around, Michael had long left, and I was ready for it to be done. I didn't want more because it had already jumped their shark in a way. So of course I want more Seinfeld. But when I look back at the show as a whole, I have such fondness, and there's quality there. There's no bad runs of episodes, which I'm very thankful for. My favorite show doesn't have any blemishes on it.
Sure. I feel the same way. I think over the years I always want to side with the creator, whether it's like Seinfeld or like a film franchise I really like. I always want to respect the creator's decisions and say they made the right decision. But as Jerry said, wanting more isn't such a bad thing. You're right. So who knows? There's I think 32 shows being revamped right now or returning. This is Roseanne, Will and Grace. How about you?
Office, right?
Is The Office coming back?
There's rumors.
Oh my god. It's crazy, but ultimately I've accepted it, 20 years later. I'm okay with it.
It's okay, they're there.
One last thing about the commentary. Jason said that they, I guess being the cast members, wanted to do either the final season or the final episode in New York City, not LA. Which I thought would have been awesome for a final episode, actually put the group in. Here's an idea for final shot. What if they actually you actually see them enter Tom's restaurant from the outside? That would have been something. Yeah, because we never see them outside of it. In fact, do we ever see any of the main four in New York City?
We see Kramer stand-in or double.
When do you think of that jump? The tiny nose.
But I can't say that we've ever seen them in New York City proper. But that's a great idea to have them actually, you have the establishing shots outside of Tom's or Monk's, and to have them walking up would be wonderful. Even, I don't know if they ever had tables outside in the show.
That was a nice thing that the owner of Tom's does. He's like, seats outside for the summer.
Now, didn't Jason Alexander say something about that the four of them did go to Manhattan and sit outside somewhere and nobody even noticed them? Do I recall that?
Yeah, it was a Rolling Stone shoe. I think it was the one where they're wearing the leather, the black leather. They came to the city for the shoot, and then afterwards they went to eat. And they're like, man, everyone's going to recognize us. This is going to be crazy. And no one did.
That is baffling to me. It is, because we're fans, but then at the same time, when I'm in New York, I'm kind of just minding my own business, trying to keep my head down, get from A to B, follow you, because you walk so fast. So I guess it's possible that nobody would bat an eye at them, and they just think they're lookalikes.
Yeah. Well, Vinny, let's get started with our first scene here. We're at the dealership car lot. I never noticed, but it actually has a name. It's called European International. And it was sort of similar setup here to when George was buying the Hummer or the Hummer and pop store, right? So, outside, familiar setting. Jerry's shopping for a new car while George is wondering about flying cars. I think a lot of us wonder about these flying cars when we're going to see them, and really why they haven't become a reality yet. Jerry points out, I think that maybe Junior has one. That's just not true. What about Harrison Ford? Get him on Blade Runner? That's kind of cool.
Well, what's the competition? Chitty Chitty Bang Bang?
Do you feel like in 2018 you would still reference Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? And there aren't many iconic flying cars, but
true. My biggest connection to Chitty Chitty Bang Bang is Ace Ventura singing the song in When Nature Calls.
Sure. Well, I guess what I'm getting at is, especially with the younger writing crew, I thought there would be mention of the DeLorean from Back to the Future. Maybe it's harder to say DeLorean and people know what you're talking about.
Oh, I disagree with that. Everyone knows what a DeLorean is.
Flying DeLorean? Is that your flying car of choice from a movie or TV show?
I'd probably go with the DeLorean, and then I also really was keen on the Jetsons, the flying car with a little bubble on top.
Right. The Jetsons really ruined everything for us, because I think that's what everyone thinks about when
that was the future.
The future, right? The flying cars, the robot.
They hit on Rosie. They hit on some things though, with the iPad and the way we communicate with video.
So we can do Star Trek too. Absolutely. But the conversation doesn't end there with the flying cars. The guys want to know, well, where are the floating cities and the underwater bubble cities? I really like this kind of great conversation, and it's set within the main story here.
It feels like two friends tend to kind of lean toward nerd culture, or at least sci-fi or comics or whatever, and they're kind of just debating back and forth, which is nice.
And I think that's a good trivia question too, going back to Blade Runner and Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, because this cold open might be cut from syndication, but right, those are two movie mentions that I don't think most people think of.
I'd also like to point out that we referenced the mom and pop store where George was buying a car. He seemed a lot less cynical back then than he is now, and will be for the rest of this episode.
Can I say something? Liz and I bought our first car last year. Before then we just had hand-me-down cars. I can't tell you how much George's attitude this episode has stuck with me the past 20 years. We started looking at cars a year prior, so back in 2016, and we took so many test drives, went to so many different dealers, and the whole time, I'm nice and polite, but inside I've got this George voice saying, it's rage. Yeah, these guys are gonna screw you over, don't believe anything they say. And Liz and I actually did the walkout a few times. We didn't make a big scene, but there was this one point, we live in New Jersey, so maybe they're more aggressive, but we were leaving, and this guy didn't prevent us from leaving, and he kept talking to us. And we were saying, all right, we'll see you later, all right, we'll see you later. And
you were being courteous, it sounds like you were being literally
all right, thank you, all right, thank you. And you called us all the way outside of our car.
No, you should have given a thank you, no! Go back!
What about you? You got a car a few years ago. Did you have a similar experience, or?
I did. Luckily, my friend Randy was in town. He's my friend who lives in Michigan State, now lives in Oregon. Great guy, but he is not one to be trifled with. So not only you have the salesman guy, but then once you select the car, you go into the purchasing guy. Yeah, and the finance guy was the pushy guy. I had a really nice salesman, but the finance guy was so pushy, and he would not let me get a word in edgewise. And Randy was this big menacing biker guy. He kind of was my confidant, if you will. He was the one who was like saying, "Bro, sit down, or step off." So luckily, he made it a pleasant experience for me. I actually remember in this episode when Jerry says 20 minutes. No way in hell does it take 20 minutes, even for Insider's deal. Yes. But something about this episode we all relate to because we've all had to go through this experience at some point, and this is what makes this one of the great episodes. Oh, for sure, absolutely. Let's move on with the story here. Kramer is also with the guys, and he's testing out Saab 900 by jumping up and down on the back bumper.
That's suspension. Don't you stupid? You'll have plenty of time to destroy it after I get it. You do it. I'm buying this car. First we you. Like the car. I'm not sure what you want. I don't know why you're here. Back lunch first. As I told you, buddy's getting me inside of the car. There's a Lane's boyfriend selling cars. I thought he was a mechanic. Yes, he graduated. That's the reason. You scroll you behind your back, you scroll you right in your face. Thank you. It's just from the baby of the car. First they stick you with the undercar. So you're on your back like a tire. Next thing I know, I'm getting dropped off and I'm like, I'm with a lady or something. I don't take the shower. Oh, my George! My George! My George! And my this thing is hooked up right. All right, we're going in. You better get on there. I see you fellas need anybody construction. Maybe I should talk to him. We recall the last time we saw Jerry's car.
Well, Jerry has a long car history, but the last one we saw was in the blood, right? As far as I remember, right? But there were a few other cars. Remember Tony steals a Saab? That's right, the Bible deposit. And I think like in the middle seasons, like 4, 5, and 6, he drove a BMW. And if you can follow his actually ex-girlfriend, remember he had like that huge boat?
Oh yeah,
I think it was the ex-girlfriend, like where Elaine and George are sitting.
She doesn't want to have to put her head on the seat.
Yeah. And this website I found claims it was a 1987 Chevy Caprice, which is funny because that's what the cab driver says at the end of the episode.
Oh, how fitting.
But can I learn some other car trivia about you?
I probably won't get it right.
So Jerry has owned a Chevy Caprice, BMW, and the Saab. He technically owned a Cadillac, right?
Well, he purchased one.
He bought it, yeah.
Yeah, all right, but yeah, okay, go ahead. I'm with you.
And he kind of owned that white van.
He did own a big juicy van for about 22 minutes, yes.
All right, and then one last thing. This is a different character, but it's something we did not bring up in the Maestro, which I'm really upset about. You know when the Maestro pulls up and he's like doing his conducting?
Oh, with Lane, right?
Yeah, and Elaine jumps in and they drive off. He's driving a LeBaron.
What? Get right out of town. How do you know that?
It was on this Seinfeld car guy website.
And now, it kind of looks like they're I was going to say, can you confirm that? Do you see any decals or we're not car guys? So it'd be tough for us to substantiate that.
I trust the website. Okay. Some guy on the internet said it, and he ain't good.
Yeah.
Anything from this scene that you like? Any dialogue?
I like that line about Jerry. He's buying this expensive new car, and yet he's like understanding of Kramer. He knows Kramer's gonna be the one to break it.
Right. What about you? Well, I just love everything George says in this scene and throughout the episode. From they stick you with the undercoat and rust-proofing dealer prep. Suddenly you're on your back like a turtle.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you remember that huge contract you signed, right? Just all the breakdown of all the extra charges and fees and whatnot.
Oh yes, absolutely.
And we learned about, I guess, a traumatizing incident from George's childhood, the car.
Yeah, let me ask you, because I didn't know this was a thing. Have you Googled what a lake car looks like?
Yeah, It's like a kind of like a smushed sort of parts, right? Like a hatchback.
Like a Oldsmobile from Wayne's World, or like a Pinto. But I can imagine George's head with the material, that sunroof, you know.
It's just the movies that where like they put like a tall guy is sitting and they like throw the roof down and his head like rips through it.
Was it the Super with Joe Pesci?
Maybe. Was it Adam's Family?
Oh, that could be one. With the lurch.
But it's got that fabric, either the fabric sunroof or the
okay. And then maybe like a commercial with Shaquille O'Neal.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Maybe that was it.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's a pretty horrible vehicle. I like that nickname. Hey, like George. Bonjour, like George.
I think we forget that when we have the nickname discussion.
That's true. We also meet the character Rick here, a car dealer who is going to be teamed up with Kramer this episode for an interesting arc.
Yeah, a guest star tag team partner for Kramer, which is kind of interesting. That's Daniel Hagen, who plays Rick, and I like him because he has like an innocence about him, or a naivete, if you will. Very sweet. But he was in American Crime Story, The Informant, and lots of voice work from this guy.
Yeah, I haven't watched the new season of American Crime Story, but I think he was in the 4th episode, if anyone's been watching. I always thought that this actor was the same guy from the dinner party. You're David, right? Just, slow down.
Oh, no way. That's the guy from, I can see it. I don't know. It's the dude from Pee-wee.
Yes. For a long time, I'm like, I got a little flipper for you, Vinny.
And I quickly pulled the sauce away from it.
It's like a little bit of a leak. But let's move on to the showroom. George enters with Jerry and just has nothing but contempt for the salesman.
The only thing these guys fear is the walkout. No matter what they say, you say, I'll walk out of here right now.
And then they'll do something.
Call it. Or step on the walk-in.
George is at an 11 this entire episode.
It was hard for me to distinguish who I would give, performance of the week, because it was George at first, and then Putty's going to come in. So let's see who edges out by the end of the episode.
For sure. Well, speaking of, Putty arrives with Elaine. He just took her out to celebrate his promotion. Where'd they go?
To a restaurant.
Arby's. I think this is the first mention of Arby's, right? Putty's favorite restaurant.
Patrick Warburton never did Arby's commercials, did he?
That's a good question.
Because that would have been like a genius marketing campaign to grab him and kind of Seinfeld popularity.
I think we'll hear another mention in The Burning, where he's like, feels like an Arby's now.
Love this guy.
So Jerry says he's going with the 900 Saab convertible, and Putty says, hey, great, it's a classic. And then something happens that changed things in a deep and profound way that day 4. High five. Jerry, I guess, gives Putty a high five. It's odd. How do you feel about high fives, Vinny? Are you someone that, gives out high fives to this guy or that gal?
It's funny, in my gym and my friends, no high fives are common, but lots of fist bumps. I think the fist pump or the pounding, if you will, those are quite popular in today's day and age.
That's great. Yeah, the fist bump is sort of the high five of the 2000s.
Millennials uses the high five.
I actually can't remember the last time I gave a high five.
Well, I know what's going to happen when we see each other.
And not sure why, but Elaine steps away to use the copier. You know what that's all about?
Yeah, what is she making copies for? I don't know.
Well, while she's doing that, Putty shows Jerry and George the 900.
Yeah, you show us the 900.
Apparently, this is the final year for the Saab 900, 1988.
1988. What do you mean, 98?
Sorry, 98.
There we go. So I think the salesman in which George was first taken aback by, you should all recognize this guy's face, especially if you watch the early Comedians in Cars. That's Riff Hutton. He was in Star Trek Generations, lots of ADR work from this guy, Hunger Games, X-Men. But if you recall, he is the accurate guy from the Comedians in Cars ads.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah.
I didn't know where you were going with that.
The confidence. Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring him up.
Well, let's cut over to a test drive here. We're seeing Kramer in the driver's seat with Rick next to him. This is the 1997 Saab 900 Caprio. saying. Anyways, Gregor's taking it out for a spin, and he ignores Rick when he says, "Do I make a turn so we can return to the dealership?" Why is that? I'm going to recommend this car. I need to see that it can handle my daily routine. Where are we going? Just a little place I like to call You'll See. Alright, next scene, we're back in the showroom. Jerry sits down with Buddy to discuss the deal, while George is starving and goes to find some donuts in the dealership put out. What's his last bit of advice to Jerry? Remember, no rust proofing. Mix it up then. Get speed. So, buddy, it's a pretty good move for you, huh? No more grease monkey. Sorry, I didn't know.
Hey, there are not too many monkeys who can take apart a fuel injector.
I saw one once they could do sign language.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, Coco.
Right, Coco. A chip's all right.
Hey, what's going on here? You didn't agree to anything, did you?
No, we both just saw the same monkey.
Well, I got screwed on it that much. The one left.
There's a vending machine. I can show you where it is.
Give me $1.
What's your money?
I'm here helping you.
Hey, where's Petty? The copy machine is broken.
That's what they want you to think.
Have you noticed your boyfriend has developed an annoying little habit?
The squinting?
No.
The staring?
No. He keeps asking me to give him a high five.
I thought all guys do that.
Slapping hands is the lowest form of male primate ritual. In fact, even some of them have moved on. They're doing sign language now. What do you think the Nazis were doing? That was the Heil flag.
Isn't that from your act like 10 years ago?
In the 80s, and it's still relatable today.
Good news, we got a 900 in black. That's the hot color.
David, you know what? Come help me fix the copy machine. Come on.
You won't be fine.
This might be the best performance of Patrick Warburton, or at least the highlight of his Seinfeld, for sure. They also discuss the same monkey.
Oh, yeah, so this is huge. Coco, right?
Yeah.
This will come back in a name.
That's right.
In two ways. I think the most obvious is that George gets the nickname, right? He's jumping around like some kind of monkey, but what's the other one that might be more subtle?
The name of the maid is Coco.
That's right. Yeah, the one that George hires at Kruger, so he can lose it.
Repeat that same joke, too.
That's what I'm getting at when Buddy says, hey, that chip's all right, high five.
And then Jerry's maid girlfriend says, yeah, that girl's all right.
Yeah, right? Cool. I love that.
And we get a lovely throwback to a stand-up Jerry did back in, Limo, season 3, regarding Nazis and Heil, hey, Heil, how you doing? But this Heil 5 joke, and Elaine makes a wonderful comment about, isn't that from your act like 10 years ago?
So good that in the 80s, it's still relatable today.
Very nice.
And we also get the great term, grease monkey, which I wonder if mechanics find that offensive.
That might be what pushes their buttons if you call them grease monkey. Hey, what is my
Also, sorry, one last thing here with Jerry asking, hey Elaine, have you noticed your boyfriend developing like an annoying little habit?
The squinting?
No.
The staring? Very nice.
Well, here we go. George is at the vending machine. Probably one of the most classic George storylines here. What does he go with?
Fifth Avenue bar, right?
Yes, exactly. Twix. He doesn't get very far since the machine won't take his wrinkled dollar. But the mechanic walks up, puts in $1, has no trouble. And right from the get-go, this guy does not like George. He tells him, I can't give you change. I don't have any bills to trade. But George, follows him all the way back to the service entrance and calls him out, excuse me, when your wallet was open, I glanced inside and I couldn't help but notice you had several crisp dollar bills. You're incorrect. The guy doesn't know what else to say, and he just heads back to the garage while George is just like venting about the employees and belonging, and he looks at the twigs.
Oh, what I would do with you. Longing at that. The latest adversary in George's life is Joel McCreary, who plays Don the Mechanic. So we actually do know his name. It is a short name. Mo, Saul, it's Don, as he's credited in IMDb. But I gotta say, if you look at his picture now, he is bald with glasses. So, solidarity, brother. A little chest bump there. But he was in American Beauty, Mystery Men, excuse me. And he also does lots of voice work too.
Interesting. Yeah, he always looked familiar, but I could never place him.
I think he had a beard in some of his roles back in the 90s.
Yeah, he's a great foil for George this week. Yeah. Let's cut over to the test drive. Kramer has been running errands this whole time. Also, he can truly experience the car and give his celebrity friend a full endorsement. But suddenly, Kramer notices some women walk by and he tries to get a smile from the Filipinas.
Hey ladies, it's a South 900. What do you think? Can I interest you in a little supplemental restraint? Jeez.
What do you like they did?
I'm imagining the middle fingers. I don't think they put the hands in the glass because that's probably what he would have wanted. So I'm going with middle finger.
This is kind of stupid, but I can imagine, especially in a show in the 90s, Kramer would be trying to pick up these women, and when they turn around to look at him, they'll have like beards or something like that.
Oh, so they're dudes and fellers.
Yeah, exactly. So there's some cool behind-the-scenes trivia here about Kramer's errands. In the scene, there's a big Tweety bird in the backseat, right?
A big, fat Tweety bird.
We don't know where it's going or what happens to it, but I like to think that's sort of a reference to the pest dispenser.
Yeah, like white Tweety. We should mention it's a life-size Tweety. It's not a tiny little pest size.
Or it's not a life-size, it's a...
Not life-size, excuse me. Thank you for catching that.
But in the script, at one point Kramer was going to have a cigar store Indian in the backseat.
Why'd they cut that out?
And then later he would pick up vintage albums, so that connects to another episode. The old man.
Acute observers would have really appreciated these little callbacks.
For sure. But there's actually a deleted scene here, which I don't have the audio for, unfortunately. It's not that funny. But at one point, the back is full of hay, and Kramer is dropping it off for Bob Sacamano.
Nice. If you do take notice in subsequent scenes, you can see some hay that is stuck to Kramer's jacket. So there's little remnants of that deleted scene there.
Awesome. Well, next scene, let's get back to the dealership. Jerry strolls into the waiting room and sees George spread out on the floor, reaching under the vending machine.
I think the candy comes out up there. Drop change down here, Jerry. They're too lazy to pick it up.
Either that or they've got a weird little hang-up about lying face down in filth.
Why don't you just go to the cashier? The cashier is at lunch, which is where I'd like to be.
How much was under there?
Just need another liquor.
Hey, Bobby thinks I should go for the CD player. What do you think?
He's got a live one. He's just reeling this big fish in. It's worth it. They just put out some more donuts. They did. The last one.
Oh! I love this running joke of just setting George up and then knocking him down.
Yeah, and it's amazing if you pitch the plot of George tries to get a candy bar at the vending machine. You how can they get meat out of that? But they found a way to. I think this is probably the best storyline of the episode is George trying to get Twix and then people always getting it.
Definitely. And would you say one of the most memorable George storylines?
Yeah. Just the way to work on the dollar being rejected by the machine, and then all the little things that George did to not get that Twix bar.
And some great dialogue in the scene too from Jerry mocking him. I think the candy comes out over there.
Mm-hmm.
Or typical commentary comment. Either that or they've got a weird little hang up about lying face down in filth.
That was one of those lines that after Jerry delivered, he had a nice smirk on his face. He was very pleased to deliver that one, which again is always the charm with Seinfeld. That's why we love the show so much. During the commentary of the episode, Patrick Warburton and Julia both in unison said, "And you want to be my latex salesman," when they saw George spread out on the floor.
That's great.
So that tickled me to hear them say that. So good.
That's my favorite episode, and I didn't even...
You missed it, didn't you?
I missed it. My favorite part of the scene, though, is when Jerry says, "Hey, can I get my dollar back?"
No. Trickle. There's that cheapness, though, like the subtle little cheapness references. Not only that, but when he noticed he has to look for the guy's wallet when he's looking Don, the mechanic, couldn't help but notice you have several crystals.
Now, should we talk about this last guy here?
Yeah, customer number one who got the last donut. This guy looks like they just plucked him right out of the 70s and threw him in the Seinfeld episode. But Steve Susskind is his name. He passed away in 2005, but he was in Monsters, Inc., Friday the 13th, Part 3, and Star Trek 5.
The Final Frontier.
Oh, okay.
So, this guy, I believe, is the actor who voiced Mr. Potato Guy in the Slicer. Because on the commentary for the Slicer, I think it was Greg and Andy said that the guy who voiced him came back from the dealership, and he thought he was going to be playing Elaine's neighbor.
Oh, you're right.
So this is the only guy in this episode I could think of would be the lifetime candidate.
It wouldn't be we're going to meet a father and son duo later on. So, man, I think you're right.
So anyways, this, in my opinion, is Mr. Potato Guy.
So an unofficial dipper, if you will, yes.
All right, let's get over to the test drive. Gregor says they have just one more errand to run before returning to the dealership. And Rick points out, well, we need to stop for gas soon because the gauge is on E.
You know, Rick, oftentimes Jerry, he lends me his car, and I find myself in a situation where the car is almost out of gas, but for a variety of reasons, I don't want to be the one responsible for purchasing costly gasoline.
So you want to know how far you could drive your friend's car for free?
I can get up to him in other ways.
Back to the vending machine, George drags the salesman, the guy from those Acura ads. He drags him over to the vending machine, explaining what happened, but when they look inside, George's Twix isn't dangling anymore. In fact, both Twixes are missing. And he doesn't understand what happened until he sees the mechanic from earlier behind a window eating a candy bar. And George concludes he must have bought one and gotten both. And don't you love this moment where George, he yells at the mechanic, "Hey, I see you, that is my Twix."
And the mechanic just knows this is going to get a rise out of him. Pop right in his mouth because it's the last bite of Twix. And he walks away.
Yes. I kind of complained last week about, or I guess during the apology, about how, George is always yelling. He's always at a cartoony level with his performance. Not a criticism of Jason, just the character this season, but I think it fits so well in this episode. It's justified because George is so hungry, who wouldn't get angry?
Yeah, you buy his anger this week. Although, having said that, it looks like the anger management courses did not work that well.
Good point, yes. All right, next scene, we're in the back office. Putty helps Elaine with the broken copier.
Got it. High five.
Salesman now. The high five it's very grease monkey.
What did I tell you about that?
I'm sorry, but the high five is just so stupid.
Oh, yeah? I'll tell you what's stupid. You, stupid.
That is really mature.
Yeah, so are you. You're the grease monkey.
That doesn't make any sense. I'm leaving.
Yeah, if you're leaving, good.
Fine, we're through.
Oh, so you're leaving.
That's right. High five. On the flip side. Taking me to Arby's.
Hey, where were you? Let's finish this up. Did you tell me that shit's what? More history. Just
Transport charge, storage charge, additional overcharge, finder's fee. Finder's fee was on the lot. Gotcha. Floor mats, keys. Big start.
So now I think Putty is in the lead for Force of the Week. It's like a heavyweight fight going back and forth.
That last line, keys, how you get it started?
Yes.
I don't know if I mentioned this to you before, but I always thought Putty said they get it started. Like, that still works, doesn't it?
It does. You're so simple. Let's go through each line. I mean, I think every Putty line in the scene is one that we can say is one of our favorites. When Elaine says grease monkey, I want to tell you about that. You don't go there. That's the offensive word for mechanics.
Well, Vinny, a high five is just so stupid.
Oh, yeah? I'll tell you what's stupid. You. Stupid.
He's not very good at arguing, especially when she just says, oh, that's mature.
So,
you're the grease monkey.
My favorite is when, after they've broken up, she storms off, and he's like, where were we? And Jerry says, did you break up? The chick's whack. And then did you notice the list of charges he was adding up? He got, what is it? Rustproofing, transport charge, storage surcharge, and then additional overcharge. That one I like that they stuck in. And then they ended up with finder's fee.
What's all that? I was so naive going into the dealership despite watching this episode, thinking, they're not gonna.
They couldn't possibly charge me for keys.
Like, but itemize every single thing you purchase. Anyways, we got an act break, and we're in the garage where the mechanic works, and George finds his way back there, confronts Don, or the mechanic, about what he did, but the guy corrects him. It wasn't a Twix, it was a Fifth Avenue bar.
That was no Fifth Avenue bar. I can see the curve right there in the corner. You look. Now that is a cookie. And we all know that Twix is the only candy bar with the cookie crunch.
That's a little nougat.
Nougat, please. I think I've reached a point in my life where I can tell the difference between nougat and cookie. So let's not just say things that we both know are obvious fabrications.
I love that. It's almost like a source of pride. Like, I know the difference between nougat and cookie.
There are a few things George knows a thing or two about, but cookie and nougat, I think, would be one. And now I'd like to point out that George is in the lead.
And before walking away, the mechanic, I guess now, is the second person to point out the vein on George's head. Jerry being the first when they were outside.
I know about the vein! George is like having a hernia when he delivers that line.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. Like, he must have gotten headaches after filming, right?
Yeah.
Here's a great moment, too. George is just left standing there. Jerry rushes up and eats this last candy as he explains that Buddy is ripping him off. And as we heard at the top of the show, George compares this place to Thunderdome, and then he runs away from the saleswoman. We should notice, or we should point out that some nice bloopers came out of the scene as Jerry got to do a little bit of, physical comedy, eating the last dud or M&M. It got so ridiculous because in the blooper, it's like Jerry dangles it in front of him.
And George tries to eat it without using his hands. He tries to eat it right out of Jerry's throat.
Last one. Last one. Last one. Listen. You gotta help me out. I don't know why. Alright, let's get over to the test drive. Rick is looking a little strung out, the tie is loosened, the shirt unbuttoned, he's slouching in his seat.
Still small gap between the /committee. Where are you gonna go? I've been in slash many times. This is nothing. Get used to it. Just put it in your mind. Ever been completely below? Yeah, almost did once. And I went to the doctor.
When I came to, the car was in the ditch and the tank was full. I don't know who did it, and they never got the tank.
I really enjoy Kramer's strategic maneuvering while driving.
This is something we need to do next time we're together.
We'll pretend to do it.
Mr. Vinny the Road.
I really enjoyed in the early part of that clip. Rick's getting a little bit flustered, as you said. But Kramer, being so calm, says, "There's also a overlap between the needle and the slash below the E." I don't know. I like his delivery of that line.
Do you, or did you ever push the limits with the gas gauge?
I've been on E before, but I do recall when I test drove my current car, the salesman took us for a test drive, and he started driving. He took us somewhere, and then we got out, and then he let me drive. I guess he didn't want me to pull the Kramer. And when we left the dealership, there were only 5 miles left in the tank. But it was already kind of on E, and then the light came on, and he's like, "Oh no, you're good." And so he kept urging me to keep driving. When I'm like, "Sir, we're gonna run out of gas here." So I was hearkening back to this episode.
The car you have, does it have a countdown then?
It does, yeah. Whichever one. It's like digital.
Yeah, I feel like these days you can't really push it, or I mean, in a weird way, the countdown, how many miles you have left, is similar to the E. I doubt when you hit 0, the car is gonna stop.
Well, why don't we try that next time we get on down?
I think so. I mean, back when, I had an older car, I knew it so well. I went below the E all the time.
Oh, yeah? Did the needle go below the slash?
Yeah, we went below the E, went below the slash. I knew that car. Like, I knew when I could feel it, when it needed the gas. Anyway, let's cut over to the showroom. Jerry pulls out the big guns and 6 George on putty. But all George can talk about is the missing twig spinner.
Listen, buddy, I need to know the name of the mechanic that works around here. Big guy, Elia, short name, Sam, Mo, Saul.
Good trivia. Jerry tries to get into focus, please, but George understandably can't because he's so hungry. And Putty adds that I can't get you the black sob at the price I quoted. Now it's yellow. So Jerry turns back to George for help.
This is wrong.
Sing it, sister.
Just because a candy bar falls from its perch does not imply transfer of ownership. Mo, Saul, Lem is not going to get away with this.
So that's a new name. Lem.
So we got Sam, Mo, Saul, Lem, but his name is actually Don.
It's Rick, by the way.
No time.
So George storms off, and Jerry chases after him while we come back to the test drive. The needle is way past the E.
Is it just the angle I'm looking for?
No, sir, we are down there.
Amazing. Oh, I've never felt so alive.
All right, I'm satisfied. We gotta get some gas.
We can't stop now. We have to keep going all the way back to the dealership. That was the plan.
There's no plan.
Well, let's make it the plan. Let's just go for it like Thelma and Louise. They drove up our cliff.
I love that. We get it back to back.
Yeah. I think we forgot to mention earlier the story that Kramer told Rick, in which one time the needle did go past the slash and he blacked out. The car ended up in the ditch. And when he came to, there was gas in the tank. And he never got to think who did it.
That's such a funny story, but kind of creepy too, right? Like,
yeah,
what happened? This storyline, though, is just off the rails. Something's happening to Rick. He's going through some sort of life crisis here. And he thinks they should be like Thelma and Louise.
And at this point, Kramer likes that he's a sick little monkey or whatever he calls it.
Yeah, you're one sick mama. I like it. There's actually a great line. I'll save it for later, but I don't know. Kramer seems to go back and forth with Rick. Sometimes he likes his craziness. Other times he's a little disturbed by it. But next scene, we're at Elaine's apartment here, and also we're going to cut back with the showroom. Elaine gets a phone call from Jerry, and what a great callback here to the many phone calls George makes in a panic.
Who is this?
I think this is the only time another character does like this teasing. The first is this happened in the Bizarre Jerry and George accidentally burned the photo of man hands, and he's in the bathroom. He's like, "You gotta get me another picture." And then it happened again in the nap when he's like, "Steinberg's here, gotta get him out of here." And then there was a variation in the Japanese guy's had sake in the hot tub. Uncle Leo.
I like you doing a befuddled George. I enjoy that.
Oh, thanks.
And then apparently, Elaine doing the "Who is this?" was added during the filming. Originally, she was going to answer the phone and pretend to be an answering machine and say, "I'm sorry, I'm not here to take your call right now," at the tone. And then Jerry was going to hit the phone. So I much prefer that they switched it to the "Who is this?"
Did you ever call someone and they did the answering machine message like, "Hello? Oh, hey, what's up?" And then you start
I
hated that so much. Maybe people still do. Anyways, Jerry tells Elaine that she has to get back together with Buddy so he can make the original deal, and he actually makes some good points. They're gonna get back together anyways. She doesn't have to see him until his 15,000-mile check, but she has a few demands herself.
We pay for my cab fare out there?
Fine.
And I didn't like that roast beef, so how about some lunch?
No lunch.
I'll hang up this phone right now.
All right, lunch.
I'll see you. Elaine doing her best George impersonation there.
Yeah. Well, let's get back to the dealership. We're at the customer service window here. George is in line and steps up to talk to the sales manager.
Would you like to report a problem with the mechanics? I need to bring your car in. Right. I'm going to get my car repaired in the dealership. I just flushed my money down the toilet. Sir, what exactly is the problem? One of your guys, Kip or Ned, short name, stole my Twix candy bar. Are you saying he grabbed your candy bar away from you? He might as well have. I caught him, and his face was covered in chocolate and cookie crumbs. Well, you said it was a Twix. Oh, it was. But he claimed it was a Fifth Avenue bar. Twix is the only candy with the cookie crunch. What about the $100,000 bar? No, rice and carrot. You can no, positive, please. You know that you was made for $100,000 bar to $100,000? All I want is my 75 cents back, an apology, and for him to be fired. I remember when you used to be able to get a Hershey for a nickel. What's the one with the swirling chocolate commercial? They all have swirling chocolate in the commercial. Not Skittles. Dad, I told you you could sit here only if you don't talk.
You make your father sit here all day?
He likes it. Do you mind? Right out the window. Now, what are you going to do about my Twix? Twix is too much coke. No, there's no coke in it. I'm going to get you coke yet. A nickel.
I love me some Willie Sr.
This, I'm going to say right now, I think this might be the best scene in the episode. And we were talking about who's better, Buddy or George. I mean, it's these supporting characters and actors that are so good.
There are some major players, yes. Let's go through it.
Well, can I ask you first? So what you got? Who is your favorite out of the bunch?
It is Woman, or service assistant, who's played by Dee Freeman. And she's the one, I think she has like 2 lines in the whole show. But her first is, they changed the name of $100,000 bond, $100,000. She's awesome. But her next line is going to be the tops. So that's, Dee Freeman.
That's what I was going to say.
Yes, thank you. She plays a service assistant. Tremendous voice, tremendous delivery. She was in Shameless, as well as Pretty, the series. And then we're going to be introduced to, his name is Willie, who's the man behind the service counter next to her. He's played by Michael Kagan. Star Trek Voyager, he was in the Friends episode, How I Met Your Mother. And then we meet Willie's father, Willie Sr., played by Howard Mann, who passed away in 2008, but he was in History of the World Part 1 and Malibu's Most Wanted.
My dad. My grandson.
And, I guess the man came back right from earlier. Mr. Teddy, Brooks has too much coconut.
Oh, and then there's no coconut. And then here's one for you. There's a woman that says, "You make your father sit here all day." That woman's played by Loretta Fox. She plays customer. But I bring her up because she was in a Curb episode. Mark Hauser's crazy sister. She played Lou's wife.
I mean, I don't know who it is.
I don't know who it is. There's a little dinner party going on. I'm assuming she's Lou's wife.
Yeah, we'll have to revisit that.
That boy likes it.
So many great lines. You mentioned the $100,000 bar. What's the one with the cereal and chocolate in the commercial?
I like cereal and chocolate in the commercial.
Yes. Everybody just irritates George to no end.
And some great trivia. Not only can you mention all of the candy bars, but what is the only non-chocolate candy mentioned in the episode?
Skittles.
Alright, let's cut back to the showroom. Elaine arrives and Jerry jumps in as a mediator. What's important is that the two of you get back together. And then we'll talk about it. But Betty, we stand off if she doesn't want to. Elaine's too bossy.
David. Everybody please stop the podcast, hop in the DVD or Hulu, watch that scene. After Julia says David, you can see her lips start to curl. She's pulling a Jerry and is not pleased with the delivery of that line.
Also, I think Jerry is cracking a little bit.
It's such a great joke.
According to the commentary, I think Jerry was the one to come up with it. Because they're trying to figure out, like, how can we make Elaine bossy in this scene? Anyways, Jerry sits them down and points out the obvious, you find each other attractive. Also, no one else can stand to be with either of you.
All right. Now, what do I have to do to put you two in a relationship today?
So clever. I love that.
I gotta say, Stephen Corn is in the home run this week.
Back on the road, the test drive, Kramer pulls into a gas station so he can get something to eat.
Seems like empty, not us humans, so I'll give us a couple of drinks. No good with me. I gotta get your mom's
Rolls into my dealership and that cake is going to dry. I want you to be there with me when everyone says Kramer and that other guy, they went farther to the left of the slash than anyone ever dreamed. Maybe we better get moving. By the way,
It's kind of sad that they're having this nice bonding experience and Kramer can't bother to remember Rick's name.
Which is weird because he called him Rick earlier.
Oh, well.
Can you think of any other time Kramer uses the wrong name? Several moments.
Can I have a hint?
One is at a bar.
Oh, I'm a first keep challenge.
Name's Mitch. The other is on the sidewalk. One of George's.
Oh, Lily.
Lily, not Susan.
Yeah, what else?
And then one of Elaine's boyfriends.
Kitzmiller. Langerhans Kitzmiller.
Yeah.
Something's wrong with me. Maybe I have mono or something.
I think you're just really bored. This gas station might look familiar. We last saw it in the pledge drive when George pulls over to, I think, confront the guy who gave him the finger.
Is it Danny Tomato? Now, did you pick up on that joke early in the clip? Get us a couple Twix bars. No coconut for me. Jim Mounds. That is... Oh, just give this guy an Emmy or something.
All right, let's cut over to the back office, and I just want to preface this scene. This is when George is taking Willie, the sales manager, to this back room. There's a closed door. This, I think, might be one of the most ridiculous resolutions to a story. It's full of plot holes. It really makes no sense, but I love it so much.
I've got questions.
Stanza, I really don't have time for this. Now, this mechanic guy was, in fact, eating a Fifth Avenue bar as he proposed. Would you agree he would have no problem picking one out from a candy lineup? Candy lineup? I've spent the last hour preparing 10 candy bars with no wrappers or identification of any kind in the sleigh. Took you an hour. The FBI hold the answer key to their true candy identities. And so, without further ado, I give you the candy lineup. Hey, Lynn, check it out! Free candy! That's my candy lineup! Where are my cards? They're all on the floor! And you! How many Twix does that make for you today? Like 8 Twix! Oh, 8 is too good. It's a Twix! They're all Twix! It was a setup! A setup, I tell you! And you found it! You won't screw me again! Now, give me one! Give me the Twix! They're all gone.
There's a mental hospital right near here. Okay, so before we go to the candy lineup at mental hospital, possibly Woodhaven,
Where Patrice went? Nice.
No, this is a mental institution.
What about George when he went to his mate?
Let's retcon it. It's all the same place.
And Papa Zari. So, we are at the candy lineup. Do we go through what we liked, or should we start poking holes in this?
What do you want? Let's just do the plot holes right up the gate. What's your first question?
George was starving. He could feel his stomach sucking up against his spine. He took an hour to assemble this candy lineup. Why didn't he just eat the candy and satisfy his hunger?
That's the second question. The first question is, where the hell did George get all these Twix bars, right? Like,
exactly. Don bought the last 2 pairs. That means George must have run off site and bought it somewhere else, maybe in a bodega. So there's a question there. How did he get the money? Because all he had was one wrinkly dollar in his wallet. But he may have a credit card, so that one checks out. What else? What other plot holes?
I think those are 3 huge plot holes that, again, don't make any sense. But this scene, once again, is so good.
Yeah.
Jason, the supporting cast, this is, I think, one of the all-time best storylines from season 1.
May I have permission to say my favorite line in the scene?
Yeah, please.
Hey, Willie, check it out! Free candy! I didn't do it as good as her, but you guys get the gist.
It's all about the free candy.
Free candy, yeah.
It's so infuriating once you get in the scene. Man, this Clark bar is good.
Yeah, that, and I forgot, Don had another killer line. What does that make, like 8 Twix for you?
And we get the final, the third and final time, character will look up and scream to the heavens.
So there is a great trivia question. I wonder if you've used that before. What are the 3 words shouted as the camera is spinning out of control, over top of the character?
I've asked that before, and I'm always shocked how many people get it right.
Oh, good. Okay. So just for those playing at home, we got Don Soups.
Great scene. Love it so much. Plot holes be damned. Fantastic storyline for George this week. Back to Buddy and Elaine. Jerry has helped the couple come up with a deal. What is it? What's the deal?
No call the day after that. Just kidding. Different deal. Arby's no more than once a month, and in exchange, Elaine comes to Putty's softball games and doesn't read a book.
Well, that's not bad. I can live with that. So the 2 are back together, and Jerry shifts back to his deal. Turns out the dealers don't even know what undercoating is. I wonder that sometimes.
Yeah.
But like most charges, they're rip-offs. So he's getting the insider deal, but before things are final, Buddy sticks his hand up for a high five, and Jerry just stares at it. Yes. Now, we didn't have a clip to play there, but when Jerry has the line, Arby's no more than once a month, it's definitely an ADR. It doesn't fit in with the rest of the dialogue hear the sound, and I never noticed it before, but apparently the original line was going to be about this Japanese restaurant on Elaine's block. Oh yeah, Buddy says like, oh, it's horrible, the health department closed them down twice. And Elaine would say, but it's so close. So that's what like part of the deal would have been about. I guess they cut it for time. Kind of interesting though, if they're talking about health issues with the restaurant, that kind of tracks back to the apology, being germaphobes.
Yeah, you're right. But I much prefer the Arby's line.
All right, so on to the test drive. Kramer and Rick are approaching the dealership on the highway, and they start celebrating. You know, they made it this far on E. Rick reflects on the experience, and he starts thanking Kramer. He learned a lot. Things are going to be different for me now.
That's a weird thing to say.
That's the line I was referring to earlier. I like how Kramer goes through so much of this guy that he finally realizes, oh, this guy's
This is the one thing that he says that makes him see that.
The two guys are left wondering how much farther they could have made it. They look at each other, grab hands, and they floor it. And you know, this kind of feels like a movie parody that most people don't remember. You know, other endings like The Godfather with the door closed, the Nixon ending in the Cadillac.
Well, I actually disagree because I don't think I've seen Thelma and Louise, but I've seen it parodied in Wayne's World 2, and I know exactly what's going on here with them going over the cliff. And the nice thing is they reference it earlier in the episode, so you know driving off the cliff.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that people don't get it. I feel like me personally, I don't remember it. Like I forgot that they.
Oh, I see.
It's not like blatant. Like there's no music. It's not really long and drawn out. It's just
there's no cliff.
Yeah, it's just the hand and hold and then flooring it. Okay, over the credits, we're in a cab. George is finally getting to eat, going to town on a roast beef sandwich from Arby's. Turns out Jerry couldn't give Putty a high five, so the whole deal ended. Why couldn't he just give Putty the high five?
Where does it end? Then everyone's doing it. It's like the wave at ball games. Air quotes. The phrase, don't go there. Someone's got to take a stand.
And Elaine and Jerry wonder, like the audience, what George's plan was exactly. Was he trying to set up the mechanic or the manager?
I don't know. All of them. They're all crooks. Couldn't get all the different candy bars anyway.
That last line always confused me. I couldn't get all different candy bars anyway.
So you wanted that?
Oh yeah, but I don't think that's the plot hole. The plot hole is how'd you get him to feel it?
Exactly, yes. Because he was better off getting all things, because that way he would have definitely set him up.
Yeah, you just sat down. Well, I was saying you could just sit down.
Anyway,
so a car speeds by where you hear the passengers screaming. Must have something to do with that mental institution. And eventually, the Saab runs out of gas and comes to a stop on the shoulder. I think we stopped. Yeah, it's like sobering, right? Reality sets in. The guys stop holding hands. And Kramer says, "I'll think about it," and gets out of the car. Do you have my card?
So Matt, would you say this episode is alright? Or would you say this episode is whacked?
Yeah, this episode's alright, I think. Yeah, this is, one of those episodes that I think ranks in like the top 5 for me of season 9. I don't know if it's my favorite, but yeah, I don't have to wait for our season recap. But it's definitely making my top 24 today. I'm not sure where it would go yet, but I just love everything from the George storyline to the setting is fantastic. Every scene has memorable dialogue. Putty is, as you pointed out earlier, probably his best in this episode. Love Kramer stuff on the road and just how bizarre his friendship or relationship is with Rick. What about you?
I totally adored this episode. I loved rewatching it, taking my notes. I loved recapping it with you and just reliving everything. This so far has been my favorite episode of season 9. And if you look back at all the what we call them, the standalone shows, or the ones that are like plays, the classics with the Chinese restaurant and parking garage. But this ranks up there among the greats. Like you said, everybody's performance this week was wonderful. I still don't know who would win. Is it George or Putty? I think I'd have to just lean slightly to. It starts with George Costanza this week. He edges out Putty just by a morsel of nougat in being the best performance this week. Because it's so good.
Hey, something we didn't mention about Putty during the episode when Jerry's on the phone with Elaine. Do you know what I'm going to say?
Yes, please do the honors.
This is Jerry is on the phone, and in the background you see Putty at his desk, but he's just sitting there and staring
off into space, and for the entire scene, it's a shot of Jerry close up, and then in the background you see Putty. He doesn't budge. He's just staring off into the distance, and it's so good. It's so subtle, but it's wonderful. You know what? I changed my mind. Putty wins this week because of that.
Well, I was going to say, whoever you pick, I'll pick the other character, just so there's some guidance.
I'll pick George. I'm taking a ball.
George, yeah. No, which one is George? Which one is Putty?
Wonderful episode from start to finish, and supporting characters are great. Everything about it. I can't even think of a bad thing to say, other than them leaving out the cigar store Indian to be in the back seat as one of the props that Kramer was that's my part this week.
It was interesting, breaking down each scene, and while taking notes, the Kramer Rick stuff felt kind of repetitive. I wish there was more props, more physical stuff in the car, what they're up to, than just, saying, hey, are we on empty yet? Like, I don't know, maybe they had to pare down and simplify the Kramer story, because it is more about the gas gauge than the errands. But Anthony, I think we're in agreement here. It's going to crack our top 24. So, where are you going to put it on your list? I can go first if you want some time.
No, actually, I have the number already ready. I am popping the tops and tossing the stumps away for the muffin tops. And I'm going to put this at my number 12. After the Bubble Boy and before the Label Maker.
Nice. I'm looking at your top. So every episode from 1 to 5, well, I guess you have the hot tub in there. I was just saying it's been a long time until anything made your top 15.
How good it is.
Nice. Well, I'm going to rank mine close to number 12. I'm going to put this at my number 17. So I'm saying goodbye to the 7. And this is going to fit right between the muffin tops at 16 and the hot tub at 18.
It put right in front of both of our hot tubs.
Hey, I like that.
I like it. That's going to do it for us here on Signcast this week. Please feel free to send us an email at signcast@gmail.com. Find us on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram. Leave us a voicemail at photooftheday.
Vinny, what episode do we have next week?
We are discussing the 12th episode of Season 9 of the Reverse Peacock.
And Vinny, we're actually recording this on Valentine's Day. I was just wondering, what do you look for on a day like this?
I just really need somebody who will hug me, love me, shower me with kisses.
That's what we're going to shower in. For now, I'm Matt.
I'm Vinny.
Signing off.
Au revoir, George. Damon and I are reversing the P-points on her so we can see.
To prevent an ambush. Now I can peek in to see if anyone is waiting to jack me with a sock full of pennies. But then anyone can just look in and see it. Our policy is we're comfortable with our bodies. If somebody wants to help themselves to an eyeful, we say enjoy the show.
the Simecast, a retrospective on all 180 episodes of Seinfeld, being hosted by two guys who can really run their lives. My name is Vinny.
My name's Matt.
That's a lot to say, but
yeah, do you always do it in one breath?
I feel like sometimes I can say it cleaner than others, and then today was not one of those days. How are you?
Doing all right. That always reminded me of Jim Carrey. That was one of his bits.
That's why I did the big exhale at the end. I used to know those Ace Ventura things by heart.
Like the monologues and whatnot.
Yeah, soccer style people. Yeah, ready from clear eyes. That's, but
Vinny, right back at you. How are you doing?
Good.
Unfortunately, we don't have anything to discuss at the top of the episode here. We're actually recording this episode a little early in the week, so if any big news breaks or anything, sorry, we'll bring it up next time. But I'll ask you, as I always do, Vinny, what episode do we have this week?
We are discussing the 12th episode of Season 9, The Reverse People, written by Spike Harrison, directed by Andy Ackerman, and originally aired on January 15th, 1998.
So last week, Vinny, we talked about, how Jerry announced Season 9 would be the last season of Seinfeld and how he felt and whatnot, but this is the last episode where the cast and crew worked on Seinfeld, not knowing it would be the last season. So I just kind of like to imagine, what the vibe would be like on set. Obviously, it didn't affect their work, but it just makes you wonder.
Yeah, you can't help but think that internally they're going through some things, being on the show for the past 8 years, working together on these experiences. But at the same time, they are professionals and they get paid a lot of money to do this.
And I think in the later seasons, especially when Larry left, Jerry would talk to Jason, Julia, and Michael during Christmas break or winter break and say, "What do you guys think? Do we have another episode in it or another season in us?"
Exactly. Yes.
So yeah, it was right after this episode they really being Jerry made the decision to.
That's what I was going to say. It was really ultimately his call, but he would kind of just speak with his castmates.
Sure. So the title, Reverse People, I think a very maybe not iconic, but a familiar episode title. It was originally called, right up until the end, The Manford, which I like a lot more than The Reverse People. How do you feel?
I kind of like Reverse People. There are times when I prefer the working title or the alternate title they wrote with, but I don't know. I got that image of Kramer. The two of them actually, where he's looking down the barrel of his people. One is kind of nervous, the other time he's upset because Sylvia catches him. What about you?
Well, I like that Manford itself factors into the plot and the story more than the people, but it also reminds me of the puffy shirt. An item of clothing. Jerry wears both of them, looks ridiculous. But either way, I guess they were.
The glasses is another article of clothing title.
Yeah, it's more of an accessory, though. What other things do people wear that are titles?
There you go. It's their dress. Some sort.
It's a dress. Suit. And cheat and go to the episode guide here, because the jacket, come on. Damn. I'll find another one. I'll give you a clue here. The red dot doesn't really count, because that's...
It's on an article.
Yes.
An article. It'd be fun to do like a stat kind of show where all the episodes where the title relates to Jerry, or this title relates to Kramer, or various things like that. It'd be kind of fun to do, but that would be very time consuming.
All right, and then season 8, I don't see any other title really that. Yeah, that's it. Only a few episodes that are clothing or accessory based. Okay, there we go. Let's talk a little behind the scenes trivia here. The Manford storyline comes from Spike Fierstein when he was living in New York. He was just so annoyed by all of the people, all the men, especially wearing these fur coats. He just thought it was a ridiculous look and he didn't understand why it was popular. Growing up in Indiana, I didn't really see this epidemic, but
can you think of a stand-up that would relate appropriately with this title?
Yeah, what do you got?
Jerry did it after one episode when he's like, what is this obsession with fur? We want women to pluck their eyebrows and shave their legs, and then we dress them like a bear.
Yeah, very good. And, connected to the Manford is the 8-ball jacket. This also ties back to Spike's time in New York. He saw people wearing these. I guess these were popular at one point.
Did you recall these growing up? I've seen guys wearing these.
Really? I never saw one until this episode.
I've actually had my eye out for this as a gift for you. If I can find this at like a thrift shop or somewhere on the cheap, I was gonna pull the trigger.
Oh, dude, I want this jacket so badly.
Would you wear it though? If I got it for you?
Absolutely.
Why not? Yeah. Just imagine you walk around New York City in 2018 or
I've seen people post pictures of them, if they encounter one in the wild, but none of them are the same color scheme as puppies.
That's the thing, you gotta match. I've seen like the red ones and the green ones, gotta have the yellow.
Another story about Spike's time in New York, he lived in a bad neighborhood and he wanted to reverse his people. So when he got home, he could check to make sure he wasn't going to get jumped inside his apartment. But I guess he tried to do it and he couldn't really figure out how to remove the people. So the character Joe Mayo was named after a member of the Seinfeld crew. I think he worked in the sound department, some kind of stagehand, Joe Mayo. In fact, the real Joe Mayo is in this episode. Did you spot him?
I did. He's in the back, he's got a mustache, and he's drinking a cocktail.
And where does he put it?
Hey! Talk to speak. I always thought Joe Mayo was a name that Larry David came up with and just was, in his notes or, somewhere in the archives that they use, but it happens to be a stagehand, so I'm not sure.
It is a Larry David name. Joe Mayo, you have to say the first and the last name. Probably the most interesting bit of trivia to come out of this episode is the wallet storyline. Did you hear about how Spike felt about wallets? It's very
I think it was, like writer's room discussion. It wasn't really a occurrence that happened to Spike, but he was trying to sell Jerry on you don't need a wallet anymore. You just have the credit card and the bill phone, and it's much better. And Jerry was so vehemently opposed to this idea. He's like, you gotta have a wallet, right?
Mm-hmm. And when you listen to Spike on the commentary, it's crazy how passionate he gets. It's not like he just has this way of life where he doesn't carry a wallet, but everyone around him, he tries to convince them, stop using your wallet. It's unnecessary. He would make writers, Jerry too for that matter, take out their wallets, and Spike would unpack them and just say, do you really need this? Do you really need that? Why is this in your wallet? It was really important for him for people to feel the same way he did. And in fact, this wasn't even pitched as a story. It was just, part of the, relationship he had with other writers. And I guess they realized, this is a great George storyline. In fact, speaking of George, Jason hurt his back from filming this episode. They might have even written it into the script because of that.
He suffers for his art.
Right. Jason explained on the commentary that, you rehearse with this in your back pocket, you film with it in your back pocket, eventually it's going to, mess up your back or the nerves and the muscles back there.
You can just CGI the wallet in there.
What's your wallet preference? Do you carry around an overstuffed wallet? Have you always been a minimalist?
I do have a wallet, and it is a little on the thick side, and I'm not a fan of it. I don't know, maybe Spike is going to cause me to reevaluate things, but I would prefer to have a more minimal feel. But I just feel like I want to lose stuff if it's floating in the pocket.
This isn't an ad, but what's in your wallet? What's taking up most of the room?
Cash, credit card.
Okay.
Yeah. Five. But I have my insurance card, ID, my CPR card. Although now they're doing digital CPR cards. You don't need a physical card anymore.
We should do a little comparison photo. And I'll put it up on Facebook and Twitter. I'll take a picture of my wallet, you do yours, and
don't take anything out of it now. It's gotta be honest.
Oh no, hey, listen. I will have a wallet contest with you any day of the week, my friend.
Oh yeah? Just have the picture up by sundown.
What are you, Gary Cooper and sundown?
I think we'll all be comfortable with the confines of the honor system.
I don't really carry cash, but I have the same thing, credit cards, some insurance cards, but when I was younger, in grade school, I had the George Costanza wallet. I don't know if it was OCD or what it was, but I loved collecting business cards, and I would keep them all in my wallet. Yeah, this is from middle middle school and in junior high. And I think because it was kind of like a joke, you know, with my friends, but it eventually became a compulsion. Yeah.
Did you keep your movie stubs in your wallet, or did you take them home right away and put them in a bucket?
So I have every movie stub since 1998. And I used to carry them in my wallet until it just got too big. I now keep them in a box.
I admire that you have kept your stubs all these years, because I would throw them out. I tried to save my whole coin, and I was just like, oh, you know what takes up room in my wallet is receipts. There gotta be receipts. Whenever you go to a restaurant, you put the receipt in your wallet, and then I forget to take it out, and then they accumulate. And then when I take all the big couple receipts out, I'm like, whoa,
yeah, it's like a colon.
Yeah.
Is that too extreme? No. Anyways, first scene of the episode, we're at Monk's. The waitress drops off Elaine's food and warns her, hey, the plate is very hot. So what does Elaine do? She touches it, burns her hand.
I just wanted to know what your idea of hot is.
I do this. Do you do this?
I do. I do a little tap.
For the exact same reason, Elaine said.
That's Lauren Bowles, Elaine's sister, returning as waitress.
Buddy arrives to take Elaine ice skating, and he's wearing, I don't know how else to describe it, it's a fur coat. We've all seen him. But he looks ridiculous. I don't know if it's because Patrick is such a big guy.
Well, it's definitely a feminine cut because it has like shoulder accentuations, like shoulder pads or something. But it looks like it would be more fitting on her.
For sure. Elaine starts laughing at him, but he explains, no, this is my winter coat. Is there a problem?
A seemingly infinite sigh.
So Buddy sits down, and Elaine warns him, hey, be careful, the plate is hot.
I love the judgmental look that she gives him over something she did like 20 seconds ago.
So a few things here. You mentioned Lauren Bowles as the waitress. I think she's been in a handful of episodes. She'll only be in one more episode of the bookstore later on. Okay. And I noticed something this episode for the first one. You can see her name tag. And I think it says Kelly.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You might need to double check this on like high def, but
I will. We already had a Kelly amongst before.
Which got me wondering, did she just like take her name tag? Or...
Probably.
Also, you know, we're in season 9, we're in the back half of episodes. Putty only has one more episode before the finale. You know, that would be the verdict.
This is bogus, man. That's not true.
Right, next scene, we're in Jerry's apartment. Elaine tells Jerry and George about Putty's man fur and how he was strutting around like Stein Eriksen, who I wasn't familiar with. He was a Norwegian skier. Are you familiar with skier Stein Eriksen?
No, I know Big Stein. That's the only Stein I know.
Only Stein you care about. Maybe Mr. Steinfeld. Doesn't really capable of hookup with you. Also, I'm glad that Jerry brings up this topic because I would have totally forgotten. Elaine, of course, finds fur morally reprehensible, doesn't she?
Anti-fur? I mean, who has the energy anymore? It's more about hanging off the arm of an idiot.
But let's look back at the more, I don't know, socially conscious Elaine. Do you recall any disagreements she's had with people over fur?
Is that real fur? Better be, or my ex-husband owes me an explanation.
Not worth it. For one of my least favorite episodes, The Stranded, right? And then remember, pleased to make your acquaintance, I'm sure. Patty.
So that line, anti-fur, who has the energy anymore? I think that sums up perfectly the progression, or should I say regression, of the Elaine character.
Yes, absolutely. Also, in the next Buddy episode, The Burning, where he's like, you prefer dumb and lazy to religious. Dumb and lazy, I can understand. Anyhow, Elaine and Buddy never dated in winter, which I like that little trivia.
Yes.
So she didn't know about his winter coat. And, you know, just to be safe, Jerry advises her, you might want to get a look at that bathing suit you're wearing. Yes. Can have a thong up his ass.
Like Richard Simmons?
Richard Simmons has a thong up his ass?
Did you ever see him do that shit?
How many people do you think got that?
50%.
50%? Oh, you're way off. 50%? I guess 50% of it. Let's shift gears to another storyline. The group needs to get their friend Joe Mayo an apartment warming gift. And George starts complaining about all these gifts, you know, for moving, birthdays, Christmas. It's enough. Does this tie back to another episode?
I'm thinking a little episode called The Handicap Spot. When they all went in together to buy a big screen TV for the Drake.
That's very similar, you're right. What about the idea of George complaining, though, about buying gifts? Did that happen in that episode?
Oh yeah, engagement presents. He's like, then they're gonna get married. You gotta give them a present for that. Then they're gonna have a kid. You gotta, never ends.
Maybe a little bit of the dinner party too. Like,
gotta socialize or having to bring something to a party. Yeah, just him showing up is not good enough.
So Kramer recommended a massage chair from Newman Days, but George says, no, I'll buy it somewhere else and you can all pay me back. We'll sniff out a deal. It's like he's got a sixth sense.
Cheapness is not a sense. Did you notice how George was walking to the fridge, and when Jerry said cheapness, George kind of stopped in mid-stride because he knew he was getting insulted?
Now back to this, Joe Mayo. Elaine complains about his parties because apparently he puts guests to work. Can you keep it on the ice, make sure we have enough? What about Jerry? How does he feel about these tasks?
Oh, he had a great time at the last one. He was in charge of the music. He turned that mother out.
Do you remember the MC Hammer song?
No, I don't know that one. I know Too Legit to Quit.
Should do an MC Hammer podcast.
And also the song in Addams Family.
What was that one?
I don't know. It's when Cousin It arrives.
Oh man. Is there a gas leak in here? What's going on? Right. Kramer and Newman enter Jerry's apartment.
Hey, you got any pliers? What is Newman got another army man stuck in his ear? Hilarious. Newman and I are reversing the peepholes on our door so he can see. To prevent an ambush. Now I can peek in to see if anyone jack me with a sock full of pennies. But then anyone can just look in and see you. Our policy is we're comfortable with our bodies. If somebody wants to help themselves to an eyeful, we say enjoy the show.
I'm sorry, I can't stay for the second act.
Hey, George, here's the model number on that chair, by the way. Yes, love it. What? Nobody carries wallets anymore. They went out with collared wigs. So here's what you need, just a couple of cards and your bank. Keep the big bills on the outside. It's a 5.
This was something I always quoted in college. I remember it.
What else? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Well, this is just, I like this, I love seeing Kramer and Newman team up, and you can tell how great a concept this is when Kramer says, Newman and I are reversing the peepholes on our door so you can see in. The audience goes crazy. It's a great setup for them.
Doesn't Newman seem a bit subdued in this scene? Like the initial insult by Jerry, and Newman goes, hilarious.
And something else I noticed, there's no hello Newman.
Oh, you're right.
I feel like they might have cut something from their entrance to the insult.
Good thinking.
It is such a crazy concept, as I brought up in trivia, to check to see if anyone's waiting for you. But isn't the door locked?
Right. Like, I always contend that they're going to steal your stuff and then leave. Why would they want to hang around the scene of the crime?
Maybe they're in the process of stealing from you when you get home.
Sure.
It's always a sock full of pennies, right?
Speaking of which, can you think of a time when Kramer jacked a guy with a sock full of pennies?
He jacked a guy, or he yacked a guy?
Oh! Good night, everybody!
Yeah, Todd Gack got a... What, is it a pillowcase? Is that what it is?
Money! Yeah.
I love Kramer's policy, too. We're comfortable with our bodies. If someone wants to help themselves to an eyeful, well, we say, enjoy the show. My wife does this, so This isn't marriage counseling, but where we live, I'm very self-conscious about changing or undressing in front of the window at night because, you know, it's pitch black outside. The room is lit up. You don't really have to look all that hard. You can see everything that's happening in that situation. And I always close the blinds, and I get like uncomfortable if Liz doesn't do the same. And she always says, "Oh, who's gonna look?"
I feel the same way. My lady is also very uninhibited with her body, and she'll just walk around, much like Melissa.
Pickle jars,
Yeah. But and we live across the street from both condos and business offices. And anytime I have to change, I like go into a little nook where you can see me. And I won't be in my living room or my bedroom.
Look at me. Yeah. You know, when do you remember my apartment in Harlem?
Yes.
We had this little alley, very narrow alleyway outside of like the living room area, and you could pretty much like reach the neighbor's window. You know, that's how narrow it was. And the window across from the big window in the living room was the bathroom. And just like in your bathroom, the window was right there where someone would bathe, and it went almost all the way down to the floor.
Who's designed that?
So, but it was fogged up, right? So they didn't know. We saw
up for that. Is it that was that frosted glass?
Yeah, we saw everything. You just be sitting there watching TV, and you turn to your left, and there's someone just, you know, making a sound.
Right. There, it's funny because you know, you walk out of my apartment, you have to make a left and then another left to go to your car in the parking lot. But you can tell every place the bathroom is in the same spot. Like there's frosted glass, you know, one on top of the other. And every time I walk by, you know, we take the dog for the walk, and I walk my girlfriend to her car in the morning. There's a guy always taking a shower at the same time, and he's just chilling, and you can see his silhouette. But it's just funny because I'm a little, you know, maybe are we prudes?
I think we're just modest. Yeah, that's what it is. Maybe the reason we're like people are looking is because we're those people.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
He's a peeping Tom. No Back to the Future reference?
Wait, is it that first one?
Yeah, the first one.
I don't know the quotes from that one.
Okay.
I think he took his wallet. That works.
So Kramer adds, nobody carries wallets anymore. They went out with powdered wigs. I guess powdered wigs did go out of fashion when the English government put a tax on hair powder. So we're looking at late 18th century. Oh, really? This week, so we've covered how much for Ace Ventura, Back to the Future, It's Always Sunny. Any other shows we're going to bring into the mix?
We did Wayne's World last week.
Yeah, God almighty.
Sorry.
Next scene, we're in the hallway. Kramer is reversing his peephole while singing a little tune. What is it?
Mexican radio.
Mexican radio. Yes, the 1983 hit by Wall of Voodoo.
Stay tuned as you watch the closing credits of this episode because they play that song.
Oh yeah, during the Castle Rock logo.
Yeah.
I'll see if we can use that maybe for our outro music this week. It's either going to be that or turn this mother out. We'll see. So while Kramer is reversing his peephole, the super approaches. His name is Silvio, and he wonders what Kramer is doing at first, but eventually says, that's okay. That is until he hears that Newman has done it as well. I deal with him. That's the voice you're going with?
It comes out like Russian when I do it.
What is Silvio? Where do you think he's from?
I'm Italian just because I've seen him do other stuff where he'll play Italian, but I don't know.
He seems more Eastern European.
Yeah.
Especially with that wife, Svetlana. Yeah. Ukrainian, maybe? I don't know.
Perhaps. Silvio is played by John Polito, who did pass away in 2016. I believe we did talk about that when he did pass.
Yeah.
His last movie credit is actually from 2018, and it's appropriately titled The Maestro.
That's true.
But he was in The Crow, Miller's Crossing, Big Lebowski. He was in Oh, It's Always Sunny as Frank's brother.
Yes. Yeah, what a fantastic actor. And, yeah, you know, I've only actually seen a few of his appearances, but he's always really memorable. I love his character of Silvio this week. This, in fact, might be one of my favorite single shots of the season. We'll see. But I do love how the supers have always been memorable. Do you remember the others?
We got Harold and Manny, right, with the small sponges, and then Julio, who likes Jerry at first and then doesn't like him.
In the Casillo, yeah. Yeah, Silvio is, I don't know if it was the actor who decided to go certain places with the character or if it was written that way, but he's got like this, like a coat of sweat at all times.
So he's got the horseshoe pattern baldness, but I think they added these thick strands of hair that they comb over the top.
Yeah, the big sweep across. Next scene, we're at Monk's. George shows Jerry an ad for a massage chair that's $60 cheaper. The store's in Delaware, but George will just overnight it, so problem solved.
Maybe cheapness is a sense.
And Jerry takes out his wallet and agrees with Newman and Kramer. It is more comfortable not carrying it around. And this actually touches a nerve for George.
It's wrong. Important things go in a case. You got a skull for your brain, a plastic sleeve for your coat, and a wallet for your money.
So George reveals his wallet, and this thing is insane. The one I carried in junior high was not this bad, but as you can relate, bulges out. This thing barely closes. There's like little pieces of paper and receipts sticking out. It's even bigger, as Jerry points out, than the burger on his plate.
And that's a double burger, might I say.
You got more cow here than here. But George says, hey, I need everything that's in there. So Jerry looks at it, pulls out some Irish money.
That might go there.
What else is in there?
Show this card at any participating Orlando area Exxon station to get your free Save the Tiger poster.
So George is a bit of a hoarder, I guess.
Yeah, well, that Save the Tiger line always sticks out to me because the first time we played and won trivia, that was one of the, I guess, little gifts we got for finishing first. Was a printout of an Exxon Save the Tiger poster.
I don't remember that. Really?
Oh yeah, it's in my little Seinfeld stash.
I'll take a picture of that. Will do. Apparently, Exxon did have a campaign to save the tiger in the 90s. Not to mention, I guess the tiger was a part of their ad campaign back in the 60s, maybe. So, there you go. I thought it was totally random, but yeah, this is based in truth, I guess. Anyway, so before we leave the scene, George adds a few sweet and lows to his wallet. Can you think of another low-calorie sweetener mentioned on Seinfeld? Same location?
At Monk's. Don't put your tongue on the floor. Oh, Eagle packets.
Suck it down, Eagle packets.
Very good.
What does it say about your trivia when it's that obscure and stupid, right? Like,
I'm embarrassed because I'm getting dumber as the seasons go on.
Think about it, man. You're like out there, you're going on dates, making out on blankets. I'm just sitting here, Jersey, watching Seinfeld.
Sounds pretty good to me.
Next scene, we're in Kramer's apartment. Newman stops by, and before knocking, he looks through the peephole. What does he see?
Oh, just a bare-chested Kramer scratching himself.
Kramer's, I think he's listening to opera, and they use
Pagliacci.
A back scratcher on his chest. One of my favorite shots, as Kramer wonders who it is. He's kind of scared at first when Newman knocks. And then he makes a face when he hears it's Newman. He's like,
yeah, he's disappointed that Newman's in front of the other side of the door.
And Newman is in a panic. he's getting evicted over the people, and Sylvia adds that he's an agitator.
I'm homeless. I'm gonna be out on the street corner, dancing for nickels. I'll be with the hobos in the train yard eating out of a bucket.
Now, Newman and Kramer have a history, or at least will have some run-ins with the homeless.
Potato salad. The government.
That's in the bookstore when they strap the homeless to a rickshaw.
And then I want to know a horse named Rusty. No offense. If we trace back, Rusty was in the bookstore, right? And he was also in. Oh wait, no. I'm sorry. I'm confusing.
Well, you're kind of going a different route. Yeah, the character Rusty first appeared in The Beard when Kramer gave him the Tupperware.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there we go. That's something.
But if you look Chinese, remember the bottle deposit? There's a shot too of Newman he pockets a dime,
and you hear it very prominently in the audio.
And then he steals the guy's shopping cart of bottles.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. There's something about Newman. He just despises the homeless, and I guess he's really afraid of becoming homeless himself. Well, Kramer wants to stand up for Newman, and let's just go talk to Silvio, but Newman tells him, well, you might want to put on something first, since Kramer's just wearing a robe with some underwear. And Kramer goes back inside to change. Maybe right here my favorite joke from the entire episode. It is just so bizarre. Kramer closes the door, and Newman is about to walk away, and decides to turn back and watch Kramer through the people.
Yeah, so I guess they're practicing what they preach, right? We're comfortable with our bodies. If somebody wants to enjoy the show, right?
Yeah, it's so bizarre and perverse and odd. Even Spike Fierstein on the commentary cracked up because he thought they cut this. He thought it was too weird, and they were gonna wind up not using it in the episode. But
it's a lot.
Why is Newman doing this? Is he attracted to Kramer? Is he just curious when he looks naked?
I don't really have an answer. Nor will I wager.
All right, well, let's get over to Joe Mayo's apartment. Jerry and George arrive for the party.
George, I am loving this no wallet thing.
A man carries a wallet.
The very fact that you oppose this makes me think I'm onto something.
Hey, Jerry.
Hey, Joe Mayo. Nice place.
Thanks. George, do me a favor and step out of phone in case anybody calls and needs directions. That good? Thanks. Jerry.
Music?
Actually, keep an eye on the aquarium and make sure to touch the lights.
Well, I can do that and the music.
Oh, no, music, just have fun.
I was ready to get jiggy with her.
Hey.
Hey, Lane.
Hey. I think you know Dr. Zayas.
So, Elaine, notice anything different about my...
So, George. Did you get the chair?
I don't have it.
So we're giving him nothing?
Well, I wrote a picture of the chin.
Did you at least get him a card?
I thought we'd all sign the picture.
Hey, Joe Mayo.
I need you to be in charge of coats.
Oh, fantastic.
You make sure everybody gets a drink and socks is nothing.
Sure thing, Joe Mayo.
Hi, Jerry. How do you like my pants?
Nice.
It's working. Don't tap on the glass.
Joe Mayo's a bottle.
Hey! I'll tell him to speak.
We don't get as much putty this week as we did last week, but when he's there, man, he's belting out those classes.
Oh, for sure. Well, let's talk about the different roles people are given at the party. George has to stay by the phone in case anybody calls for directions.
Jerry has to make sure that nobody taps on the glass of his aquarium.
Elaine has to watch the coats. And Buddy is the
cocktail off the speaker guy. And we are introduced to Joe Mayo for the first time. We see him in the flesh. Pat Finn plays Joe Mayo. He was in the middle. It's complicated. And I didn't realize this. He is in a Curb episode. He's in the end. So that's season 5. He plays Bacaro. So I guess he's the one who may have purchased Larry's car at the Blue Book value or something, and Jeff undercut him.
You're right. Yeah, he tells him you got screwed over.
And actually, I know you're not a huge Friends guy, but Pat Finn plays in one of the more memorable Friends episodes when it's like an alternate timeline. What if Monica didn't get with Chandler? She gets this guy, Dr. Roger, who is played by Pat Finn, and he's just like the most boring doctor who has this trivia that no one cares about, like the Brazil nut. It's actually not from Brazil or something like that.
But it's like, this guy's going off on the peanut.
Exactly. I do like this Pat Finn, though. I like the way he delivers his lines with, can you make sure nobody touches the clothes?
Yeah, Elaine kind of brought it up earlier. He always points out with 2 fingers and just have fun.
We're getting some topical references in a Seinfeld episode, which we didn't have as much earlier on in the series, right?
Oh yeah, you're talking about the getting jiggy with it.
Na 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 na.
I was ready to get jiggy with it.
I can't get over how old that song is.
And there's kind of an older movie reference here where Elaine refers to Putty as Dr. Zaius from Planet of the Apes. And, one little plot hole here that doesn't, I don't know, kind of bugs me, but Joe Mayo's there when Putty arrives in his fur coat. And it's kind of weird that he doesn't say, hey, I have a coat just like that.
Good point. It's a good call, Stan. I guess the joke will be have more punch if he says it, when Elaine's up the creek. Right?
So, speaking of Elaine, before we leave, Elaine drops the pile of coats on Joe Mayo's bed and decides to get rid of the man fur once and for all. Pop the window, toss the coat.
Taste. Goodbye, Dr. Zaius.
Did you listen to the commentary for this episode?
Yes.
Did you hear what Jason said about Elaine throwing things out of the window?
Well, he mentioned how much she loved throwing his toupee out the window.
Yeah. It got me wondering how trivia-wise, like, what other stuff has been thrown out the window? Is this getting old? I'm sorry.
A candy bar?
It fell in the sewer.
An air conditioner? It was already out the window.
Yeah, that one's tricky. It has to exist in the apartment and someone uses their hand.
Well, excuse me, a 20?
I spent $20.
Anything else?
This was an accident with Kramer's boot, but it has sand in it.
But okay. If you get Kramer's boot, I get air conditioner.
I'm sorry. Anything else? Memorable.
A giant bottle of oil.
Excellent.
Thank you. Is that it?
That's all I can think of right now. We'll be here all day. Okay. Anyways, let's go over to Jerry's apartment.
Oh, we forgot to talk about Jeanette Robbins. I always do this.
Oh, yeah, Carrie, I'm sorry.
Yeah. We should mention Jerry meets a new girl who ends up dating. Her name's Carrie in the script, and she's played by Jeanette Robbins. She's only 4 credits to her IMDb page, and they're pretty good. Larry Sanders Show, Seinfeld, Friends, and then something called Caller ID, which I don't know. So 3 out of 4 ain't bad.
Yeah, definitely. Let's cut over to Jerry's apartment. Kramer has gathered Newman, Silvio, and his wife, Svetlana, which, you kind of wonder, why are we in Jerry's place and not Kramer's? Kramer kind of considers it to be his conference room. It has a more formal atmosphere with the shelves and the furniture. And Silvio and Svetlana are on their way out, so Kramer sits down with Silvio to understand exactly why Newman is getting evicted.
I don't like Mr. Newman. He's an agitator.
And Kramer goes to bat for him. He's a model tenant. Yes, but smart as a whip, which apparently I guess is enough for Silvio to allow him to stay.
But I'm gonna keep my eye on him.
And behind Silvio's back, Newman is getting very close with Svetlana, touching her face. They definitely have something going on here.
Yeah, no bones about it.
And, I don't understand how Michael does the cigar trick.
It's not a trick. He drops the cigar because he's shocked. It just falls out of his mouth. He's shocked that Newman is daring to come on to Svetlana, right when Silvio's there. Cigar falls out of his mouth, and Kramer tries to put it back in his mouth, of course, and he puts the lit end in first, and then he kind of burns himself and fixes it. But I feel like Michael is so committed to the joke that he's willing to injure himself or hurt his tongue at any, for that joke.
The whole idea of Michael, hurting himself for a joke, that goes all the way back to an interview he did where he's like, when I was a kid, he's like, I would run into a tree and really hurt myself just to make people laugh.
Chris Farley had a quote that he said when it was sad, but also, again, on the similar lines, but he said, when Patty falls down, everyone goes home happy, and that he's always falling into tables or crashing through walls. These guys are just artists, in love with the joke.
But there's some, you can tell they're very tortured.
Yes.
At the same time. Let's cut over to Joe Mayo's apartment. Lane and Putty are the last to leave, and somehow Putty is wearing a fur coat despite Elaine throwing it out the window.
Hey, I got a coat just like this.
I guess there was some deleted material here. Elaine kind of touches her forehead, and she's like, oh God. Putty would interpret that as Elaine had too much to drink. And Joe Mayo then says, hey, when you guys leave, there's a bag of trash in the hall. Could you run it down to the basement? And then Putty would be the one to say, she's on it, Joe Mayo.
Nice.
So, anyway, let's get over to Monks. Elaine tells Jerry and George what happened.
So Joe Mayo had the same coat.
And you threw it out the window. You're like a rock star.
So now Joe Mayo wants me to buy him a new coat.
Because you threw it out.
No, because I was in charge of the coats. It's insane.
But you did actually throw his coat out the window.
But he doesn't know that. As far as he knows, someone stole it. And that's the person who should be held responsible.
That's you.
So I guess I'll have to buy him a new coat, even though I don't think I should be held responsible, which I am anyway.
Well, I'm satisfied. My back is killing me.
Of course, because of that wallet. You got a filing cabinet on the half of your ass.
Yes. He's an organizer, secretary, and a friend.
Look at you. You're on a slant.
What happened? Yeah, fine.
What was that?
I think I had some hard candy in there.
It's a funny sound that hard candy makes.
Yeah, it sounds like a squish.
What's an example of hard candy? What could he have had him as like a certs?
A lifesaver, Werther's original peppermint.
Werther's, what is he, a grandmother?
The best part about the scene is Elaine refusing to, take ownership. I know there was another episode where either Jerry or George had this same mindset where, I'm responsible for this, but the other person doesn't know I am, so why should I have to deal with it?
And you're saying there's another example of this?
Yeah, I know. I swear there is. It just feels familiar. But again, it's more of a George or a Jerry storyline. Regardless, I love it so much, and it just works so well in Seinfeld. You can repeat this concept. Let's cut over to George's apartment. George accidentally had the chair delivered to his place, not Joe Mayo's. Being curious, he tries out the massage chair, and when he turns it on, every muscle just oozes. You know what I'm talking about? Anyways, let's get over to the street. Jerry meets up with Carrie and can't believe they're going dancing. He doesn't do it that often.
No, because it's so stupid.
And
it's not a good thing to say on a first date.
It seems like he's really pushing it. But before they leave, Carrie asks Jerry to carry a few things. Compact lipstick, keys.
Are you a medieval dungeon master?
And a tin of Altoids. Elsewhere, Kramer and Newman are walking down the sidewalk.
Sleeping with Silvio's wife?
Well, there's very little sleeping going on.
Why didn't you tell me about this?
Frankly, I don't see how it's any of your business.
Well, it's my business now. Look, I stuck up for you. And if he catches you, we're both out.
And what is that up that tree?
Yeah, that looks like a dead bear.
No, that's a fur coat. Hey, give me a boost.
Here. Where did you learn to climb trees like that?
The Pacific Northwest.
Now there's a line that we all remember.
I like when they approach the tree. Creamer's like, yeah, looks like a dead bear.
Yes.
But yeah, Newman apparently very light on his feet. You know, he can run fast.
I've seen that before.
Yeah, he scampers, he sprints, but he can also climb. Anything else that surprises us about Newman? He uses a Nautilus, right?
Yes.
He swims too. All the other oxen free.
Very good.
We get an act break. Next scene, we're in Jerry's apartment. Now that Jerry's on this successful pocket diet, he wants to keep the weight off, not carry his girlfriend's stuff. So Elaine suggests something at Peterman that would be perfect.
Not more of that crap from the Titanic.
This is the first Titanic reference. I always think of the later one when George says, "Was that old lady? She was just a liar, right?"
Bit of a tramp too.
So what Elaine is talking about is a small men's carry-all.
I'm not carrying a purse.
It's not a purse. It's European. So Jerry calls George to see if he's gotten the chair yet, and George is in the middle of using it, so he lies.
It's a transit.
And Elaine is out as gift giver since she has to buy Joe Mayo a new fur coat. So the guys are going to split the chair 3 ways.
All right.
So Kramer stops by and he drops off the pliers, which are now in 2 separate pieces. Weekend. And Elaine is about to head out to price fur coats when Kramer tells her that Newman found one in a tree on 88th Street.
That guy can climb like a ring-tailed lemur.
And Elaine puts it together. That's the coat she threw out the window. So she shows Kramer with the get out, and we actually hear a pop sound. What was it?
I had some hard candy in there. I really enjoy these like little tie-in jokes.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, last week with the dealership, it wasn't different characters, but I loved how we got 2 scenes that ended with Mr. Kramer the road. Yep. So Elaine knows what she has to do to get the fur coat back. The unthinkable, the unimaginable, inviting Newman over to her apartment.
So, to what I owe this unusual invitation?
Come in.
This is very much as I imagined it to be. Aside from this rattan piece, which seems oddly out of place.
Please, sit down. Newman, I wanted to talk to you about something.
This isn't about my opening your mail.
What?
Because I don't, never have. Anything I read was already open.
No, Newman, I heard that you found a fur coat in a tree, and I believe that it belongs to a friend of mine, and I'd like to give it back to him.
Sorry, climbers keepers.
You know, Newman, I know how you feel about me, and I'm quite flattered.
You are?
Oh, yeah. I mean, of all the men that I know, you're the only one who's held down a steady job for 7 years.
Yes. It's interesting work, I don't mind it. Don't you have a boyfriend? Early athletic type?
Oh, him? Oh, he's cool. Very cool. So what do you say? Can you do me this one little favor?
I've waited for this moment. But alas, my heart belongs to another man's wife, and I have given the coat to her.
All right, we're done here.
But I am in love with Svetlana, and I don't care if the whole world knows, except for Silvio, who would throw me out of the apartment where I would be dancing.
Thank you very much.
I gotta say, I like Elaine's little pet name for Newman. Newman. We call our little dog Baby. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, this is a first. The first time Elaine is kind of, falsely giving herself to Newman, and he could not be enticed.
Because he is in love with another man's wife. All right, we're done here. It's bizarre to see Newman in Elaine's apartment, right?
Right, yeah, it's very out of place.
But apparently Newman still opens her mail. Because I never have. Anything I wrote is already open. But again, I'm sure he does that for a lot of people. Something that you quote a lot, even when you're describing David Putty, is early and good.
Oh yes, I do like that one.
Oh, don't worry, he's cool. All right, so unfortunately, Newman can't give the coat back because Svetlana has it and is in love with her. You know, it's so weird to see Newman in Elaine's apartment, considering what, for the past season and a half, or since season 8, you know that he's in love with her.
He got a vasectomy for her.
I mean, before that, you wonder when did he fall in love with her, right? When did it happen? But final season here, we're finally getting the possibility of resolving some storylines or some relationships, and as luck would have it, he's in love with someone else, and she has the code. Well, let's get over to a newsstand. Jerry is with Carrie, and he's putting his carry-on to good use. It's already full. And he sets it down so he can find her lipstick.
I can never find anything here.
I use that line a lot. Like, if I ever have a bag with me or something like that.
Nice.
So we find out something here. Carrie was given a job at Jomeo's party. It was to keep Jerry away from the music.
You should have been there last year. I got jiggy with it. You got me thinking, Jerry is now dating Carrie. And their names rhyme. Could you date somebody whose name rhymes with yours? I'm trying to think what would be bad.
Cat, maybe.
Cat, yeah. Just because every time you go to a party or you introduce yourselves or somebody introduces you, this is Matt and Cat. Like Minnie and Minnie. I don't know. It'd be like, when I meet a girl and her name was Minnie, I mean, oh man, I don't think we'd be a good couple because our names rhyme.
This is so weird because I haven't felt this way or thought about it since I was like a teenager, but I had a big hang up. Like, I couldn't even let myself be attracted to anyone that had the same name as one of my sisters.
Oh, okay, I get that.
That was very odd, and like, because I lived with them at the time, it was just too weird.
Yeah. But now you let that go.
Well, I mean, I don't have anyone in my family named Liz, but it was a weird thing to obsess over as a kid.
Get it.
So next scene, we're at Kramer's apartment. Kramer is sitting on his couch reading when Silvio starts pounding on the door in a rage.
Open up and get those people. Look at this. Svetlana says she found it in the laundry room. I think it was a gift from that postman back at Dayton. Where is it? Relax. No, that's it. You put that in the bill. Come on. Newman didn't even give her that. No, it's not even a woman's coat. It's a man's. Yes. Call it a man with a foot. Oh, bring it.
What about Jerry?
Sure, he's a celebrity.
Oh, yeah, they wear a lot of furs. They're desperate, insecure people.
It's all about me. Please look at me. I am so pretty. Love me. Want me.
How great is it how angry Kramer gets when he realizes Silvio can see him pounds on the couch on his love seat.
Doesn't he realize, like, Silvio can see that?
Of course. Yeah, right?
Silvio,
The genius.
A weird goof, but, you know, who cares? When you look through the peephole, you see, like, a full fisheye of the apartment, but as we know, when the door opens, there's a wall right there, so...
Yeah, it's kind of a continuity thing, but just like last week, I don't mind the plot holes in the dealership, but I don't mind this either. I think it's funnier that way. So
it gives us
exactly.
Well, that's it. Great dialogue here, and John Polito just, I think, shines in the last couple of scenes here.
It's actually the sweat gleaming off of his head.
Great. And I like the idea, too, of Kramer yet again throwing Jerry under the bus to solve his problems.
Yeah, that's right.
Why doesn't Kramer just say, yeah, I'd wear a fur coat?
Well, Kramer's trying to save a little face as well.
Yeah, he doesn't want to look like a dandy. Let's get over to Jerry's apartment later. This is when Kramer tells his friend about the plan.
I have to do what? All you have to do is wear the fur so Silvio thinks it's yours. I'm not wearing the fur. Well, then Newman and I, we get thrown out of the building. Is that right? All right. Why don't you just take a good, hard look at what your life would be like if I had it? Newman, too. Come on, man. Well, I'll tell you what, if you do this, I'll give you that Walkman you were always asking about. It's my Walkman. And you'll get it back. All right. Thanks. How are you? Hey. Oh, hey, and by the way, that Walkman was broken. You take it to me. George, did you get that chair yet? That chair when it gets you. Could you stop driving me? You know what? Just call up and cancel it. I'm out. Excuse me? Joe Mayo doesn't like my taste in music. He's not getting a gift from me. I can't believe you're dropping out, too. So now Kramer and I have to pay for the entire gift. Who's this Joe Mayo everyone's talking about? He's the guy we're buying the chair for, remember? It was your suggestion. I think the chair is a fantastic gift idea, but I never heard of this Joe Mayo. Frankly, it sounds made up. So now I have to buy the whole chair by myself? Oh, you don't have to buy anything. I already bought it. I've been lying to you for 3 days, and now you're all screwing me. I don't understand. Why didn't you tell us you had it? I needed it. My belt is so tweet. Because of your giant wallet. Just get rid of it. Never. It is a part of me. I will just return the chair, and it will be easy because the receipt is in my good friend. Your good friend is morbidly obese. I'm not carrying a purse. It's not a purse. It's your thing. All right. Silvio's down there. He's shoveling the walk. Now all you got to do is put this up. You go down to the corner, you pick up a paper, and you come right back. All right. Look.
What is it about Jerry, man? He's so good at this physical comedy. You know, either it's just a look or it's like his posture.
Yeah, I think it goes to the thin, single, neat kind of quality about him because he's kind of stiff. Yeah. Right? Like he's not athletic. He doesn't seem like an athletic type of guy.
He does not relax in the coat, right? Like he's
exactly. I have a fancy voice. Yeah, so something about that, it comes out as funny.
And you know, earlier when Kramer's like, "Oh, what about Jerry? You know, he's a celebrity. He likes these things like fur coats." It reminds me of The Gum, where he's like, "You got to wear these glasses whenever Lloyd Braun is around."
Yeah.
I mean, that was Elaine's fault for lying about why they sat in the front row, but just, you know, Jerry having to wear something to appear a certain way.
Well, you know what really stuck out to me, I guess it's a recurring theme in this episode, but this time, hey, that Walkman was broke when you gave it to me. First it was the pliers, and now it's the Walkman. Kramer trying to look not guilty.
So you can understand why earlier when he says, Jerry, if you don't help us out, Newman and I, we're going to get thrown out of the building. Really? Is that right? Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, he brings his hands up to his lips because he's imagining how wonderful it is. It's great that Jerry for once is putting Kramer in the hot seat.
And I don't know if this is a twist really, but this whole time we assume that all four of them are on the same page about getting Joe Mayo a gift. But Kramer is like, whoa. That's Joe Mayo I'm talking about.
That's the best reveal there. He's like, I think the chair's a perfect gift, but frankly, the name sounds amazing. Awesome.
And kind of similar to the hard candy lines earlier, that running joke. We get another running joke here. It's not a purse, it's European. When I think that's how Elaine described it, right?
Yes.
Next scene, we're down on the street. George sees a flyer on a lamppost. Learn guitar, first lesson free. So he tears off one of the numbers and he puts it in his wallet. However, when he tries to close it, he really has to use a string. And as he's pushing, suddenly the wallet explodes and all the contents go flying. Love the sound effect. Where are your seats? Did you read about how they got the wallet to explode?
There's a prop guy who's right on the ground below George, and he shoots it out of a air gun. Pretty cool.
Apparently, according to Jason, there was a small explosive device too. I don't know if that helped create more of a bursting effect. I didn't notice one, did you?
I mean, you really do see that exploding of papers because you know how the shot changes and we see Jason's back.
Yeah.
To shield the camera guy, I guess, or the front guy, but it is violently expelled those papers.
All right, elsewhere, Silvio is shoveling the snow outside of Jerry's apartment when Jerry strolls up in his man fur.
Hey, Silvio, just out for a little stroll in my favorite fur coat. Is your coat? It sure is. Kramer says you'll need it because you're an entertainer and you're desperate for attention. That's true. Jerry, you forgot your purse? No, thanks. Hey, Silvio, look at Jerry here, prancing around in his coat with his purse. Yep, he's a dandy. He's a real fancy boy. Maybe this isn't my coat. Yeah, all right, you're not fancy. No, he's very fancy. Wash me, love me, shower me with kisses.
Jerry, where'd you get it? That's his coat.
No, it's not. It's mine. I'm a fancy boy. It's a blackface coat. Whose coat is it?
It's Joe Mayo's coat.
Who's Joe Mayo? Must be the man that's sleeping with your wife. Officer! Someone took my European carry-on! What? It's a black leather thing with a strap. You mean a purse? Yes, a purse! I carry a purse!
This ending is insane. So much crammed into, I don't know how long that clip was, maybe a minute. It's so rushed. So much is happening. But this is actually one of my favorite endings. Maybe in my top 10. I'd have to look at, the whole list of 180 episodes. But right out the gate, it's hilarious. Kramer says you need it because you're an entertainer and you're desperate for attention. That's true. It reminds me of Kramer with Dr. Reston.
Oh, exactly.
This is an office.
I like that once Kramer joins in on the berating of Jerry, Jerry's like, this isn't my coat. He's been pushed a little too far, Kramer. Back off.
Why does Creamer tease him so much?
Yeah, I think he just couldn't help himself.
Kind of with Jerry and Milos, you know? It takes Milos cut it out.
Yeah, Jerry's willing to play ball, but if you play a little bit too rough, he can play some hard ball too. And you got me thinking. You said favorite ending of an episode. Things are kind of coming together at the same time. It just pops in my head of another character strolling down the street in a fur. Name that character.
Oh, you're right. Why is Creamer name? Oh, he buys the fur coat from Barney's.
He doesn't know. Close. You're in the right store. Wrong reason.
Someone lends him the coat.
Sort of, because somebody's stepping out watching movies at the Paragon, Willie. It is my mother's fur coat. It is. No, it's not. So Kramer wears it home in just his boxers.
Wow, we should have brought that up at the top.
We're dumb. Let's do a comparison of Jerry, Putty, and Kramer, and then we'll have a vote of who wore best.
Should we throw in Ava and Patty, or?
Of course.
Fantastic, man. Nice work. One last thing here that I love about this ending. Again, it might not be the most clever bit of dovetailing here, but it's just so quick and frantic when Elaine says, "It's Joe Mayo's code." Who's Joe Mayo? That must be the man that's sleeping with you.
Whatever to save his hide.
So we'll find out over the credits here that while Elaine is on the phone with Jerry, Sylvia actually ambushed Joe Mayo when he came home. He was waiting inside with a sock full of pennies.
Should have been reverse people.
There is the possibility that Sylvia murdered Joe Mayo, right?
Anything's possible.
Old Putty arrives, and Elaine just hangs up on Jerry. You can't believe what she's seen. What is Putty wearing now?
Check it out. 8-ball. You got a question? You ask the 8-ball.
He's going to wear this all the time?
All signs point to yes.
Crazy that we're getting this halfway through season 9 because Putty in the 8-ball jacket, I think, is so iconic.
Yeah, you could always see him doing that pose with the thumbs. With the thumbs. Hey, that's why him and Elaine are so good together. But yeah, that's part of the Putty aura.
So much iconic stuff this season. I love that line about why Putty ditched the fur. He's like, I saw Jerry wearing his. He looked like a bit of a dandy.
Yeah.
Now, did you watch the deleted scene? It's sort of like an extended ending here.
I missed the deleted scenes, unfortunately, this week.
Well, it's crazy. The episode doesn't end with the 8-ball jacket. There's a knock at the door, and it's Newman. And I guess I'll play the clip here, and I'll let it speak for itself.
What is that?
It's my new coat.
You ditched the fur?
Yeah, I saw Jerry where it is. He looked like a bit of a dandy. Check it out. Hey, Paul. You got a question? You asked the 8-ball.
You're gonna wear this all the time?
All sides point to yes.
Newman, what are you doing here?
The recent developments and Joe Mayo's facial condition have caused me to reconsider your offer. So if you and the big guy are still cool with it, I'm cool. Same for you?
Hang on just 1 second.
That wasn't very cool.
This is So there's some physical gags in there that don't really work on the podcast, but like Elaine, kicks both guys out. She takes the sangria. I just like this continuation of the Newman storyline. He's like, oh my God, Joe Mayo was almost beaten to death. I better drop this Svetlana and go with my backup plan.
And I like that joke. I like that funny joke. So I'm sad that didn't make it in.
Big corner pocket.
Of course.
Yeah.
So when I get you that code, I expect you to make that joke. So now, would you shower this episode with kisses, or would you jack it with a sock full of pennies?
Somewhere between the two. You know, this is never an episode that I'm like dying to watch. I think it's a lot of fun. It kind of reminds me of The Apology. You know, I don't find it very memorable, but I like a lot of like just little jokes, little scenes sprinkled throughout. Love the character of Silvio. I think he's hilarious. And that ending, man, to me, it's not about how clever it is or how everything comes together. It's just the dialogue and how the scene just escalates. I think even Spike made a joke in the commentary. He's like, all right, we got to get out. Like, let's wrap this up. But yeah, just, you know, the wallet storyline, never found it very memorable. Same thing with the carry-on. It's not a purse, it's European. It felt very sitcom-y to me. I remember watching this.
They do the same storyline in Friends.
Oh, do they? Oh, there you go. Steal from the ducks. What do you think?
Yeah, it was enjoyable. Not a favorite of mine, but I did have fun with it. Like you said, Sylvia was a great addition this week. Anytime Putty's in an episode, I'm happy. He didn't get as much to do as, you know, previous episode, but seeing him in that coat, both coats actually, both the fur coat and the 8-ball jacket were fantastic. And I enjoyed the wallet discussion, the back and forth between Jerry and George. Like the highlights of this episode, what would you say it is?
It's like the anything with Kramer and the reverse peephole. It's pretty iconic. I think Joe Mayo's party is pretty, you know, iconic. Everyone having a different task. I'm just amazed how in season 9, despite how wacky things get and people kind of behave out of character, and, you know, some episodes just overall don't do it for us, just how much iconic imagery is in each episode. And that can't be said for a lot of the older episodes.
Yeah.
You know, this episode has the fur coat, the 8-ball jacket, the reverse peephole, I guess even the wallet is iconic in a sense. Like, just a lot of fun props and iconic imagery in an episode that, you know, might not have been as satisfying as we wanted it to be.
So you're saying, in a sense, you're saying it's kind of not relying on these props, but those are what make this. Those are the strong points of this episode.
Yeah, in a weird way, it kind of feels more, you know, like prop oriented than usual.
A little heck. All right, that's going to do it for us here on Signcast this week. Please send us an email at signcast@gmail.com. Find us on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, or leave us a voicemail at Coco Bosco.
Vinny, what episode do we have next week?
We are discussing the 13th episode of Season 9, the cartoon, where the pig says, "My wife is a slut."
Now that's a complaint.
But for now, I'm Vinny.
I'm Matt.
Signing off.
Goodbye, Dr. Zayas.
I wish I was. I'd like to see that complaint get rectified.
See, smart people think this is funny. And you want to know why? Because I wrote it.
Should make fun of pigs.
Hello and welcome to Signcast, a retrospective on all 180 episodes of Seinfeld, being hosted by two guys who can barely run their own lives. My name is Vinny.
My name's Matt.
How's it going?
How are you, Mr. Hairy Legs?
Good. Thanks for asking. I was hoping to do the whole intro silent, and you would have just been like, "Hey, my name is Matt."
That really would have been something.
Can we do that in post, where you edit out all my interjections and it's just you?
Do sat down to talk about Seinfeld for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Yeah, we recorded the dealership and the reverse people like back to back. So we missed a little bit of news since we last spoke. I don't really know how important this news story is, especially now. But for a while, we were just getting tons of listeners sending us this link about Jerry on Ellen, saying that it's possible Seinfeld can come back for 10th season. And it's possible. I want to play the clip because when you see a headline like that, or you just see it trending everywhere, you're like, oh my god, that means it's coming back. But listen to this clip and tell me what you think.
So all these sitcoms are having a resurgence. So Roseanne is doing. I heard Murphy Brown. Is that really true? Murphy Brown's doing it.
And Candace Bergen is coming back.
Yes.
I know where you're going with that.
I think you
Why don't you finish?
Well, do you think, Terry, there would be a possibility that Seinfeld would come back?
It's possible.
Wow. You're hilarious, and I had so much fun spending the day with you that day.
It's great.
It's called Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee. It's available now on Netflix. Check it out.
That doesn't seem like much of an answer, right? Or a news story.
Not at all. I don't think he has any interest in doing a Seinfeld revival show at all. They had their chance, and they already did it with the Curb season. So that's what we get.
You had your chance, and you played.
Exactly.
That is something that's come up a lot in the past couple of episodes of Signcast, talking about how Seinfeld wrapped up, and it kind of felt like showmanship, right? Go out on a high note. And there's this sentiment on the DVD commentaries from Jason and Julia that, man, we had so much fun making the show. I don't think a 10th season would have been the best season necessarily, but it would have just been so fun to keep working with each other. So it seems like to me, it's if they're coming back, it's not like it needs to happen, right? It's only for the principals to get to work together again, and for Jerry to make hundreds of millions of dollars.
Buttloads is the technical term. Right? Yeah, but if you think about it, like they were at a point in their lives, the actors where they had young kids, and by now all those kids have kind of moved out of the house. They're adults by now, right? So it seems like there's less stress on the family to make a Seinfeld, to put in all that effort, but I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, I don't either, and like Jerry said, it is possible, right? Anything can happen. I was thinking of the level scene. He's like, of course it could be done. Anything could be done.
Yeah, that's right. And then, so let's say it did come back and it was only Jerry who was the showrunner, I would be miffed, because if at all they wanted to come back, I would want it to be a Larry and Jerry collaborative effort. And I don't see Larry wanting to come back and do it either.
He's been filing him for years.
Yeah, exactly. Prior to that.
Again, anything could happen. I think our general sentiment, and probably most Seinfeld fans out there, is don't come back.
Go back! But so we could also respond with an Elaine comment, like, I gotta admit, it would be nice, it would be nice, but since the characters have aged so much at this point, it'd be weird to see like Kramer up to his antics, having that mullet hair. Why not do like a Seinfeld animated series with all the voices?
It's possible.
Anyways, we'll see. We'll keep tracking this story as it unfolds. Might be the last we ever hear about it. Who knows? But maybe on that note, what episode are we discussing this week?
We are discussing the 13th episode of season 9, the cartoon, written by Bruce Eric Kaplan, directed by Andy Ackerman, and it originally aired January 29th, 1998.
Bruce Eric Kaplan, we brought him up during his first episode, The Bert Griffin Show. TV writer, author, cartoonist. He contributed cartoons to The New Yorker for decades now. You can still see them in the magazine. He actually drew Elaine's cartoon in this episode.
Well, that's cool. How do you like that?
Have you ever seen the drawing that Elaine is holding?
Oh, yes, I have.
Yeah, it's kind of cool because we never get a proper shot in the episode there's a little Easter egg on the DVDs where I don't know if it's a screen grab or someone took a photo on set. It's the ripped page on Elaine's door that she points out to Dugan and Mr. Peterman. And it's great. It's a great little sketch. It even has the initials EMB on it.
Oh, that's great. Which is a lovely nod because Bruce Eric Kaplan initials all his drawings BEK. So.
Exactly. And I did more research than I usually do this week, and I read that in 2012, the New Yorker actually paid tribute to this episode. In the back of every New Yorker, there's a contest where they include a cartoon without a caption, and they put it to the readers to send in captions, and then they select a winner. And contest number 342 was a drawing of a pig at a complaint department. And this cartoon, I think, is very common online. Most people think that this is the version they used in the show, but it's not. This is the New Yorker version. And the winning caption was printed with the caption, "Stop sending me spam," which I thought was pretty good.
I'd like to see that complaint get rectified.
Yeah. And
that's excellent.
Yeah, stop sending me spam. Pretty good, right? And I thought it was really funny. There's actually another caption sent in by some movie critic in Chicago named Roger Ebert. And he wrote, "I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do about your wee-wee problem."
That's also very good.
So shout out to Roger Ebert. Very funny. Yeah, this is just a great little cartoon. This is something that would be kind of fun to frame. If you're ever going to recreate some Seinfeld art or a prop.
Don't get me started. I've been told I have too much Seinfeld memorabilia on the walls already, so I have to curtail my habits.
Yeah, I'm getting married real soon.
Some of these things must go now.
You're wearing that shirt? We'll include some links in the show notes of the cartoon from the episode. But wanted to talk about the guest stars this week, Vinny. We've got Tracy Nelson playing Janet, the she-Jerry.
Janet.
This reminds me of, what was the episode where you brought up Buzz's girlfriend?
From Home Alone?
Yeah. Oh, it was the Two-Face, Gwen, in the story.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what was the story about Buzz's girlfriend?
Oh, Chris Columbus, who directed Home Alone, they needed a picture of an ugly young girl to be Buzz's girlfriend in that picture, and he felt it was too mean to, hey, we need to cast an ugly girl. Hey, you ugly girl. So they had I don't know if it was a boy, but I don't know if it was somebody's son, but they had him wear a wig and dress up as a girl and, make that ugly face to be Buzz's girlfriend.
I still think that Wayne Knight dressed up as Newman's mother in that picture.
Oh yeah, is that your contention?
We've never got confirmation.
It's not him.
But finding this is sort of the same camp. Finding a talented and attractive actress for the role of Janet was tough because she had to, kind of look like Jerry.
To have a real horse face, if you will.
So they found it in Tracy Nelson, and I don't know how popular Tracy Nelson is. You probably know her family, though. Ozzie and Harriet Nelson were her grandparents from The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. Her father, of course, is Ricky Nelson.
Now, let me stop you right there. Ozzie Nelson's reference to the Seinfeld episode. Can you name it?
Yeah, let's see.
I'll give you the quote, but I'm going to cut out the first half. It's bad enough I got to sit next to Ozzie Nelson over here.
I'm done.
Pagliacci, the great tragic clown.
Who's Ozzie Nelson?
Oh, Kramer comes over. Jerry's in his tux. Kramer comes over wearing his cardigan and his slacks, his chinos. And he's like, turn that crap off. What is this? It's Pagliacci. And he's like, it's bad enough I got to go to the opera. I got to sit next to Ozzie Nelson over here. That's the granddaughter.
Also, anyone who watches NCIS, I don't know how they refer to the character, but Leroy, Jethro, Gibbs.
Oh, it's just Gibbs.
Is it Gibbs?
Yeah. I mean, that's his full name, but they call him Gibbs.
Yeah, now they're older. I'm like, hey, Leroy,
yeah.
We got a dead body over here.
That bad Leroy Gibbs.
Mark Harmon, her uncle, that's him. And I like it when, there's people in show business connected. Yeah. And the other guest star we have this week, a familiar face, Kathy Griffin as Sally Weaver, returning to Seinfeld after her first performance in The Doll. How do you feel about Kathy Griffin and her character Sally Weaver?
It's funny, as I was doing the notes for this episode, I'm like going through, Kathy Griffin was in Selling Susan and My Life as a D-List Celebrity, whatever. I forgot that she was in The Doll. I'm like, oh yeah, she's returning as Sally Weaver. Exactly. But I seem to recall it was quite polarizing her character on the show, right?
Yeah, and I didn't know how many people, listeners of the show, hate the character of Sally and the comedian Kathy. It was pretty much down the line. People, they pretty much just said worst character on Seinfeld, and there's something I think about Kathy Griffin's comedy and personality that is pretty polarizing. She's a fast talker, loud, I guess you could say, and sort of like gossipy, right? Sure. Yeah, I loved her performance in The Doll, and I like her performance this week. I think she's just a great foil for Jerry, right? Yeah. There's some cool behind-the-scenes trivia to talk about before we get started discussing the cartoon. Basically about Kathy's experience filming The Doll and how it affected this episode, and in a sense, bringing her back to the show. Back in season 7, we mentioned a story about Danny Hawk, who was like this New York performer being cast as Ramon the Cool Guy. And Danny quit the show during rehearsals because he found the character offensive, and he went on a couple of tours or live performances saying how Jerry and the Seinfeld crew were all racist. And we mentioned during the Cool Guy how that idea of someone bashing Jerry during the shows was sort of the inspiration for Sally Weaver in the cartoon, but it's not just that. After Kathy filmed The Doll, she had a HBO stand-up performance. She talked about her experience working on Seinfeld, and I'm so happy that we have the audio here. If you don't want to stick it out, just skip ahead 5 minutes. But I'll play it so you can just see how much this episode is really lifted from real life. So here we go. Kathy Griffin, circa 1996.
Okay, so I'm going to start out with a celebrity gossip story. You up for it? Okay, so guess what? I got to be on Seinfeld this year, and I won a working thing. So this is what happened. So I get to be on Seinfeld, which is a big giant honor because it's a wonderful show and it's really exciting. So I go, and the first day you have a table reading, right? We're gonna sit around a table with the famous people, and then you read the script. And it's weird because they're so famous, And when you first meet Jerry Seinfeld, it's like you're meeting someone doing an impression of him, And it's sort of jarring, He goes, "Hey, how you doing?" And you go, "Hey, hi, Jerry." Like you start talking in those, cadences and stuff. And so I read the part. I had a funny part, and I was sitting next to Michael Richards, and then we're reading it, and then they sort of laughed at the first thing I said, and then Michael Richards patted my back, and he goes, "Good job, Kathy." And I was like, "Oh, he's so sweet." And then he never knew who I was the rest of the week. And he's just like that. He's exactly like me. And so anyway, then we do the table read, and here's the thing. It's all my scenes are with Jerry, which is really fun. And we started work on a Sunday, and it was the day of the Golden Globes. So I wanted to ask a favor of Jerry, which is I wanted to get an autograph from him because I was going to a Golden Globe party that my friend Dennis was having. And my friend Dennis is gay, and they have the best Golden Globe parties, and that's true. So anyway, sometimes I just have to have my things around me. Okay, so anyway, then I thought, okay, but I've met a lot of celebrities, and I know that you shouldn't just immediately go up to them and go like, "I'm your biggest fan," so they get all flinty and scared. So I thought, well, I'll wait to see, get to know them a little bit. So we're rehearsing, and then I had the pen and the paper ready, like guns blazing, just ready, very easy on Jerry. So we're rehearsing for a scene, and then I took them both out and I said, "Oh, Jerry, I have a 5 minutes. And he goes like this. So I was like, okay. And then he starts talking to the director. And I'm just standing there, and then he's talking, he's getting more and more agitated about the script. He's going on and on about he doesn't like it, he wants to make changes. He's getting more and more angry. And I'm standing there with the film paper like, bad timing, bad timing, bad timing. And but now it's too late because I'm there like a big weirdo with like a pen and paper. And like I'm gonna pass that up. Hey, I was just gonna write a note to say, hi, how are you? No. And so anyway, he turns to me and he goes, and you got a question like that. And I go, oh yes, Jerry. I'm Ben Show. And I said, my friend Dennis is having a global boat party tonight, and I thought it would be really great since you're nominated for a little boat. If you could write like a little note to the party, like, dear Dennis's party, vote for me, Jerry Seinfeld. And he goes, what? And I was dying. I was so with the red, like, fever. And so I just said, oh, like, and then he's looking at me, he's like, what? And he goes, I'm going to the boat club. I'll just see you at the party. And I go, no, Jerry, some of us watch from private homes. We don't all get to go. But, so anyway, then I explained, I guess, he like a little note to the party, and then he looks at me like I have antenna, like I'm a crazy alien, and he just goes like this. That's about the last thing I have time for right now. You guys, I died. So anyway, I go, and I just was like, okay, because you guys like, okay, it's your show. And then he walked away, and then the script wrote was very cute. So then he says to the crew, he says, okay, look, I'm going to the Eclipse tonight, so I only want to work an hour. So everybody has to do their scenes after I'm done. I'm only going to work for an hour, and they're going to leave. And he has big work ethic. And then and then like the more, because like when you go in and you do like a little part on the show, it's kind of nerve-wracking and stuff. So the more I started thinking about Jerry Seinfeld, like yelling at me and not saying, the more I started getting really angry. And then I was walking around all day. Well, it was only about one day, but I was like walking around. And then I was like walking around in my head, just like an insane person going, you know what? You, Jerry Seinfeld. You can't sign your name, and I'm like, I'm really mad. So anyways, then Jerry and I are in the fight. Except he doesn't know it, very less. So anyway, actually an hour later, he was saying goodbye to everyone. They're saying, good luck. And I was like, and then he turned to me and goes, and you wanted me to sign something? And I was like, oh, yes. So then he signed it, and then, of course, there's the big hit. So what do you think of that? One of the first things that comes to mind,
I cannot believe how much her performance in the cartoon mirrors her performance in her actual stand-up. You actually sent me the link to the YouTube video, and I could see her. She's doing the same gestures, the same. It sounds the same, but same kind of manner. She even does like a Devil-born pose when she's saying that she was like an alien. I heard at some point, but I couldn't get over it. It's quite the same performance.
Well, the story didn't end here, obviously. So I guess sometime after this special aired, it started going around like the gossip circuits, tabloid newspapers that Kathy and Jerry had like a bit of beef. And when Kathy appeared on Late Night with Conan O'Brien later that year to promote Suddenly Susan, she tells the story, but then announces, or reveals rather, that Jerry wrote her a letter.
This is a really funny, great letter from Jerry. It's got the Seinfeld letter. It's official. Dear Miss Griffin, I was up until your recent monologue on some of the Spirit Camper channel, unaware that you had ever appeared on my #1 television series that is named after me. I nonetheless very much enjoyed your little skit. Although I obviously have no recollection of ever meeting you. I was particularly amused by the blank you, Jerry Seinfeld moment. I assumed the point of this being how could anyone's opinion of me, no matter how slanderous, have any effect on my great empire anyway. How true and how life can be funny. Anyway, I wish you much good luck in whatever it is you do. And I hope that you continue to enjoy my history-making television program, Seinfeld, along with millions of other Americans and countless fans around the world. Enclosed, please find a box of snack balls. Best regards, Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh, whatever. You can show that to your grandchildren someday.
I love Jerry Jerry's response. It's just perfect. And apparently, he recruited some of the writers to help him come up with as many like insulting jokes as possible.
As she's reading that letter, I'm thinking, there's no way he wrote this. And then it dawned on me that, oh, this is a joke. This is humor. This is what they do.
Yeah, so apparently everything's okay. And Abby got brought back for this episode of the cartoon. And it's just crazy, as you pointed out earlier, just how much was lifted from that HBO special. From the pacing, the tone, the devil horns, and she also drops the...
That's right.
Anyways, some cool behind-the-scenes trivia. Let's get started with this week's episode. We're on the street. Kramer is out walking with Jerry and explaining his theory that UNICEF is a scam. Perfect cover for a money laundering operation. But the conversation ends when Jerry spots Sally Weaver down the block.
Sally. Your old college. She moved to New York a few years ago, just trying to become an actress. Untalented. She was inviting me to see her on some bad plane and tiny room without ventilation. It's really depressing. She should just give.
Hey, here, Mr. Tony, come to my show. I just get capital. I'm not going to watch you for that big break.
Did you just give up? Kramer, that's what Jerry says. Well, face it, if it hasn't happened, it's not going to happen. All right. Grab a cigarette. Join us.
So, Susan's dead. My first comment here on the scene, the opening UNICEF, it seems like that's like the shortest cold open ever, because it's one line about UNICEF and Kramer's kind of paranoid, and then it launches into this week's episode. So I think it's practically the shortest cold open. Also, I miss these Kramerisms and him misremembering names or events. You know, that's part of his character, but I miss it.
Your old college roommate, huh?
Exactly. And we don't get enough of conspiracy Kramer as well. There's a couple moments, this being the first, but there's a couple moments that harken back to the old days of Seinfeld, which made me appreciate this episode. So,
I think Kramer loves his conspiracies. He loves saying, oh, it's a scam. It's a half scam, Jimmy. And also, he pronounces it as I never picked up. You did, the A's.
I love that. We do get there to learn Kathy Griffin as Sally Weaver.
She used to be an executive for FedEx, so it's kind of weird to see her do a 360 and become an actress in New York.
It's 180. Maybe Marcus got promoted to her executive position.
Did you ever notice how she has nicknames for everyone? Hey there, Mr. Hairy Legs. Hey, Mr. Too Big, come to my show. Hey, Mr. Big. Anyways, let's go on. Jerry and Kramer are out to each the lane, and they have a little fight over what happened with Sally. Kramer thinks it was fun to be honest with her, whereas Jerry wants to know, why can't you just keep your big mouth shut?
I come in here to have a pleasant meal, and if we're not going to have one, we're not going to have to go to your place. Yeah.
So Kramer leaves in a huff, and Elaine kind of sides with Kramer. Why not tell someone to go? She has. What does she want to do?
I don't remember. It certainly wasn't this.
Another bleak, hopeless little Kathy Elaine character this season.
Yes, bleak.
What's that?
I think I'm channeling Mickey with yes, the rage. Rage.
Elaine changes the subject. It's Jerry the New Yorker asking him to explain a joke in a cartoon. But he doesn't get it. George joins the group and kind of chuckles at him. It's cute. Do you care? Our cartoon has like an intelligent person. He can figure this out. There's a dog and cat in an office. The cat is saying that he enjoyed reading her email.
It's got something to do with the 42 and a quarter. It's a page. Well, I cracked this one. It's a fun little opening scene.
And they're going to be like, it's a slice of life.
I like where Elaine's coming from here. She's like ribbing everybody, but
cartoon, and George is waiting for his girlfriend Janet. Who's crazy about her. She's got such a nice face. Her eye, mouth, nose.
We know what a face consists of.
And this mystery woman Janet arrives and says hi to the group before she and George leave for a movie. And Elaine has this smirk on her face and tells Jerry, Janet, what's exactly that?
She doesn't.
Yeah, maybe she doesn't.
I have a question for you. After George says, I can't crack this one, and Elaine says, it's got to be a mistake. George says, try shaking it. Then there's followed by a pause. And he kind of gives up. What is he asking her to shake? The cartoon?
Here's your night moment for this week. I was thinking Etch-a-Sketch. I was thinking Magic 8 Ball. Okay, I don't know what else you would shake.
They're running a Euro. And there's some brilliant dialogue which, after Elaine asked Jerry and Janet run to the middle, Jerry said, yeah, the woman's about to get stuck paying for her own to be taken. So another, poking fun at George's cheapness,
as well as I skipped over it and grabbing just 90 minutes.
Yeah, that was great. He didn't have time to stop to get candy.
You still stop to get candy?
No, I usually will, be all right for myself. So I'll pay the $12 while I'm in line. Candy doesn't really do it for me when I'm things. I really just want the popcorn. I know when I go with you, you have to get the candy, so I'll get some candy. Or some Nestle little French bites. This episode was my first exposure to the New York back in the day. And I feel like this set a precedent for me that I'd never be able to understand any of the cartoons.
Yeah, we get the New Yorker, and it's not as challenging as you think. Apparently there was a deleted scene after the scene of months where Elaine would walk by Dugan's office at the Peterman company, and the cartoon was on his door, and she's like, what does this mean? They read the punchline, and I like reading the email, and Dugan goes, oh, my girlfriend and I are always emailing each other, and that's it. It's forgettable, but there's more effort on Elaine's part this episode to try to understand the joke before she goes to the Anyways, let's go over to Jerry's apartment.
Hey, Kramer. Got some messages. George, Elaine, George again, Elaine. That was a great call. And I saw Sally with the says thanks a lot. She's winning the business. What? You're the one who ruined her life. That's not how she ruins. All I got to figure out of this. I thought you said she stinks. She does stink. And she shouldn't. But I don't want it to be because of me. It should be the traditional route. Years of rejection and failure until she spit out the bottom of the porn industry. Yeah. George's girlfriend, Elaine, thinks she looks like me, but I think it's a suicide. You know what the story you look like? Lena. Hey, George. And you must exactly like Jerry. See this? You like twins? This is Eric. George, relax. Doesn't mean you're secretly in love with Jerry. It's getting dark. What are you doing? Don't tell a woman she looks like a man. George doesn't want to hear his girlfriend looks like me. Frankly, neither do I. Should I approach the subject? You don't approach. You keep your mouth shut. Let's have a dive again. I think one of us should be. I think that was a
about 10 seconds of silence there. I saw them volunteers left. I think it was a fun one for me. It's a challenge, right? They're having a staring contest with Michael staring down the barrel of Kramer's nose. It's a nice little piece in that. I love as Kramer's relaying the messages to Jerry Newman about the prank call. So it finds time during his schedule to prank call Jerry. I also like how Kramer is just he's a odd person, right? He doesn't understand how awful this is. Where he's like, that's some Sally woman called. She said, thanks a lot. You ruined your life. Yeah, no tact or, doesn't bring the Jada. When Gary's explaining who Jada is, George's girlfriend, Elaine thinks she looks like me, but I think that's what you say, cookie talk. Kramer has said cookie talk in a previous episode, right? Which I like, because it's such a little bit of a gentle nod to the way Kramer talks. I thought that was kind of cool. Do you remember the reference there? I remember he says, that's cookie talk. I can tell you that's in the apology. He's like, how long are your showers? 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That's cookie talk. Nice. Good one, Nancy Drew. Well, I had to look up Lena Horne, and I see it. I don't see it at all. I don't know what Kramer's done. I think it's just the dark hair, the nose, the eyes, the mouth. It's sad. Kramer, I would rather has, for an episode where he doesn't talk about it, and there's so many pillars of like, mainly I think it's the next scene. George is over, but without George. But I love the line here. Just because they look alike doesn't mean you're secretly in love with Jerry. The discomfort between George and Jerry starts to build. Yes. I figured we could save that discussion for the next scene. But for now, can you think of any other Kramer moments where he spoke something from the truth? When he showed them, here's a pretty, any of those other women just need a new nose. What? Or nose job, excuse me. That may be the most classic one, but in the Hamptons, my favorite episodes. Oh man, what a weekend! The beach, lobster cooking. That's right. I saw Jane topless. Exactly. Yeah. What? And kind of got written into the plot of an episode in A Kiss of Love when Jerry and Elaine said, "Oh, we need her to change her hairstyle. Let's get Kramer to say something about it." That's right. Let's get over to Monk's. Jerry meets with Sally and tries to give her a pep talk. She can't win. Jerry's on stage. All he hears is that he stinks. Build showbiz. Everyone stinks. Yeah, I think it's the 80s. Yeah. All right, I think we've covered my names. That was good. That was like a very cartoony Sally This pep talk works, and Sally gains her confidence and jumps back in. And let's go over to Jerry's apartment. As we heard from the deleted scene, Elaine asked everyone at work. No one could explain the cartoon. I actually read the Gary Larson's Far Side collection recently, and I loved them growing up. But I didn't realize how many of them I don't get, even to this day. Until I, went on some message boards, and it turns out there's a lot of Far Side comics that people to this day don't understand. Like, everyone has different theories about what the joke was. Anyway, this book, did you create it worked. So, thanks to that deleted scene where Elaine asked everyone at work, we kind of get a continuation of that in this scene, right? Where Jerry would ask if Peterman looked at the cartoon. Yeah, Elaine explained that he was so hopped up on Egyptian root wine, he doesn't know what weekend is. Which I believe it's a great line, Egyptian root wine. But anyways, we have a long clip to play here. This is when George enters.
Hi, George. Jada seems really nice. She's a really handsome.
Yeah, what is that? You mean my life? Wait,
She's completely off my God. Jamie, no. What are you? It's ludicrous. And neither one of us. So. Kramer, get in here! What are you doing? Let's talk about that. Don't leave. I wanted kind of shit. First, that girl whose life destroyed. George dating Lady Jerry. That's the decision. I know you're going to keep my big mouth shut. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk it. Yeah, right. Why need to talk it? But the blab to the neighbors about how George has a new friend, Jerry. Every time the coffee shop, George is all mixed up in a perverse sexual amalgam of some girl and his best friend. Silence. Stop talking, Jerry. 94% of communication is not good. Watch. Snell's reaction to hearing about George's man love for TJ. There's no way you're stick to us. Oh, you want to start now? That's right. Right. Oh man, this guy is great. This scene is insane. Let's maybe we should start at the beginning with Elaine. I love her teasing George. Janet seems really nice and she's quite a handsome. Oh, not only George, but Jerry as well. I feel like she is the Woody Woodpecker of this episode. Was she more of an instigator or a troublemaker? So that is the first part of the scene. Excellent. And then, this is what I was talking about earlier, revisiting these classic Seinfeld isms, kind of ping pong back and forth, these exchanges with, oh, I know, because you don't think Janet, hold on, ludicrous. Yes. Yeah, exactly. It's like old time love song. And we'll get more of that at the end, too. I know, that's great. And then the next thing I love is Kramer appears out of his door. He's like so flattered, and he's just like, oh yeah, he's strutting his stuff like a little Jerry would. And he even he does his thing, and he does it a lot where he tugs at his shirt and he adjusts his clothing. But I just like that swagger as Kramer walks out of his apartment into Jerry's. Oh, absolutely. Right, and it leads to maybe some of the best dialogue this episode where, I've been shooting off at the mouth lately. First, that girl whose life he destroyed, and George dating Lady Jerry. So Lady Jerry, and then what is it? George has a new friend, Jerry. And then what is it later? Franklin's still secret action to what? George's man love for the she Jerry. That's the So if we were not talking, it would be hilarious. Yeah. Trading places. And there's this great twist at the end where he's like, what do I need to talk to? To talk about this Jerry or reverse sexual amalgam or some girl and his best friend. See, I've done all that. Yeah. Great stuff here. Love the scene so much. Can we go back though before Kramer and Terry? You get some sexual awkwardness, right, between George and Jerry. And I love that. It's mainly Jason's line. I'm not gonna
I love that guy. He always has to defend his sexuality, it seems. We saw it back in season 2 and 3, and here again in season 9.
Yeah, I wonder how much this tracks since the earlier seasons, because it seemed to be a big part of George from not wanting to sit next to Jerry in the car with Elaine.
You're a little homophobic, aren't you?
Is that obvious?
Exactly.
Also,
his crush on Evander Holyfield.
And that ties in right with the new, I forget the setup, but it's like just, knitting a man is attractive doesn't make you homosexual. It doesn't help.
Yeah. That's not helpful.
And of course, the outing, right? I mean, an entire episode where Jerry and George are terrified that people would think they're gay. I don't know, just something that we don't really see explored on the show all that much in the later seasons.
Yeah.
But I love this here. I think it's fantastic. But we'll see how Kramer's About the Silence goes as we move on to the New Yorker. Elaine has conned her way to speak with the editor, saying that the human catalog wants to start writing cartoons like the one she's been trying to figure out. All this editor has to say is, this is a clever jab at futurologist politics. It's like gossip. One doesn't dissect gossip. It's a suicide. No, it isn't. A pun? I don't think so. Wallenstein? That's not what turns out this guy has no idea. He works for the New Yorker, has no idea what cartoon means. Why do you print it? I like the So this whole, scene ends with Elaine just yelling at the guy, like, you can do comedy when you go to bear at a cocktail party talking about the stock market in your magazine.
Yeah, that's good. She's kind of lost her anger, and she's kind of a couple things. Did you notice how they were passing the magazine back and forth? What is the point for the comments?
Great physical. I mean, for two people sitting at the desk, great physical.
So Paul Benedict plays Mr. Elenoff as he is in the script, and this guy is only seen, and it's so memorable. The lines he gets, the magazine passing, but every sentence out of his mouth, I feel like, is very memorable. In the script, his first name is Roger, so we actually get a full name, Roger Elenoff. But Paul Benedict, he passed away in 2008. He was in The Goodbye Girl, as well as Addams Family and Jeffersons. And I always remember him as being a judge in the Addams Family, and he hated Gomez, and he teen cereal, and the golf ball comes through his window. Remember that?
Yeah, you gotta say the line. Sorry about the window.
I love Ralph Moya. Sorry we lost him so early. And another great scene in that movie when he has the golf balls. The judge has been saving the golf balls this whole time for Falcons to prosecute the Adams. He dumps them all over his desk and he left.
Believe it or not, I think we never did Jefferson. That was like one of the few shows I would watch on Nick at Night. And I remember every time he was the neighbor, he would arrive at the door. Weezy would always go, "Oh, Mr. Bentley." He would always say that for some reason.
I saw 11 seasons the Jeffersons ran for. That's crazy. I'm starting to kind of progress. I want to watch like some 90s sitcoms. Now in the 80s, I'm watching Cheers, and that was 11 seasons. And maybe I'll do like the 70s shows too.
Lots of spin-offs, right? Like Jeffersons came out of that All in the Family. Great show with Cheers. They're all
good friends with Joey,
Mark and Lindy. But yeah, love seeing this Paul Benedict as a New Yorker guy. It's too bad he wasn't like either a recurring character or just had more scenes. But let's get over to the Samuel Beckett Theater. This is a real theater in New York. It's now just called the Beckett Theater, and it's part of Theater Row in Manhattan. Sally has gotten herself a one-woman show, and Jerry is in the audience, flattered to hear that he was the one who inspired her. And Kramer joins Jerry, not saying anything because of his period of silence.
How's that going?
So Sally comes out on stage, and Jerry seems happy for her.
I think I really like this because it's about me. It's not just about me. It's about me and this guy, Jerry Seidman. I like to call him the Okay, so I run into this Jerry on the street, and then he says to me, "Hey, Sally, you stink. You should give a back." I'm doing Jerry now, okay? So you have to imagine I have horns, a tail, and hooves instead of feet.
So yeah, here we go. It's pretty much your special from 1996, right?
Yeah, you could have inserted that other clip earlier. Same thing.
Well, we get an act break, and the next scene we're in Jerry's apartment, where Elaine is learning about Sally's show, and Jerry hears that she just got a job with the new.
Good luck. It's sold out for the next 3 weeks.
Well, I bet I can get in to mention it from
The New York.
the New York. I met with their cartoon editor, and I got a picture of it that cartoon make sense.
Wow. Good work, Nancy Drew.
The bands are going to lunch. It's great gossip about James III.
Naughty Bob.
And so I could submit some of my own.
Wow, that's incredible. But you know, what you're sad the house with the little girl with the bow, the sunflower with the smiley face, the transparent. Where did you see that?
Oh, and that's cool. Because it's not only is Jerry drawing naked pictures of her, it's like a glimpse into their past when they were dating. Because that's what she had to have found in those pictures, right?
Never put that together.
Yeah, it's like a little perspective to the couple.
I think it's stuck in his late 30s or 40s at this point. It's drawing naked pictures.
It's Jerry Seinfeld. But he's making fun of her with each of her drawings, sallow horses. That's cool. He's got a whole repertoire.
The transparent dude.
And then one of the quotes I use all the time, I think it works, is wow, good work, Nancy Drew.
You used it earlier. It's a good one. It's weird how they use throwaway lines just in the drama. I wasn't aware of James Faber, but he was a, he had like humor pieces and cartoons in the New Yorker from like the 40s and 50s, if anyone's interested. But this might be the, no, it's not. This is not the last mention of Lois Lane or the characters. So if you think of the next, maybe final reference to it, it's a fun.
Oh, Lois Lane. There. Thank you.
Next scene, we're on. Sally joins Jerry at a table there. He wants to kind of figure out why she's doing the show. Are we going to stop?
Jerry, sorry I'm late. He's on my show. Isn't that great?
No, I thought the show was terrific. I was just wondering if you keep saying Jerry Seinfeld is different. I know, but I thought maybe you could mention how I apologized and encouraged you to stick with it.
I workshop for all the snoozers. I'll tell you what, I'll tell you. It's our job.
Thanks.
Excuse me? No, it is you. I've seen your show 6 times.
What a surprise.
Great. That's great. It's so great to see you. It's about me.
Of course, you like Sally, right?
Oh, yeah, that's what he's been waiting for.
I've seen your show 6 times.
there was a different, or an alternate ending, I guess, in which Newman told Sally, I have a funny story about having to use on your show. Last night I took Jerry's laundry out of the machine and threw it on the floor. Jerry responds, hilarious.
I think the final line was great here. This commenting on the show, right?
Oh, yeah. You can see Wayne Knight is where Newman's head kind of shifts from Sally to Jerry.
This yours? Again, Kathy Griffin. I love her delivery. Channel 9 is doing a piece of my show. Isn't that great? Also, I workshopped that a bit. Snoozers.
She's like a cartoon.
She's Michael.
Now that I think about it, she might be a good fit for a training date.
Yeah, I can see that. Kind of got like a little, I don't know, she could be like a cousin Toby.
Yes.
Sally, what can I do? So next scene, we're in the cab. Just briefly here, Kramer hops in, and when the driver asks where to, Kramer realizes, I can't say anything, and he just gets out. Next scene, we're at Janet's apartment. Janet is putting on makeup and hair while George stands behind her watching, and you get some inner monologue of George trying to convince himself that she looks nothing like Jerry. And if she did, what does that equate to?
That I have everything I have with Jerry, but because it's a woman, I can also have sex with him. And somehow that being exactly what I always wanted.
Poor bastard. I love inner monologues, and I think this is one of the best because I think George hit the nail on the head, right? That's exactly what's going on here.
Yeah.
Too bad you can't just accept that, right?
Well, yeah, he has his best relationship is with Jerry, but he also has a love of food and sex. So,
What about you, Brittany? Could you date someone that looks just like me with some longer hair? I'm a dedicated to benefits, right?
But you date a bald woman? Okay, well, there you go.
Next scene, we're at Jerry's apartment, and another log clip here. Watching
I go to meet Jerry's the coffee shop. He's like, hey, stop doing the show. And I'm like, oh, it's free country. I need a vacation. Jerry's like, fine. Right, getting all these hands. This is what it looks like. What heat is he ordering? Get out of my house. Well, boys, I did it. I did it. Finally came up with a great New Yorker cartoon.
I should take up all night and fix myself up a little before I go home. Wash your hands.
This is a jam. Kramer, look at it.
It's okay to get a complaint report.
Yeah, and he's saying, I wish I was taller. See? That's a complaint.
I get it.
Do you? Because that's not a normal complaint.
How about if it was something like, I can't find my receipt, my place is a sty?
I wish I was taller. That's nice. That's really cute.
Well, I gotta complain. This cartoon stinks.
That's they're publishing it in an edition. Oh, you know what? I just ran into Newman and he said you wrote Selling Reaper.
That's it. I'm gonna put it into this.
Now that's a good one. That confidence And Kramer is very pleased with himself after Elaine is puzzled as she reads.
Now, can you go back to the other Kramer joke you made? The suggestion, Jerry's a perfect.
Yeah, sex is right.
What is with Kramer and
He doesn't value the sanctity of marriage, it seems. They're man-made prisons, so he just wants to break them up, I guess. My favorite part of this scene is when you see Elaine, she comes in, she's disheveled, hair's up in like a bun, there's like a pencil holding together. She's like, hey. And then she's got these boots on with a coats, and Jerry is just ribbing at her. I stay up all night, I fix myself up a little before I go out. Mouthwash, hat, something. But she even like talks where she extends herself and breathes into Jerry's face. I just found it so funny how he's just, making fun of her. It's great.
yeah, and it's funny you mentioned the 90. It does remind me of Busboy, right? When he comes in, she couldn't make it to the airport. She has a great monologue from earlier before Elaine enters. Well, first of all, I love Sally's. This one looks like Lazy.
Oh yeah.
That's great. I love Jerry saying, "Get out of my house." That's something I've said before.
Oh yeah.
That whole idea of why are you yelling at the TV? Let's talk about Lane's punchline there. I wish I was taller. Just like grade that on a level of 1 to 10.
Doing the, I wish I had the gift of Jerry plugging his nose real stinker, as you like to say. Well, I get what she's going for, because of course that complaint's not going to get rectified, hence the humor. But I much prefer Jerry's gift or Kramer's for that matter.
I don't get Kramer's. Anyways, Jerry is really pissed off about Sally saying all these things about him, so calls her up and leaves a message on her machine. And since he's angry, his voice kind of reaches that high comedic pitch, and tells her to stop telling everyone how horrible he is. And we cut to one of Sally's performances, and she's playing the tape with a message tape in front of a pack house. Of course, Newman is in the front row. What does the tape recorder look like?
There's a picture of Jerry, black and white, with a nice big smile, devil horns, and a tail coming out. The only thing missing is the hooves.
Jerry and Kramer watch this spectacle from the back of the theater, and Jerry stomps away, saying, "I'm on to the guns." And at another performance, Sally reveals that she received a cease and desist from crybaby Jerry's employer.
Okay, well, I've got 2 words for you, Jerry Seinfeld. You recall another episode where Kramer used the name Sally?
It's like
Not referring to it.
This is Sally. She has the measurements.
That's not the one I'm thinking of, but well done.
But it's like I don't think so, Sally.
You're getting
People on bed.
Act 8 dancing.
That was his nickname for Elaine.
Yes. They're not yours, Tully.
That's right. Yeah, Adam's we were talking the other day about what would be in our top 5 most quoted movies. I think they're all from the 90s. It's Ace Ventura.
Well, Clue's 80s.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Clue, Ventura, Ace Ventura. I'd throw in that too.
That's probably close. Coming Number, maybe.
There you go. You should have. You say we need to do it about good on each one.
Got it.
Yeah, that was Family is very underrated.
Yeah, I just Christopher Lloyd, love him. He's a treasure. It's a fantastic cast. I love that movie.
Yes, the Seinfeld connection. Anyways.
Oh, wait, are there any Seinfeld actors who appear in Besides,
You asked me about Sally earlier. I was thinking, oh, Sally.
Mr. Gomez, please stop. I don't know where they were.
You're off to us. Yeah. I wanted to ask you a trivia question. This is easy, I guess, because you know Sally is one of them. Can you tell me the 3 characters who have said fuck on Seinfeld?
Oh, wow. Matthew of the yogurt shop. Oh, okay. Homer, sorry. Oh, okay.
You know where Matthew got it from?
Oh, Jerry says. I thought he said. He says that as well. And then the mom.
5, sorry.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Let's
Excluding the non-fat yogurt. What 3 characters have said on 10? There are 3 other episodes.
Did we already hear them?
Yes.
Sally Weaver's one of them. There's 2 more. So angry is it one of the main ones? Is it? It's not when like the door closes on the lane or something.
No, it's a complete. I believe green.
I'm at a loss.
Here she is.
Oh, okay.
And then in the subway.
Oh, Mother Elaine was just doing her. Wow.
I think Elaine says mother.
Yes, she does. Wow. My Seinfeld trivia has gone to shit since doing this podcast, so apologies.
But your Addams Family trivia is going strong. So Jerry's watching all of this from home, and he starts whining. You know, how can she say that on TV? How come she gets a cable special? I never got a cable special. So of course, real life Jerry has had 2 specials. Well, I guess 3 if you count, of course. I'm telling you for the last time on HBO in 1988. Everyone knows that it's on Netflix. But he had one in 1987 called Jerry Seinfeld Stand Up Confidential. Have you ever seen this?
I visualized the cover. Oh my god. Apparently, they had skits.
Let's see this.
Yeah, we got a special.
So Jerry's plan moving forward with Sally is just to cut off all communication. That way she won't have any new material. So we'll see how that plan goes. Before we move on to the next scene, there were a few deleted scenes that were going to either although here or just being kind of spread throughout the episode involving Kramer and his antics around the city, not being able to speak. Did you watch any of this?
I did. They were fantastic. I'm sorry they're not that tough to reproduce them on an audio, in an audio medium. But one of them is eating at the counter at Monk's, and the waitress said she starts to order coffee. She's like, "Tell me when to stop." And Kramer's like banging on the counter trying to get her attention because she's looking elsewhere. It overflows and he burns himself again. There's another scene in which he is at a newsstand and this beautiful woman comes up to him and says, "You know, I promised myself, I've seen you before. I promised myself if I saw you again, I was going to say hi. I'm Rhonda. How are you?" And of course, Kramer's flattered by this, but he can't bring us up to say anything. She's just like, "Oh my god, you hate me," and she runs off. And then Kramer is kind of upset that this has just happened.
That's really sad.
We can also talk about the George part too. Yeah, hey, is that related?
No, I didn't tell actually what it is. I guess I understand what was happening in the scene about George and Janet.
Well, I think George. Okay, so there's a deleted scene which it's more about George and Janet with their gun fetish. But she goes into the other room to get some, I think, big league shoe. They do actually play
Zebra stripe, I think they mentioned.
They discuss various types of gum and like how sexual each gum is or something. But like Big League Chew is apparently is a big deal. So she goes to the room to get a pack with George Quigley calls Kramer. He's like, "You're the only one I can talk to, Kramer," or something. Kramer comes in the room. He can't say hello, so he goes. And it's really loud, you know, what Mike can do. But it's just funny because George is confiding in him, bearing his soul, and Kramer is not giving him any good. Is it Kramer gotta help it? Like, oh, why did I call you? And things, but it was just a really nice montage of visual gags of Kramer not being able to talk. So check it out.
Yeah, I'll try to find the clips on YouTube. Sometimes people upload them.
You don't try, you do.
Well, next scene, let's cut over to Elaine's office. Elaine has taped her New Yorker cartoon to her door and wants to know what Dugan thinks.
Check it out. We wish you the New Yorker. It's funny. He wants to be taller. What's this guy gonna say, huh? Nothing.
Elaine, I'm afraid I haven't get enough.
You've had too much, sir.
I wish I was. I'd like to see complaint get rectified. I think Elaine, I just realized that I like these buttons. It's a Ziggy.
Ziggy?
It infiltrates them without recognizing anyway. Some charlatan has stolen a Ziggy and passed it off as his own. Quick, Elaine, to my archives.
That's kind of my example.
Well, I admire you because you actually have archives. I don't have anything. Yeah,
Do you feel like my handwriting?
well, let's say that. I have archives.
Yeah. They don't take up that much room. Are you a fan of Ziggy? Do you know Ziggy?
I don't know. I feel like I missed out on my childhood because I don't know Ziggy. I don't know Farside. I don't know who Lawrence Thurber is. James Thurber.
What you do as a kid? What was your thing? What did you?
We have cable. We have cable. We got the newspaper on the weekend, so I had the password. Reading the mini pages. I think that's what it's called.
What a child does. What did you do with your time though? Did you read? Did you watch movies?
I played and read. I watched movies. I played Nintendo 8. It's kind of
Well, I'm not that familiar with Ziggy either, but I love him, right? He's a little short, old white guy.
so not a white guy, right?
Ziggy, yeah, okay. I suppose he is white. I love that we find out that Elaine is helping, or actually the one to fix Peter's flat tires.
She's like the go-to tire changer in the office.
Great final line for Dugan. This is his last appearance on Seinfeld. You should make fun of pigs. Anyways, Elaine ripped off the Ziggy, and we'll get more about that later. But first, let's cut over to this restaurant. It's called O, and it's in the West Village. It closed a year ago, April 2017. Read a very sad article about it because it's just one of a few restaurants that have been in the West Village for that long. But here we go. We get to see it on Seinfeld. George and Janet are out to eat. And there's some say a lot of Janet's line delivery in this scene.
You know what's great about our relationship? It's not about looks.
It's not.
Kim. For instance, when we first met, great conversation.
I remember we used to go to the party.
After that, we really talked, didn't we?
This relationship has got to be about something. And fast, or I'll be very serious and be in trouble. What else?
You asked for peace of mind because you have a risk when that comes.
Oh, yes! Whatever that will take it.
Why is she chewing gum at dinner? That's my question. Things have gotten into this, as you said, yes. That last line is sort of becoming George's catchphrase this season. Yeah, he is losing it. I think he said it at the end of the apology. Great policy meeting. And everyone starts laughing. Janet does have a little bit of a Long Island or Jersey kind of thing in her voice, which is nice.
It's so sweet. I love the how familiar I look, and you must have seen me somewhere before.
That's the prettiest girl at the party.
Great. Love her delivery. It's so good. And that desperation in George, right, has nothing to do with Janet. It's all about his discomfort with his own sexuality.
What does it say about Janet, going for a guy who asked her for a piece of gum because his breath smelled like hummus?
Yes! Fantastic villain too, which I guess will come up later. This relationship has got to be about something fast. We're in very serious and weird trouble. Alright, let's get over the months. Kramer is finishing up a milk crate in one of the booths when Sally spots him and sits down. She starts talking and doesn't take a breath, just leaving Kramer in the dust. He's not really sure what to do. And as she jumps from topic to topic, he eventually loses his temper and says, "You gotta shut up." Kramer apologizes and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't spoken in days." And Sally wants him to open up, lay it on, Mr. Queen. Question for you. Is this part of her plan? Is she hoping to get dirt from Kramer?
It doesn't seem so, but it says to work out in her favor. She actually looks very genuine and very engaged in what Kramer has to say. I think just being a sounding board for him. So he can let it all out. But it ends up benefiting her and hurting our hero as a result. So I don't think there was ill will initially.
Because she knows that he's Jerry's neighbor friend, right?
Yeah.
Alright, let's go over to Janet's apartment. Janet is in the bathroom getting the gum out of her hair before bed, while George is just left standing in the hallway panicking. When Janet actually comes out, what does she look like?
The hair's a little shorter. It's kind of got this little 80s, 90s comedian on it. It's darker, and she happens to be wearing a button-down shirt.
Yes, she has the spitting image of, I want to say more like season 7 Jerry. Looks just like that. And I'm surprised they didn't play any music or anything like that.
Yeah,
it's very creepy.
Now, Janet doesn't have, black pants and white sneakers on, right? She's just wearing the blue button-down shirt.
It'd be awesome if she came out in the full outfit.
What's a David Gum doing? Hey, Jerry actually does a bit about gum.
Yeah. It's not liquid. It's not solid. What is it? Anyway, all Janet has to ask is when to get ready for bed to send George running out the door. And I never noticed this. That he shouts something.
George is in weird trouble! I heard it today. I thought he meant, I remember he screamed George something, cats, but I noticed it today. Weird trouble.
And as he runs out the door, a very creepy shot of Janet in the mirror.
It's like The Ring or something.
Something else scary. I got a 3 Men and a Baby vibe. Oh, remember that story about the ghost? The ghost boy. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about.
There's also the ending to the scene in which George ran out of the apartment and Janet said, "That's a shame." Much like a Jerry's Home Party.
That would be great. That's better than the Black Pants action.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Let's cut over to Jerry's apartment. He hears about what happened with the Link's cartoon. I see Ziggy's back at the computer department. The New Yorker is stealing my ideas. That's funny. Hey, favorite buddy, you gonna watch this? This will be funny. Now I've just got nothing. That's right, sister. Why don't you just get up?
I really makes the best friend take with him. We'll look just like him.
What are you talking about?
Hey, I'm just a man. Speaking of issues, guess who got a no-polish man and begged his neighbor not to touch him?
I thought you stopped talking. All right, starting now.
Rabbi Kramer very innocent and sweet in this episode.
Despite screwing Terry over many times.
I love that we get another mention of Putty. He seems to almost appear in every episode this season, in some capacity. But he has Ziggy bed sheets. They're not there. I wish they were, but they're not.
If he's, for every episode he's not in, I wonder if he gets mentioned.
Oh, I see.
Probably not the betrayal. Anyways, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, that's right, because she likes chicken.
Anyways, Ziggy bed sheets, very interesting. George has dinosaur bed sheets.
And New York Yankee.
Yes.
Nice combo, George.
That's how they maybe Joey's in Tina, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, what is Mickey sleeping on?
Hey. And that's funny, this thing that Sally talks about, the whole George Janet thing. I love the way she frames it, the narrative. Like, he makes his best friend think women have hello, issues. And I guess Jerry likes to get new polished manicures or something.
I can see that.
Have you ever had a manicure?
No, I did not. I like you telling me to go have one before.
I'd be open to it. Is that like something you guys could do together, or is it just male or like chewed up by weakness?
I think it's I'm open to the latter. There have been times when she was at the manicurist and I was kind of driving by and she texted me, "Come on in," so I went sat with her. But I was like, "Oh no, I'm just here sitting."
Always wanted to go.
Take the recorder.
You guys out there? A mani petty. That's all. I kind of never touch anything. Credits here. We're at months, and George tells Jerry about Janet. George, he needs like that. So she, yes, and you don't know. So exactly. We
must never speak of this again. I'll take a few days off.
I think that's for the best.
I gotta say, man, this turned out to be one hell of a show. So, Matt, would you enjoy this episode? Would it be a slice of life?
Yeah, I really like this episode. I'll say as a whole, it's somewhere in the middle of season 9 episodes. I don't think it's like the upper third. That makes sense. I really love the George Janet storyline, even though there's not a whole lot there in terms of like plot. I just love that idea. I actually think that the Kramer of silence, I can just totally, I don't care for that at all, but all the Kramer stuff leading up to that is just killer.
Yeah.
I don't think that the terms are very PC anymore, but that Jerry and she Jerry. I love that stuff.
I gotta say though, if they could have went further with the Kramer not talking, but have more physical gags and him not being able to, him not being able to talk, plus the stuff that was cut out, I think would have made it a nicer addition to this episode.
Right, you can see why we listed, 3 Kramer deleted scenes. Like, if you're going to cut anything, it's going to be his stuff. It's a little repetitive. How do you feel, though, revisiting Sally Weaver, especially knowing how this storyline was inspired by what happened after the wall?
Yeah, I learned a little bit in this episode, some behind the scenes beef, if you will, a little mini feud between Jerry and Andy Griffin. But it seems like it was all in good fun. Eventually, they were able to kind of have a laugh and even poke fun at what transpired. So I kind of like that arc imitating life. I always get those mixed up. This episode, for some reason, was very fun to discuss, and it had a lot of really fun quotes. So I thoroughly enjoyed it. This might be among the discussions I've enjoyed the most. I don't know if it's among my favorites. Yeah, this is fun for me.
Maybe it's all interesting quotes that I'm still right with. I think so. Because it's real.
All right, that's going to do it for us here on Sidecast this week. Please feel free to send us an email at sidecast@gmail.com. You can find us on Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, or leave us a voicemail at
Any what episode do you have next week?
We're discussing the 14th episode of season 9 of Strongbox. And I gotta say that you are the bear claw, the garbage bag that is my life. Oh, big. But for now, I'm Ben, signing off.
It's a funny thing about that bird dog. I hit the key and almost one dish. That's a movie. It's Freedom was people's liberation.
Hello, and welcome to Sidecast, a retrospective on all 180 episodes of Seinfeld, being hosted by 2 guys who can barely run their own lives. My name is Vinny.
My name's Matt.
You like it when it's spoken to?
Yeah, our listeners have heard from us in a while. I want to apologize. You're usually pretty good at giving me your schedule. I've just had something to pop up for the past couple of weeks. And so for those of you who are listening to our show week by week, you're going to notice, hey, maybe they're not going to show up this week. It's my fault. My bad. Hopefully we're going to get some episodes out quickly just so we stay on track and we don't have all these big gaps between episodes. But I want to thank the listeners for their patience. Very sorry, but we're back today to discuss which episode it is.
We're discussing the 14th episode of season 9 of Strongbox. Story by Dan O'Keefe and Billy Kimball. Teleplay by Dan O'Keefe. Directed by Andy Ackerman. And originally aired February 5th, 1998.
Dan O'Keefe, under that name, previously wrote the strike Festivus episode, as it's probably
you got that straight.
a new name. story by Billy Kimball. Now, he was an editor on the Harvard Lampoon. He's written for SNL and Simpsons. Currently, he's a writer and producer on Veep. There you go. I'm not sure if he was ever a staff writer on Seinfeld or just someone whose story they would use.
So is this his first foray into a Seinfeld?
I think so. His first film. Many examples on Seinfeld where you don't have to work on the show to get a storytelling credit. I think the Farrelly brothers contributed something for The Virgin back in season 4. Well, another bit of trivia was this episode was produced under the title The Buzzer. What's wrong? What's The Buzzer?
When I think of my buzzer, I think of Elaine from Tina. That's right there.
Buzzer, though, what in this episode?
Elaine and George have to wait outside. A lot of good back and forth between Jerry's window and the street.
It's a weird thing, though, isn't it? It's really just like a standalone.
True, but I mean, we can look at other episodes where, we talk about it before. That's the title of it.
Also, it ties in Eggs with Phil, where they're not buzzing him in because he doesn't know. Apparently, the intercom that they used in the scene, where it was, you're getting here, you should have better done. That was a special intercom buzzer, I guess, created for that scene. And since we're in, 10 episodes of Seinfeld here, a lot of props started disappearing from the set, and that was something that just mysteriously disappeared. And it got me wondering, what would you take from the Seinfeld set if you knew the show was coming to an end?
I always have my eye on that Superman statue.
Let's not talk about this.
Okay, so let's not
forget the Superman statue.
Yeah,
what was that?
He's looking at me with puppy dog eyes.
Who's he?
Kramer.
Who's Kramer?
You know Kramer is.
I get some first time.
What would you take for the Seinfeld set?
What did you say? I'm not sure. I think I would go with, this is ridiculous, but I would want to take the boot. So I could have that in my house, just sort of have breakfast there.
You know what else I said before?
What's that?
Remember when I said that I wanted the entire Jerry's apartment in my basement? I had enough money. I said that. Let's just relive all the best moments from this show.
I think our listeners have a better memory than we do, based on what we've talked about, so apologies. But for first timers, this must be really interesting. First scene in the episode, we're in George's apartment, sitting with his girlfriend Laura on the couch. He has to bring some unpleasant news. They have to. But unexpected response from Laura, all she has to say is, no. What's that? We're not.
Why not? So was it a first for George to know? Well, in this regard, he's trying to break up with her. Because usually it's easy for him to get out of there. He just has to be himself, and the woman will flee. But now, if someone who's devoted to him in some way, I don't see any connection, but she's there.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty interesting situation for George to be in, since he's either dreading the breakup or just staying in a relationship he hates because he's cares about that person.
Well, if we go back to young George, early George in Seinfeld, he would be afraid of facing that scene, like having that's actually. Well, I feel like the early George would actually be concerned about everyone's feelings, whereas the middle to later George would be more concerned about how he would be perceived. Like, what kind of scene that is? I don't want to face that scene of leaving somebody that I'm engaged to.
Yeah, it's pretty used to it. I don't know how Jason plays it. It's just like, we have to break up. All right, see you later. Get out of here.
Yeah, he's like, he's going through the motions of trying to act sympathetic, but he's really just, probably thinking about what's going on.
You've been in a situation like this where, either where you try to break up with someone or someone tries to break up with you, and you're like, no.
Full disclosure, I've never broken up with someone. You're the break you. Yeah, that's the breaker. I never had any. Once I hinted at it, and the girl started crying, I quickly basically said, so that was bad on my part. Well, there's nothing really another girl. Is that your wish? Oh, yeah, I know. We'll leave it at that. Wait, there. What is it? The relationship together? Birthday. Oh, birthdays. I was thinking weddings were I didn't say that. It's never really happened, but breakup never feels good. I've never had like a mutual breakup. There's usually some. He's the loser. There's someone who usually doesn't want to have that they give in because I don't know where Amber's deal is. I don't know if she really likes George or if there's just it doesn't seem like it, does she? There's no connection. Yeah, it's really bizarre. Like, what is she getting out of this relationship? I guess in a ninth season episode of something, they don't really have to explain the motives of the character. It's more just, oh, this is a funny premise. Versus, again, sorry, Larry David, I think why is she here? She getting it? What's real about this? Speaking of Laura, she's played by Alex Capp, and I think everyone will recognize her face and her voice is actually from Your Adventures in Soldier. She was a cast regular for 80 episodes. She was also in It's Like You Know. So she is definitely part of the Seinfeld alumni. Yeah, she's perfect. It's her all there's something. It's later on when she has this, I know what it can stare. I thought you were going to say she has a line that is among the more memorable lines of my girlfriend, which we'll get to. Before we leave, I did notice an interesting visual bit of trivia here. Did you see the cups they were drinking in? Cups. I did not. They are 100% cups for monks. So I think the private department is like, we need some cups for this in. Maybe for monks. Maybe somebody stole them from monks and they had to replace them. They had very expensive. So you're seeing George, he's like he's taking umbrellas, he's taking cups. Yeah, they just get more corruption. Are they mugs or cups? Like that meaningless? Yeah, it's a mug with like a cup of sauce. So anyways, anyone interested in that bit of trivia, let's move on to monks. Jerry doesn't understand what happened here. Both parties don't have to consent to a breakup. It's not like you're launching missiles from a submarine without a period of keys. Love that. Excellent. I don't use this as much, but it's up there with the Coke machine analogy. Oh, when do you get set up for this opportunity to use it? That's what were George's arguments for breaking up? Well, I don't really like it. That's good. I don't find her attractive, so like I said, a lot of women always want her. George adds that also talks to food at restaurants. What's that? Oh, Mr. Mashed Potatoes smell so good. That's one of the lines that always gets me. I think I love George's expression and just love that about him. Have you ever experienced this? Does Kelly talk to her food? She did not. Well, I asked only because Liz talked to something in her apartment for plants. I've done that. Oh, go ahead. Liz told me. And, we're not crazy. Don't think that. Hey, I'm crazy. We don't have a dog. We don't have a kid. We're really out. And Liz told me that, there's some belief that plants actually respond to positive energy and if you talk to them, things like that. So usually Liz or myself will wish the plants good morning. Do the plants, did you assign them a gender or a surname? Oh no, it's just we have different plants. We have an aloe plant, we have a basil plant, and we do it just in the morning. Hey, how are you? What I like to do sometimes when I'm walking home, in my apartment is there'll be a squirrel running across the window. Hey, Mr. Squirrel. Hey, Mrs. Squirrel. And then they run away. It's fun. Well, I have a clip here. Jerry has some cufflinks that he wants to show George. Hey, take these. He's like, Jerry loses all cufflinks that he actually wore that would be sitting about. I got him at a That's some cufflinks that No, Jerry Lewis is going to be in this prize club role I'm going to next week. Now I have an industry conversation. What are you happening? You have the same person. Jerry. Oh, that's nice. Well, it worked for that George for the next week. George I like this because these two subjects they're discussing, or at least Jerry Lewis as well as George Papard, have been referenced in previous Seinfeld episodes. Can you name them?
Jerry Lewis. Wasn't he mentioned before?
He was.
I don't remember though.
He was mentioned in the Soulmate. He left the tape recorder running in the briefcase. So if we get to the top, it's ideas like this.
The other two, I think are more obvious. Friars Club. Of course. Whole episode about Friars Club.
Pat Sherman action.
Or Paku.
Oh, Paku.
Jimmy Sherman. But I think the toughest one out of the group is George Papard.
I see that one. Well, you know what? Maybe if you watch it in syndication, you might miss it. But if you have the DVDs, it's in the closing credits of The Couch.
Yes. So George Papard played Paul or Fred, in Breakfast at Tiffany's. And in the book, the character is gay, the love interest. George obviously didn't know that, but she was trying to have a discussion with the book group. What did she say?
George, that's gay. And take trees on George's face.
But I think the most memorable line from this scene is, you're the enemy. You have the same thing as me. Yeah. Let's move on to Cafe. Elaine is out for a date with this guy, Glenn, and they're discussing an interesting topic. Last meals based on the day of execution. Fabulous subject. What is Elaine like?
Top of the chair, something hot and spicy, Thai, maybe Mexican, lethal injection. Feels more like pasta. It's painless, don't want anything too heavy. Although pasta is heavy if you eat a lot of it, so it's true. But anyway, I love this subject. It's fun to kind of discuss. I always ask people, like, when I first meet them, I'm like, you're on death row, what's your last meal? Because that kind of gives you a gauge of what's their favorite food, or do they go for a restaurant versus homemade meal, something made by mom, kind of thing. I already have mine. Mine, coincidentally, is igers.
Yeah, I was going to ask those chicken cutlets here.
You know what, that'd be the sentimental food, but I'm going to change to that. I usually say this crab place called Jerry's. Home of the crab bar. But it's phenomenal. If you're ever in Bowie, Maryland, or Atlanta, Maryland, even Annapolis, they have a kitchen. It's family run, and they've kind of branched out, but get the crab bar from Benny Century.
I think I go with my mom's, like, she has like the same thing. That's her lunch.
What's in there?
It's like tortellini, cheese, veggies, you put tortilla chips in it. But I'd have to take a breather before walking into the gallows. Hang on, guys, I love this.
Isn't there a joke or a bit similar where a guy who's on death row orders all you can eat something so that he doesn't die, he just keeps eating? Is that something?
Could have a whole Live Today show.
Thanks.
So Glenn wants to get together with her, but he doesn't want to give her his number, and he won't really tell her where he works exactly. Kind of this mystery, right?
Why do you say that, Matt? Because the actor who plays Glenn Nicholas Walker was in Austin Powers, Why You Shag Me, International Man of Music. Did you set me up for that?
No, I didn't.
No.
I thought you were gonna like use on the street.
No, enough. He was in One Life to Live as well as Battlestar Black to Good. And hey, he was in A Jake and the Fat Man.
Still backwards. Yeah. They look familiar, but I couldn't place it. Maybe I think it's just this episode. Well, let's go over to Jerry's apartment. Elaine tells Jerry about meeting this guy, Glenn.
I haven't been on for like 3 weeks. I think it might be over.
So what's this guy about?
I don't know. Wouldn't tell me his phone number or
He's a crime fighter safeguarding his secret identity. Elaine, you've been creating a great actor.
which one is he?
Great suit. It's a strong box to protect my essence. Some texture that's been in my family for generations. When Tony went to a discharge, you I got ready to replace the this. So if somebody finds this, they will take all your possessions. So that's supposed to be. Bags. Drugs? Oh, come on, Jerry. This is a security issue. Well, if it would last a day or how long would you last? That's classified. So you date a married guy? This is your hiding place. It was under a smoke. Is Kramer more to do this now, or really Kramer under a spoon? Regardless, though, I love that there's another mention to putty in this start of this clip, which is kind of cool. On again, off again with the name. And I kind of got to thinking, Jerry's brings up his love of comics when he brings up Green Lantern. And like, look at where comics were back then and how movies as opposed to now. It kind of makes Jerry a trailblazer, if you will. I wasn't a huge comic book reader as a kid, but I learned Green Lantern from my because, oh yeah, I said it on maybe. I mean, a little bit back in, I wasn't like really big in the old DC universe. We get another glimpse into Kramer's past, which is kind of what are some of his irreplaceables. We got taxidermy that's been in his family for generations. It's Tony, of course. Although, isn't Tony broken? Yeah, but, and his military discharge. You were in the Army? Yeah, briefly. That briefly is, I think, like, sums up Kramer's like line deliveries in season 9. No, did you know anything about Kramer serving? I think we had some stories about him hopping the steamship and
Sweden, and maybe then his strict childhood upbringing. I don't recall. It may have been a rough
it was like the idea that we have Kramer selling drugs in New York City like in the 70s, just like pot or something.
Yeah, it seems like he rebelled and went the complete opposite way to this free swimming lifestyle he now leads. Michael Richards, on the other hand, did serve in the I don't remember what branch, but he was in the military for 2 years. He got drafted in the Vietnam War. There's a great skit of him on the Tonight Show where he's playing with like tanks on this big mound of dirt. He was one of those like little skits they tagged. You know what I'm talking about? There's a clip of it somewhere in Seinfeld. That's what the camera is.
Oh, maybe not, but yeah, I've seen that. It's kind of like a child.
Yes, exactly.
There's a moment like that I just love Jerry and Elaine go out in the hallway, talk, and then Elaine goes, oh, what if he's married?
The innocent when Jerry's voice is so sweet.
And to follow that up, I love Kramer from inside the apartment. Okay.
Yeah. Here's one. Jerry asks Elaine, so you would date a married guy? It's so hacky. And Elaine's response is, I don't know, I may never marry. It might be the closest I get. She's been proposed to 3 times on the show already.
That's true.
What does she need?
That whole idea, though, of infidelity, it doesn't come up on Seinfeld all that much, but can you think of any examples?
It's a narrative.
Very good. That's what George and Robin.
God bless you.
I don't think this is marriage, but Jerry has a thing, Gina, in Suicide.
Oh, she's dating Martin.
Yeah, he's in a coma. And then,
oh, here's one. Jerry is a marriage with Cheryl Seinfeld, and he leaves her for that floozy who doesn't care if boxer hanger.
Jerry also been close with comeback. Milo sends his wife Patty.
That's true. Jerry and Elaine with Beth David.
Oh yeah, they're waiting it out. So I guess really George is the only slut. Let's go over to George's apartment. George finishes reading his prepared reasons for why they should break up. He's actually got like a little folder, you know, that says, and as he opens the door for Maura to leave, she just sits there, shakes her head, and she argues breaking up is like watching the sister of suffering. Both have been working.
But I'm going to have to ask you to turn your key.
Sorry, George, I can't do that.
Turn your key, Mara. Turn your key. I do like how within the Seinfeld universe, characters unrelated to each other will use the same analogies. I think that's kind of cool. It like kind of brings everything together. It's neat as an audience.
And you know, I've heard from a few listeners suggest this is an homage to Crimson Tide, which you know, I'm not familiar with, but I did check out some clips online. And you know, there's sort of this internal struggle between a submarine captain and lieutenant about whether or not they should launch missiles at an enemy. There's some struggle over key to use, but I always felt this was more like 2001 with Hal saying, "I'm sorry, Dave, I can't do that," with opening popular up to the big minute. Let's cut down to the street. Elaine is walking with Glenn, trying to figure out if he's married or not. It's pretty smooth, you know, kind of turning all of her questions back as compliments. Even plucks a flower for her, and she seems so charmed.
What do I have to do with this? I do like Elaine's reason you chunks of the flower.
Right, so Glenn spots a woman down the sidewalk walking in the direction of the cameras. Elaine's kind of confused, like, who's that woman? And as she gets pulled into an alley, Glenn tells her, I found a shortcut. And Elaine's like, all right, checking the flower, I guess he is. Very bizarre scenario. I've never seen anyone quite react the way Glenn has. He sees a woman.
And it's an interesting camera blocking too, because you see the shot down the street of the woman walking, and then the camera kind of follows them as they dash into the alleyway. And speaking of blocking and camera setups, let's go to Jerry's apartment.
Maybe the best scene in the episode, and I love this. We should set this up. So we got Elaine on the sidewalk, and you also get a nice exterior shot of Jerry's window as he's looking down.
It's almost an Elaine POV of her looking. You see it from both views, where you see what Jerry's view is looking down on Elaine on the street, and then you see Elaine as she's looking up at Jerry.
Check it out for 1 second.
anything I do. So obsessed with me.
So many great things in this clip here. First thing is when Jerry kind of sits on the ledge and has to keep Elaine company, he goes, you know what's weird? And he gets to that comedic pitch. He's not angry, but his voice, there's something about it, it's just always funny. And then as Jerry throws the candy bar down to Elaine, walks away, you hear Elaine off camera yelling,
very good. You know, even though we've seen Jerry talk from his window before, like in Kramer, also when George and McLaughlin had the parking dispute. So we've seen it before, but I like that the writers are trying new stuff last season. Like, let's have an entire conversation from the parking district. I just think that's great. And so let's keep track to Kramer's hiding spots. So the key has been put in the drawer, the intercom. I guess there's a few more coming.
And one other thing I absolutely adore is when Jerry puts that earlier, he's not looking for Kramer's key, but he happens upon the key. Kramer gets angry. He's like, "You're so obsessed with me." And so keep that in mind. And as Jerry says, I'm going to go to Elaine and Kramer is so like eager to say, "Oh, leave it with her." You know, and it's that quality of Kramer that I just absolutely, I don't know how to even describe it, but it's so wonderful.
It just shift gears so easily. So Elaine managed to get in by flirting with the menu guy. She has a whole stack of menus as Kramer allows them back into the apartment after he got to hide the key from their
Jimmy, let's see if you can get it in your head that this is not an Easter egg for your childish amusement.
And down on the street, George isn't able to get in, so he tries to whistle. Kind of reminds me of Buzz from Home Alone 2.
Oh, yeah. All right, everybody.
So anyways, Jerry shouts out to George, I'll head down to let you in. And when he puts on his jacket, finds something in the pocket of Kramer's key. I know this belongs to you. Question for you. What Jerry put on his jacket just to let George in?
Oh, I've heard this gripe, but
Jerry had a cell phone with a battle.
A cell phone argument.
No, there was some deleted dialogue.
Yeah, Elaine was going to ask Jerry, hey, why didn't you come down to get me when I was waiting, on the street? You run down there for George, and Jerry says, George wouldn't last 10 seconds on the street. So, and actually, in actuality, it's a compliment to Elaine,
And I think you hear Jason, George off camera, out on the street saying, "Watch it, old man." Anyways, Jerry goes downstairs and he walks across the lobby and sees George waiting outside the door, eating the half bar he threw down to Elaine. Did you get that?
I'm sorry. There's been some robberies in the building. I live here. I came out to buy some bird seed. I forgot my key. Scam. Very sorry. Shall I broke up with one? No. Right? Only reasonable of it. This way. Can I still live?
I gotta say, as a apartment dweller now, I can so relate to this moment because I don't have the grasp to do what Jerry just did. Just trailing behind them like, right this way, neighbor. Even though I may not recognize their face. but I don't have the heart to just pull the door shut on somebody. I totally agree. That look on Will's face, mouth agape, was that's kind of scary.
Yeah, they kind of just this guy staring.
Well, Jerry's gonna. I mean, this is the first already, so Jerry will sling it. I guess this is a good point to discuss Phil, who's played by Louis Stillo. Phil, who's a series regular on Mike and Molly, who's on Young and Restless, and he was in a Curb episode, which I didn't realize. He was in the Ted and Mary episode. He's credited as Guy at Counter. So I'm not sure if he's the bowling alley clerk.
The shoes.
Yeah, sure.
So like this week's shoes.
Exactly. But I found this was kind of interesting. He's in two movies that deal with money. One for the money, and then another movie called Two for the Money. Is that something?
Are they really?
No.
Really? It's not a sequel.
No.
Should be one for the money, two for the show.
That's the expression, but that's not the hint.
I like this actor a lot, and the character as well. But didn't notice it before how similar George and Phil look. Short, stocky, bald. George tells Jerry, well, it sounds like a scam. Yeah, as a bird seed. I don't know, just like the cross cutting. It's really similar. And it just made me wonder if like George just hates men that look like him. You know, whether it's Neil or fellow pretty short, it seems. Well, let's cut over to George's apartment. George is sitting on his couch alone. You know, he broke up with Laura. It's done. He's just pondering something deep.
The picture out the coffee shop has pumpkins right next to that.
And there's a knock at the door, and it isn't Laura. She just walks right in, calling George honey, and acting like they didn't break up twice.
Why does it seem like I'm the only one working at this breakup?
Laura calls his arguments rambling and flimsy, which is great. She's not convinced they should break up. Instead, she tells him, let's go to dinner. And George just hits the bed already.
Here, Mr. Apple, you have a brunch bar.
Is that the line?
That's the line. I do it justice, but love that.
Anyways, let's cut over to Glenn's place. Actually, this is like a side piece.
This guy knows this. What does it say? It says it's a place he keeps. And it's kind of dumpy.
Doesn't Peterman have the same thing? It's just a place to fuck. Were we to presume that Peterman is like little apartment is his home?
That's what I assumed was that, you know, he's this well put together head of a company and idea man, but at home he's just a, you know, sweatpants wearing, coupon flipping, plant food not buying.
But on the side place here, it kind of seems like something is cheating on his wife might have. Somewhere in the East Village. How would you describe the interior?
Bleak. Like it doesn't look great. It doesn't look painted. There's no real furniture.
Yeah, there's like a couch, maybe like a table.
Yeah, there's nothing really.
Pretty dirty too. And the lady kind of seems uncomfortable. You know, she's standing there talking to him.
Nothing special, just
Romantic.
I'm having a run with the heat. I got some cardboard out here.
It's brown. I should
Can you get that, please?
Oh, for sure. On the street, and I'm so sorry. You know what? I thought he was a superhero. I swear. I'm not his wife. His welfare case. Is he home? This is his home? Yes. So he's.
That line is so funny, the way he delivers it. I think this will burn.
That's the best line in the scene for sure.
Yeah.
And big twist here, right? Turns out Glenn isn't married. He's what?
The judgmental look that the woman at the door gives to Elaine. We should go over the woman who was at the door. Her name in the script is Mrs. Smith. Was her name Smith? They made the O instead of I. Mary Shear plays Mrs. Smith, and I think we've already talked about it once, so you guys should recognize her. But she played the character named Jill in Kiss Hello. And I seem to recall we double dipped
either then or later. But yeah, she has been dipped. And, you were saying people might recognize her. I would disagree. I don't think she looks. The characters don't look alike at all. In Kiss Hello, she has really short hair. She's the one in the
yeah, you're right.
Jerry like Harry Knight.
Yeah. Not who's good, great?
Yeah, not great. Okay, great.
I remember we really were supportive with her because we found out she did the voices, the female voices on MXC.
Yes, you're right.
In addition to being a cast member of the Match series.
Very interesting turn of events as we find out Glenn is not married, he's not a superhero, he's a lawyer. And let's get over to Jerry's apartment in the lobby when Jerry gets on the elevator, but before he pushes the button, Phil, the man he wouldn't let in, joins him. So, you live here? Yeah. After the awkward and silent ride up to the 5th floor, Jerry gets off the elevator, so does Phil.
You live on this floor?
Yeah. And as Jerry is about to unlock his door, he sees Phil do the same, just a door down. Great.
So you live right there?
Yeah.
Notice how with each time Jerry is trying to, I guess, not initiate conversation, but he's coming to this realization. He has like a smirk on his face as to try and be like a friendly neighbor and try and salvage whatever this is.
Did you notice Phil's apartment number?
I did not.
5E.
Wait a second.
Yeah, that's Newman's apartment number, which I guess is like the only other door they have on the set. Like, there's no 5C, there's no 5E.
They didn't have a F in the private apartment throw up there.
They do. Maybe the Fleets episode. It's in some random episode. Newman opens his door and it's 5F.
Well, trivia, have you ever asked, all the apartment numbers of people in the name?
I have the revealing Jerry Craver and Newman.
Have you ever thrown in Stephanie?
Oh, Tucci?
Yeah, not 2G, 2G.
I still think it's definitely Tucci. It's, you are so good. Stanley Tucci is this. Get an act break, and we're in months. Elaine is telling Jerry that Glenn is now married.
He's not married.
Is he mentioned it? Is he wearing one of those barrels with straps?
He probably busted it up during the heat.
When you get in the box, no way is one of the
Money.
Well, let's see. Have you ever dealt with any other situation?
Yes, there was this homeless guy who used to urinate in your garbage cans.
How did you handle that?
Probably gave him a few bucks, and now he goes in the alley across the street.
Same situation. Pay him off and you're clean.
I did not pay Glenn off to get out of this relationship. What was I supposed to do? Just walk into his hovel and hand him... Well, how much do you think it would be? He could have been cheating on his wife to make things run so much simpler.
What is this, Blue Arrow?
Green Lantern.
We found out his superpower is lack of money. He's invulnerable to predators. He's the gun of Green Lantern. Hey, Elaine, maybe his girlfriend is Lois Lane.
Hey, I like to use that one. What graphic is your favorite?
That's a good one. Lois Lane.
Oh, so good. They actually had an alternate jab for George to give, which was he lives in the House of Solitude.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So, I do like the opening of this clip where they start off, like Jerry brings up the stereotypical poor person, which is the barrels, the straps. I'm surprised they didn't bring up the stick and fidget.
He's a little bit of this. He also calls him Boxcar Willie.
That's funny.
I had to look up. That was like a persona, stage persona for he did get some great jokes from Jerry at the end, right? Like, we found out his superpower was lack of money. He's invulnerable to predators. He's got no Green Lantern. But for all that, a line that confuses me, and I want to hear from listeners if they did help me out here. George sits down and he says, "So is this Blue Arrow?" And Elaine says, "I've never heard of Blue Arrow." But the best I could do was just Google it, and I didn't really find a large entry about the character. There's, I guess some mention of the Blue Arrow, but it was in a video game, like well after this episode. Weird.
Wasn't there the show Arrow?
Well, Green Arrow is a DC superhero. The Archer kind of looks like Robin Hood, but I don't know if George would say Blue Arrow. I don't get that joke unless he. I don't know, for someone who seems to be aware of comic book characters and whatnot, why would he mess up the name Green Arrow?
Is the joke that he's like half paying attention because he's thinking about his issues with Mara?
Maybe. And to me, I think it'd be funnier if he's like, "Who's this Green Arrow?" And she goes, "No, Green Lantern."
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, good on you. I feel like something's missing. So George plots another way to end things with Mara. He's going to cheat on her. Back there's the secretary at work that always had a crush on him. However, there's a reason George never pursued her before, right?
Just a tan. It's like a parrot.
Love that description and just that idea. I don't know people are able to tan a little bit.
What's that one actor always that's it, thank you. George Hamilton's first and sister.
There you go, right?
Nice. Speaking of, you mentioned George's gonna cheat. One other character we forgot to touch on who's a cheater is Newman. He's an agitator.
Good, yeah. And we get one more joke when Elaine comes back here. What does Jerry say?
You can whip out a shaking count of single mounts. Keep them.
Next scene,
there's that funny moment in the where they're sitting on the same side of the George and Jerry.
Oh, right.
And at one point, Jerry just gets a little uncomfortable and has to sit and drink. That's very Seinfeld.
And again, we'll see this in another episode in season 9 where they just all play around with the seating arrangement at homes a little bit. Just some jokes they never got to before. The next scene, we're in Jerry's apartment, and Jerry rushes in as we hear some loud squawking from the home. Kramer told Phil that he could keep his parrot up there so he can stretch its wings. I love this. This reminds me of Marvel, any kind of like off-screen animal.
Yeah,
it's great. You have to use your imagination. Kramer helping Phil is just an attempt for him to smooth things over since Jerry has been playing God with him. And while visiting Phil, Kramer was actually able to hide his
strongbox key in his apartment. Okay. Yes.
I do like that Jerry is so fascinated with. Really? What's it like? Is it nice with the mind? Where does he have?
Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, are any other apartments like Jerry's? Well, we've seen Kramer and Newman have different layouts.
That's a good point because most apartment complexes tend to have similar layouts or mirrored layouts, but I guess for the sake of a TV show, to make things look fresh, they go with like a different plot.
Let's go over to George's apartment now. Love this scene too. George and the very tan co-worker of his, Loretta, enter after their date. And George is kind of confused. You've been in New York all winter.
I was in Maine for a couple of days.
Loretta is comically tan, right? It doesn't work at all. And she gets straight to the point. She's always fantasized about jumping into bed with George, but she wants to take things slow, actually build something, and she won't put a bill for it. No?
We're just going along.
That's his catchphrase.
It's all right, and what's that? So Ileana Douglas plays Loretta. I think we know her face. She's been in so many different things, but Ghost World, Grace of My Heart, Cape Fear, Goodfellas. I actually like her in, she was in a indie movie with Adrian Brody called Dummy, and he's a ventriloquist. She played his sister, but I remember really liking her in that role.
Yeah, she's great. Maybe not one of the most popular guest stars, but I think one of the guest stars with the best body of work in film. You know, just been in some fantastic movies.
Yeah.
And it's I'm glad that someone of her caliber got to make it on Seinfeld. I just wish there was more to do.
Season 10, bring her back.
Let's get down to the street. Glenn and Elaine are standing in this alley in the neighborhood.
It's the only one that come out. How do you spell your last name?
I gotta say, man, Glenn, this character, some of the lines he has are great, and the way he delivers them are even better. Like, they're awesome. It's a miracle. Originally at the top of the scene, Elaine was gonna say, "Oh, I really enjoyed that free concert in the subway, Glenn," and Glenn was gonna reply, "Oh, the acoustics at the 86 Street Station are great." He just knows all the ways to date a woman.
That Glenn and George would have a lot in common.
Yeah, they're like almost brothers.
They could debate like where the best bathrooms are in the city.
Oh, and something I kind of like picked up on was so Glenn and Elaine, goes in there to wait on the trash bag that the bakery's gonna clean out. But I wonder how Glenn would do if he waited outside an H&H bagel, since Kramer says the homeless people won't even touch a LinkedIn. I assume Glenn is not. He just eats whatever.
Yeah, H&H is not even on his radar. It's like that place disgusts me. It's gum and bagels. It's no good.
And there was another deleted moment in which Elaine was going to ask for some milk to drink along with her bear claw hat, and Glenn was going to respond from the garbage. So I guess my question to that was, I can't tell the tone of Glenn's reply there. Was that to kind of make fun of Elaine for wanting milk? Like, you're going to drink milk from the garbage? Or was it just, because that's how I took it.
And also, that Glenn has never bought anything